Book 1, Chapter 5, Part 6 of History of the Inquisition of Spain, Volume 1. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by HearHis.com. History of the Inquisition of Spain, Volume 1, by Henry Charles Lea, Book 1, Chapter 5, The Kingdoms of Aragon. Part 6. Although the briefs were thus dormant, they became the central point of the contest. On September 24th, Charles dispatched to Rome Lope Huardo de Mendoza as a special envoy with long and detailed instructions. He had been advised, he said, that the Pope intended to issue a bull revoking all inquisitorial commissions, save that of Cardinal Adrian, that in future the bishops with their chapters in each see were to nominate two persons of whom the Inquisitor General was to select the fittest and present him to the Pope for confirmation. The acts of these inquisitors were to be judiciously investigated every 2 years, and their procedure was to conform to the common law and to the canons. The elaborate arguments which Charles urged against each feature of this revolutionary plan show that it was not a figment, but was seriously proposed with likelihood of its adoption. Moreover, he said that influences were at work to secure the removal of the sanbenitos of convicts from the churches, against which he earnestly protested. Ferdinand had refused 300,000 ducats offered him to procure this concession. In conclusion, Charles declared that no importunity should shake his determination to make no change in the Inquisition, and he significantly expressed his desire to preserve the friendship of His Holiness. What secret influences were at work to effect a complete reversal of papal policy, it would be vain to guess. But Mendoza had scarce time to reach Rome when he procured a brief of October 12th addressed to Cardinal Adrian. In this, Sadoleto's choicest litany was employed to cover up the humiliation of conscious wrongdoing, in its effort to shift the responsibility to the shoulders of others. Charles' letters and Mendoza's message had enlightened him as to the intentions of the king with regard to the preservation of the faith and the reform of the Inquisition. He promised that he would change nothing, and would publish nothing without the assent of the king and the information of the Inquisitor General. But he dwelt on the complaints that reached him from all quarters of the aravas and iniquity of the inquisitors. He warned Adrian that the infamy of the wickedness of his subdelegates redounded to the dishonor of the nation and affected both him and the king. He was responsible and must seek to preserve his own honor and that of the king by seeing that they desist from this insolence, with which they disregarded the papal mandates and rebelled against the Holy See. While thus the 3 briefs were not revoked, they were practically annulled. The indignation of Aragonese at finding themselves thus juggled was warm, and found expression January 30th, 1520, in discontinuing the collection of the Servicio. Charles was now at Cornunya, preparing for his voyage to Flanders and thither. On February 3rd, the Diputados sent Azor Zapata and Ignio de Mendoza to procure the liberation of Prat and urged Charles to obtain the confirmation of the Concordia. To liberate Prat without a trial was tacitly to admit the correctness of his record. Yet, on April 21st, Cardinal Adrian issued an order for the fiscal to discontinue the prosecution and for the inquisitors to relax Prat. This order was presented May 1st to the inquisitors, but the word relaxation was that used in the delivery of convicts to the secular arm for burning. Prat stoutly refused to accept it and remained in prison. Charles embarked May 21st, and the rest of the year 1520 was spent in endeavors by each side to obtain the confirmation of their respective formulas of the Concordia, and in fruitless attempts by Charles to have the 3 briefs revoked. Though unpublished and virtually annulled, they were the source of great anxiety to the Inquisition. The correspondence between Charles and his Roman agents shows perpetual insistence on his part and perpetual promises and evasions by the Pope, sometimes on the flimsiest pretext for postponement, the secret of which is probably to be found in a report by Juan Manuel, the Spanish ambassador, on October 12th, that the Pope was promised 46,000 or 47,000 ducats if he could induce the king to let the briefs stand. Thus it went on throughout the year, and when Leo died December 1st, 1521, the briefs were still unrevoked. A year earlier, however, December 1st, 1520, he had confirmed the Concordia, in a bull so carefully drawn as not to commit the Holy See to either of the contesting versions. It was limited to the promises embraced in Charles' oath, and, as regards the articles, it merely said that the canons and ordinances and papal decrees should be inviolably observed, under pain of ipso facto excommunication, dismissal from office, and disability for reappointment. Either side was consequently at liberty to put what construction it pleased on the papal utterance. Charles, meanwhile, had been growing more and more impatient for the servicio so long withheld. He had written to Adrian and also to the inquisitors, ordering that the Concordia de Monzon, 1512, and that of Saragossa, according to his version, should be strictly obeyed, so that the abuses thus sought to be corrected should cease, and the people should pay the impost. The inquisitors dallied and seemed to have asked him what articles he referred to, for he replied, September 17th, explaining that they were those of Monzon and Saragossa, the latter as expressed in the papers signed by Adrian and Gattinara. When, therefore, he received the papal confirmation of December 1st, he lost no time in writing, December 18th, to Adrian and the inquisitors, announcing it and ordering the articles to be rigidly observed without gloss or interpretation, so that the abuses and disorders prohibited in them may cease. But he was careful to describe the articles as those agreed on at Monzon and lately confirmed at Saragossa, in the form adopted by Adrian and Gattinara. The Aragonese, on the other hand, adhered to their version. The bull of confirmation seems to have reached Saragossa through Flanders, accompanied by a letter from Charles, and it was not until January 15, 1521, that the Diputados wrote to Adrian enclosing the royal letter and a copy of the bull. In obeying it, he conceded the Aragonese version of Concordia, though with a bad grace. From Tordesillas, January 28th, he wrote to the Diputados and the inquisitors that the bull must be obeyed, although it might properly be considered surreptitious, as it asserted that Charles had sworn to the fictitious articles inserted by Juan Prat, for which the latter deserved the severest punishment. In spite of this burst of petulance, however, he practically admitted Prat's innocence by ordering his liberation, and on February 13, 1521, the order was carried in triumph by the governor. The Diputados and a concourse of nobles and citizens to the Aljaferia and solemnly presented to the inquisitors, who asked for copies, and, with these in their hands, said that they would do their duty without swerving from justice and reason. So well satisfied were the Aragonese that to show their gratitude they had already on January 18th ordered the cities and towns to pay all current imposts as well as the suspended subsidio within 45 days. It may be added that finally Cardinal Adrian recognized the innocence of Prat in the most formal manner, in a letter of April 20th to the inquisitors, imposing silence on the fiscal and ordering the discharge of Prat and his securities. Triumph and gratitude were alike misplaced. Cardinal Adrian had followed his letter of January 28th with another of the 30th to the inquisitors, instructing them that the papal confirmation must be construed in accordance with the sacred canons and the decrees of the Holy See, so that they could continue to administer justice duly, and he encouraged them with an ayuda de costa or gratuity. They went on imperturbably with their work. Not only was the Concordia of Saragossa never observed, but that of Monzon was treated as non-existent, and we shall see hereafter that, towards the close of the century, the Inquisition coolly asserted that the latter had been invalidated when Leo X released Ferdinand from his oath to observe it, and that the former had never been confirmed, and that there was no trace of either having ever been observed. The Inquisition, in fact, was invulnerable and impenetrable. It made its own laws, and there was no power in the land, save that of the crown, that could force it to keep its engagements. Meanwhile, the obstinacy of the Catalans, which detained the impatient Charles in Barcelona throughout the year 1519, secured, nominally at least, the formal confirmation by both Charles and Adrian of the Monzon Concordia of 1512, with additions. One of these provided that anyone who entered the service of the Holy Office, while liable to a civil or criminal action, should still be held to answer before his former judge, and that criminal offenses, unconnected with the faith, committed by officials, should be exclusively justifiable in the civil courts. This struck at the root of one of the most serious abuses, the immunity with which the Inquisition shielded its criminals. And scarcely less important to all who had dealings with the New Christians was another article providing that property acquired in good faith from one reputed to be a Christian should be exempt from confiscation in case the seller should subsequently be convicted, even though the 30 years' prescription should still exist. The agreement was reached January 11, 1520, but experience of the faithlessness of the Inquisition had made the Catalans wary. They were about to grant a servicio to Charles, and they sought a guarantee by addressing to him a supplication that he should make Cardinal Adrian swear to the observance of the Concordia of 1512 and the new articles, and that he should procure within 4 months from the Pope a bull of confirmation, in which the bishops of Lerida and Barcelona should be appointed conservators, with full power to enforce the agreement. They offered to pay 200 ducats toward the cost of the bull, and they demanded that they should retain 20,000 libras of servicio until the bull should be delivered to the diputados. The same condition was attached to a liberal donation of 12,000 libras, which they made to the Inquisition, probably a part of the bargain. Meanwhile, Charles was to give orders that the inquisitors should be bound by the articles, and, in case of infraction, satisfaction for such violation should be deducted from the 20,000 libras. In due time, August 25th, Leo X executed a formal bull of confirmation of the articles of 1512 and 1520, and appointed the bishops of Lerida and Barcelona as conservators. What was the value of the Concordia thus solemnly agreed to and liberally paid for, with its papal confirmation and conservators, was speedily seen when, in 1523, the authorities of Perpignan became involved in a quarrel with Inquisitor Juan Naverdu over the case of the wife of Juan Noguer. They complained of an infraction of the Concordia and applied to the Bishop of Lerida for its enforcement. He appointed Miguel Roeg, a canon of Elna, as the executor of his decision, who issued letters ordering the inquisitors and his secretary to observe the Concordia under pain of excommunication, and to drop the cases which they were prosecuting. Appeal was also made to Rome, and letters were obtained from Clement VII. Charles, however, intervened and obtained another brief, January 6, 1524, annulling the previous one and transferring the matter to Inquisitor General Manrique. The result was that nearly all the magistrates of Perpignan, the consuls, the jurados, with their lawyers, and Miguel Roeg, were obliged to swear obedience in all things to the Inquisition, were exposed to the irredeemable disgrace of appearing as penitents at the Mass, and were subjected to fines from which the Holy Office gathered in the comfortable sum of 1,115 ducats. The motto of the Inquisition was Noli me tangere, and it administered a sharp lesson to all who might venture, even under papal authority, to make it conform to its agreements. It was in vain that the sturdy subjects of the crown of Aragon struggled and gained concessions, paid for them, and fenced them around with all the precautions held sacred by public law. The inquisitors felt themselves to be above the law, and all the old abuses continued to flourish as rankly as ever. About this time, the Cortes of the Three Kingdoms, by command of Charles, addressed to the Inquisitor General Manrique a series of 16 grievances, repeating the old complaints: the extension of jurisdiction over usury, blasphemy, bigamy, and sodomy, the acceptance by the inquisitors of commissions to act as conservators in secular and ecclesiastical cases and profane matters, their arresting people for private quarrels and on trivial charges and insufficient evidence, leaving on them and their descendants an ineffaceable stain, even though they were discharged without penance, their multiplication of familiars and concealing of their names, appointing criminals and protecting them in their crimes, and finally their overbearing and insulting attitude in general. In answer to this, the Inquisitor General contented himself with asserting that the laws were obeyed and asking for specific instances of infraction, and the names of the parties, secure that no one would dare to come forward and expose himself to the vengeance of the Tribunal. Again, in 1528, at the Cortes of Monzon, we find a repetition of grievances: the abuse of confiscations, the cognizance of usury and other matters disconnected with heresy and general inobservance of the articles agreed upon. To the petition that he remedy these and procure from the Inquisitor General an order to his subordinates to conform themselves to the Concordias, Charles returned the equivocating answer, quote, "His Majesty will see that the Inquisitor General orders the observance to that which should be observed, removing abuses, if there are any." The imperial attitude was not such as to discourage the audacity of the inquisitors, and at the Cortes of Monzon in September 1533, the deputies of Aragon presented to Inquisitor General Manrique, who was present, 2 series of grievances. One of these he promptly answered by characterizing some of the demands as impertinent, scandalous, and illegal, and others as not worthy of reply. The other series was referred to Charles and was not answered until December. It commenced by asking that the Concordia confirmed by Leo X in 1516 should be observed, to which the reply was that such action should be taken as would comport with the service of God and proper exercise of the Inquisition. The request that the inquisitors confine themselves to matters of faith was met with the assertion that they did so, except when under orders from their superiors. To the demand that the dowries of Catholic wives should not be confiscated, the dry response was that the laws should be observed. In this cavalier spirit, the rest of the petition was disposed of, and the whole shows how completely the Holy Office was emancipated from any subjugation to the laws, which had cost such struggles to obtain and which had been paid for so largely. While Manrique and the Suprema were at Monzon, they were called upon to take action with regard to troubles at Barcelona between the Inquisitor Fernando de Lorazes and the magistrates diputados. These had been on foot for some time. A letter from Charles from Bologna, February 25, 1533, to Loazes assures him of his sympathy and support, and, in September, the Suprema at Monzon resolved to send a judge thither to prosecute and punish the offenders for their enormous delinquencies. What were the merits of the quarrel do not appear, but it was doubtless provoked by the overbearing arrogance of Loazes, who, at the Cortes of Monzon, the Catalans represented to Charles that the pretensions of the inquisitor impeded the course of justice in matters involving the regalias or prerogatives of the crown, and asked to have him prosecuted by the Bishop of Barcelona. Charles thereupon addressed to Loazes a letter, January 16, 1534, forbidding him in future to interfere with the royal judges, as no one could claim exemption from the royal jurisdiction. At the same time, he instructed his lieutenant for Aragon, Fadrique de Portugal, Archbishop of Saragossa, to enforce this mandate. It was not long before Loazes had the opportunity of manifesting his contempt for these expressions of royal will. One of the councils holding the Admiralty Court of Barcelona was hearing a case between two merchants, Juan Ribas and Harald Camps. A quarrel ensued between them. Ribas, with his servant Juan Montseny, struck Camps in the face, and then, drawing his sword, threatened the consul's life. This was a scandalous offense to the dignity of the crown, under whose protection the court was held. By order of the archbishop and royal council, the culprits were arrested and thrown in prison. But Ribas was a familiar of the Inquisition, and Loazes presented himself before the archbishop in full court and claimed him. The letters of Charles V were read, and his claim was rejected, whereupon, on June 13th, he issued a mandate demanding the surrender to him of Ribas and forbidding all proceedings against him under pain of excommunication. What was the termination of this special case we have no means of knowing, but Loazes did not suffer by reason of his audacity. In 1542 he was made Bishop of Elna, whence he passed by successive translations through the sees of Lerida, Tortosa, and Tarragona, dying at last, full of years and honors, in 1568 as Archbishop of Valencia. It is not worth while at present to pursue these disputes, which reveal the character of the Inquisition, and the resistance offered to it by the comparatively free population subject to the crown of Aragon. We shall have ample opportunity hereafter to note the persistent arrogance of the inquisitors under the royal favor, the restlessness of the people, and the fruitlessness of their struggle for relief from oppression. The Holy Office had become part of the settled policy of the House of Austria. The Lutheran revolt had grown to enormous proportions, and no measure seems too severe that would protect the faith from an enemy even more insidious and more dangerous than Judaism. The system grew to be an integral part of the national institutions, to be uprooted only by the cataclysm of the French Revolution and the Napoleonic War. At what cost to the people was this effected is seen in the boast in 1638 of learned official of the Inquisition that in its favor the monarchs had succeeded in breaking down the municipal laws and privileges of their kingdoms, which otherwise would have presented inseparable obstacles to the extermination of heresy. And he proceeds to enumerate the various restrictions on the arbitrary power of the secular courts, which the experience of ages has framed for the protection of the citizen from oppression, all of which had been swept away where the Inquisition was concerned, leaving the subject to the discretion of the inquisitor. End of Book 1, Chapter 5, Part 6. Recorded by hearhis.com.
Book 2, Chapter 1, Part 1 of History of the Inquisition of Spain, Volume 1. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. History of the Inquisition of Spain, Volume 1, by Henry Charles Lea. Book 2, Relations with the State. Chapter 1, Relations with the Crown. Part 1. What gave to the Spanish Inquisition its peculiar and terrible efficiency were the completeness of its organization and its combination of the mysterious authority of the Church with the secular power of the Crown. The old Inquisition was purely an ecclesiastical institution, empowered, it is true, to call upon the state for aid and for the execution of its sentences. But throughout Christendom, the relations between Church and State were too often antagonistic for its commands always to receive obedience. In Spain, however, the Inquisition represented not only the Pope, but the King. It practically wielded the two swords, the spiritual and the temporal, and the combination produced a tyranny similar in character, but far more minute and all-pervading, to that which England suffered during the closing years of Henry VIII as supreme head of the Church. While thus its domination over the people was secure and unvarying, its relations with the royal power varied with the temperament of the sovereign. At times it was the instrument of his will. At others, it seemed as though it might almost supplant the monarchy. It was constantly seeking to extend its awful authority over the other departments of state, which struggled with varying success to resist the encroachments, while successive kings, autocratic in theory, sometimes posed as arbitrators, sometimes vainly endeavored to enforce their pacificatory commands, but more generally yielded to its domineering spirit. When Ferdinand consented to the introduction of the Inquisition, it was no part of his policy to permit the foundation of an institution which should be independent of the royal authority. He who sought to forbid in Spain the residence of papal nuncios and legates was not likely to welcome the advent of a new swarm of papal delegates, whose power over life and property would carry unchecked to every corner of the land the influence of Rome. Accordingly, as we have seen, he conditioned the admission of the Inquisition on the concession of the power of appointment and dismissal, and he flatly told Sixtus IV that he would permit none but appointees of his own to exercise the office of inquisitor. As the institution developed and became more complex, he nominated to the Pope the individual to whom the papal delegation as Inquisitor General should be given, and he appointed the members of the Suprema, which became known as the Consejo de su Majestad de la Santa General Inquisición. Although the papal commission granted to the Inquisitor General faculties of subdelegating his powers and appointing and dismissing his subordinates, thus rendering his action indispensable, Ferdinand was careful to assert his right to control all appointments and to assume that at least they were made with his assent and concurrence. In 1485, the sovereigns had no scruple in appointing at Guadalupe the inquisitors who made such havoc among the apostates. August 8, 1500, he writes to the Bishop of Bonavalle that he had determined to commit to him the office of Inquisitor of Sardinia, for which the commission and subdelegation will be dispatched to him by the Inquisitors General. He can appoint an assessor and notary, but the other officials will be sent from Spain. A letter of the same date to the Lieutenant General of Sardinia announces the appointment by the Inquisitors General con nuestra voluntad y consentimiento, which was the ordinary formula employed, even in such petty cases as when he advised Pedro Badia, receiver of confiscations at Barcelona, March 13, 1501, that they had appointed Gregorio Zamarado as portero, or apparitor of that tribunal, in place of Guillen Donadao, and that he is to receive the same wages. Although the participation of the Inquisitor General was indispensable, Ferdinand customarily assumed his acquiescence as a matter of course. He would make the appointment and then ask affectionately for the subdelegation of power. As regards subordinate positions, Torquemada recognized the royal participation when, in 1485, he instructed inquisitors that they could fill vacancies temporarily, quote, "until the king and I provide for them." Close quote. As a rule, it may be said that Ferdinand rarely troubled himself about subordinates, but had no hesitation in assuming full power when he saw fit, as in writing to an inquisitor, March 21, 1499, quote, "We order you to appoint, as by these presents we appoint Juan de Montiende as fiscal in your tribunal." Close quote. If he thus controlled appointments, he was equally concerned in dismissals. We find him writing, April 22, 1498, to an inquisitor of Saragossa who had discharged an official at Calatayud, to reinstate him, as he had done good service with danger to his person, and on September 19, 1509, ordering Diego López de Cortegano, inquisitor of Cordova, to cease his functions at once and return to his benefice, though this latter order was countersigned by the members of the Suprema. It would be superfluous to adduce additional examples of the control thus exercised over the personnel of the Inquisition, a control which remained inherent in the crown, although, as we shall see, often allowed to become dormant. In all, save spiritual matters, Ferdinand considered the Inquisition to be merely an instrument to carry out his will, though it must be added that this arose from his anxiety that it should be perfected in every way for the work in hand, and there is absolutely no evidence in his enormous and confidential correspondence that he ever used it for political purposes, even in the stormiest times when struggling with unruly nobles. Every detail in its organization and working was subject to his supervision, and, amid all the cares of his tortuous policy, extending throughout Western Europe, and the excitement of his frequent wars, he devoted the minutest care to its affairs. When, in December 1484, Torquemada issued his supplementary instructions, he was careful to state that he did so by command of the sovereigns, who ordered them to be observed. So, in subsequent instructions, issued in 1485, Torquemada orders the inquisitors to write to him and to Ferdinand about everything that should be reported. The king provides their salaries and promises them rewards. If there is anything that the king ought to remedy, he is to be written to. That, in fact, the king was recognized as controlling the Inquisition is seen in all the efforts of the Cortes, appealing to him to obtain a modification of its rigors, although, as we have seen, the Concordia of 1512 was held to require the assent of Inquisitor General Enguera to render it binding with subsequent confirmation by the Pope, and though, in later times, the monarchs found it convenient to throw upon the Inquisitor General the responsibility of rejecting the demands of their subjects. Ferdinand was too self-reliant to deem it necessary to assert his power consistently on all occasions. In a subsequent chapter we shall see that he submitted to the inconveniences arising from an excommunication threatened by Torquemada on receivers of confiscations who honored royal drafts in preference to paying salaries. He had no scruples in making Torquemada join with him in grants of money or in settling competing claims on the debts due to a condemned heretic. He sometimes allowed his cedulas to be countersigned by members of the Suprema, especially in the latter periods. Indeed, toward the end of his reign, this became so habitual that in letters of November 25th and December 10th, 1515, he explained that his orders were to be obeyed, although not so authenticated, because none of the members happened to be at hand. He sometimes delayed answering applications for instructions until he could consult the Inquisitor General, but the mere application to him shows that he was regarded as the ultimate arbiter. In fact, in a case in which some prisoners named Martinez had appealed to him, he replies to the inquisitors September 30th, 1498 and March 2nd, 1499, that the inquisitors general send instructions, and it is his will that these should be executed, thus implying that his confirmation was requisite. Whatever participation he might thus allow to the head of the Inquisition, when he saw fit, he asserted his arbitrary control, and he by no means deemed it necessary to communicate with the tribunals through the Inquisitor General, but frequently issued his commands directly. March 14th, 1499. He writes to an inquisitor to have a certain confiscated property sold at an appraised value to Diego de Alcocer, no matter what instructions he may have from the Inquisitors General or what orders to the contrary. Even for trifles he took them sharply to task, as when, May 17th, 1511, he vigorously rebuked one for sending Bachiller Vasquez to him on an affair which could have been well settled by letter with much less expense. He was fully aware that the power of the Inquisition rested on his support, and when there was the slightest opposition to his will, he had no hesitation in saying so, as when, in a letter of July 22nd, 1486, to the inquisitors of Saragossa, he tells them that, although they have the name, it is to him and to Isabella that the Holy Office owes its efficiency. Without the royal authority they can do little, and as they recognize his good intentions, they must not interfere with his orders. These instances illustrate the minute and watchful care which he exercised over all the details of the Holy Office. Nothing was too trivial to escape his vigilant attention, and this close supervision was continued to the end. The receiver of Valencia consults him about a carpenter's bill of 90 sueldos for repairs on the royal palace occupied by the Tribunal, and Ferdinand tells him, May 31st, 1515, that he may pay it this time, but it is not to be a precedent. On January 18th of the same year, he had written to the receiver of Jaén that he learns that the audience chamber is ill-furnished, and that the vestments for Mass are lacking or worn out. Wherefore he orders that what the inquisitors may purchase shall be paid for. Ferdinand's control over the Inquisition rested not only on the royal authority, the power of appointment, his own force of character, and his intense interest in its workings, but also on the fact that he held the purse strings. He had insisted that the confiscations should inure to the crown, and he subsequently obtained the pecuniary penances. The Inquisition had no endowment. One could easily have been provided out of the immense sums gathered from the victims during the early years of intense activity, but, although some slender provision of the kind was at times attempted, either the chronic demands of the royal treasury or a prudent desire to prevent the independence of the Inquisition rendered these investments fragmentary and wholly inadequate. Thus, the expenses of the tribunals and the salaries of the officials were in his hands. Nothing could be paid without his authorization, and the accounts of the receivers of confiscations, who acted as treasurers, were scrutinized with rigid care. He regulated the salary of every official, and his letter books are full of instructions as to their payment. Besides this, it was the Spanish custom to supplement inadequate wages with ayudas de costa, or gifts of greater or less amount, as the whim of the sovereign or the deserts of the individual might call for. In time, as we shall see, this became a regular annual payment, subject to certain conditions, but, under Ferdinand, it was still an uncertainty, dependent upon the royal favor, and the order of the king was requisite in each case, even including the Suprema and its officials. The crown thus held the Holy Office at its mercy, and the recipients of its bounty could not resent its control. Yet, in this perpetual activity of Ferdinand in the affairs of the Inquisition, it is to be observed that he confined himself to temporal matters, and abstained from interference with its spiritual jurisdiction. In his voluminous correspondence, extending with occasional breaks over many years, the exceptions to this only serve to prove the rule. I have met with but two, and these fully justified his interference. In 1508, the leading barons of Aragon complained that the inquisitors were persecuting the Moors, and were endeavoring to coerce them to baptism. As they had no jurisdiction over infidels, he rebuked them severely, telling them that conversion through conviction is alone pleasing to God, and that no one is to be baptized except on voluntary application. So, when some had been converted and had been abandoned by their wives and children, he ordered the inquisitors to permit the return of the latter, and not to coerce them to baptism. The other case was that of Pedro de Villasis, receiver of Seville, a man who possessed Ferdinand's fullest confidence. No name occurs more frequently in the correspondence, and he was entrusted with the management of an enormous and most complicated composition, in which the new Christians of Seville, Cordova, Leon, Granada, and Jaén agreed to pay 80,000 ducats as an assurance against confiscation. While deeply immersed in this, the Tribunal of Seville commenced to take testimony against him. On hearing of this, Ferdinand was astounded. He expressed indignation that such action should be taken without consulting him, and ordered all the original papers to be sent to him for consideration with the Suprema, pending which and future orders nothing further was to be done. This was an extreme case. There are others which prove how useless it was to rely upon the royal favor in hopes of interposition. Thus, Ferdinand's vice-chancellor for Aragon was Alonso de la Caballeria, a son of that Bernabos de la Caballeria, whose Cielo de Cristo contra los Judíos has been referred to above. The father's orthodox zeal did not preserve his children from the Inquisition, and their names and those of their kindred frequently occur in the records. Alonso had already passed through its hands without losing his position. In December 1502, his brother Jaime was arrested by the Tribunal of Saragossa, and Alonso ventured to ask Ferdinand's intervention in his favor, and also for himself in case he should be involved and be subjected to another trial. Ferdinand replied, December 23rd, expressing regret and the hope that all would turn out as he desired. If Alonso's case comes up again, he shall be tried by Deza himself, who can be relied upon to do exact justice. A second application from Alonso brought a reply, January 3rd, 1503, reiterating these assurances and promising a speedy trial for his brother, about whom he writes to the inquisitors. In effect, a letter to them of the same day alludes, among other matters, to Jaime's case, with the customary injunctions to conduct it justly so as not to injure the Inquisition, and assuring them that if they do so, they shall not be interfered with. How little the appeal to Ferdinand benefited the accused is seen in the result that Jaime was penanced in an auto de fe of March 25th, 1504. In one respect, Ferdinand showed favoritism, but he did so in a manner proving that he recognized that the royal power could not of itself interfere with the exercise of inquisitorial jurisdiction. Notwithstanding his settled aversion to papal intervention, he procured a series of curious briefs to spare those whom he favored from the disgrace of public reconciliation and penance, and their descendants from disabilities. So many of his trusted officials were of Jewish lineage that he might well seek to shield them and to retain their services. Thus, in briefs of February 11th, 1484, and January 30th, 1485, Innocent VIII recites that he is informed that some of those involved in this heresy would gladly return to the faith and abjure if they could be secretly reconciled, wherefore he confers on the inquisitors faculties. in conjunction with episcopal representatives, to receive secretly, in the presence of Ferdinand and Isabella, 50 persons of this kind to abjuration and reconciliation. A subsequent brief of May 31st, 1486, recites that he learns that the sovereigns cannot always be present on these occasions, wherefore he grants for 50 more similar power to be exercised in their absence, but with their consent. Then, July 5th, 1486, the same is granted for 50 more, even if testimony has been taken against them, with the addition of the removal of disabilities and the stain of infamy in favor of their children, and moreover it authorizes the secret exhumation and burning of 50 bodies, doubtless the parents of those thus favored. These transactions continued, for there are similar letters of November the 10th, 1487, and October 14th, 1489, each for 50 persons and 50 bodies, to be nominated by the king and queen, and possibly there were subsequent ones that have not reached us. It was doubtless under letters of this kind that, on January 10th, 1485, Eleonor and Isabella Badorch were secretly reconciled in the royal palace of Barcelona. These apparently trivial details are of interest, as revealing the basis on which the Inquisition was established and from which it developed. They also throw light on the character of Ferdinand, whose restless and incessant activity made itself felt in every department of the government, enabling his resolute will to break down the forces of feudalism and lay the foundation of absolute monarchy for his successors. It would be doing him an injustice, however, to dismiss the subject without alluding to his anxiety that the Inquisition should be kept strictly within the lines of absolute justice according to the standard of the period. Trained in the accepted doctrine of the Church that heresy was the greatest of crimes, that the heretic had no right, and that it was a service to God to torture him to death, he was pitiless, and he stimulated the inquisitors to incessant vigilance. He was no less eager in gathering in every shred of spoil which he could lawfully claim from his confiscation of the victims. But, in the distorted ethics of the time, this comported with the strictest equity, for it was obedience to the canon law which was the expression of the law of God. There can have been no hypocrisy in his constant instructions to inquisitors and receivers of confiscations to perform their functions with rectitude and moderation, so that no one should have cause to complain. This was his general formula to new appointees, and is borne out by his instructions in the innumerable special cases where appeal was made to him against real or fancied injustice. His abstinence from intrusion into matters of faith limited such appeals to financial questions, but these, under the cruel canonical regulations as to confiscations, were often highly complicated and involved the rights of innocent third parties. His decisions in such cases are often adverse to himself, and reveal an innate sense of justice wholly unexpected in a monarch who ranked next to Caesar Borgia in the estimation of Machiavelli. An instance or two, taken at random out of many, will illustrate this phase of his character. July 11th, 1486, he writes to his receiver at Saragossa, quote, 15 years ago, Jaime de Santagel, recently burnt, possessed a piece of land in Saragossa and did not pay the ground rent on it to Garcia Martinez. By the fuero of Aragon, when such rent is unpaid for 4 years, the land is forfeited. You are said to hold the land as part of the confiscated estate of Santagel, and for the above reason it is said to belong to Martinez. You are therefore ordered to see what is justice, and to do it to Martinez without delay. And if you have sold the land, the matter must be put into shape that Martinez may obtain what is due. Close quote. In a similar spirit, when Gaspar Roig of Cagliari deemed himself aggrieved in a transaction arising out of a composition for confiscation, Ferdinand writes to the Inquisitor of Sardinia, March 11, 1498, quote, As it is our will that no one shall suffer injustice, we refer the case to you, charging you at once to hear the parties and to do what is just, so that the said Gaspar Roig shall suffer no wrong. You will see that the said Gaspar Roig shall not again have to appeal to us for default of justice." Close quote. End of Book 2, Chapter 1, Part 1. Book 2, Chapter 1, Part 2 of History of the Inquisition of Spain, Volume 1. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. History of the Inquisition of Spain, Volume 1, by Henry Charles Lea. Book 2, Chapter 1, Relations with the Crown. Part 2. It was inevitable that, when this powerful personality was withdrawn, the royal control over the Inquisition would diminish, especially in view of the inability of Queen Juana to govern and the absence of the youthful Charles V. The government of Spain practically devolved upon Ximenes, who was Inquisitor General of Castile, while his coadjutor Adrian speedily obtained the same post in Aragon. After the arrival of Charles and the death of Ximenes, Adrian became chief of the reunited Inquisition, and his influence over Charles in all matters connected with it was unbounded. The circumstances, therefore, were peculiarly propitious for the development of its practical independence, although, theoretically, the supremacy of the crown remained unaltered. Thus, the Suprema, of which we hear little under Ferdinand, at once assumed his place in regulating all details. The appointing power, even of receivers, who were secular officials, accountable only to the royal treasury, passed into its hands. Thus, a letter of Ximenes, March 11, 1517, to a receiver of Toledo, states that there are large amounts of uncollected confiscations, wherefore he is directed to select a proper person for an assistant, and send him to the Suprema to decide as to his fitness, so that Ximenes may appoint him with its approval. Still, the nominating power remained technically with the crown, and when Charles arrived, he was assumed to exercise it as Ferdinand had done, however little real volition he may have displayed. In a letter of December 11, 1518, concerning the appointment of Andres Sanchez de Torquemada as Inquisitor of Seville, Charles is made to say that, being satisfied of Torquemada's capacity, he had charged him to accept the office, and that with his assent Adrian had appointed him. In another case, where an abbot to whom Adrian had offered the inquisitorship of Toledo had declined the office, Charles writes, September 14, 1519, charging him to accept it. That Adrian could not act alone was recognized, for after Charles left Spain in May 1520, questions arose on the subject, and by letters patent of September 12, he formally empowered Adrian during his absence to appoint all inquisitors and other officials. Whether formal delegations of the appointing power were subsequently made does not appear, but practically it continued with the Inquisitor General, subject to an uncertain cooperation of the Suprema, whose members countersigned the commissions, while, with the subordinate positions in the tribunals, the inquisitors were sometimes consulted, their recommendations received attention, and their remonstrances were heard. The various factors are illustrated in a letter of the Suprema, August 24, 1544, to the inquisitors of Saragossa, who had furnished a statement of the qualifications of various aspirants for the vacant post of Notario del Juzgado. In reply, the Suprema states that its secretary, Jerónimo Zurita, had recommended Martín Morales. It had advised with the Inquisitor General who had appointed him, but it will bear in mind Bartolome Malo, and we will give him something else. As far as I am aware, Philip II never interfered with this exercise of the appointing power. That he threw the whole responsibility on the Inquisitor General and disclaimed any concurrence for himself is apparent in a series of instructions, May 8, 1595, to the new Inquisitor General, Jeronimo Manrique. He orders him to observe the utmost care to select fit persons for all positions without favoritism, and, although it is his duty to appoint inquisitors and fiscals, he should communicate his selections in advance to the Suprema, as his predecessors had always done, because some of the members may be acquainted with the parties and prevent errors from being made. That a supervisory power, however, was still recognized in the crown is seen in a consulta of June 21, 1600, presented to Philip III by Inquisitor General Guevara, lamenting the unfitness of many of the inquisitors. With the habitual tenderness manifested to unworthy officials, he did not propose to dismiss them, but to make a general shifting by which the best men should be made the seniors of the tribunals. To this the king replied with a caution about discrediting the Inquisition, and a suggestion that the parties shifted should be made to ask for the change. He also called for their names and the reasons, because he ought to be informed about all the individuals. This indicated a desire to resume the close watchfulness of Ferdinand, which had long since been forgotten in the turmoil and absences of Charles V and the secluded labors of Philip II, over dispatches and consultas. A bureaucracy was establishing itself in which the various departments of the government were becoming more or less independent of the monarch, and Philip for the moment appeared disposed to reassert his authority, for in 1603 we are told that he made many appointments of inquisitors, fiscals, and even of minor officials. If so, he was too irresolute, feeble, and fitful to carry out a definite line of policy, for when, in 1608, he issued the customary instructions to a new inquisitor, Sandoval y Rojas, he merely repeated the injunctions of 1595, with the addition that transfers should also be communicated to the Suprema. Yet, in one case, he even exceeded Ferdinand by intervening in a case of faith. When he went to Toledo with his court to witness the auto de fe of May 10, 1615, he asked to see the sentence of Juan Cote, penanced for Lutheranism, and made some changes in the meritos, or recital of offenses, altered the imprisonment to perpetual and irremissible, and added 200 lashes. The tribunal consulted the Suprema, which approved the changes on the supposition that the Inquisitor General had participated in them, but the day after the auto, Cote was informed that the Suprema had mercifully remitted the scourging. Philip IV, in 1626, on the death of Inquisitor General Pacheco, asked the Suprema to suggest the instructions to be given to the new incumbent, and was advised to repeat those of 1608. He virtually admitted the power of appointment to be vested in that office when, in the same year, the Cortes of Barbastro petitioned that in Aragon all the officials of the tribunals should be Aragonese, and he replied that he would use his authority with the Inquisitor General that a certain portion of them should be so. Notwithstanding his habitual subservience to the Inquisition, however, he reasserted his prerogative in 1640 by appointing the Archdeacon of Vic as Inquisitor of Barcelona, and he followed this in 1641 and 1642 by several others, even descending to the secretaryship of Lima, which he gave to Domingo de Aroche. This brought on a struggle, ending in a compromise in which the Inquisitor General was sacrificed to the Suprema. Papal intervention was deemed to be necessary, and a brief was procured on March 1643, under which Philip, by decree of July 2nd, ordered that in future, in all vacancies of positions of inquisitor and fiscal, the Inquisitor General and Suprema should submit to him 3 names from which to make a selection. The Suprema, thus recognized, was satisfied, but Sotomayor, the Inquisitor General, was obstinate. In June, Philip had called for his resignation, which he offered after some hesitation, and expressed his feelings in a protest, presenting a sorry picture of the condition of the Holy Office. The present disorders, he said, had arisen from the multiplication of offices, whereby their character had depreciated, and as the revenues were insufficient for their support, they were led to improper devices. The Suprema had been powerless, for, on various occasions, the king had rewarded services in other fields by the gifts of these offices, when no consideration could be given to character, and he had also been forced to make appointments by commands as imperative as those of the king, an evident allusion to Olivares. Sotomayor's successor, Arce y Reynoso, conformed himself to these new rules, and, until his death in 1665, he submitted all appointments and transfers to the king. Philip survived him but 3 months, and under the regency which followed, and the reign of the imbecile Carlos II, the Inquisitor General resumed the power of appointment without consultation. So completely was the royal supervision forgotten that the instructions to Inquisitor General Rocaberti in 1695 repeat the old formula of 1608. In this, the injunction of consulting the Suprema was displeasing to the Holy See, after its intervention in the affair of Froilan Diaz, of which more hereafter, had caused it to take sides in a quarrel over the respective powers of the Inquisitor General and the Suprema. As the commission of the former was a papal grant, it held that no restriction could be placed on him, and when Vidal Marin was appointed, Clement XI sent to him, August 8, 1705, urgent instructions to uphold the dignity of his office, which had exclusive authority in the premises. The command was too agreeable not to be obeyed, and from this time the unrestricted power of appointment was in the hands of the Inquisitor General. About 1765, a writer tells us that all salaried offices were filled by him alone. If the king wished to gratify someone with a position, he would signify his desire to the Inquisitor General that such a person should be borne in mind at the first vacancy, and the royal wish was respected in the absence of special objection. If such there were, it was reported to the king and his decision was awaited. With the tendency to assert the prerogative under Carlos III, this was called in question in 1775, when the Royal Camara scrutinized the brief commissioning Felipe Bertran as Inquisitor General, but the protest was merely formal. The appointing power remained undisturbed. It survived the Revolution and continued until the Inquisition was suppressed. Of vastly greater importance was the power of selecting and virtually dismissing the Inquisitor General, and this the Crown never lost. In fact, this was essential to its dignity, if not to its safety. Had the appointment rested with the Pope, either the Inquisition would of necessity have been reduced to insignificance, or the kingdom would have become a dependency of the Curia. Had the Suprema possessed the power of presenting a nominee to the Pope, the Inquisition would have become an independent body, rivaling, and perhaps in time superseding the monarchy. Yet, after the death of Ferdinand, Cardinal Adrian, when elected to the papacy, seemed to imagine that Ferdinand's privilege of nomination had been merely personal, and that it had reverted to him. February 19, 1522, he wrote to Charles that a successor must be provided. After much thought, he had pitched on the Dominican general, but had not determined to make the appointment without first learning Charles's wishes. If the Dominican was not satisfactory, Charles would name someone else, for which purpose he suggested 3 other prelates. Charles replied from Brussels, March 29th, assuming the appointment to be in his hands, but ordered his representative Lachau to confer with Adrian. He was in no haste to reach a decision, and it was not until July 13th, 1523, that he instructed his ambassador, the Duke of Sesa, to ask for commission for Alfonso Manrique, Bishop of Cordova, on whom he had conferred the post of Inquisitor General and the Archbishopric of Seville. The records afford no indication of any question subsequently arising as to the power of the Crown to select the Inquisitor General. It was never, however, officially recognized by the popes, whose commissions to the successive nominees bore the form of motu proprio, the spontaneous act of the Holy See, by which, without reference to any request from the sovereign, the recipient was created Inquisitor General of the Spanish dominions, and was invested with all the faculties and powers requisite for the functions of his office. No objection seems to have been taken to this until Carlos III exercised a jealous care over the assertion and maintenance of the regalias against the assumptions of the curia. The first appointment he had occasion to make was that of Felipe Bertran, Bishop of Salamanca, after the death of Inquisitor General Bonifaz. December 27, 1774, was dispatched the application to the papacy for the commission, carefully framed to avoid attributing to the latter any share in the selection or appointment, and merely asking for a delegation of faculties, accompanied with instructions to the ambassador Floridablanca to procure for Bertran a dispensation from residence at his see during his term of office. Clement XIV had died, September 22, 1774, and the intrigues arising from the suppression of the Jesuits delayed the election of Pius VI until February 15, 1775. But on February 27th, the commission and dispensation were signed. March 25th, Carlos sent the commission to the Royal Camara for examination before its delivery to Bertran, and the Camara reported, April 24th, that its fiscal pronounced it similar to that granted to Bonifaz in 1755, but that it did not express as it should the royal nomination and had the form of a motu proprio. He also objected to its granting the power of appointment, and further that some of the faculties included infringed on the royal and episcopal jurisdictions, while the clauses on censorship conflicted with the royal decrees. Under these reserves, the brief was ordered to be delivered to Bertran. Whether or not a protest was made to the curia does not appear, but if it was ineffective, for the same formula was used in the commission issued to Inquisitor General Agustin Rubin de Ceballos, February 17, 1784. It may be assumed as a matter of course that the king had no power to dismiss an Inquisitor General who held his commission at the pleasure of the Pope, but the sovereign had usually abundant means of enforcing a resignation. Whether that of Alfonso Suarez de Fuentealsaz in 1504 was voluntary or coerced is not known, but the case of Cardinal Manrique, the successor of Adrian, shows that if an Inquisitor General was not forced to resign, he could be virtually shelved. Manrique, as Bishop of Badajoz, after Isabella's death, had so actively supported the claims of Philip I that Ferdinand ordered his arrest. He fled to Flanders, where he entered Charles's service and returned with him to Spain, obtaining the see of Cordova and ultimately the Archbishopric of Seville. Perhaps he incurred the ill will of the Empress Isabella soon after his appointment, for we find him complaining, January 23, 1524, to Charles, that when in Valencia he had ordered the disarmament of the familiars and the arrest of Meiser Artes, a salaried official of the Inquisition, violations of its privileges for which he asked a remedy. In 1529 he gave more serious cause of offense. When Charles sailed, July 28th, to Italy for his coronation, he placed under charge of the Empress Doña Luisa de Acuña, heiress of the Count of Valencia, until her marriage could be determined. There were 3 suitors: Manrique's cousin, the Count of Trevino, heir apparent of the Duke of Najera, the Marquis of Astorga, and the Marquis of Mayorga. The Empress placed her ward in the convent of San Domingo el Real of Toledo, where Manrique abused his authority by introducing his cousin. An altar had been prepared in advance, and the marriage was celebrated on the spot. The Empress, justly incensed, ordered him from the court to his see until the Emperor could return, and turned a deaf ear to the representations by the Suprema, December 12th, of the interference with the holy work of the Inquisition and the discredit cast upon it. It was probably to this that may be referred the delay in his elevation to the cardinalate, announced March 22, 1531, after being kept in petto since December 19, 1529. On Charles's return in 1533, he was allowed to take his place again, but he fell into disgrace once more in 1534, when he was sent back to his see, where he died at an advanced age in 1538. Still, this was not equivalent to dismissal. He continued to exercise his functions, and his signature was appended to documents of the Inquisition at least until 1537. Yet while thus dealing with the Inquisitor General, the crown could exercise no control over the tribunals. The Empress was interested in the case of Fray Francisco Ortiz, arrested April 6, 1529, by the Tribunal of Toledo, and she twice requested the expediting of his trial, for which, October 27, 1530, she alleged reasons of state, but the tribunal was deaf to her wishes as well as to those of Clement VII, who interposed July 1, 1531, and the sentence was not rendered until April 17, 1532. There was no occasion for royal interference with Inquisitors General Tavera, Loisa, or Valdez. If the latter was forced to resign in 1566, it was not by order of Philip II, but of Pius V for his part, as we shall see hereafter, in the persecution of Carranza, Archbishop of Toledo. So if Espinosa in 1572 died in consequence of a reproof from Philip II, it was not for official misconduct, and merely shows the depth of servility attainable by the courtiers of the period. The reign of the feeble Philip III, however, afforded several instances that the royal will sufficed to create vacancy. He had scarce mounted on the throne as a youth of 20 on the death of Philip II, September 13, 1598, before he sought to get rid of Inquisitor General Portocarrero, who had, it is said, spoken lightly of him, or had incurred the ill will of the favorite, the Duke of Lerma. To effect this, a bull was procured from Clement VIII, requiring episcopal residence. Portocarrero was Bishop of Cuenca, a see reputed to be worth 50,000 ducats a year, but he preferred to abandon this and make fruitless efforts at Rome to be permitted to do so. He left Madrid in September 1599, for Cuenca had died of grief within a 12-month, refusing to make a will because, as he said, he had nothing to leave but debts that would take 2 years' revenue of his see to pay. His successor, Cardinal Fernando Niño de Guevara, fared no better. He was in Rome at the time of his appointment, but did not take possession of his office until December 23, 1599. But already, in May 1600, there were rumors that he was to be superseded by Sandoval y Rojas, Archbishop of Toledo. Yet, in 1601, he was made Archbishop of Seville, and he sought to purchase Philip's favor by a gift of 40,000 ducats and nearly all his plate. This was unavailing, and in January 1602 he was ordered to reside in his see, when he dutifully handed in his resignation. Juan de Zuniga, who succeeded, had a clause in his commission permitting him to resign the administration of his see in the hands of the Pope, but the precaution was superfluous, for he died December 20th, 1602, after only 6 weeks' enjoyment of the office, for which he had sacrificed 30,000 ducats a year from his see. He was old and feeble, and his death was attributed to his coming in winter from a warm climate to the rigors of Valladolid, then the residence of the court. The question of non-residence was happily solved, for a time at least, by selecting as the next incumbent Juan Bautista de Azevedo, Bishop of Valladolid, the seat of the court. He was a person of so little consequence that the appointment aroused general surprise until it was recalled that he had been a secretary of Lerma. When the court removed to Madrid in 1606, he was obliged to choose between the two dignities, and his resignation of the bishopric was facilitated by granting him a pension of 12,000 ducats on the treasury of the Indies, besides which, as Patriarch of the Indies, he had a salary of 8,000. His death soon followed, in 1608, when Sandoval y Rojas, the uncle of Lerma, obtained the position without sacrificing his primatial see of Toledo, a dispensation for non-residence being doubtless easily obtained by such a personage. Sandoval was succeeded in 1619 by Fray Luis de Aliaga, a Dominican who had been Lerma's confessor. In 1608, Lerma transferred him to the king, over whom his influence steadily increased. Although his doubtful reputation is inferable from the popular attribution to him of the spurious continuation of Don Quixote, published in 1614 under the name of Avellaneda, a work of which the buffoonery and indecency are most unclerical. Though he owed his fortune to Lerma, he joined in 1618 in causing his patron's downfall in favor of Lerma's nephew, the Duke of Uceda, and during the rest of Philip's reign, Uceda and Aliaga virtually ruled and misgoverned the land, filling the offices with their creatures, selling justice, and intensifying the financial disorders which were bringing Spain to its ruin. When Philip IV succeeded to the throne, March 31st, 1621, under tutelage to his favorite Olivares, their first business was to dismiss all who had been in power under the late king. The secular officials were easily disposed of, but the papal commission of the Inquisitor General rendered him independent of the king. He did not manifest the accommodating disposition of the Portocarrero and Gavera, and, as he was not bishop, he could not be ordered to his see. It illustrates the anomalous position of the Inquisition as part of an absolute government, that for some weeks the question of his removal was the subject of repeated juntas and consultations, but finally, April 23rd, Philip wrote ordering him to leave the court within 24 hours for the Dominican convent of Huete, where his superior would give him further instructions. He obeyed, but he refused the bishopric of Zamora and the countenance of his ecclesiastical revenues as the price of his resignation. The only method left was to obtain from Gregory XV the withdrawal of his delegated powers by representing his unworthiness, his guilty complicity with Uceda and Osuna, and Philip III's reproach to him on his deathbed for misguiding his soul to perdition. Gregory listened favorably, and Aliaga seems to have recognized the untenableness of his position and to have resigned, although no evidence of it exists. All we know is that André Pacheco, Bishop of Cuenca, was appointed as his successor in February 1622 and took possession of the office in April. Even after this, Aliaga was an object of apprehension. In June 1623 he came to Hortaleza, which was within a league or two of Madrid. Immediately the court was in a flutter. The king had earnest consultations. His propinquity was regarded as dangerous, and he could not be allowed to return, as he had asked, to his native Aragon, which was in a chronically inflammable condition, while in Valencia his brother was archbishop. Nor could he be allowed to leave the kingdom, possessing as he did so intimate a knowledge of state secrets. There were messages and active correspondence, and finally he was allowed to settle in Guadalajara with ample means, where his remaining 3 years of life passed in obscurity. Llorente tells us that proceedings were commenced against him for propositions savoring of Lutheranism and materialism, which were discontinued after his death, a device doubtless adopted to keep him in retirement. End of Book 2, Chapter 1, Part 2. Book 2, Chapter 1, Part 3 of History of the Inquisition of Spain, Volume 1. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. History of the Inquisition of Spain, Volume 1, by Henry Charles Lea. Book 2, Chapter 1, Relations with the Crown. Part 3. Andres Pacheco, who succeeded him in 1622, prudently resigned his see of Cuenca and, in spite of his audacious enforcement of inquisitorial claims, was allowed to hold the office until his death, April 7, 1626. There was no haste in filling the vacancy, for it was not until August 6th that Olivares replied to the king's order to report in writing the best persons to fill the office. He named 4, covertly indicating his preference for Cardinal Zapeta, who had resigned the Archbishopric of Burgos in 1605, and at the time was governor of that of Toledo. Philip followed the suggestion by an endorsement on the paper, which was a singularly informal appointment, remarking at the same time that the choice should not be made public until his successor at Toledo was selected. His resignation of the office in 1632 is commonly attributed to a request from the king, but this is by no means certain. He was more than 80 years of age, and for some time had been talking of resigning. Already in 1630, the Suprema alludes to the consulta to the publicity of his intention of relieving himself of the charge. Possibly at the end some gentle pressure may have been used, but when, September 6, 1632, the commission of his successor arrived, his parting with the king was in terms of mutual respect and good feeling. His retirement was softened by continuing to him his full salary and perquisites, amounting to 3,620 ducats, which, as the Suprema never had enough revenue for its desires, was not cordially welcomed. His successor, the Dominican Fray Antonio de Sotomayor, was Archbishop of Damascus in partibus, and confessor of the king. He was already in his 77th year, and when he had held his office for 11 years, his infirmities and incapacity became more evident to others than to himself. Early in 1643, the fall of Olivares deprived him of support. His opposition to the king in the matter of appointments still further weakened his position, and in June he was requested to resign in view of his advanced age and to preserve his health. He was much disturbed and consulted friends, who advised him to obey, but he still held on, saying that they might await his death. Greater pressure was applied, to which he yielded. June 20th, he made a formal notarial attestation of his desire to be relieved on account of his great age, and the next day he sent an ungracious resignation, followed, on the 24th, by one addressed to the Pope. His successor, Diego de Arce y Reynoso, Bishop of Plasencia, was already on the spot, exercising some of the functions, but Urban VIII hesitated to confirm the change and required explanations. It was not until September 18th that the commission of Arce y Reynoso, was expedited, and it only reached Madrid November 7th. Sotomayor was jubilated with half his salary of 9,000 ducats, which he enjoyed for 5 years longer. Arce y Reynoso, as we shall see, when embroiled with Rome in the prosecution of Villanueva, Marquis of Villalva, was obliged to resign his see of Plasencia, December 2nd, 1652, in order to retain his inquisitor generalship. He continued in office until his death, June 20th, 1665, followed by that of Philip, September 16th. During this interval, Philip gave the appointment to Pascual of Aragon, son of the Duke of Cardona, and serving at the time as Viceroy of Naples. He promptly sailed for Spain, and, though he is said to have resigned without acting, there are documents of October and November 1665, which show that he performed the functions of the office. He obtained the See of Toledo, March 7, 1666, and desired to retain the inquisitor generalship, but the Queen Regent, Maria Anna of Austria, compelled him to resign in order to fill the place with her confessor and favorite, the German Jesuit Johann Eberhard Neidhardt. Neidhardt, in 1668, boasted that he had had charge of the Queen's conscience for 24 years, during which she had kept him constantly with her. He had thus molded her character from youth, and, as she was weak and obstinate, he had rendered himself indispensable. Her selection of him as Inquisitor General provoked lively opposition, which even reverence for royalty could not repress. Protests were presented, leading to prolonged and heated discussion, but resistance was in vain. He was appointed October 15, 1666, and speedily became the ruler of the kingdom which he misgoverned. The general dissatisfaction thus aroused was stimulated by the jealousy of the frailes, who had been accustomed to see Dominicans as royal confessors, and whose hatred of the Company of Jesus was exacerbated by his combination of that position with the inquisitor generalship. He was accused of filling the holy office with Jesuit calificadores, under whose advice he managed it, and with accumulating for himself pensions amounting to 60,000 ducats a year. Spain at the time had a pinchbeck hero in the person of the second Don Juan of Austria, son of Philip IV, by a woman known as La Calderona. He stood high in popular esteem, for he had the reputation of suppressing the Neapolitan revolt of 1648, and of ending the Catalan rebellion by the capture of Barcelona in 1652. Between him and Neidhardt there inevitably arose hostility which ripened into the bitterest hatred. To get him out of the country, he was given command of an expedition about to sail for Flanders. He went to Coruña, but refused to sail. He was ordered to retire to Consuegra, whither a troop of horse was sent to arrest him, but he had fled to Catalonia, leaving a letter addressed to the Queen, in which he said that the execrable wickedness of Neidhardt had forced him to provide for his safety. His refusal to sail had been caused by his desire to remove from her side that wild beast, so unworthy of his sacred office. He did not propose to kill him, for he did not wish to plunge into perdition a soul in such evil state, but he would devote himself to relieving the kingdom of this basilisk, confident that the Queen would recognize the service thus rendered to the king. This letter, and a similar one of November the 13th, were widely circulated and inflamed the popular detestation of Neidhardt. Don Juan stood forward as the champion of the people against the hated foreigner, and continued to issue inflammatory addresses. Letters came pouring into the court, from the cities represented in the Cortes, praying the Queen to accede to his demands, but, though her counsellors wavered, she stood firm. December 3rd, she wrote to him to return to Consuegra, or to come near to Madrid, where negotiations could be carried on. While taking advantage of this, he avoided the trap by writing that, as his life was endangered, her envoy, the Duke of Osuna, had furnished him with a guard of 3 companies of horse, about 250 men in all. With this escort, he started from Barcelona by way of Saragossa. It was in vain that orders were sent from the court to insult him on the road. Everywhere his journey was like a royal progress. Nobles and people gathered to applaud him, and, in Saragossa, even the Tribunal of the Inquisition bore a part, while the students carried around the effigy of a Jesuit and burnt it before the Jesuit house, forcing the rector to witness it from the window. As he drew near to Madrid with his handful of men, Neidhart called on the nobles of his party to assemble with their armed retainers, but the Council of Regency prohibited this. Don Juan was in no haste. On February 9th he reached Junquera, some 10 leagues from Madrid, and, on the 22nd, he was at Torrejon de Ardoz, about 5 leagues distant. Imminent danger was felt that if he advanced, the populace would rise and murder the ministers to whom they attributed their sufferings, and all idea of resistance was abandoned. Neidhart induced the papal nuncio to see Don Juan, February 24th, and ask further time for negotiation, but at 9 p.m. the nuncio returned with word that Neidhart must leave Spain at once. The royal council sat until 10 p.m. and reached the same conclusion. The next day the city was in an uproar. People carried their valuables to the convents for safekeeping, and a mob assembled around the palace, where the Junto de Gobierno drew up a decree that Neidhart must depart within 3 hours. It bore that he had supplicated permission to leave, and in granting it the Queen, to express her satisfaction with his services, appointed him ambassador to Germany or to Rome as he might elect, with retention of all his offices and salaries. The Queen signed this, and the Archbishop of Toledo and the Count of Peñaranda were deputed to carry it to Neidhart, who received it without a trace of emotion and placed himself at their disposal. It was arranged that they should call for him at 6 p.m. The Archbishop and the Duke of Maqueda came with 2 coaches, and Neidhart entered, carrying with him nothing but his breviary. Thrice in the streets the howling mob threatened an attack, but were deterred by the sight of a cross with which the Archbishop had prudently provided himself. They drove him to Fuencarral, about 2 leagues from the city, and left him at the house of the cura. The next day he went to San Agustin, about 10 leagues distant, where he lingered for a while in the vain hope of recall. Don Juan fell back to Guadalajara, where terms were agreed upon, the principal articles being that Neidhart should immediately resign all his offices and never return to Spain, and that Diego de Valladares, Don Juan's special enemy, should have nothing to do in any matter affecting him. Neidhart accordingly went to Rome, but he had no commission to show and no instructions. He reported this to the Council of State, which told him to urge the definition by the Holy See of the Immaculate Conception. The Queen endeavored by a subterfuge to obtain for him a cardinal's hat, which had been promised to Spain, but failed. He still hoped for a return to his honors, stimulated by the correspondence of his confidential agent, the Jesuit Salinas, but a letter warning him not to resign the Inquisitor Generalship, for things were tending towards his return, with a lodging in the Queen's palace, chanced to fall into the hands of the nuncio, who placed it where it would do the most good. The result was a peremptory order for him to resign in favor of Valladares, who had been nominated as his successor. When this was handed to him by San Ramon, the Spanish ambassador, he is said to have fainted and not to have recovered his senses for an hour. The coveted cardinal's hat was bestowed on Portocarrero, Dean of Toledo, and when the news of this reached the queen, it threw her into a tertian fever. The Jesuit General Oliva, seeing Neidhart thus stripped of his offices and offended at his arrogance, ordered him to leave Rome, and he retired to a convent, but he was amply provided with funds, and for some years at least he was carried on the books of the Suprema, and received his salary regularly. Moreover, in 1672, the Queen procured from Clement X what Clement IX had persistently refused, and Neidhart was created Archbishop of Edessa and Cardinal. Valladares had received his appointment September 15, 1669. It was not until 1677 that he resigned his see of Plasencia, and he held the Inquisitor Generalship until his death, January 29, 1695. He was succeeded by Juan Tomás de Rocaberti, Archbishop of Valencia, for whom Innocent XII, at the request of Carlos II, granted a dispensation from residence, conditioned on his making proper provision for the spiritual and temporal care of his see. He died June 13, 1699, and his successor, Alfonso Fernández de Aguilar, Cardinal of Cordova, followed him September 19th, the very day that his commission arrived, after a brief illness and not without grave suspicions of poison. The choice then fell on Balthasar de Mendoza y Sandoval, Bishop of Segovia, who became involved, as we shall see, in a deadly quarrel with his colleagues of the Suprema over the case of Fray Froilán Díaz. In the confusion of the concluding months of the disastrous reign of Carlos II, who died November 1, 1700, Mendoza made the mistake of embracing the Austrian side. His arbitrary action, in the case of Froilán Díaz, served as a sufficient excuse for his removal, and Philip V, apparently in 1703, ordered him to return to his see. He is generally said to have resigned in 1705, but in the Papal Commission, March 24, 1705, for his successor Vidal Marin, Clement XI states that he has seen fit to relieve Mendoza of the office because his presence is necessary at Segovia. Vidal Marin served till his death in 1709, and so did his successor, Riva Herrera, Archbishop of Saragossa, who, however, enjoyed his dignity for little more than a year. Philip V had brought to Spain the Gallicanism and the principles of high royal prerogative, which were incompatible with the pretensions of the Curia and the quasi-independence of the Inquisition. With the Bourbons, there opens a new era in the relations between the Crown and the Holy Office. In 1711, he selected as Inquisitor General Cardinal Giudice, Archbishop of Monreale in Sicily, a Neapolitan of much ambition and little scruple. The recognition of the Archduke Charles as King of Spain by Clement XI in 1709 had caused relations to be broken off between Madrid and Rome. Philip dismissed the nuncio, closed the tribunal of the nunciatura, and forbade the transmission of money to Rome. There was talk in the Curia of reviving the medieval methods of reducing disobedient monarchs to submission, and Philip, to prepare for the struggle, ordered, December 12, 1713, the Council of Castile to draw up a statement of the regalias, which would justify resistance to the demands of the Curia and to the jurisdiction exercised by nuncios. It was a quarrel which had been in progress for a century and a half, now breaking out fiercely and then smothered, but none the less bitter. The council entrusted the task to its fiscal, Melchor Rafael de Macanas, a hard-headed lawyer, fully imbued with convictions of royal prerogative, whose report was, in general and in detail, thoroughly subversive of ultramontanism and consequently most distasteful to the Curia. When it was presented to the council, December 19th, Don Luis Curiel and some others prevented a vote and asked for copies that they might consider the matter maturely. Copies were given to each member. Consideration was postponed, and on February 14th, 1714, Molines, the ambassador at Rome, reported that copies had been sent there by Curiel, Giudice, and Belluga, Bishop of Murcia. Although it was a secret state paper, the Curia issued a decree condemning it and, coupled with it, an old work, Barclay's reply to Bellarmine, and a French defense of the royal prerogative by Le Vaillard, attributed to President Denis Talon. Such a decree could not be published in Spain without previous submission to the royal council, but Giudice was relied upon to evade this. He was nothing loath, for he had an old quarrel with Macanaz, who had prevented his obtaining the archbishopric of Toledo, his enmity being so marked that at one time Philip, to separate them, had sent Macanaz to France with the title of ambassador extraordinary, but without functions. At the moment, Giudice was ambassador to France, and the decree was sent to him. He declined to act unless assured of the protection of the courts of Rome and Vienna, and, on receiving pledges of this, he signed it, July 30th, as Inquisitor General, and sent it to the Suprema for publication. 4 of the members promptly signed it, and had it published at High Mass in the churches on August 15th. This created an immense sensation, and exaggerated accounts were circulated of the errors and heresies contained in the unknown legal argument which Macanaz had prepared in the strict line of his duty. When Philip was informed the next day of this audacious proceeding, he called into consultation his confessor Robinet and 3 other theologians, who submitted on the 17th an opinion in writing that the Suprema should be required to suspend the edict, and that Giudice should be dismissed and banished. The Suprema obeyed, excusing itself on the pretext that it had supposed, as a matter of course, that Giudice had submitted the edict to the king. He was not satisfied with this, and dismissed 3 of them, but they refused to surrender their places. Then he summoned a meeting of the Council of Castile, pointing out that, if such things were permitted, the kingdom would be reduced to vassalage under the Dataria and other tribunals of the Curia. The council was not to separate until every member had recorded his opinion as to the measures to be taken. 7 of them voted for dismissing and banishing Giudice, while 4 showed themselves favorable to the Inquisition. Meanwhile, on the 17th, Philip had dispatched a courier to Paris summoning Giudice to return and informing Louis XIV of the affair. The latter, recognizing that the decree was an assault on the French as well as the Spanish regalias, refused to Giudice a farewell audience, and sent his confessor, Le Tellier, to tell him that, were he not certain that Philip would punish him, he would do so himself. When Giudice reached Bayonne, he was met by an order not to enter Spain until the edict should be revoked. He replied submissively, enclosing his resignation, whereupon Philip commanded him to return to his archbishopric, a command which he did not obey. Felipe Antonio Gil de Taboada was appointed Inquisitor General, and, on February 28, 1715, his commission was dispatched from Rome. Probably the Suprema interposed difficulties, for he never served. He obtained the post of governor of the Council of Castile, to be rewarded subsequently with the archbishopric of Seville. Meanwhile, there was a court revolution. Maria Luisa of Savoy, Philip's wife, died February 11, 1714. The Princess des Ursins, who had accompanied her to Spain and had become the most considerable personage in the kingdom, desired to find a new bride whom she could control. Giulio Alberoni, an adroit Italian adventurer, was then serving as the envoy of the Duke of Parma, and persuaded her that Elizabeth Farnese, the daughter of his patron, would be subservient to her, and the match was arranged. December 11th, 1714, Elizabeth reached Pampeluna, and found Alberoni there ready to instruct her as to her course, and his teaching bore speedy fruit. De Ursins had also hastened to meet the new queen, and was at Idiagues, not far distant, where she received from the imperious young woman an order to quit Spain. Alberoni, who was in league with Giudice, and hated Macanaz, painted him to Elizabeth in the darkest colours, and his ruin was resolved upon. He had been pursuing his duty as Fiscal General of the Council of Castile. In July 1714, he had occasion to make another report on the notorious evils of the religious orders, pointing out the necessity of their reform, and asserting that the Pope is not the master of ecclesiastical property and spiritual profits. Some months later, he was called upon to draw up a complete reform of the Inquisition, suggested, doubtless, by the pending conflict, for which an occasion was found in an insolent invasion of the royal rights by the Tribunal of Lima. The Council of Indies complained that the latter had removed from the administration of certain properties indebted to the royal treasury the person appointed by the Chamber of Accounts, on the plea that the owner was also a debtor to the Inquisition. Philip V thereupon ordered Macanaz, in conjunction with D. Martin de Mirival, fiscal of the Council of Indies, to make a report covering all the points on which the Holy Office should be reformed. The two fiscals presented their report November 14th, 1714, exhaustively reviewing the invasions of the royal jurisdiction which, as we shall see hereafter, were constant and audacious, and their recommendations were framed with a view of rendering the Inquisition an instrument for executing the royal will to the subversion of the jealously guarded principle that laymen should be wholly excluded from spiritual jurisdiction. In the reaction wrought by Elizabeth and Alberoni, Macanaz was necessarily sacrificed. Philip, notoriously uxorious, speedily fell under the domination of his strong-minded bride, and Alberoni became the all-powerful minister. Giudice, who had been loitering on the borders, was recalled, and on March 28, 1715, Philip abased himself by signing a most humiliating paper, evidently drawn up by Giudice, reinstating the latter, and apologizing for his acts on the ground of having been misled by evil counsel. Alberoni and Giudice, however, were too ambitious and too unprincipled to remain friends. Their intrigues clashed in Rome, the one to obtain a cardinal's hat, the other to advance his nephew. Alberoni had the ear of the queen, and speedily undermined his rival. Giudice was also tutor of the young Prince Luis. On July 15, 1716, he was deprived of the post, and ordered to leave the palace, and on the 25th he was forbidden to enter it. He fell into complete disfavor, and shortly left Spain for Rome, where he placed the imperial arms over his door. His resignation must have followed speedily, for, on January 23, 1717, the Tribunal of Barcelona acknowledges receipt of an announcement from the Suprema that the Pope has at last acceded to the reiterated requests of Cardinal Giudice to be allowed to resign, and has appointed in his place D. Joseph de Molines, as published in a royal decree of January 9th. Alberoni obtained the coveted cardinalate, but his triumph was transient. He replaced the king's confessor, Father Robinet, with another Jesuit, Father du Benton, who soon intrigued against him so successfully and so secretly that the first intimation of his fall was a royal order, December 5, 1719, to leave Madrid within 8 days and Spain in 3 weeks. He vainly sought an audience of Philip and was forced to obey. End of Book 2, Chapter 1, Part 3. Book 2, Chapter 1, Part 4 of History of the Inquisition of Spain, Volume 1. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information, or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. History of the Inquisition of Spain, Volume 1, by Henry Charles Lea. Book 2, Chapter 1, Relations with the Crown. Part 4. Although the episode of Giudice is thus closed, the fate of Macanaz is too illustrative of inquisitorial methods and of royal weakness to be passed over without brief mention. He had incurred the undying hatred of the Inquisition simply in discharge of his duty as an adviser of the crown, with perhaps an excess of zeal for his master and an intemperate patriotism that strove to restore its lost glories to Spain. It was impossible to continue him in his high function while recalling Giudice, and, as a decent cover for banishment, he was allowed, in March 1715, to seek the waters of Bagneres for his health, when he departed on an exile that lasted for 33 years, to be followed by an imprisonment of 12. Giudice promptly commenced a prosecution for heresy, sufficient proof of which, according to the standards of the Holy Office, was afforded by his official papers. As he dared not return, his trial in absentia resulted, as such trials were wont to do, in conviction, and he seems to have been sentenced to perpetual exile with confiscation of all his property, including even 500 doubloons, which the king was sending to him at Pau through a banker of Saragossa. All his papers and correspondence in the hands of his friends were seized, and his brother, a Dominican friar, whom the king had placed in the Suprema, was arrested in the hope of obtaining incriminating evidence. Thenceforth he led a life of wandering exile, so peculiar that it is explicable only by the character of Philip. He was in constant correspondence with the high state officials, and was frequently entrusted with important negotiations. Sometimes he was under salary, but it was irregularly paid, and for the most part he had to struggle with poverty. When the Infanta Maria Ana Victoria was sent back to Spain from France in 1725, he was commissioned to attend her to the border, and from there he went as plenipotentiary to the Congress of Cambrai, with the comforting assurance that the king was endeavoring to put an end to the affair of the Inquisition, an effort apparently frustrated by the influence of Pere Daubenton. It was possibly with a view to overcome this fatal enmity that he occupied his leisure between 1734 and 1736 in composing a defense of the Inquisition from the attacks of Dr. Delon and the Abbé de Bos. In this he had nothing but praise for its kindliness towards its prisoners, its scrupulous care to avoid injustice, the rectitude of its procedure, and the benignity of its punishments. Beyond these assertions, the defense reduces itself to showing that, from the time when the Church acquired the power to persecute, it had persecuted heretics to the death, and that the heretics in their turn have been persecutors, propositions readily proved from his wide and various stores of learning, and sufficient to satisfy a believer in the semper et ubique et ab omnibus. 10 years later, when Fernando VI ascended the throne in 1746, Macanaz addressed him a memorial on the measures requisite to relieve the misery of Spain, and in this he superfluously urged the maintenance of the Inquisition in all its lustre and authority. In spite of all this, it was unrelenting, and his entreaties to be allowed to return were fruitless. In 1747, he was sent to the Congress of Breda, where he mismanaged the negotiations, deceived, it is said, by Lord Sandwich. Relieved and ordered, in 1748, to present himself to the Viceroy of Navarre at Pampeluna, after some delay he was carried to Coruña and immured incommunicado in a casemate at the castle of San Antonio, a prison known as a place of rigorous confinement. Even the authorities there compassionated him, and, at their intercession, he was removed to an easier prison, and permitted the use of books and writing materials. Here, during a further captivity of 12 years, the indomitable old man occupied himself with voluminous commentaries on the Teatro Critico of Padre Fejo, and the España Sagrada of Flores, with many other writings and memorials to the king. It was not until the death of the latter, in 1760, that Elizabeth of Parma, the regent and the cause of his misfortunes, liberated him with orders to proceed directly to Murcia. At Leganes he was greeted by his wife and daughter, with whom he went to Jaén, his birthplace, where he died on the following November 2nd, in his 91st year. There is no record of any further exercise of royal control over inquisitors general until, in 1761, Clement XIII saw fit to condemn the Catechism of Mesengui for its alleged Jansenism in denying the authority of popes over kings. The debate over it in Rome had attracted the attention of all Europe, and the prohibition of the book was regarded as a general challenge to monarchs. Carlos III had watched the discussion with much interest, especially as the work was used in the instruction of his son. He expressed his intention of not permitting the publication of the prohibition, but, by a juggle between the nuncio and the Inquisitor General, Manuel Quintano Bonifaz, an edict of condemnation was hastily drawn up, of which copies were given to the royal confessor on the night of August the 7th. They did not reach the king at San Ildefonso until the morning of the 8th, who at once dispatched a messenger to Bonifaz, ordering him to suspend the edict and recall any copies that might have been sent out. Bonifaz replied that copies had already been delivered to all the churches in Madrid, and forwarded to nearly all the tribunals. To suppress it would cause great scandal, injurious to the Holy Office, wherefore he deeply deplored that he could not have the pleasure of obeying the royal mandate. Carlos was incensed, but contented himself with ordering Bonifaz to absent himself from the court. He obeyed, and, in about 3 weeks, made a humble apology, protesting that he would forfeit his life rather than fail in the respect due to the king. Carlos then permitted him to return and resume his functions, and, when the Suprema expressed its gratitude, he significantly warned it to remember the lesson. He took warning himself, and, on January 18, 1762, he issued a pragmatica, systematizing the examination of all papal letters before issuing the royal exequatur, which permitted their publication. Carlos III had no further occasion to exercise his prerogatives, but it was otherwise with Carlos IV. His first appointee, Manuel Abad y la Sierra, Bishop of Astorga, who assumed office May the 11th, 1793, had but a short term, for he was requested to resign in the following year. His successor, Francisco Antonio de Ranzana, Archbishop of Toledo, who accepted the post September the 12th, 1794, was not much more fortunate, although his enforced resignation in 1797 was decently concealed under a mission to convey to Pius VI the offer of a refuge in Majorca. He was followed by Ramon José de Arce y Reynoso, Archbishop of Saragossa, who resigned March 22, 1808, 4 days after the abdication of Carlos IV in the tumult of lackeys at Aranjuez, probably to escape his share of the popular odium directed against the favorite Godoy. During the short-lived revival of the Inquisition under the Restoration, its dependence on the royal power was too great for differences to arise that would provoke assertions of the prerogative. The relations of the Crown with the Suprema were originally the same as with the other royal councils. The king appointed and removed at will, although, as the members came to exercise judicial functions, it was necessary for the Inquisitor General to delegate to them the papal faculties which alone conferred on them jurisdiction over heresy. Ferdinand exercised the power of appointment and removal, and, as his orders were requisite for the receivers of confiscations to pay their salaries, it is scarce likely that anyone had the hardihood to raise a question. We have seen how he forced the members to accept as a colleague Aguirre, although he was a layman; how Jimenez, when governor of Castile, removed him, and Adrian reinstated him. The earliest formula of commission that I have met is of the date 1546. It bears that it is granted by the Inquisitor General, who constitutes the appointee a member and invests him with the necessary faculties, and it is moreover countersigned by the other members. In this there is no allusion to any nomination by the king, although the appointment lay in his hands. In 1573, the Venetian envoy Leonardo Donato so states, adding that the popes felt very bitterly the fact that they had no participation in it. They had repeatedly tried to secure the membership of some one dependent upon them, such as the nuncio, but Philip would not permit it. The council did nothing without his consent, tacit or expressed. At some period, not definitely ascertainable, the custom arose of the Inquisitor General presenting 3 names, from among which the king made selection. At first, the number of members was uncertain, but it came to be fixed at 5, in addition to the Inquisitor General. To these, Philip II added 2 from the Council of Castile. As these were sometimes laymen, he finally had scruples of conscience, and, in his instructions to Manrique de Lara in 1595, he tells him that when there are fitting ecclesiastics in the Council of Castile, they are to be proposed to him for selection. If there are not, it is to be considered whether a papal brief should be procured to enable them to act in matters of faith. These adventitious members came to be known as consejeros de la tarde, as they attended only twice a week, and in the afternoon sessions of the body, where the secular business was disposed of, and thus they took no share in matters of faith. Their salary was 1/3 that of the others. The royal authority was emphatically asserted when, in 1614, Philip III ordered that a supernumerary place should be made for his confessor, Fray Aliaga, with precedence over his colleagues and a salary of 1,500 ducats. Also, that when the royal confessor was a Dominican, he should always have this place, and, when he was not, that it should be given to a Dominican. The Suprema accepted Aliaga, but demurred to the rest when Lerma peremptorily ordered it to be entered on the records. There were murmurings followed by submission. After the accession of Philip IV, he ordered the council to make out a commission for his confessor, the Dominican Sotomayor, to which there was ineffectual opposition. The rule held good. Soon after the Inquisition was reorganized under the Restoration, Fernando VII, July 10, 1815, appointed his confessor, Cristobal de Bencomo, a member to serve without salary for the time, but with the reversion of the first vacancy and all the honors due to his predecessors. He had the seat next to the dean, and when the latter died, February 16, 1816, he took his position and salary. Philip V ordered that a seat should always be occupied by a Jesuit. This, of course, lapsed with the expulsion of the Jesuits in 1767, after which Carlos III, in 1778, provided that the religious orders should have a representative by turns. The royal power of appointment was not uncontested, and gave rise to frequent debates. Philip IV sometimes yielded and sometimes persisted. Occasionally the question was complicated, and papal intervention was hinted at. A decisive struggle came in 1640, in which the Suprema chose its ground discreetly. It suited Olivares to appoint Antonio de Aragon, a youthful cleric, and the son of the Duke of Cardona. Anticipating resistance, Philip announced the nomination imperiously. Don Antonio must be admitted the next day, as he was about to start for Barcelona, and any representations against it could be made subsequently. The Suprema replied that the Inquisitor General could not make the appointment, and if he did so it would be invalid. Don Antonio was less than 30 years old. The canons require an inquisitor to be 40, although Paul III had reduced for Spain the age to 30. The members of the Suprema were inquisitors, and it was only as such that they sat in judgment without appeal in cases of faith. To this, Philip rejoined that Olivares should report the efforts he had made to quiet his conscience in view of the great public good to result from the appointment, wherefore he expected that possession would be given to Don Antonio without delay. Matters went so far that the Duchess of Cardona wrote to her son to abandon the effort, but the royal command prevailed. He obtained the position, and in the following year he was made a member of the Council of State. He was already a member of the Council of Military Orders, and the whole affair gives us a glimpse of how Olivares governed Spain. Having thus asserted his prerogative, Philip, in 1642 and the early months of 1643, made 4 appointments without consultation. The remonstrances of the Suprema must have been energetic, for Philip yielded and, in a decree of June 26th, or July 2nd, 1643, he agreed that the old custom of submitting 3 names should be renewed, with the innovation that the Suprema should unite in making the recommendations. Against this, the Inquisitor General protested, but in vain. It was probably to make an offset to these royal nominees that, November 2nd, 1643, the Inquisitor General and Suprema asked that their fiscal should have a vote, which Philip refused. The rule continued of submitting 3 names for selection, but the participation of the Suprema in this seems to have been dropped. The royal control, moreover, asserted itself in the case of Froilan Diaz, when, by decree of November 3, 1704, Philip V reinstated 3 members, Antonio Zambrana, Juan Bautista Arziamendi, and Juan Migueles, who had been arbitrarily ejected by Inquisitor General Mendoza, ordering moreover that they should receive all areas of salary. While thus the crown continued to exercise the right of selecting the heads of the Inquisition, its practical control was greatly weakened by one or two changes which established themselves. Of these, perhaps the most important was the claim of the Suprema to interpose itself between the king and the tribunals, so that no royal commands to them should be obeyed unless they should pass through it, thus rendering the inquisitors subject to itself alone and not to the sovereign. In a government theoretically absolute, this was substituting bureaucracy for autocracy, and, when the example was followed, though at a considerable distance, by some of the other royal councils, it at times produced deadlocks which threatened to paralyze all governmental action. We have seen that, towards the end of Ferdinand's reign, his letters to the tribunals were sometimes countersigned by members of the Suprema, but that this was not essential to their validity, and, when there was an attempt to establish such a claim, he was prompt to vindicate his authority. A royal cedula of October 25, 1512, gave certain instructions as to the manumission of baptized children of slaves whose owners had suffered confiscation. There was no question of faith involved, but when, in 1514, Pedro de Trigueros applied to the inquisitors of Seville to be set free under it, they refused on the ground that it had not been signed by the Suprema. He appealed to Ferdinand, who promptly ordered the inquisitors to obey it. If they find Pedro's story to be true, they are to give him a certificate of freedom, and meanwhile are to protect him from his master, who was seeking to send him to the Canaries for sale. The claim which Ferdinand thus peremptorily rejected was persistently maintained during the period of confusion which followed his death. Whether it received positive assent from Charles is more than doubtful, although the Suprema so asserts in a letter of July 27, 1528, ordering inquisitors to examine whether a certain royal cedula had been signed by its members, for the kings had ordered that none should be executed in matters connected with the Inquisition unless thus authenticated, thus basing the claim on the royal will and not on any inherent right of the Holy Office. So complete was the autonomy thus established for the organization that a Carta Acordada, or Circular of Instructions, May 12, 1562, tells the tribunals that, if an inquiry from the king comes to them through any other council, they are to reply that if the king desires the information, it will be furnished to him through the Inquisitor General or the Suprema. The far-reaching importance of this principle can scarce be exaggerated. One of its results will be seen when we come to consider the complaints and demands of the Cortes, and find that fueros directed against inquisitorial aggressions in purely civil matters, when agreed to by the king, were invalid without confirmation by the Inquisitor General. A single instance here will suffice to show the working of this. In 1599, various demands of the Cortes of Barcelona were conceded by Philip III. One regulated the number of familiars, which Philip promised that he would induce the Inquisitor General to put into effect within 2 months if possible. Another provided that all officials, save inquisitors, should be Catalans. He agreed to charge the Inquisitor General and Suprema to observe this, and he would get it confirmed by the Pope. Another was that, in the secular business of the tribunal, the opinion of the Catalan assessor should govern, because he would be familiar with the local law. This he accepted and promised, insofar as it concerned the Inquisitor General and Suprema, to charge them to give such orders to the tribunal. Another was that commissioners and familiars should not be, quote, religious, close quote. to which his reply was the same. Another required the Inquisitor General to appoint a resident of Barcelona to hear appeals in civil cases below 500 libras. This, he said, was just, and he would charge the Inquisitor General to do so. After this, in fulfillment of his plighted word, he addressed the Inquisitor General in terms most supplicatory. Quote, "I charge you greatly that for your part you condescend and facilitate that what they may have supplicated may be put in execution, in conformity with what I have conceded and decreed in each of these articles, which will give me particular contentment." Close quote. Not the slightest attention was paid to this request, and on May 6, 1603, Philip repeated it. Quote, "As until now it is understood that not a single thing contained in it has been put in execution, and, as I desire that it be enforced, I ask and charge you to condescend to it, and help and facilitate it with the earnestness that I confidently look for." Close quote. This second appeal was as fruitless as the first, and the Catalans gained nothing. It is true that, in 1632, the Barcelona Tribunal, in a memorial to Philip IV, asserted that Philip III had only assented to these articles to get rid of the Catalans, and that he wrote privately to the Pope asking him not to confirm them. This case may have been more jugglery and collusion, but in general it by no means followed that the royal decrees sent to the Suprema for transmission were intervals until, perhaps, the matter was forgotten or dropped or some compromise was reached. The privilege that all instructions must be transmitted through the Suprema was therefore one of no little importance, and it was insisted upon tenaciously. There was a convenient phrase invented which we shall often meet, "Obedecere y no cumplir," to obey but not to execute, which was very serviceable on these occasions. In 1610, the Suprema argued away the cedula of Philip III as invalid, because it had been dispatched through the Council of State, and the king was repeatedly told to his face that the laws required his cedulas to be countersigned by the Suprema in order to secure their execution. This was done to Philip IV in 1634, when he intervened in a quarrel, and in 1681 to Carlos II, when there were difficulties threatened with foreign nations arising from abuses committed in examining importations in search of forbidden books. As the questions calling for royal interposition as a rule affected only the wide secular and not the spiritual jurisdiction of the Inquisition, this created conditions unendurable in any well-organized government. End of Book 2, Chapter 1, Part 4. Book 2, Chapter 1, Part 5 of History of the Inquisition of Spain, Volume 1. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. History of the Inquisition of Spain, Volume 1 by Henry Charles Lea. Book 2, Chapter 1, Relations with the Crown. Part 5. Another change which conduced greatly to the independence of the Inquisition was the control which it acquired over its finances. We have seen that, under Ferdinand, the confiscations and pecuniary penances belonged to the crown, and that the salaries and expenses were paid by his orders. The finances of the Inquisition will be discussed hereafter, and meanwhile it suffices to say that, after his death and the exuberant liberality of Charles to his Flemish favorites during his first residence in Spain, The diminishing receipts from these sources caused them to be virtually assigned to defraying the expenses of the Inquisition, and they were no longer regarded as a source of supply to the royal treasury. Still, the money belonged to the crown, and the Inquisition enjoyed it only under the authority and by virtue of the bounty of the sovereign. The growth of control over income and of virtual financial independence was gradual and irregular. Even Ferdinand, in his watchful care over his receivers of confiscations, felt the need of some central auditor, and it seemed natural that he should be an official of the Suprema. Accordingly, as early as 1509 we find a contador general in that position. In 1517 there are two officers, a contador and a receiver general, and, in 1520, the two are merged into one. When, in 1513, Bishop Mercader was made Inquisitor General of Aragon, he desired a statement from all receivers of their receipts and payments, and of the property remaining in their hands, and Ferdinand ordered them to comply, alluding to it as usual on the entrance of a new Inquisitor General. This inevitably ripened into the transfer to that official of the control over receivers which Ferdinand had exercised, so that, in place of being royal officials, they became virtually officers of the Inquisition, and eventually were designated as treasurers. By 1544, we find the Suprema to be the final court of revision of all the receivers of the local tribunals, whose accounts were rendered to it and audited by it. Still, in theory, the money belonged to the crown, and its disbursement could only be made under royal authority. The order for the payment of the Ayuda de Costa of the Suprema, July 21, 1517, was drawn in the name of La Reina y el Rey, Juana and Charles. After Charles reached Spain in September of that year, he made grants from the confiscations with a profusion that threatened to bankrupt the Inquisition. And if we find Adrian and the Suprema also occasionally issuing orders for payments, it was undoubtedly under powers granted by Charles. When Charles left Spain, May 20, 1520, he gave Adrian a general faculty for this purpose, but it seems to have been called in question, for he found it necessary to send from Brussels, September 12, a cedula to all receivers confirming it and stating that Adrian's orders, signed by members of the Suprema, would be received as vouchers by the Auditor General. Under this, the Suprema exercised full authority over the funds collected by all the receivers and disposed of them at its pleasure. When Charles returned, he presumably resumed control and, after his marriage with Isabella of Portugal, during his frequent absences, he left the power in her hands until her death, May 1, 1539. When he saw fit, moreover, he claimed and received a share of the spoils. A letter of Cardinal Manrique, June 17, 1537, shows that a portion of the proceeds of a certain auto de fe had been paid to him, and another of October 11th of the same year, addressed to him at the Cortes of Monzon, reinforces an appeal not to sacrifice the interests of the Inquisition to the Aragonese demands, with the welcome news that the receiver of Cuenca had arrived with the 10,000 ducats for which he had asked from the confiscations of that tribunal. Charles's hasty departure in November 1539 to quell the insurrection of Ghent left matters in some confusion. The Suprema, on March 20, 1540, wrote to Chancellor Granvelle that cedulas for the salaries, under the Crown of Aragon, were always signed by the Emperor, and that the Inquisitor General could not do it. They had sent him a power for execution similar to that given to Cardinal Adrian, but he refused to sign it, saying that they could do so under Cardinal Manrique, forgetting that there had been the empress who always signed the cedulas, wherefore they asked him to get the emperor to sign the power. He doubtless did so, for an order, June 12th, on the receiver of Valencia to send 1,500 ducats for the salaries of the Suprema purports to be by virtue of a special power granted by their majesties. On Charles's return, he again assumed control, and when he went to Italy in 1543, he left Philip as regent, while during the absence of Philip there were successive regents who signed cedulas as called for by the Suprema. Yet, in spite of these formalities, the control of the crown was becoming scarcely more than nominal. It is true that, in 1537, Cardinal Manrique declared that he could not increase salaries without the royal assent, but, when the crown undertook any exercise of power, the little respect paid to its commands is seen in the fate of an application made in 1544 by Juan Tomás de Prado, notary of the Tribunal of Saragossa, to Prince Philip for an ayuda de costa of 300 ducats. Philip ordered his prayer to be granted, but the death of Inquisitor General Tavera served as a convenient pretext for disregarding the command. It was repeated for the same amount, January 11th, 1548, and finally, on June 4th, Inquisitor General Valdez authorized the payment of 100 ducats. To perfect the absolute control of the confiscations, thus gradually assumed, it was necessary to keep the crown in ignorance of their amount. Its right to them was incontestable, and the Inquisition deliberately abused the confidence reposed in it when their collection was left in its hands. The less the king was allowed to know, the less likely he was to claim his share, and the policy was adopted of deceiving him. As early as 1560, we have evidence of this in a letter to the inquisitors of Sicily, instructing them, when reporting autos de fe to the king, to suppress all statements as to the confiscations, but to report them to the Suprema, so that it may determine how far to inform him. This was doubtless a general mandate to all the tribunals. It was repeated in instructions of 1561, and we shall see that it became a settled practice. This systematic concealment was the more indefensible from the fact that the Inquisition was now obtaining funds from other sources than confiscations. We shall see hereafter how it utilized the scare caused by the discovery of Protestantism in Valladolid and Seville in 1558, with the plea of additional expenses thus caused, to obtain from Paul IV a levy of 100,000 gold ducats on the revenues of the clergy and the more permanent endowment of the canonry to be suppressed for its benefit in every cathedral and collegiate church. A large portion of the inquisitors, moreover, already held canonries and other benefices for which, under a brief of Innocent VIII, February 11th, 1485, they were dispensed for non-residents. The burden of the Holy Office was thus thrown largely on the ecclesiastical establishment, which remonstrated and resisted, but was compelled to submit. It could thus look with equanimity on the shrinkage of the confiscations. In Valencia, an agreement was reached in 1571, by which the Moriscos compounded for them with an annual payment to the tribunal of 2,500 ducats. The Judaizing heretics had been largely eliminated, especially the more wealthy ones, and it was not until some years after the conquest of Portugal, in 1580, that the influx of Portuguese New Christians brought a new and profitable harvest. All this tended to the financial independence of the Inquisition, although the crown by no means abandoned its claims on the confiscations. A book of receipts given by the royal representative in Valencia for the proceeds of the confiscations in 1593 shows that, under the financial pressure of the time, Philip II was reasserting his rights. The treasury was empty when Philip III succeeded the throne in 1598, and, among his expedients to raise money, he ordered the receivers of the tribunals to send to him all the funds in their hands, promising speedy repayment. The Suprema had no faith in the royal word, and instructed the tribunals to retain enough to meet their own wants. The obedience of the tribunals was by no means prompt, and the Suprema was obliged to order Valencia to comply with the royal demand and to furnish an oath that no money was left. In the earlier years of Philip IV, the tendency of the Inquisition to emancipate itself from royal control grew rapidly. We shall see hereafter that when, in 1629, the king called for a statement of salaries and perquisites, the Suprema equivocated and suppressed nearly all the information required. Still more significant was its attitude respecting the colonial tribunals, which the king supported under an annual expenditure of 30,000 pesos, with the understanding that this should cease when the confiscations should become sufficient. These, which had been small at first, rapidly increased in the 17th century and were enormous between 1630 and 1650, when the whole trading communities of Peru and Mexico were shattered, enabling the tribunals to make permanent investments that rendered them wealthy, besides sending heavy remittances to the Suprema, which moreover seized the goods and credits of Seville of the colonial Judaizers. In addition to this, in 1627, a prebend in each cathedral was suppressed for the benefit of the tribunals. Yet the salaries were still demanded of the royal treasury, and the repeated efforts of Philip III and Philip IV from 1610 to 1650 to obtain statements of the receipts from confiscations and pecuniary penances were completely baffled. That was an inviolable secret which no royal official was allowed to penetrate. It is true that the colonial tribunals, on their side, adopted the same policy in concealing, as far as they could, from the Suprema the extent of their own gains. Yet, in the ever-increasing distress of the crown, demands were made upon the Inquisition, as on all other departments of government, demands which it was forced to meet. Thus, for the 10 years, 1632 to 1641 inclusive, an annual sum of 2,700,360 maravedís was required of it, to aid in defraying the cost of garrisons and fleet, and a statement of October 11th, 1642, shows that it had paid the aggregate of 11,583,110 in vellon and 18,700 in silver, leaving a balance still due of 8,474,790. Evidently, there was good reason for concealing its revenues. In the frightful confusion of the finances which followed the Revolution of Portugal and the Revolt of Catalonia in 1640, while Spain was heroically battling for existence against France and its rebellious subjects, the demands were varied and incessant, sometimes for sums so small as to reveal the absolute penury of the state, and Philip's impatient urgency, as he chafed under the dilatoriness of the responses, shows the desperate emergencies in which he was involved. In 1643, a royal decree of February the 16th ordered all officials to send their silver plate to the mint, a watch being kept and a report made so as to see that each sent a quantity proportioned to his station. To a complaint of delay in performance, the Suprema replied that those who had sent in their silver could get no satisfaction from the mint. The delays were such that the promptitude required by the king was impossible. Even more arbitrary was the seizure, in 1644 at Seville, of a remittance of 8,676 ducats in silver, a remittance from the colonial tribunals to the Suprema. In protesting against this, the Suprema, February 29th, gave a deplorable account of its condition, owing to the demands made upon it by the king. On the 10th, he had called upon it for 16,000 ducats, which it would be wholly unable to raise if deprived of the silver that had been seized. It was already short in 7,724,843 maravedis of its annual expenses, and the provincial tribunals were short 5,318,000, for it had impoverished them to meet the royal demands. Last year it had sold a censo of 18,000 ducats belonging to the Tribunal of Saragossa, which was beseeching its return. It had also given the king 10,000 ducats for the cavalry, and to raise this amount it had taken the sequestrations of the Tribunal of Seville, a sacred deposit, including 20,000 ducats worth of wool, the owners of which, having been acquitted, were besieging it for their money. This dolorous plaint was effective insofar that the seizure at Seville was credited on account of the demand for 16,000 ducats. How much of it was true we can only guess, for the Inquisition had means of raising money outside of its judicial functions. When, in 1640, the king summoned its familiars and officials to render military service like the nobles, the Suprema arranged that they should buy themselves off, and from this source was chiefly raised 40,000 ducats, expended on 2 companies of horse, in return for which, by a cedula of September 2nd, 1641, the king promised to maintain inviolate the privileges and exemptions of the familiars and officials. These instances, out of many, will suffice to show how the crown, in its days of distress, was recouping itself for abandoning the spoils of the heretics. In time, these special and arbitrary demands were systematized into an annual requirement of 50 horses, estimated at an outlay of about 5,500 ducats, and the raising and equipping of 200 foot, costing 8,000 ducats. The Suprema was in no wise prompt in meeting these demands. A cedula of June 24, 1662, tells it that what is due for the present year, as well as the previous years, must be paid at once. Otherwise, an inventory of its property must be given to the President of the Treasury, who will raise the money on it. Subsequently, there was a feeble attempt to return some of these contributions, and, in each of the years 1673 and 1674, a trifling payment was made of 10,000 reales, but, in 1676, the Suprema stated to Carlos II that in all it had furnished for remounts of horses, 90,000 ducats vellon and 10,000 in silver, and that its total assistance to the crown had amounted to no less than 800,000 pesos, equivalent to over 500,000 ducats, to accomplish which the salaries in many tribunals had been unpaid, and vacancies of necessary offices had remained unfilled. Still, as we shall have occasion to see, the Suprema always had money, not only for an undiminished payroll, but for perquisites and amusements. The crown could not accept this assistance, however grudgingly rendered, without a sacrifice of its supremacy, and the Inquisition came to treat with it as with an independent body. About this time, the Suprema happens to mention, in a letter to the Tribunal of Lima, that it had lent the king 40,000 pesos, of which 10,000 came from Peru and 30,000 from Mexico, and that the Count of Medellin had become security for the return of the loan, as though it were a banker dealing with a merchant. Yet all parties knew that these colonial remittances were derived from confiscations, the ownership of which the crown had never relinquished. This is the more noteworthy because, about this time, the king suddenly asserted his claims on some large sums which could not be wholly concealed. In 1678, the Tribunal of Majorca unexpectedly made a successful raid on the whole New Christian population of Palma, and, in the early months of 1679, there were more than 200 penitents reconciled. As they constituted the active trading element of the place, the confiscations were enormous, and the affair attracted too much attention to be hidden. As soon as the news came of the arrests, the king wrote, May 20th, 1678, to the viceroy to look carefully to the sequestrations, because, in case of confiscation, the proceeds belonged to the treasury. The Suprema, however, made him hold his hands off with direful threats and kept control of the liquidation. After the condemnations, a consulta of July 5th, 1679, shows that 50,000 pesos had already been paid to the king, but that the Inquisition was resolved to have its full share. In November, the king acceded to a compromise under which 200,000 pesos were to be used to endow certain tribunals and to cancel certain loans made to him by the Inquisition, probably those just alluded to. The balance coming to him was estimated at 250,000 pesos, but, in the handling of the assets and the settlements with creditors, the property melted away till the Suprema reported that it barely sufficed to meet the portion assigned to the Inquisition, and finally, in 1683, the king had to content himself with 18,000 pesos spent on the fortifications of Majorca and the payment of him of 2,000, which the Suprema assured him that it advanced at considerable risk to itself. The secretiveness so carefully observed undoubtedly had its advantages, or it would not have been so persistently claimed as a right. In a consulta of 1696, the Count of Frigiliana states that, when he was viceroy of Valencia, he had in vain endeavored to get from the tribunal a statement of its affairs, and he asked the king whether or not the Inquisition possessed the privilege of rendering no account of its assets and income. At length, the quarrel between Inquisitor General Mendoza and his colleagues in the case of Froilan Diaz, and his banishment to his see in 1703, gave opportunity for royal intervention and investigation. The War of Succession had deranged the finances of the Inquisition, and it had appealed to the king for help. He required a statement of the payrolls, investments, and revenues of all the tribunals, which was furnished March 9, 1703, after which, on May 27th, he issued a decree declaring that he must put an end to the abuses and disorders which had crept into the administration and disbursement of its property, in order to relieve the embarrassment of which it complained. He therefore annulled all commissions and appointments without obligation of service granted by the Inquisitor General, whether within or outside Spain. The papers of all jubilations, new places and gratuities created or granted since the time of Valladares in 1695 were to be placed in his hands. In no case thereafter should the Inquisitor General jubilate any official of the Suprema or local tribunal without consulting him, and any such act issued without a previous royal order was declared void. No ayuda de costa or grant exceeding 30 ducats vellon for a single term was to be made without awaiting his decision, and this decree was to be placed in the hands of all receivers or treasurers for their guidance. It was so transmitted June 8th, with strict orders for its observance. This was a resolute assertion of the royal control over the finances of the Inquisition, and it held good, in theory at least, however much it may have been eluded in practice. About the middle of the 18th century, a systematic writer describes it as still in force, and states that no salaries can be increased without the royal approval. It so continued to the end, and, under the Restoration, an order from the king, countersigned by the Suprema, was requisite for any extraordinary disbursement. Philip had reasserted but made good the right of the crown to the confiscations by claiming a percentage of the rentals of all confiscated property, but he listened to appeals from the tribunals, and, in 1710, we hear of Saragossa and Valencia being practically restored to their enjoyment, a liberality which was doubtless followed with regard to the others. In 1725, Valencia expressed its fear that the alliance with Austria against England, France, and Prussia would result in its having to restore the confiscations, and the blow seems to have fallen, for, in 1727, the Suprema, in the consulta of December the 9th, describing the poverty of Saragossa, attributes it to the king having taken away the confiscations which he had granted. With the gradual amelioration of the Spanish finances, the source of revenue must have been restored, for, in 1768, the Inquisition is described as enjoying the confiscations which the pious liberality of the monarchs had bestowed. There were other sources of revenue, rehabilitations or dispensations from the San Benito and disabilities, commutations of punishment, and the pecuniary penances known as penas y penitencias. All these will be considered hereafter, but a few words may be said as to the latter in their relation with the royal authority. The penitents, who were reconciled under edicts of grace, were not subject to confiscation, but were punished with fines under the guise of pecuniary penance, at the discretion of the inquisitor. We have seen how numerous these were, and we can conjecture how large were the sums thus exacted, for penances of a half or a third of the penitent's property were not uncommon. Similar fines usually accompanied sentences that did not embrace confiscation, and formed a continual, although fluctuating, source of revenue. Sometimes there were special officials for their collection, but, when this was entrusted to the receivers of confiscations, they were instructed to keep a separate account of them, as the two funds were held to be essentially different and, as a rule, were to be employed for different purposes. In the earliest instructions of 1484, these pecuniary penances are said to be imposed as a limosna, or alms, to aid the sovereigns in the pious work of warring with the Moors. But, in the instructions issued a few months later by Torquemada, this is modified by ordering them to be placed in the hands of a trustworthy person, and reports to be made to him or to the king, in order that they may be spent on the war or in other pious uses, or in paying the salaries of the Inquisition. Both the destination and the control of these funds were thus left undetermined, and they so continued for some years. In 1486, we find Ferdinand giving orders for sums from this source for various uses: for the war with Granada, to pay the salaries of the lay judge; to pay expenses of a tribunal of the Inquisition; to repay Luis de San Angel for advances made to tribunals. In one case, his tone is apologetic, and he asks Torquemada to confirm the order. In others, his command is absolute. This indicates the uncertainty which existed both as to the use and the control of the pecuniary penances. So long as lasted the war with Granada, whatever was taken by the crown might be regarded as devoted, directly or indirectly, to that holy object. But when the conquest was achieved, in January 1492, that excuse no longer existed, and doubtless the inquisitors looked with jealousy upon the diversion to secular objects of the proceeds of their pious labors. The confiscations unquestionably belonged to the crown, but the penances were spiritual funds which for centuries had always inured to the Church. There must have been a sustained effort to withhold them from the royal acquisitiveness, to which Ferdinand was not disposed to yield, for he procured from Alexander VI, February 18, 1495, a brief directing the inquisitors to hold all such moneys subject to the control of the sovereigns, to be disposed of at their pleasure. Even this was resisted, and Ferdinand and Isabella complained to the Pope that they were unable to compel an accounting of the sums received or to collect the amounts, to correct which Alexander issued another brief, March 26, 1495, commissioning Ximenes, then Archbishop of Toledo, to enforce accounting and payment by excommunication and other censures. This was equally ineffective. There was a privacy and simplicity in the imposition and collection of a penance very different from the procedure of sequestration and confiscation, and Ferdinand, at least for a time, abandoned the struggle. This is manifested in a clause in the Instructions of 1498, enjoining on inquisitors not to impose penances more heavily than justice requires in order to ensure the payment of their salaries. But the principle was formally recognized by Ferdinand and Isabella in a cedula of January 12, 1499, reciting that, although they held a papal brief placing at their disposal all moneys arising from penances, commutations, and rehabilitations, yet they grant to the inquisitors general all collections from these sources, both in Castile and Aragon, to be used in paying salaries, disbursements being made only on their order. Ferdinand, however, was not disposed to relax, on any point, his control over the Inquisition, and, on April 10th of the same year, we find him forbidding the levying of penances on the members of a town council for fautorship of heresy, doubtless a speculative infliction for some assumed neglect in arresting suspects. In 1501, his renunciation is already forgotten, and he is making grants from the penances as absolutely as ever, even empowering Inquisitor General Deza to use those of Valencia, to the extent of 100 ducats a year for the salary of Jaime de Moquildos, the Roman agent of the Inquisition. So, in 1511, we find him granting to Enguera, Inquisitor General of Aragon, 1,000 libras out of the penances to defray the expenses of his bulls for the see of Lerida, and authorizing him to pay from them an ayuda de costa of 200 ducats to Juan de Gualbes, a member of the Aragonese Suprema. Then, in 1514, he places all the penances unreservedly at the disposal of Inquisitor General Mercader, to be employed on the salaries and other necessary expenses of the Inquisition of Aragon. This seems to have been final. After his death, instructions sent to the Tribunal of Sicily assume that the Inquisitor General has sole and absolute control. It was the same in Castile. Instructions issued by Ximenes in 1516 direct the Receiver General, who was an officer of the Suprema, to collect the penances from the receivers of the tribunals, who were to keep them in a separate account, and not to disperse them without an order from the Inquisitor General. After this, we find the Suprema in full control. There is virtually no trace of any interference subsequently by the Crown, and the Inquisition found itself in possession of an independent and by no means inconsiderable source of revenue, which it could levy almost at will from those who fell into its hands. The only exception to this that I have met is that Philip IV, in his financial distress, by a decree of September 30th, 1639, claimed and collected 25% of fines, and he scrupulously limited these to those inflicted in cases not connected with the faith, that is, in the exercise of the royal jurisdiction, civil and criminal, enjoyed by the Inquisition in matters concerning familiars and other officials. End of Book 2, Chapter 1, Part 5. Book 2, Chapter 1, Part 6 of History of the Inquisition of Spain, Volume 1. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. History of the Inquisition of Spain, Volume 1, by Henry Charles Lea. Book 2, Chapter 1. Relations with the Crown. Part 6. Though, as we have seen, the independence of the Inquisition as a self-centered and self-sustaining institution in the state varied with the temper and the necessities of the sovereign, there was a time for when it seemed as though it might throw off all subjection and become dominant. But for the prudence of Ferdinand in insisting upon the power of appointment and dismissal, this might have happened in the temper of the Spanish people, trained to an exaltation of detestation of heresy which to us may well appear incomprehensible. There is no question that, under the canon law, kings, like their subjects, were amenable to the jurisdiction of the Inquisition, and that they held their kingdoms on the tenure not only of their own orthodoxy, but of purging their lands of heresy and heretics. The principles which had been worked so effectually for the destruction of the houses of Toulouse and of Hohenstaufen, and under which Pius V released the subjects of Queen Elizabeth from their allegiance in 1570, were fully recognized in Spain as vital to the faith. But beyond this, the Spaniards, in their exuberance of their religious ardor, boasted that their national institutions conditioned orthodoxy as necessary to their kingship. Even when the 17th century was well advanced, a learned and loyal jurisconsult tells us that, from the time of the Sixth Council of Toledo in 638, their monarchs had imposed on themselves the law that, if they fell into heresy, they were to be excommunicated and exterminated. That Ferdinand in 1492 had renewed this law, and that he had instituted that most severe tribunal, the Inquisition, and had sanctioned that, in view of the Toledan canon, all kings in future should be subject to it. Even Spanish loyalty could not have been relied upon to sustain a king suspect of heresy, against the claims of the Holy Office to try him in secret, and suspicion of heresy was a very elastic term. Impeding the Inquisition came within its definition, and any effort to curb the arrogant extension of its powers could readily be so construed, as Macanaz found to his sorrow. The fact that the Inquisition possessed such power must have had its influence more than once on the mind of the sovereign when engaged in debate with his too powerful subject, and perhaps explains what appears to us occasionally a pusillanimous yielding. The monarchs had guarded the Inquisition against all supervision and all accountability to the other departments of the government. Within its own sphere it was supreme and irresponsible, and its sphere, owing to the exemption from the secular courts accorded to all connected with it in however remote a degree, covered a large area of civil and criminal businesses, besides its proper function of preserving the purity of the faith. In this self-centered independence, it stood alone. Even the spiritual jurisdiction of the Church, so jealously guarded, had become subject to the recurso de fuerza, which, like the French appeal as from an abuse, gave to those who suffered wrong an appeal to the Council of Castile. But even from this, the Inquisition was exempt. A decree of Prince Philip in 1553 was its aegis and was constantly invoked. This was addressed to all the courts and judicial officers of the land and affirmed, in the most positive terms, the sole and exclusive jurisdiction of the Inquisition in all matters within its competence, civil or criminal, concerning the faith or confiscations. And faith was a convenient term covering the impeding of the Inquisition in all that it wanted to do. Philip recited that repeated cedulas of Ferdinand and Isabella and of Charles V had asserted this, and now he reaffirmed and enforced it. No appeals from its tribunals were to be entertained, for the only appeal lay to the Suprema, which would redress any wrong, for it, by delegation from the Crown and the Holy See, had exclusive cognizance of such matters. If therefore anything concerning the Inquisition should be brought before them, they must decline to entertain it, and must refer it back to the Holy Office. The Inquisition was not content to enjoy these favors as a revocable grace from the Crown, but, in a consulta of December 22, 1634, it advanced the claim that this decree was a bargain or compact between two powers which could not be in any way modified without mutual consent. This was emphasized in a printed argument in 1642, asserting that the transaction could only become of binding force by the consent of both parties, the king and the Inquisitor General, and the king had no power to change it of his own motion, as it was an agreement. Even where it admitted to be a concession granted by the Crown, this would make no difference, for a privilege conceding to one who is not a subject, as the Inquisition in the present case, and accepted by the latter, becomes a contract which the prince cannot revoke. We shall see hereafter the use made of this by the Inquisition in its daily quarrels with all the other jurisdictions, but a single case may be cited here to indicate how it utilized this position to render itself virtually independent. There was a long-standing debate over canonries in the churches of Antequera, Malaga, and the Canaries, which it claimed to be suppressed for its benefit under the brief of January 7, 1559, but which the Royal Camera asserted to belong to the patronage of the king, whose rights of appointment were not curtailed by the brief. A suit on the subject, commenced in 1562, was not yet decided when, about 1611, the king filled vacancies in Malaga and the Canaries. This provoked a discussion, during which, without awaiting settlement, the inquisitors excommunicated the appointees, and an inquisitorial excommunication could be removed only by him who had fulminated it, by the Inquisitor General, or by the Pope. In 1611, the king ordered the appointees to be absolved, and mandates signed by him to that effect were addressed to the inquisitors of Malaga and the Canaries. The Suprema complained loudly of this, as an unheard of violation of the rights of the Holy Office, and refused obedience. In 1612 it declared that, when the appointees abandoned the prebends which they had usurped, they should be absolved, and not before. On February 12th, in a consulta to the king, it argued that its power had always been so great and so independent of all other bodies in the state, that the kings had never allowed them to interfere with it, directly or indirectly. It determined for itself everything relating to itself, consulting only with the king, and permitting no interference of any kind. Its determination prevailed over the weakness of the king, who ordered the Camera to desist from its pretensions and not to despoil the Holy Office. These somewhat audacious assertions of independence were chiefly stimulated by the perpetual quarrels arising from the exclusive jurisdiction, civil and criminal, exercised by the Inquisition over its thousands of employees and familiars and their families, which kept the land in confusion. This is a subject which will require detailed consideration hereafter, and is only referred to here because of its development into the exaggerated pretensions of the Inquisition to emancipate itself from all control. When Ferdinand granted this fuero, it was understood on all hands to be a special deputation of the royal jurisdiction, and as such liable at any time to modification or revocation. Ferdinand himself, in a cedula of August 18, 1501, alluded to it as such. The inquisitors enjoyed it just as the corregidors did. So, in the Concordia of Castile in 1553, defining the extent of this jurisdiction, the inquisitors are specially described as holding it from the king, and Philip II, Philip III, and Philip IV repeatedly alluded to it as held during the royal pleasure. There was no thought of disputing this until the 17th century was well advanced. The Suprema itself, in papers of 1609, 1619, 1637, and 1639, freely admitted that its temporal jurisdiction was a grant from the king, while its spiritual was a grant from the Pope. Apparently, the earliest departure from this universally conceded position was made, in 1623, by Portocarrero in an argument on a clash of jurisdictions in Majorca, wherein he sought to prove that the civil and criminal jurisdiction of the Inquisition over the subordinates was ecclesiastical, and derived from the Pope. About the same time, in an official paper, a similar claim was advanced, based on the papal briefs authorizing Torquemada and his successors to appoint, dismiss, and punish their subordinates. These were mere speculations, and attracted no attention at the time. We have just seen that as late as 1639, the Suprema made no claims of the kind, but 2 years later, in 1641, it suddenly adopted them in the most offensive fashion. There was a competencia, or conflict of jurisdiction, between the Tribunal of Valladolid and the Chancelleria, or High Royal Court. The Council of Castile had occasion to present several consultas to the king, in one of which it said that the jurisdiction exercised in the name of the king by the Inquisition was temporal, secular, and precarious, and could not be defended by excommunication. Thereupon, the Suprema assembled its theologians, who pronounced these propositions to be false, rash, and akin to heretical error. Armed with this opinion, the fiscal or prosecuting officer accused the whole Council of Castile, demanding that its consulta be suppressed and that its authors be prosecuted. Theoretically, there was nothing to prevent such action, which would have rendered the Inquisition the dominating power in the land. But the Suprema lacked hardihood. Even the habitual subservience of Philip IV was revolted, and he told the Inquisitor General that he had done ill to lend himself to a question contrary to the sovereignty of the monarch and to the honor of the highest council in the nation. In spite of this rebuff, having once asserted the claim that its temporal jurisdiction was spiritual and not secular, the Inquisition adhered to it. The prize was worth a struggle, for it would have put the whole nation at its mercy. It would have deprived the king of powers to check aggression and to protect his subjects from oppression, for, as Portocarrero had pointed out, although princes have authority to relieve their subjects when aggrieved by other secular subjects, they have none when the oppressors are ecclesiastics, exempt by divine law from their jurisdiction. To win this, the Inquisition persisted in its claim. In 1642, on the occasion of a competencia in Granada, there appeared, under its authority, a printed argument to prove that the temporal jurisdiction of the Holy Office was a grant from the Holy See, which had power to intervene in the internal affairs of states, and that it had merely been acquiesced in and confirmed by the kings. Again, in a notorious case occurring in Cuenca in 1645, the inquisitors argued that their temporal jurisdiction was ecclesiastical and papal, with which the king could not interfere. But the audacity with which these pretensions were pushed culminated in a consulta presented by the Suprema, March 31st, 1646, to Philip IV, when he was struggling against the determination of the Cortes of Aragon to curb the excesses of the Inquisition. In this paper, the Suprema asserted that the civil and political jurisdiction is inferior to the spiritual and ecclesiastical, which can assume any indirect power whatever is necessary for its conservation and unimpeded exercise, without being restricted by secular princes. The royal prerogative is derived from positive human law, or the law of nations. The supreme power of the Inquisition is delegated by the Holy See for cases of faith, with all that is requisite, directly or indirectly, for its untrammeled enjoyment. This is of divine law and, as such, is superior to all human law, to which it is in no way subject. The very least that can be said is that princes are bound to admit this, and though they have a right to concede no more than is requisite, the decision as to what is requisite rests with the ecclesiastical authority, which is based on divine law. Any departure from these principles, under the novel pretext that the king is master of this jurisdiction, with power to limit or abrogate, is dangerous for the conscience and very perilous as leading to the gravest errors. It would be difficult to enunciate more boldly the theory of theocracy, with the Inquisition as its delegate, and the crown merely the executor of its decrees. The pretensions were not realized, and the king was not reduced to insignificance, but his power was seriously trammeled by the bureaucracy of which the Suprema was the foremost and most aggressive representative. Its quasi-independence led to emulation by the other great departments of the state, and, though their success was not so marked, it was sufficient in all to render the government incredibly cumbersome and inefficient, and to paralyze its action by wasting its strength in efforts to keep the peace between the rival and warring bodies. In these bickerings and dissensions, the power of the crown decreased, and the theoretically autocratic monarch found himself unable to enforce his commands. Philip IV recognized this fatal weakness, but his efforts to overcome the evil were puerile and inefficient. October 15th, 1633, he sent to the Suprema, and presumably to the other councils, a decree setting forth emphatically that the slackness of obedience and disregard to the royal commands had been the cause of irreparable damage to the state, and must be checked if the monarchy were to be preserved from ruin. It was his duty, under God, to prevent this. He had unavailingly represented it repeatedly to his councillors, and now he proposed to make out a schedule of penalties, to be incurred through disobedience, scaled accordingly to the gravity of each offense. This was to be completed within 30 days, and he called upon the Suprema to give him the necessary information that should enable him to tabulate the matters coming within its sphere of action. This grotesque measure, calling upon offenders to define their offenses for the purpose of providing condign punishment, was received by the Suprema with a cool indifference, showing how lightly it regarded the royal indignation. There was nothing, it said in reply, within its jurisdiction which imperiled the monarchy, for its function was to preserve the monarchy by preserving the unity of religion. As for obedience, it was of the highest importance that the royal commands should be obeyed, and the laws provided punishments for all disobedient vassals. But the canon and imperial laws, and those of Spain, deprived of their places judges, who executed royal cedulas issued against justice and the rights of parties, for it was assumed that such could not be the royal intention, and that they were decreed in ignorance, so that they were suspended until the prince, better informed, should provide justice. Therefore, when councillors opposed cedulas, which would work great injury to the jurisdiction and immunities of the Holy Office, it was only to prevent innovation, and it was to the discharge of duty that this was represented to the king. The Suprema therefore prayed him that, before determining matters proposed by other councils, they should be submitted to it as heretofore, so that, after hearing the reasons of both sides, he might determine according to his pleasure. Thus, with scarcely veiled contempt, the Suprema told him that it would continue to do so as it had done, and the very next year, as we have seen, it boldly informed him that none of his commands respecting the Inquisition would be obeyed until it should have confirmed them. Commands, be it remembered, that in no case affected its action in matters of faith, for all the trouble arose from its encroachments on secular affairs. The character of Philip IV ripened and strengthened under adversity, and, in the exigencies of the struggle with Catalonia and Portugal, he developed some traits worthy of a sovereign. Although he meekly endured the insolence of the Suprema in 1646, and labored strenuously with the Cortes of Aragon to prevent the reform of abuses, he yet, as we have seen, insisted on the right to supervise appointments. He doubtless asserted his authority in other ways, for the Suprema abated its pretensions that its civil and criminal jurisdiction was spiritual and papal. In an elaborate consulta of March 12, 1668, during a long and dreary contest in which the Tribunal of Majorca was involved, it repeatedly refers to its enjoying the royal jurisdiction from the king, showing that it had abandoned the attempt to render itself independent of the royal authority. Under the imbecile Carlos II and his incapable ministers, the domineering arrogance of the Inquisition increased, and, as we shall see hereafter, it successfully eluded a concerted movement, in 1696, of all the other councils, represented in the Junta Magna, to reduce its exuberance. With the advent of the House of Bourbon, however, it was forced to recognize its subordination to the royal will in temporal matters, in spite of the temporary interference of Elizabeth Farnese in favor of Inquisitor General Giudice. We have already seen indications of this, and shall see more. Meanwhile, a single instance will suffice to show how imperiously Philip V, under the guidance of Macanaz, could impose his commands. In 1712, there was an echo of the old quarrel over the so-called suppressed canonries of Antequera, Malaga, and the Canaries. The suit, commenced in 1562, had never been decided and had long been suspended. The trouble of 1612 had been quieted by allowing the Inquisition to enjoy the canonries, not as a right, but as a revocable grant from the crown. Excesses committed by the inquisitors in collecting the fruits led to the resumption of the benefices, and then, by a transaction in 1622, they were restored under the same conditions. Such was the position when a violent quarrel arose in the Canaries between the tribunal and the chapter. The former questioned the accuracy of the accounts rendered to it by demanding the account books. This the chapter refused, but offered to place the books in the accounting room of the cathedral, allowing the officials of the tribunal free access and permission to make what copies they desired. There was also a subsidiary quarrel over the claim that, when the secretary of the tribunal went to the chapter, he should be entitled to precedence. With their customary violence, the inquisitors publicly excommunicated and fined the dean and treasurer of the chapter, and moreover they took under their protection the Dominican Joseph Guillen, prior of San Pedro Martir, who was a notary of the tribunal. He circulated a defamatory libel on the chapter, which laid a complaint before his superior, the provincial. The latter commenced to investigate, when the tribunal inhibited him from all cognizance of the matter. Then there came a mandate from the Dominican general to the provincial, relegating Fray Guillen to a convent and ordering a president to be appointed to San Pedro Martir, whereupon the tribunal required the provincial to surrender this mandate and all papers concerning the affair, under pain of excommunication and 200 ducats. The sub-prior of San Pedro Martir was forced to assemble the brethren, whom the inquisitors ordered to disobey the commands of the general and not to acknowledge the president appointed under his instructions, thus violating the statutes of the great Dominican order and the principle of obedience on which it is based. They further excommunicated the provincial in the most solemn manner. They took by force Fray Guillen from the convent and paraded the streets in his company. The whole community was thrown into confusion, and to prevent recourse to the home authorities they forbade, under heavy penalties, the departure of any vessel for Tenerife, through which communication was had through Spain. In all this there was nothing at variance with the customary methods of asserting the lawless supremacy of the Inquisition over the secular and spiritual authorities. But Philip V ordered Giudice, September 30th, 1712, to put an end to these excesses, and, on October 11th, the Suprema reported that it had ordered the inquisitors to desist. If it did so, they paid no attention to its commands. Then, in June 11th, 1713, he addressed a peremptory order to Giudice to revoke all that had been done in the Canaries, to recall the inquisitors, to dismiss them, and give them no other appointments. The Suprema replied, July 18th, enclosing an order which it proposed dispatching. This displeased him as not in compliance with his commands, and he insisted on their complete fulfillment. Still, there was evasion and delay, and when, in July 1714, the Canary chapter presented to the tribunal royal orders requiring the removal of the excommunicants and the remission of the fines, the inquisitors not only refused obedience, but commenced proceedings against the notaries who served them. The Suprema professed to have sent orders similar to those of the king, but it evidently had been playing a double game. Philip, therefore, November 1st, 1714, addressed the Inquisitor General, holding the Suprema responsible for the prolonged contumacy of the inquisitors. He ordered it to deliver to him the originals of all the correspondence on the subject, and required the Inquisitor General to issue an order for the immediate departure from the islands of the inquisitors and fiscal, without forcing the governor to expel them, as he had orders to do so in case of disobedience. Moreover, if the Suprema should not, within 15 days, deliver all the documents, so that the king could regulate matters directly with the tribunal, the old suspended suit would be reopened, and such action would be taken as might be found requisite. This was a tone wholly different from that to which the Inquisition had been accustomed under the Habsburgs. The evasions and delays of the Suprema, which had so long been successful, proved fruitless. The struggle was prolonged, but the royal authority prevailed in the end, although, when the inquisitors reached Spain in the summer of 1715, Giudice had been restored to office, and Philip weekly permitted them to be provided for in other tribunals and to curse fresh communities with their lawless audacity. We shall hereafter have occasion to see how, under the House of Bourbon, with its Gallican ideas as to royal prerogative, the subordination of the Inquisition became recognized, while its jurisdiction was curtailed and its influence was diminished. End of Book 2, Chapter 1, Part 6. Book 2, Chapter 2, Part 1 of History of the Inquisition of Spain, Volume 1. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. History of the Inquisition of Spain, Volume 1, by Henry Charles Lea. Book 2, Chapter 2, Supereminence. Part 1. When the Inquisition, as we have seen, arrogated to itself almost an equality with the sovereign, it necessarily assumed supremacy over all other bodies in the state. Spain had been won to the theory, assiduously taught by the medieval church, that the highest duty of the civil power was the maintenance of the faith in its purity and the extermination of heresy and heretics. The institution to which this duty was confided, therefore, enjoyed preeminence over all other departments of the state, and the latter were bound, whenever called upon, to lend it whenever aid was necessary. To refuse to assist it, to criticize it, or even to fail in demonstrations of due respect to those who performed its awful functions, were thus offenses to be punished at its pleasure. Allusion has already been made to the oath required of officials at the founding of the Inquisition, pledging obedience and assistance whenever an inquisitor came to a place to set up his tribunal. This was not enough, for feudalism still disputed jurisdiction with the crown, and the inquisitor was directed to summon the barons before him and make them take not only the popular oath, but one promising to allow the Inquisition free course in their lands, failing which they were to be prosecuted as rebels. As the tribunals became fixed in their several seats, when a new inquisitor came, he brought royal letters, addressed to all officials from the viceroy down, commanding them, under penalty of 5,000 florins, to lend him and his subordinates what aid was necessary, and to obey his mandates in making arrests and executing his sentences, and this was published in a formal proclamation with sound of trumpets by the viceroy or other royal representative. This was not an empty formality, when, in 1516, the corregidor of Logroño, the comendador Barrientos, a knight of Santiago, ventured to assert that the familiars were not to be assisted in making an arrest. The inquisitors excommunicated him, and ordered him to seek the inquisitor general and beg for pardon, which was granted only on condition of his appearance in a public auto de fe, after hearing mass as a penitent on his knees and holding a candle, after which he was to be absolved with stripes and the other humiliations inflicted on penitents. This was not merely an indignity, but a lasting mark of infamy, extending to the kindred and posterity. As though this were not sufficient, at a somewhat later period, the officials of all cities where tribunals were established were required to take an elaborate oath to the inquisitors, in which they swore to compel everyone within their jurisdiction to hold the Catholic faith, to persecute all heretics and their adherents, to seize and bring them before the Inquisition and to denounce them, to commit no public office to such persons, nor to any who were prohibited by the inquisitors, nor to receive them in their families, to guard all the preeminences, privileges, exemptions, and immunities of the inquisitors, their officials and familiars, to execute all sentences pronounced by the inquisitors, and to be obedient to God, to the Roman Church, and to the inquisitors and their successors. In this, the clause pledging observance of the privileges and exemptions of the officials was highly important, for, as we shall see hereafter, the privileges claimed by the Inquisition were the source of perpetual and irritating quarrels with the royal and local magistrates.
It was an innovation of the middle of the 16th century, for Prince Philip, in a letter of December 2nd, 1553, to the Tribunal of Valencia, says that he hears it requires the royal officials to swear to maintain the privileges, usages, and customs of the Inquisition. This, he says, is a novelty, and, as he does not approve of innovations, he asks what authority it has for such a requirement. To this, the answer was that every year, when the municipal officials enter upon their duties, they come and take such an oath, and the records showed that this had been observed for 100 years without contradiction. This seems to have silenced his objections, and the formula became general. The Valencia Concordia, or Agreement of 1554, simply provides that the secular magistrates shall take the accustomed oath, and what that was is doubtless shown by the one taken, in 1626, by the Almotesen, or sealer of weights and measures, when he came to the Inquisition and swore on the cross and the Gospels to observe the articles customarily read to the royal officials, and to guard the privileges of the Holy Office and defend it with all his power. Even all this was insufficient to emphasize the universal subordination. At all autos de fe, which were attended by the highest in the land as well as by the lowest, and at the annual proclamation of the Edict of Faith, to which the whole population was summoned, a notary of the Inquisition held up a cross and addressed the people, "Raise your hands, and let each one say that he swears by God and Santa Maria, and the cross, and the words of the Holy Gospels, that he will favor and defend and aid the Holy Catholic faith and the Holy Inquisition, its ministers and officials, and will manifest and make known each and every heretic, fautor, defender and receiver of heretics, and all disturbers and impeders of the Holy Office, and that he will not favor or help or conceal them, but as soon as he knows of them, he will denounce them to the inquisitors, and if he does otherwise, that God may treat him as those who knowingly perjure themselves. Let everyone say, Amen." When the sovereign was present at an auto, this general oath did not suffice, and he took a special one. Thus, at the Valladolid auto of May 21st, 1559, the Inquisitor General Valdez administered to it the regent Juana, and at that of Madrid in 1632, Inquisitor General Zapata went to the window at which Philip IV was seated with a missal and a cross, on which the king swore to protect and defend the Catholic faith as long as he lived, and to aid and support the Inquisition, an oath which was then duly read aloud to the people. Thus the whole nation was bound, in the most solemn manner, to be obedient to the Inquisition, and to submit to what it might assert to be its privileges. How purely ministerial were the functions of the public officials in all that related to the Inquisition, even under Philip V, was illustrated when, at Barcelona, in an auto de fe of June 28, 1715, a bigamist named Medrano was sentenced to 200 lashes to be inflicted on the 30th. On the 29th, word was sent to the public executioner to be ready to administer them, but the viceroy, the Marquis of Castel Rodrigo, forbade the executioner to act until he should give permission, holding that no public punishment should be inflicted until he should be officially notified of the sentence. There were hasty conferences and debates, lasting till nearly midnight, and it was not until 7 a.m. of the 30th that the Marquis gave way, and the sentence was executed. The tribunal reported the affair to the Suprema, which replied in the name of the king, diplomatically thanking the Marquis and rebuking his legal adviser, who was told that it was his duty and that of all officials to be obedient to the Inquisition. As a perpetual reminder of this subordination, there appears to have been kept in the royal chancellery the formula of a letter addressed to all viceroys and captains general. This recited the invaluable services of the Inquisition in clearing the land of infinite heretics, and preserving it from the convulsions afflicting other nations, thus rendering its efficiency one of the chief concerns of the crown. Therefore, the king charges his representatives emphatically to honor and favor all inquisitors, officials, and familiars, giving them all the necessary aid for which they ask, and enforcing the observance of all the privileges and exemptions conceded to them by law, concordias, royal cedulas, use and custom, and in any other way, so that the Holy Office may have the full liberty and authority which it has always enjoyed, and which the king desires it to retain. A copy of this was sent to all the viceroys in 1603, and, as I have chanced to find it again addressed in 1652, to the Duke of Montalto, then Viceroy of Valencia, it was presumably part of the regular instructions furnished to all who were appointed to these responsible positions. In the interminable conflicts through which the Inquisition established its enjoyment of the powers thus conferred, the inquisitor was armed, offensively and defensively, in a manner to give him every advantage. He could at any moment, when involved in a struggle with either the secular or ecclesiastical authorities, disable his opponent with a sentence of excommunication, removable only by the Holy Office or the Pope, and if this did not suffice, he could lay an interdict or even a cessatio a divinis on cities, until the people, deprived of the sacraments, would compel submission. It is true that, in 1533, the Suprema ordered that much discretion should be exercised in the use of this powerful weapon, on account of the indignation aroused by its abuse, but we shall have ample opportunity to see how recklessly it was employed habitually, without regard to the preliminary safeguards imposed by the canons. On the other hand, the inquisitor was practically immune. His antagonists were mostly secular authorities, who had no such weapons in their armories, and, when he chanced to quarrel with a prelate, he usually took care to be the first to fulminate an excommunication, and then unconcernedly disregarded the counter-censures as uttered by one disabled from the exercise of his functions, for the anathema deprived its subject of all official faculties. It had the contingent result, moreover, that he who remained under excommunication for a year could be prosecuted for suspicion of heresy. There was another provision which rendered it even more formidable as an antagonist. In matters of faith, and all pertaining directly or indirectly thereto, its jurisdiction was exclusive. In the extensive field of civil and criminal business, of which it obtained cognizance through the immunities of its officials, and, in the frequent quarrels arising from questions of ceremony and precedence, no court, whether secular or spiritual, had any power to inhibit any action which it might see fit to take. By special papal favor, however, it had power to inhibit their action, and thus to cripple them on the spot. This extraordinary privilege, with power to subdelegate, appears to have been first granted in the commissions issued in 1507, to Jimenez and Enguera as Inquisitors General respectively of Castile and Aragon, and was repeated in those of Luis Mercader and Pedro Juan Faul in 1513. For a considerable time, this clause disappears from the commissions, but towards the close of the century it again finds its place, in a more detailed and absolute form in that granted to Manrique de Lara, after which it continued in those of his successors to the end. It confers the power of inhibiting all judges, even of archiepiscopal dignity, under pecuniary penalties and censures, to be enforced by the invocation of the secular arm, and of absolving them after they shall have submitted and obeyed. This proclaimed to the world that the Inquisition outranked all other authorities in church and state, and the power was too often exercised for its existence to be ignored or forgotten. This superiority found practical expression in the rule that, in the innumerable conflicts of jurisdiction, all secular and ecclesiastical judges must answer communications from inquisitors in the form of petition and not by letter. If they replied to commands and comminations by letter, they were to be fined, and proceedings were to be commenced against them and their messengers, and they were required to withdraw and erase from their records all such letters which were held to be disrespectful to the superiority of the Holy Office. It was an inevitable inference from this that there was no direct appeal from whatever a tribunal might do except to the Suprema, which, though it might in secret chide its subordinates for their excesses, customarily upheld them before the world. The sovereign, it is true, was the ultimate judge, and, in occasional cases, he interposed his authority with more or less effect, but the ordinary process was through a competencia, or cumbrous procedure, through which, as we shall see, the Inquisition could wrangle for years, and virtually, in most cases, deny all practical relief to the sufferers. Another weapon of tremendous efficacy was the power of arrest, possessed at will by inquisitors during the greater portion of the career of the Inquisition. Even to gratify mere vindictiveness, by simply asserting that there was a matter of faith, the inquisitor could throw anyone into the secret prison. The civil magistrate might thus abuse his authority with little damage to the victim, but it was otherwise with the Inquisition. In the insane estimate placed on limpieza de sangre, or purity of blood, the career of a man and his descendants was fatally narrowed by such a stain on his orthodoxy. It mattered little what was the outcome of the case. The fact of imprisonment was remembered and handed down through generations, while the fact of its being causeless was forgotten. In the latter period, when the Suprema supervised every act of the tribunals, the opportunities for this were greatly restricted, but during the more active times, the ill will of an inquisitor could at any moment inflict this most serious injury, and the power was often recklessly abused in the perpetual conflicts with the secular authorities. The ability thus to destroy at a word the prospects in life of any man was a terrible weapon which goes far to explain the awe with which the inquisitor was regarded by the community. That the inquisitor should assume to be superior to all other dignitaries was the natural result of the powers thus concentrated in him. Paramo asserts that he is the individual of highest authority in his district, as he represents both Pope and King, and the Suprema, in a consulta addressed to Philip V, 1713, boasted that its jurisdiction was so superior that there was not a person in the kingdom exempt from it. The haughty supremacy which it affected is seen in instructions issued in 1578, that inquisitors, when the tribunal is sitting, are not to go forth to receive anyone, save the king, the queen, or a royal prince, and are not, in any official capacity, to appear in receptions of prelates or other public assemblies, and this was virtually repeated in 1645, when they were told not to visit the viceroy or the archbishop, or accept their invitations, for such demonstrations were due only to the person of the king. Exception, however, was probably taken to this, for a Carta Acordada of March 17, 1648, lays down less stringent rules, and specifies for each tribunal, according to the varying customs of different places, the high officials whom the inquisitor is permitted to visit on induction into office, and on occasions of convalescence or congratulation. In the social hierarchy, the viceroys and captains general stood next to the king as representing, in their respective governments, the royal person. To outrank these exalted personages was not beyond inquisitorial ambition. In 1588, there was a great scandal in Lima, when the inquisitors claimed precedence over the Count of Villar, the viceroy of Peru, and carried their point by excommunicating him. but Philip II, in a cedula of March the 8th, 1589, took them severely to task for their arrogance, and added that the viceroy was equally to blame for yielding, as he represented the royal power. This lesson was ineffectual, and some years later another method was tried of asserting superiority. In 1596, the Captain General of Aragon complained to the king that, in the recent auto de fe, the inquisitors had refused to give him the title of Excellency. To this, Philip replied, February 6, 1597, that it was unreasonable for them thus to affect equality with his personal representative. They must either concede to him the title of Excellency, or themselves be treated as Vuestra Merced, in place of Muy Illustres or Señoría, and therefore he could attend the next auto. This asserted superiority of the Inquisition was very galling to the bishops, who argued that the Holy Office had been founded only 400 years before, as an aid to their jurisdiction, and they resented bitterly the efforts of the resolute upstarts to claim higher privileges and precedence. The Inquisition, however, was an organized whole, with sharp and unsparing methods of enforcing its claims and protected in every way from assault, while the episcopate was a scattered and unwieldy body, acting individually and, for the most part, powerless to defend the officials through whom it acted, from those who claimed that everything concerning themselves was a matter of faith of which they had exclusive cognizance. The serious conflicts over jurisdiction will be considered in a subsequent chapter. Here we are concerned merely with the questions of etiquette and ceremonial. Seen through the perspective of the centuries, these quarrels, which were conducted with frantic eagerness, seem trivialities unworthy of record, but their significance was momentous to the parties concerned, as they involved superiority and inferiority. The 100 Years' Quarrel over precedence in Rome between the ambassadors of France and Spain, which was not settled until 1661 by the triumph of France, had a meaning beyond a mere question of ceremony. In Spain, these debates often filled the land with confusion. All parties were tenacious of what they conceived to be their rights, and were ready to explode in violence on the smallest provocation. The enormous mass of letters and papers concerning the seats and positions of the inquisitors and their officials at all public functions, whether seats should be chairs or benches, or whether they were to have canopies or cushions or carpets, shows that these were regarded as matters of the highest moment, giving rise to envenomed quarrels with the ecclesiastical and secular dignitaries, requiring for their settlement the interposition of the royal authority. The inquisitors were constantly arrogating to themselves external marks of superiority, and the others were disputing it with such a vehemence that elevated the most trivial affairs into matters of national importance, and the attention of the king and the highest ministers was diverted from affairs of state to pacify obscure quarrels in every corner of the land. It would be futile to enter into the details of these multitudinous squabbles, but one or two subjects in dispute may be mentioned to illustrate the ingenuity with which the Inquisition pushed its claims to superiority. Towards the middle of the 17th century, it demanded that, when there was an episcopal letter or mandate to be published in the churches, and also an edict or letter of the Inquisition, the latter should have precedence in the reading. This was naturally regarded as an effort to show that the inquisitorial jurisdiction was superior to the episcopal, and it led to frequent scandals. In 1645, at Valencia, on Passion Sunday, a secretary of the tribunal endeavored to read letters of the Inquisition before one of the archbishops, but, by the latter's order, the priest refused to give way, whereupon the inquisitors arrested him. The matter was carried up to the king, who ordered the priest to be discharged in such wise that there should be no record of his prosecution, and that his good fame should be restored. Soon after this, in Saragossa, on a feast day in the cathedral, a priest commenced to read an archiepiscopal letter, but before he had finished more than a few lines, a secretary of the Inquisition mounted the other pulpit and began reading a letter of the Inquisition. The priest was so disturbed that he stopped, whereupon the archbishop, Juan Cebrian, ordered his arrest, but he pleaded his surprise and confusion, and the archbishop relented. In 1649, a more determined effort was made by the Saragossa tribunal. August 15th, the parish priest of the cathedral read certain archiepiscopal letters at the accustomed time, and was followed by the secretary of the Inquisition with others of the inquisitors. 2 days later, the priest was summoned before the tribunal and was made to swear secrecy as to orders given to him. The result showed what were his instructions. For the next Sunday, having archiepiscopal letters to read, he waited until the secretary read those of the inquisitors. Some days later, similar secret orders were given to the priest of Nuestra Señora del Pilar, and when, on October the 11th, he commenced reading an archiepiscopal letter, an officer of the Inquisition seized him by the arm and forced him to read first those of the tribunal. Archbishop Cedrian addressed memorials to the king, September the 7th and 21st and October 12th, asking his protection to preserve the archiepiscopal jurisdiction. The Council of Aragon presented a consulta supporting him, on which the wearied monarch made an endorsement, deploring the evil results of such conflicts, and telling the council to write to the archbishop not to proceed to extremities, but to seek some adjustment similar to that by which, a short time before, Cardinal Moscoso in Toledo had caused an inquisitorial letter to be read on a different day, to which the tribunal must be made to conform. End of Book 2, Chapter 2, Part 1. Book 2, Chapter 2, Part 2 of History of the Inquisition of Spain, Volume 1. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. History of the Inquisition of Spain, Volume 1, by Henry Charles Lea. Book 2, Chapter 2, Supereminence. Part 2. The persistence with which the Inquisition maintained any claim once advanced is illustrated by its endeavor to introduce a change in the ritual of the Mass, favorable to its assumption of superiority. It was the custom that the celebrant should make a bow to the bishop, if present, and in his absence to the Eucharist. In 1635, at Valladolid, the inquisitors required that when the Edict of Faith was read, the bow should be made to them, and, on the refusal of the officiating canon, they arrested him and the dean who upheld him, and held them under heavy bail. This aroused the whole city, and brought a rebuke from the king, who ordered them to discharge the bail and not to abuse their jurisdiction. Unabashed by this, the effort was made again at Compostela in 1639, and duly resisted. The king was again obliged to examine the question, and, after consultation with learned men, decided that the chapter was in the right, and that the inquisitors had the alternative of absenting themselves from the reading. 2 rebuffs such as this should have sufficed, but, in 1643, after careful preparation, another attempt was made at Cordova, which produced a fearful scandal. Neither side would yield. The services were interrupted. The inquisitors endeavored to excommunicate the canons. But the latter raised such a din with howls and cries, the thunder of the organ, the clangor of bells, and breaking up the seats in the choir, that the fulmination could not be heard. Even the inquisitors shrank from the storm and left the church amid hisses, with their caps pulled down to their eyes. But they lost no time in commencing a prosecution of the canons, who appealed to the king, in a portentous document covering 256 folio pages. Philip and his advisers at the moment had ample occupation, what with the dismissal of Olivares, the evil tidings from Rosroy, and the rebellions of Catalonia and Portugal, but they had to turn aside to settle this portentous quarrel. A royal letter of June 16, 1643, ordered the inquisitors to restore to the canons certain properties which they had seized and to remove the excommunications, while reference to similar decisions at Compostela, Granada, and Cartagena shows how obstinate and repeated had been the effort of the Holy Office. Notwithstanding this, the Tribunal of Cordova refused obedience to the royal mandate, and a second letter of September the 28th from Saragossa, where Philip was directing the campaign against Catalonia, was required. This was couched in peremptory terms. The excommunications must be removed, and, for the future, the Roman ceremonial must be observed, prescribing that in the absence of the bishop the reverence must be made to the sacrament. While thus steadily endeavoring to encroach on the rights of others, the Inquisition was supersensitive as to anything that might be reckoned as an attempt by other bodies to assert superiority, and it vindicated what it held to be its rights with customary violence. When the funeral solemnities of Queen Anna of Austria were celebrated in Seville in 1580, a bitter quarrel about precedence in seats arose between the Tribunal, the Royal Audiencia, or High Court, and the city authorities, when the former arbitrarily suspended the obsequies until consultation could be had with Philip II, then in Lisbon, engaged in the absorption of Portugal. He regulated the position which each of the contending parties should occupy, and the postponed honors were duly rendered. Matters remained quiescent until a similar function became necessary, after the death of Philip in 1598. The city spent weeks in costly preparations, and the catafalque erected in the cathedral was regarded as worthy of that magnificent building. November the 29th was fixed for the ceremonies. On the vigil, the regent, or presidential judge of the Audiencia, sent a chair from his house to the place assigned to him, but the chapter protested so vigorously against the innovation that he was obliged to remove it. The following morning, when the various bodies entered the church at 9:30, the benches assigned to the judges and their wives were seen to be draped in mourning. This was at once regarded as an effort on their part to establish preeminence, and excited great indignation. The services commenced, and during the Mass the inquisitors sent word to the Cabildo, or city magistracy, that it should order the mourning removed. After some demur, the Cabildo sent its procurator mayor, Pedro de Escobar, with a notary and some alguaziles to the Audiencia, bearing a message to the effect that if the drapery were not removed, the inquisitors and the church authorities were agreed that the ceremonies should be suspended. He was told not to approach, and on persisting, he and his followers were arrested and thrown into the public jail. The inquisitors then sent their secretary with a message, but he too was kept at a distance, when he mounted the steps of the catafalque and cried out that the tribunal excommunicated the three judges, Vallejo, Lorenzana, and Guerra, if they did not depart. A second time he came with a message, which he was not allowed to deliver, and again he mounted the steps to declare all the judges excommunicated, and that they must leave the church in order that the services might proceed, for the presence of excommunicates was a bar to all public worship. This was repeated again by the fiscal, when the Audiencia drew up a paper declaring the acts of the tribunal to be null and void, and ordering it to remove the censure under pain of forfeiting citizenship and temporalities. But the scrivener sent to serve it was refused a hearing, and on his persisting was threatened with a pillory. the alcalde of the city endeavored to calm the inquisitors, but Inquisitor Zapata replied furiously that if St. Paul came from heaven and ordered them to do otherwise, they would refuse if it cost them their souls. Meanwhile, there were similar trouble and complications among the church authorities. The Vicar General, Pedro Ramirez de Leon, ordered the services resumed under pain for the dean and officiating priest of excommunication and of 1,000 ducats. The precentor and canons appealed to the Pope, but the Vicar General published them in the choir as excommunicates. The celebrant, Dr. Negron, was sought for, but he had prudently disappeared in the confusion and could not be found. It was now 12:30, and the canons sent word to the audiencia that they were going and it could go. To leave the church, however, would seem like an admission by the judges that they were excommunicate, and they grimly kept their seats. The cabildo of the city and the tribunal were not to be outdone, and the three hostile groups sat glaring at each other until 4 o'clock, when the absurdity of the situation grew too strong, and they silently departed. Meanwhile, the candles had been burning until 500 ducats worth of wax was uselessly consumed. So complicated a quarrel could, of course, only be straightened out by the king, to whom all parties promptly appealed. The judges proved that they had not draped their benches as a sign of preeminence, but had proposed that the same be done by the cabildo and the tribunal. As far as regards the latter, the royal decision was manifested in 2 cedulas of December 22nd. One of these told the inquisitors that they had exceeded their jurisdiction in excommunicating the judges, whom they were to absolve ad cautelem, and they also had to pay for the wasted wax. The other ominously ordered the inquisitors Blanco and Zapata to appear at the court within 15 days and not to depart without license. At the same time, on December 21st, the suspended obsequies were duly celebrated. It will be seen from these cases that the only appeal from inquisitorial aggression lay to the king, and that, even when the inquisitors were wholly in the wrong and the royal decision was against them, no steps were taken to keep them within bounds for the future. The altered position of the Holy Office under the Bourbons was therefore significantly indicated by a decision of Ferdinand VI in 1747. At the celebration in Granada on September 11th of his accession, the Chancilleria, or Great High Court of New Castile, observed that the archbishop occupied a chair covered with taffety outside his window overlooking the plaza, and that the inquisitors had cushions on their windowsills. It sent messengers to request the removal of these symbols of preeminence, and, on receiving a refusal in terms of scant respect, it stopped the second bullfight and put an end to the ceremonies. The matter was referred to the king, when the Suprema, in a memorial of solemn earnestness, argued that the Inquisition had for centuries been in the uncontested enjoyment of the privileges of which it was now sought to be deprived. It was the highest tribunal, not only in Spain, but in the world, as it had charge of the true religion, which is the foundation of all kingdoms and republics. The time had passed for this swelling self-assertion. Full discussion was devoted to the momentous question, and, on October 3rd, Fernando issued a decree which proclaimed to Spain that the Holy Office was no longer what it had been. This was to the effect that, as the Chancilleria represented the royal jurisdiction, and thus indirectly the king himself, it was entitled to preeminence in all such celebrations, and in those of the royal chapel. It was justified in its action, and thereafter no such signs of dignity as canopies, cushions, ceremonial chairs, and the like, should be used in its presence. In case of attempts to do so, one of the alcaldes del crimen, with his officers, should remove them and punish any workman engaged in setting them up. The Inquisition and its members were protected in every way from subjection to local laws and regulations. An edict of Charles V in 1523 forbade all municipalities or other bodies from adopting statutes which should in any way curtail their privileges or be adverse to them, and, if any such should be attempted, he declared them in advance to be null and void. This, in fact, was only expressing and enforcing the canon laws enacted in the frenzied efforts to suppress heresy in the 13th century and still in vigor. A constitution of Urbain IV, from 1261 to 1265, declares invalid the laws of any state or city which impede, directly or indirectly, the functions of the Inquisition, and the bishop or inquisitor is empowered to summon the ruler or magistrates to exhibit such statutes and compel him by censures to revoke or modify them. While this was designed to prevent the crippling of the Inquisition by hostile legislation, it inferred a superiority to law, and it was construed in the most liberal way, as was seen in a struggle in Valencia which lasted for nearly 2 centuries. A police regulation for the improvement of the marketplace ordered the removal of all stands for the display of goods under the arcades of the houses. One house belonged to the Tribunal. Its tenant was the worst offender, and he obstinately kept his stand and appealed to the Tribunal for protection against the law. This protection was accorded with such vigor in 1603 that the saintly Archbishop Juan de Ribera, who was also Captain General, vainly endeavored to secure obedience to the law. Until the close of the 18th century, the Tribunal thus successfully defied the real Junta de Policia, consisting of the Captain General, the Regent, and other high officials. At length, in 1783, Carlos III issued a royal declaration that no one should be exempt from obedience to orders of police and good government, and that all such cases should be adjudicated by the ordinary courts without admitting the competencias with which the Holy Office habitually sought to tire out those who ventured to withstand its aggressiveness. Under this, in 1791, the nuisance of Valencia was abated, when the Tribunal apologized to the Suprema for yielding and excusing itself in virtue of the royal declaration of 1783. It had held out as long as it could, but times had changed, and even the Inquisition was forced to respect the law. Madrid had been earlier relieved from such annoyance, for a royal cedula of 1746, regulating the police system of the capital, has a clause evidently directed at the Inquisition, for it declares that no exemption, even the most privileged, shall avail in matters concerning the police, the adornment, and the cleanliness of the city. The lawlessness thus fostered degenerated into an arbitrary disregard for the rights of others, leading to a petty tyranny sometimes exercised in the most arbitrary and capricious manner. Inquisitor Santos of Saragossa was very friendly with the Licenciado Pedro de Sola, a beneficed priest of the cathedral, and Juan Sebastian, who were good musicians and who gathered some musical friends to sing complins with them on Holy Saturday at Santa Engracia, where the inquisitors spent Holy Week in retreat. Santos used to send his coach for them and entertain them handsomely, but when, in 1624, he became Bishop of Solsona, although the singing continued, the coach and entertainment ceased, and the musicians went unwillingly. Finally, in 1637, some of them stopped going. The inquisitors sent for them and scolded them, which made them all indignant. Then, in 1638, the secretary Heredia was sent to order them to go, and when the chapel master excused them, with the intimation that they ought to be paid, Heredia told them the tribunal honored them sufficiently in calling for them. They did not go, and, when Easter was over, 2 of them, beneficed priests, were summoned, and, after being kept waiting for 3 hours, were imprisoned in a filthy little house occupied by soldiers, and were left for 12 hours without bedding, food, or drink. The next day they managed to communicate with the chapter, but it was afraid to interfere, and, after 6 days of this confinement, they were brought before the tribunal and informed that they had the city for a prison under pain of 100 ducats, and were made to swear to present themselves whenever summoned. As they went out, they saw 2 more brought in, the chapel master and a priest. At last, the chapter plucked up courage to address a memorial to the king through the Council of Aragon, which added the suggestion that he should order the Inquisitor General to see to the release of the musicians and the prevention of such extortion. May 11th, Philip referred this to the Suprema, which, after a month's delay, replied on June 14th, that, desiring to avoid controversy with the Church of Saragossa, it had ordered the tribunal to pay the musicians in future, to release any that were in prison, and to return whatever fines had been imposed. When petty tyranny such as this could be practiced, especially on the privileged class of priests, we can appreciate the terrorism surrounding the tribunals. Another distinction contributed to the supereminence claimed by the Inquisition, the inviolability which shielded all who were in its service. From an early period, the Church had sought to protect its members, whose profession was assumed to debar them from the use of arms, by investing them with a sanctity which should assure their safety in an age of violence. Throughout the Middle Ages, no canon was more frequently invoked than Si quis suadente diabolo, which provided that whoever struck a cleric or monk incurred an anathema removable only by personal appearance before the Pope and accepting his sentence. More than this was asked for by the Inquisition, for the greater portion of the officials were laymen. They were no more exposed to injury or insult than those of the secular courts. But it was assumed that there was a peculiar hatred felt for them, and that their functions in defending the faith entitled them to special security. We shall see hereafter that the Inquisition obtained jurisdiction in all matters connected with its officials, but this, while enabling it to give them special protection, had the limitation that judgments of blood rendered ecclesiastics, pronouncing them irregular. In cases of heresy, this had long been evaded by a hypocritical plea for mercy, when delivering convicts to the secular arm for execution. But it was felt that some special faculties were requisite in dealing with cases of mere assault or homicide, and a motu proprio was procured from Leo X, January 28, 1515, empowering inquisitors to arrest anyone, even of the highest rank, whether lay or clerical, who strikes, beats, mutilates, or kills any minister or official of the Inquisition, and to deliver him to the secular arm for punishment, without incurring irregularity, even if it results in effusion of blood. The Holy Office thus held in its own hands the protection of all who served it. This was rendered still more efficient by subsequent papal action. Irritated at some resistance offered to the Roman Inquisition, Pius V published, April 1, 1569, the ferocious bull Si de Protogendis, under which anyone, of whatever rank, who should threaten, strike, or kill an officer or a witness, who should help a prisoner to escape or make way with any document, or should lend aid or counsel to such act, was to be delivered to the secular judge for punishment as a heretic, that is to say, for burning, including confiscation and the infamy of his children. Although this was intended for Italy, the Spanish Inquisition speedily assumed the benefit of it. It was sent out October 16th, and it was annually published in the vernacular on Holy Thursday. Thus, all concerned in the business of the Holy Office were hedged around with an inviolability accorded to no other class of the community. The inquisitors themselves were additionally protected against responsibility for their own maleficence by the received theory that scandal was more to be dreaded than crime, that there was inherent in their office such importance to religion that anything was better than what might bring that office into contempt. Francisco Peña, in treating of this, quotes the warnings of Aquinas as to cardinals and applies it to the punishment of inquisitors. If scandal has arisen, they may be punished. Otherwise, the danger to the reputation of the Holy Office is greater than that of impunity to the offender. The tenderness, in fact, with which they were treated, even when scandal had arisen, was a scandal in itself. Thus, when the reiterated complaints of Barcelona caused a visitation to be made there, in 1567, by de Soto Salazar, and his report confirmed the accusations, showing the 3 inquisitors to be corrupt, extortionate, and unjust, the only penalty imposed, in 1568, was merely suspension for 3 years from all office in the Inquisition. Even this was not enforced, at least with regard to one of them, Dr. Zurita, for we chanced to meet him as Inquisitor of Saragossa in 1570. He does not seem to have reformed, for his transfer thence to Sardinia, the least desirable of the tribunals, can only have been in consequence of persistent misconduct. The tribunals naturally showed the same mercy to their subordinates, whose sole judges they were, and this retention in office of those whom unfitness was proved was not the least of the burdens with which the Inquisition afflicted Spain. What rendered this inviolability more aggravating was that it extended to the servants and slaves of all connected with the Holy Office. About 1540, a deputy corregidor of Murcia, for insulting a servant of the messenger of the tribunal, was exposed to the infamy of hearing Mass as a penitent. In 1564, we find Dr. Zurita on circuit through his district, collecting evidence against Michael Bonet of Palacio de Vicio, for canning a servant boy of Benet Modiguer, who held some office in the Inquisition, and the case was sent to Barcelona for trial, which shows that it was regarded as serious. So, in 1568, for quarreling with a servant of Miser Complada, who styled himself deputy of the abogado fiscal at Tarragona, the Barcelona tribunal, without verifying Complada's claims to office, threw into prison Geronimo Zapata and Antonio de Urgel, and condemned Zapata to a fine of 30 ducats and 6 months' exile, and Urgel to 10 ducats and 3 months. In Murcia, Sebastian Gallego, the servant of an inquisitor, quarreled with a butcher over some meat, when they exchanged insults. The secular judge arrested both, but the tribunal claimed them, prosecuted the butcher, and banished them from the town. The cases were of frequent occurrence, and it is easy to conceive how galling was the insolence of a despised class thus enabled to repay the contempt with which it was habitually treated. When the honor of slaves was thus vindicated, inquisitors were not apt to condone any failure, real or imaginary, in the respect which they held to be their due, and the offender was made to feel the awful authority which shrouded the tribunal and its judges. As their powers were largely discretional, with undefined limits, the manner in which they were exercised was sometimes eccentric. In 1569, for instance, the Jesuits of Palermo prepared for representation in their church a tragedy of St. Catherine, and, on October the 4th, they gave a private rehearsal to which were invited the viceroy and principal dignitaries. The inquisitor, Juan Becerra, came as one of the guests, and finding the door closed, knocked repeatedly without announcing himself or demanding admittance. The janitor, thinking it to be some unauthorized person, paid no attention to the knocking, and Becerra departed, highly incensed. When the Jesuits heard of it, the rector and principal fathers called on him to apologize, but, after keeping them waiting for some time, he refused to see them. The public representation was announced for October the 8th. The church was crowded with the nobility awaiting the rising of the curtain, when a messenger from Becerra notified the Jesuits that he forbade the performance, under pain of excommunication and other penalties at his discretion, until after the price should have been examined and approved by him. The audience was dismissed, and the next day the minister was sent to Becerra, who submitted it to Dominican censors. Although they returned it with their approval, he discovered in it 2 objectionable points, so absurdly trifling as to show that he wanted merely to make a wanton exhibition of his power. The censors replied to his criticism, and he finally allowed the performance to proceed. We may not unreasonably assume that this may have been one of the freaks for which Becerra was suspended in 1572, on the report made of him by the visitor Quintanilla. Then, with customary tenderness, he was employed in the responsible post of visitor at Barcelona, where he died soon afterwards. The sensitiveness to disrespect and the terrorism which its arbitrary punishment diffused through the community were well illustrated when, in 1617, Fray Diego Vinegas preached the Lenten sermons in the hospital of North Senora de la Garcia of Saragossa. He was a distinguished Benedictine who had held high offices in his order, and his eloquence on this occasion brought in alms amounting to 8,000 crowns. On January 21st, the inquisitors sent him a message to come to them the next day at 2 p.m., to which he replied in writing that he was indisposed and closely occupied with his sermons. If they wished to order him to preach the Edict of Faith, he held himself already charged to do so, and begged them to excuse his coming. A second message the same day told him to come at the same hour another day, when he would be told what was wanted of him, to which he answered that he would come, but that if it was only to order him to preach the sermon, he would return at once to Castile, without again mounting the pulpit. Whether anything underlay this somewhat mysterious action does not appear. The significance of the affair lies in the fact that it at once became a matter of general public concern. When that same night the governor of the hospital heard of it, he recognized the injury that would accrue to the institution and to the whole city, and forthwith reported it to the viceroy, who commissioned the Licentiate Balthasar Navarro to undo the mischief. The result of his labors was that the inquisitors declared that as Fray Vinegas pleaded indisposition, they would excuse him from preaching the Edict of Faith. The affair appeared to be settled, and Vinegas begged permission to call on the 2 inquisitors, Santos and Salcedo, and pay them the Easter compliments. They graciously acceded, and on Easter Monday he waited on them, exculpated himself, and begged their pardon for having been prevented by indisposition from preaching the edict, all of which they accepted with great courtesy. The community breathed freer, for some vindication of the honor of the Inquisition had been expected. The inquisitors, however, had been consulting the Suprema, and vengeance was at hand. The next day, Tuesday, was the last of the series of sermons. Vinegas preached successfully to a crowded church when, on descending from the pulpit, he was arrested by an alguazil of the Inquisition, dragged through the crowd like a heresiarch attempting escape, thrown into a coach, and carried to the Aljaferia, There he was placed on a bench like a criminal, interrogated as one, and then, without being listened to, was sentenced to perpetual deprivation of the honors of the Inquisition, such as preaching at autos, the edicts, etc., and reprimanded with the utmost severity. The mark of infamy thus inflicted was indelible, and the scandal was immense. The people flocked in crowds to the viceroy in the greatest excitement, and he had much ado to quiet them by promising that it should be remedied. Vinegas applied for the reinstatement of his honor to the Council of Aragon, which replied that it had no jurisdiction. Then he applied to the Suprema, who refused to hear him. He sent a memorial to the king, who referred it to the Council of Aragon, and he continued his efforts for more than a year, but it does not appear that he ever obtained relief. As a rule, any criticism of the justice of the Inquisition, and any complaint by one who had passed through its hands, were offenses to be punished with more or less severity. To this, however, there was an exception in a case the singularity of which deserves mention. Perhaps the most distinguished Franciscan theologian of his day was Miguel de Medina. He fell under suspicion of Lutheranism, was arrested, and tried and died during trial, May 1st, 1578, in the secret prison of Toledo after 4 years of detention. Another Franciscan, Francisco Ortiz, espoused his cause so zealously that, in a public sermon in 1576, he pronounced the trial to be unjust, for it was the work of a conspiracy among his brothers frailes. The arrest was a mortal sin, as though it were St. Jerome or St. Augustine, and the Inquisitor General, Espinosa, who had signed the warrant, was in hell unless he had repented. The inquisitors were ashamed, and were seeking to avert the disgrace from themselves, when they ought to be punishing the perjury of those who had testified. This was flat blasphemy against the Holy Office, and it is not easy to understand why the daring Friale escaped, when tried by the Tribunal of Toledo, with a reprimand administered privately in the audience chamber and a prohibition to enter Madrid without permission, a sentence which is duly confirmed by the Suprema. We shall see hereafter that another Fray Francisco Ortiz, for a similar offense, did not escape so easily. These were the defenses thrown around the Inquisition to secure its effectiveness in its supreme function of maintaining religious unity, and these were the efforts which it made to secure the recognition of the supremacy to which it aspired. It was an institution suddenly introduced into an established ecclesiastical and secular hierarchy, which regarded the intruder with natural jealousy and dislike, and resented its manifest resolve to use its spiritual authority for their humiliation. Its arrogant self-assertion led it to frequent mistakes in which even its royal protectors could not justify it, but it gradually won its way under the Habsburgs. The advent of the Bourbons brought into play a new theory as to the relations between church and state, and the civil authorities were able in time to vindicate their equality and independence. We shall have the opportunity of following this struggle, in which religion was in no way concerned, for the defense of the faith was a pretext under which the Holy Office sought to arrogate to itself control over a constantly widening area of secular affairs, while claiming release from secular obligations. End of Book 2, Chapter 2, Part 2. Book 2, Chapter 3, Part 1 of History of the Inquisition of Spain, Volume 1. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. History of the Inquisition of Spain, Volume 1, by Henry Charles Lea. Book 2, Chapter 3. Privileges and Exemptions. Part 1. Before the Revolution introduced the theory of equality, class privileges were the rule. Public burdens were eluded by those best able to bear them, and were accumulated on the toilers. The mortmain lands held by the Church were exempt from both taxation and military service, and, though Philip V, in a Concordat of 1737, obtained the privilege of taxing such as might subsequently be acquired, the repeated decrees for its enforcement show the impossibility of enforcing it. The complete immunity of ecclesiastics from taxation was emphatically asserted by Boniface VIII in the bull Clericus Laicos, and, although this was revoked by the Council of Vienne in 1312, care was taken to enunciate the principle as still in vigor. Yet, in the kingdoms of Aragon, they were subject to all imposts on sales, to import and export dues, and other local taxation, and, when resistance was offered to this, Charles V procured from Adrian VI in 1522, and from Clement VII in 1524, briefs confirming their liability. Hidalguia, or gentle blood, conferred a multiplicity of privileges, including exemption from taxation, royal and local, with certain exemptions that were largely evaded, and the labrador, or peasant or commoner, was distinctively known as a pechero, or taxpayer. That in such a social order the Inquisition should seek for its members all the exemptions that it could grasp was too natural to excite surprise, though it might occasionally provoke resistance. As regards freedom from taxation, the subject is complicated by questions concerning royal and local imposts, and by varying customs in the different provinces, and by the distinction between the active officials of the tribunals, known as titulados y asalaridos, and the more numerous unsalaried ones, who were only called upon occasionally for service, such as familiars, commissioners, notaries, consultors, and censors. Their rights were loosely denied, and were subject to perpetual variation by conflicting decisions in the contests that were constantly occurring with the secular authorities, provoked by habitual antagonism and frequent imposition of new taxes, raising new questions. Ferdinand wrote sharply, April 13, 1504, to the town council of Barcelona, when it attempted to subject the officials of the tribunal to the burdens borne by other citizens, in violation of the preeminences and exemptions of the Holy Office, and he warned them to desist, in view of the judicial measures that would be taken. Yet in 1508 we find him writing still more sharply to that tribunal, scolding it because it had taken from the house of the alguazil of the Baillia a female slave, and, without waiting for formal judgment, had sold her without paying the royal impost of 20%, a disregard of the regalias not permitted to them. They had also issued an order on the custom house to pass free of duty certain articles for an inquisitor, which was against all rule for, even if the goods were needed for the support of the officials. It was a matter for the farmers of the revenue to decide, and the issuing of such passes would be fruitful of fraud and loss. These instances indicate the uncertainties of the questions that were constantly arising in the intricate system, or lack of system, of Spanish taxation. To follow the subject in detail would be an endless and unprofitable task. I have collected a considerable number of more or less contradictory decisions of this early period, but the only deductions to be drawn from them are the indefiniteness of the exemption and the earnestness of the effort made to extend it by the Inquisition. The matter evidently was one in which there were no recognized rules, and in 1568 Philip II undertook to regulate it, at least insofar as concerned royal taxation. He defined for each tribunal the officials who were to be exempted from all taxes, excise, and assessments, and forbade their exaction under pain of 50,000 maravedis and punishment at the royal discretion. But this exemption was granted only during his good pleasure, so that he retained full control and admitted no privilege as inherent in the Inquisition. His enumeration, moreover, comprised only the titulados y asalariados, holding commissions from the Suprema and in constant service, and omitted the familiars and others who greatly exceeded them in numbers. This attempt at settlement left the matter still undefined and provocative of endless strife. It said nothing as to local taxes. These and the royal taxes were often indistinguishable, or so combined that they could not be separated. The unsalaried officials were not specifically declared to be taxable, and were always striving for exemption. And when, in the growing needs of the monarchy, new taxes were imposed, there came ever fresh struggles conducted with the customary violence of the Inquisition. May 10, 1652, the Royal Council earnestly represented to Philip IV that it had already laid before him certain excesses of the inquisitors of Cuenca, to which he had not seen fit to reply. Now the corregidor of Cuenca has reported other excesses requiring immediate remedy, for they have issued an order, under pain of excommunication and other penalties, that the collector of the excise on wine, imposed for the pay of the troops, shall not collect it of the salaried officials of the tribunal, although they are laymen and subject to it. They pretended that they were not liable to the alzavala, or tax on sales, but they were defeated in this suit on this before the Council of Hacienda. And if this is permitted, all the other tribunals will attempt the same, and with their exemption will come that of their servants and kindred and connections of all kinds, with frauds and concealment as usual, resulting in increase of charge to other vassals and damage to the treasury. For it seems as though the sole object of the inquisitors is to diminish the royal patrimony. Similar troubles attended to the levying of the Servicio de Millones, an exceedingly unpopular impost on wine, meat, vinegar, and other necessities. When, in 1631, the tax of media annata, or half a year's salary levied on appointees to office, was imposed, there was a discussion as to whether it was applicable to the Inquisition. This was settled in the affirmative, and the Suprema made no objection, for its collection was taken from the Sala de Media Añata, and was given to Gabriel Ortiz de Sotomayor, appointed by Inquisitor General Zapata, and when he, in the course of a few years, became Bishop of Badajoz, the business was entrusted to the Inquisitor General himself. For a while the payments were made with some regularity, but in 1650 an investigation showed that for a long while it had been quietly allowed to drop, and, as it was in the hands of the Inquisitor General, there were no means of enforcing an accounting. For a year Arcier Reynoso eluded the efforts of the Sala de Media Añata to obtain information, and finally, May 17, 1651, the king ordered him peremptorily to pay his own Media Añata, due since 1643, to make the other officials do so, and to furnish the required information to the Sala. On receiving this, he said there were difficulties in making ecclesiastics like inquisitors pay, but he would consult the Suprema and reply in July. July passed away, and the Sala again applied to him, when he replied that, as concerned the familiars and other secular officials, orders had already been given and collections made, But as to clerics, there were scruples about which he would advise with the king. He failed to do so, and in October the king was urged to repeat his demand for immediate payment. The outcome of the affair was that ecclesiastics were exempted and laymen had to pay, while familiars who had no salaries were assessed 9 ducats. So Arci Reynoso succeeded in eluding his tax. Collection, moreover, from the laymen was not easy, and January 28, 1654, the Suprema issued general instructions to deduct it without exemption from the salaries. This only transferred the indebtedness from the individuals to the receivers or treasurers of the tribunals, who seem to have been equally slow to pay, and, in 1655, an inquisitor in each tribunal of Castile and the colonies was designated to collect the money from the treasurer and remit it at once. It is safe to assume that the receipts were trivial, and the whole business affords an illustration of the methods by which the revenues of Spain were frittered away before reaching the treasury. Whether productive or not, however, the media añata remained until the end a permanent charge upon the lay officials. In Valencia, in 1790, it had for 10 years amounted to an annual average of 10 libras. With regard to local taxation, contests were renewed at every new impost with varying success, and a single case will elucidate the character of these struggles. In 1645, the Cortes of Valencia agreed to furnish for 6 years 1,200 men to garrison Tortosa, reserving the right to impose whatever duties or excise might be necessary to defray the expense. In order that the clergy might be included, the assent of Archbishop Aliaga was sought, which he granted with difficulty and only on condition that, within 8 months, the confirmatory papal brief should be obtained, which was duly accomplished. To meet the charge, an excise, known as the Cisa del Corte, was levied on all goods cut for garments. The tribunal refused to submit to this, and pointed to its contributions to a loan of 20,000 ducats, made by the Inquisition to the king in 1642, and to its payment since 1643 of 5% of the salaries for the maintenance of certain mounted men. The city yielded for a while, and then a compromise was made. The ecclesiastics at the time were paying 18 deniers on the libra, or 7.5%, while the officials of the tribunal were to be taxed only 6 deniers, or 2.5%. To maintain their principle of exemption, however, for some years they had their garments made in the name of other ecclesiastics, and paid the 18 deniers. But in 1659 they grew tired of this, and paid the 6 deniers for themselves, first registering a protest that it was without prejudice to their privileges and exemptions. This continued until 1668, when suddenly, on June 19th, the fiscal of the tribunal summoned the collectors of the Cisa del Corte to pass freely, within 24 hours, the cloth cut for the garments of Benito Sanguino, the alcalde mayor, under pain of 500 ducats. On the 21st, the syndics of the city and the collectors interjected an appeal to the king, in spite of which the next day the mandate was repeated, this time giving 12 hours for obedience and adding excommunication to the fine. Another appeal was interposed, and the regent of the Audiencia applied for a competencia, or orderly method of settling disputes, as provided in the Concordia. But notwithstanding this, the next day the excommunications were published, and the names of the collectors were affixed to the doors of the cathedral as under the anathema of the church. The final outcome is of little moment. The interest of the affair lies in its illustration of the persistence of the Inquisition and the violence of its methods. In this respect, the case is not exceptional. The formularies of the Inquisition contained a full assortment of arbitrary mandates which it employed, in place of seeking the legal courses prescribed by the Concordias, by which the king and the Cortes sought to preserve the peace. One of these, drawn in the name of the Tribunal of Llerena, addressed to the governor and magistrates, recites that complaint has been made of the imposition on officials and familiars of a new octroi on meat, and proceeds to assert that, by immemorial custom and royal cedulas, the commissioned officials are exempted from paying any taxes, excise, imposts, and assessments, whether royal or local or otherwise. The magistrates are commanded within 2 hours to desist from the attempt, under pain of major excommunication, and a fine of 100,000 maravedis for the governor or his deputy, and of 50,000 for subordinates, with a threat, in case of disobedience, of prosecution with the full rigor of the law. Moreover, the secretary or notary of the city is ordered within the 2 hours to bring to the tribunal and surrender all papers concerning the assessment on the officials, under pain of excommunication and 10,000 maravedis. Such were the peremptory commands habitually employed, the arrogance of which rendered them especially galling. Not only were these fulminations ready for use when the case occurred, but there were formulas drawn up in advance to prevent any attempted infraction of the privileges claimed by the officials. Thus, this same collection has one addressed to the corregidor and magistrates of a town where a fair is to be held, reciting that an official of the tribunal proposes to send thither a certain number of cattle bearing his brand, which he swears to be of his own raising, and, as he is exempt from paying alcavala, tolls, ferriages, royal servicio, and all other assessments and dues, and, as he fears that there may be an attempt to impose them, therefore all officials and collectors are ordered, under pain of major excommunication and 200 ducats, to abstain from all such attempts, with threats of further punishment in case of disobedience. The enormous advantage which the official thus possessed is plain, as well as the door which it opened to fraud. That the claim was groundless appears by a memorial presented to the Suprema in 1623, a response to a call by Inquisitor General Pacheco on his colleagues for suggestions as to the better government and improvement of the Inquisition, a remarkable paper to which reference will frequently be made hereafter. On this point, it states that, in some tribunals, the officials were exempted from paying the alcavala on the products of their estates, while in others they were not. In some, a portion of the officials have dexterously secured exemption, while others have been compelled to pay by judicial decision, as there is no basis for such claims. If there is no right or privilege of exemption, it is not seen how the officials can conscientiously escape payment, or how the inquisitors can defend them in evading it, besides the numerous suits thence arising which occupy the time of the tribunals. To cure this, it is suggested that the king grant exemptions to all, for there are not more than 2 or 3 in each tribunal to be thus benefited. This suggestion was not adopted, but the claim was persisted in with its perpetual exasperation and multiplicity of litigation. The large numbers of unsalaried officials, especially the familiars, rendered the question of their exemption of considerably greater importance. They had no claim to it, but they were persistently endeavoring to establish the right, and for the most part they were supported by the tribunals in the customary arbitrary fashion. In the feudal Concordia of Catalonia in 1599, It was provided that levies and executions for all taxes and imposts could be made on familiars and commissioners by the ordinary officers of justice. In the memorial to Clement VIII, asking for the disallowance of this Concordia, the Suprema proved learnedly, by a series of canons from the Fourth Council of Lateran down, that the crucisignati, whom it claimed to correspond with the modern familiars, were exempt. It even had the audacity to cite the Concordia of 1514, which in reality denied their exemption, and it assumed with equal untruth that this was the universal custom in Spain. Yet, in a consulta of December 30th, 1633, the Suprema tacitly excluded the unsalaried officials when it argued that there were not, exclusive of ecclesiastics, more than 200 officials in Spain entitled to the exemption. Still, the Inquisition fought the battle for the unsalaried officials with as much vigor as for the salaried. In 1634, the levying of a few reales on a familiar of Visalvero, on the occasion of the voyage to Barcelona of the Infante Fernando, was resisted with such violence by the Tribunal of Toledo that finally the king had to intervene, resulting in the banishment and deprival of temporalities of a clerical official and the summoning to court of the senior inquisitor. In 1636, Philip IV, to meet the extravagant outlays on the palace of Buen Retiro, levied a special tax on all the towns of the district of Madrid. In Vallecas, the quota was assessed on the inhabitants, among whom was a familiar who refused to pay when the local alcaldes levied upon his property. He appealed to the Suprema, which referred the matter to the Tribunal of Toledo, and it arrested the alcaldes and condemned them in heavy penalties. Then the alcaldes de casa y corte, the highest criminal court, intervened and arrested the familiar, whereupon the Suprema twice sent to the Sala de los Alcaldes, declaring them to be excommunicated, but the bearer of the censure was refused audience. On this, the Suprema, with the assent of the Council of Castile, sent a cleric to arrest the alcaldes and convey them out of the kingdom, and on March 12th, in all the churches of Madrid, they were published as excommunicate, and subject to all the penalties of the bull In Joina Domini. What was the outcome of this, the chronicler fails to inform us, but the Council of Castile took a different view of the question when, in 1639, one of its members, Don Antonio Valdez, who had been sent to Extremadura as commissioner to raise troops, was publicly excommunicated by the Tribunal of Llerena because, in assessing contributions for that purpose, he had not exempted its officials and familiars. The council thereupon appealed to Philip, who ordered the decree expunged from the records, and that a copy of the royal order should be posted in the secretariat of the tribunal. Yet it was about this time that the claim in behalf of unsalaried officials seems to have been abandoned, for in 1636, 1643, and 1644, the Suprema issued repeated injunctions that in the existing distress the royal imposts and taxes must be paid. In 1646, it ordered the Tribunal of Valencia not to defend two familiars in resisting payment, and in the same year, the Cortes of Aragon gained a victory which subjected them all to local charges. With the advent of the Bourbons, the salaried officials found a change in this as in so much else. In the financial exigencies of the War of Succession, they were subjected to repeated levies. Philip V called upon them for 5% of their salaries and then for 10%, to which they were forced to submit. In 1712, a general tax was laid of a doubloon per hearth, which was assessed in each community according to the wealth of the individual. There were no exemptions, and appeals were heard only by the provincial superintendents of the revenue. The sole concession obtained by the Suprema was that, where the officials of the Inquisition were concerned, the local tribunal could name an assessor to sit with the superintendent, and it warned the tribunals that any interference with the collection would be repressed with the utmost severity. Salaries, however, were held to be subject only to demands from the crown, for, when Saragossa, in 1727, endeavored to include them in an assessment for local taxation, Philip, in response to an appeal from the Suprema, decided that those of the Inquisition, in common with other tribunals, should be exempt, but that real and personal property, including trade, belonging to officials, should be held liable to the tax. Towards the close of the 18th century, various documents show that all ideas of resistance and all pleas of exemption had been abandoned. The Holy Office submitted to ordinary and extraordinary exactions, and the Suprema warned the tribunals that the assessments were wholly in the hands of the royal officers, and that it had no cognizance of the matter. The calls were frequent and heavy, as when, in 1794, 4% was levied on all salaries of over 800 ducats, and 3 months later a demand was made of 1/3 of the fruits of all benefices and prebends, which was meekly submitted to, and statements were obediently rendered. Under the Restoration, the Inquisition was less tractable. In 1818, an income tax was levied and was imposed on all salaries, including those of the Suprema, which at once prepared for resistance. There seems to have been a prolonged struggle with a successful result, for, on November the 17th, it issued a circular enclosing a royal order which conceded exemption. End of Book 2, Chapter 3, Part 1. Book 2, Chapter 3, Part 2 of History of the Inquisition of Spain, Volume 1. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. History of the Inquisition of Spain, Volume 1, by Henry Charles Lea. Book 2, Chapter 3, Privileges and Exemptions. Part 2. The exemption from taxation, which included import and export dues, or merchandise and provisions required for officials and prisoners, led to the claim of other privileges and to not a few abuses. It was not confined to seaports and frontier towns, for the jealous particularism of the kingdoms, dynastically united, kept up their antagonistic policy towards each other, and intercourse between them was subjected to regulations similar to those of foreign trade. The exemption from these, as well as from the octroi duties of the towns, was a most important privilege, capable of being turned to account in many ways besides diminishing the expenses of the officials. We have seen that Ferdinand, in 1508, prohibited the issue of orders to pass goods free, but nevertheless it continued. When, in 1540, Blas Ortiz went to take possession of his office as Inquisitor of Valencia, the Suprema furnished him with a pass addressed to all customs officials, permitting him to cross the borders with 3 horses and 4 pack mules. He could be required to swear that what he carried was his private property and was not for sale, but all further interference was forbidden under pain of excommunication and 100 ducats. It was not only on such occasions, however, that the custom houses were thus eluded. Before the introduction of regular posts, the constant communications between the tribunals and with the Suprema were carried by couriers or by muleteers, and the mysterious secrecy which shrouded all the operations of the Holy Office furnished an excuse for preventing any risk that these sacred packages should be examined. All bearers of letters, therefore, even when they had loaded mules, were furnished with passes forbidding, under excommunication and fine, any unpacking or investigation of what they carried. The facilities thus offered for contraband trade are obvious, and their value can only be appreciated through a knowledge of the elaborate system of import and export duties and prohibitions of import and export which characterize the policy of the period. Complaints were fruitless, for when the Council of Hacienda issued letters against certain familiars in the Canaries, detected in importing prohibited goods, Philip II, February 11, 1593, ordered the letters to be recalled and that no more should be issued. There were few things concerning which there was more jealousy than the transfer of grain from one Spanish kingdom to another, and when it was permitted there were duties, either import or export, or perhaps both. Deficient harvests in one province or another were not infrequent, and the tribunals were constantly seeking special relief by obtaining permits to violate the laws, or by violating the laws without permits. Many instances of this could be cited, but it will suffice to recount the experience of the Valencia tribunal in endeavoring to obtain wheat from Aragon. For this it had special facilities, for the Aragonese districts of Teruel and Albarracin were subject to it, but on the other hand, Aragon was especially firm in prohibiting the exportation of wheat. In 1522, the tribunal undertook to bring some wheat from Aragon, and threatened the frontier officials with excommunication if they should interfere. In spite of this, they detained it, when the inquisitor published the censures and imprisoned a guard whom he caught, whereupon the Aragonese diputados remonstrated, saying that if the emperor or pope wanted wheat from Aragon, he applied for a license, and begging the inquisitor to keep within his jurisdiction and release the guard. Then an accommodation was reached, and the tribunal was permitted to bring in 30 cajices, about 100 bushels, on condition of removing any excommunication that might exist. But it repudiated its side of the agreement, and summoned the officials to appear and receive penance. This exhausted the patience of the diputados. They ordered the wheat to be stopped, or, if it had gone forward, to be followed and captured with the mules bearing it. The inquisitor might do what he pleased, but they would employ all the forces of the kingdom and enforce respect for the laws. The position in which the inquisitor had placed himself was so untenable that the Inquisitor General issued an order forbidding tribunals to take anything out of Aragon in violation of the prohibitions. The effect of this rebuff was evanescent. The tribunal persisted, and by false pretenses established a claim which, in 1591, the Suprema warned it to use with moderation as the Council of Aragon was making complaint. As usual, no attention was paid to this, and, in 1597, Philip II was compelled to interfere because the tribunal was issuing to excess letters authorizing the export of wheat from Teruel, an abuse which was doubtless abundantly profitable. If this brought any amendment, it was transient. On June 16, 1606, the diputados represented to the tribunal that they were bound by their oaths of office, under pain of excommunication, to enforce the laws prohibiting the export of wheat, that, in spite of these laws, large quantities were carried to Valencia, to the destruction and total ruin of the land, by individuals armed with licenses issued by the tribunal, wherefore they prayed that no more licenses should be issued. No attention was paid to this, and on January 8, 1607, they wrote again, stating that the abuse was increasing, and that they must appeal to the king and the Suprema for its suppression. This brought an answer to the effect that the tribunal was more moderate than it had previously been, and would continue to be so as it would find convenient, without prejudice to the rights conceded to it by the royal cedulas, and, as it was occupied in the service of God, it could reasonably exercise those rights. The asserted rights under which it had so long nullified the laws of Aragon were a conscious fraud, for, when it had complained to the Suprema of the interference of the Diputados, with its immemorial privilege, and enclosed the royal cedula conferring it, the Suprema pointed out that this referred only to Castile and not to Aragon. The complaints of the Diputados had been listened to, and all that could be done was to invoke the good offices of the Saragossa tribunal to obtain permission to get 1,500 bushels per annum. The Saragossa inquisitors willingly lent their aid, but in vain. They wrote, June 6, 1608, that they had brought to bear all their influence on the Diputados, who declared that the fuero prohibiting the export of grain was too strict for them to violate it. A correspondence ensued with the Suprema, which ordered the tribunal, February 8, 1610, to abstain, as previously ordered, but if, in a year, there should be special necessity, it might report the quantity required when instructions would be given. This imposed silence on it until 1618, when another attempt was made to overcome the obstinacy of the Diputados. It had abstained, the tribunal said, for some years from issuing licenses, in consequence of the great abuses and excesses of those to whom they were granted. But now the sterility of the land causes great inconveniences, and it asks that the fruits of its prebends in Aragon and its rents be invested in wheat allowed to be exported. The Diputados, however, wisely refused to open the door. The law to which they had sworn imposed heavy penalties for its infraction, and they were compelled to refuse. This was probably effectual as far as concerned Aragon, for we happen to find the tribunal, in 1631, obtaining from the king license to import 250 bushels from Castile. This narrative is instructive in more ways than one. The pretense of necessity in the service of God was as fraudulent as the claims put forward. The whole business was purely speculative, and the licenses were doubtless sold to the highest bidder through all these years. The Valencian tribunal was at no time in need of wheat from Aragon or Castile, for it had ample privileges at home for all its wants, and it was working these local privileges for a profit to someone. Among other public-spirited acts of Ximenes was the founding, in 1512, of an alhondiga, or public granary, in Toledo, so that, as we are told in 1569, in times of scarcity, the citizens could procure supplies at moderate prices. It was probably owing to this that other cities, including Valencia, formed establishments of the kind, monopolizing the traffic in wheat, to which the citizens resorted day by day for their provision. When a loss occurred in the business, from a surplus over the demand or from spoiling of the grain, it was assessed upon the citizens, under the name of pan asegurado, but, in 1530, the magistrates relieved the officials of the tribunal from sharing this burden, and the exemption was enumerated, in 1707, as still among its privileges. Another privilege, which it shared with the viceroy and the archbishop, was that the baker who served it was the second one allowed every morning to enter the granary and select a sack of wheat of 5½ bushels, and every week 3½ bushels of trigo candel, without payment, save a small tax known as murs y vals, evidently for the maintenance of the city defenses. This he baked and distributed the bread among the officials and to the prison, in allotted portions, and what was over he sold, showing that the tribunal not only got its wheat gratuitously, but more than it needed, to somebody's profit. The amount must have been considerable, for the bakers complained of the unfair competition of the favored baker, and, in 1609, the city endeavored to put an end to the abuse, but without success. The matter slumbered until 1627, when the city obtained a royal cedula abolishing the privilege of taking the wheat, but obedience to this was refused because it had been issued without preliminary notice to the other side, and without a junta or conference between the Suprema and the Council of Aragon. Then the city ordered the baker no longer to go to the granary for wheat, and the aggrieved Suprema complained loudly to the king, urging him to consider the services to God and the tonsure of the inquisitors, and not to allow these holy labors to be interrupted by the necessity of going personally to the granary. To this, Philip replied by ordering the fueros to be observed, which was virtually a confirmation of his cedula, but this seems to have been similarly disregarded, for in 1628 we find the city again endeavoring to put an end to the collateral abuse of the sale of the surplus bread, and the tribunal busily engaged in gathering testimony to prove that this had publicly been the custom from time immemorial. In proving this, however, it also proved unconsciously how fraudulent had been the claim that it had been in need of wheat from Aragon. This commercial development of the Inquisition led it to utilize its exemption from taxation and octroi duties, opening shops for the necessaries of life, causing violent quarrels with the cities whose revenues were impaired and whose laws were ostentatiously disregarded. Among a number of cases of this in the records, a series of occurrences in Saragossa will illustrate this phase of the activity of the Holy Office. A large part of the local revenues of the city was derived from a monopoly of wine, meal, and provisions, and no citizen was allowed to bring these articles within the gates. The Aljaferia, occupied by the tribunal, was situated a few hundred feet beyond the walls. The inquisitors assumed that they were not bound by the municipal regulations. They introduced what they pleased into the town, and the authorities complained that they maintained in the Aljaferia a public meat market, a tavern, and a shop where citizens could purchase freely to the infinite damage of the public revenues. The Cortes of 1626 demanded that affairs should be reduced to what they had been prior to the troubles of 1591, when the Aljaferia was garrisoned with soldiers, giving rise to profitable trade. But the Suprema prevented the royal confirmation of the acts of the Cortes, and the matter was left open. This led to troubles which came to a head September 21, 1626, when a load of wine for the tribunal on entering the city was seized under the law by the guard and taken to the house of one of the huardos, or town councillors. At once the inquisitors issued letters demanding its release under pain of excommunication and 1,000 ducats. The jurados lost no time in forming the competencia, which, in accordance with the existing concordia, was the method provided for deciding such contests, but the inquisitors refused to join in it, asserting that there could be no competencia, as it was a matter of faith and impeding the Inquisition in its exercise of its functions. They arrested and imprisoned one of the guards, notwithstanding that he had letters of manifestacion from the Court of the Justicia of Aragon, a species of habeas corpus of the highest privilege in Aragon, which was traditionally venerated as the palladium of popular liberty. And the next day they seized 3 more who were likewise manifestados. The incensed magistrates applied to the Justicia and to the Diputados to release by force the prisoners from the Aljaferia, and there was prospect of serious disorder. The governor of Aragon, however, succeeded in getting himself accepted as umpire by both sides, and temporarily quieted them by the compromise that the wagon, mules, and wine should be delivered to him, that the prisoners should be surrendered through him to the city, and that the comminatory letters should be withdrawn, all this being without prejudice to either party. He wrote earnestly to the king, pointing out the imminent danger of an outbreak and the necessity of a decision that should avert such perils for the future. If the assumption that such questions were matters of faith were admitted, the inquisitors could refuse all competencias, which would annul the Concordia and destroy the royal jurisdiction. The city also addressed him, saying that the inquisitors had refused to abstain from further action pending his decision, and if these pretensions were admitted, they would be unable to pay him the servicio which had been granted. This resulted in a compromise, agreed upon between the Suprema and the Council of Aragon, under which the city obligated itself to supply the tribunal with meat, wine, and ice. It was impossible, however, to compel the Inquisition to observe compacts. Fresh complaints arose, the nature of which is indicated by a decree of Philip IV, June 17, 1630, requiring the Suprema to order the inquisitors to keep to the agreement, and not to sell any portion of the provisions furnished, and further to stop the trade carried on in some little houses in the Aljaferia, where the municipal supervisors could not inspect them. This resulted in a fresh agreement of December 7, 1631, under which the city bought, for 3,000 crowns, the Casa de Penitencia, or prison for penitents, and engaged to maintain in it shops for the sale of meat and ice to the inhabitants of the Aljaferia at the prices current in the town. Probably this quieted the matter, but before long the irrepressible inquisitors started another disturbance. The salt works of Remolinos and El Castellon belonged to the royal patrimony, and were framed out under condition that no other salt should be sold or used in Saragossa, and some other places under heavy fines. To enforce this, there were commissioners empowered to investigate all suspected places, even churches not being exempt. In 1640, a party in the city was found to be selling salt, and confessed that he had obtained it from the gardener of the Aljaferia. The commissioner, Baltasar Peralta, went there with a scrivener, and in the gardener's cottage they found 2 sacks, one empty, the other nearly full of salt, with a half-peck measure. They announced the penalty to the gardener's wife, and proceeded to enforce it in the customary manner by seizing pledges, in the present case 3 horses. The inquisitor, who had doubtless been sent for, came as they were leading the horses away, forced the surrender of the horses and salt, and told them that they should deem themselves lucky if they were not thrown in prison. Thereupon, the royal advocate fiscal of Aragon, Adrian de Sada, reported the case to the king, adding that it was learned that the coachman of one of the inquisitors was selling salt from the saltworks of Sobradiel. He pointed out that, if the servants of the Inquisition could sell salt freely, and the royal officials be deterred by threats from investigation, the revenue would be seriously impaired, for no one would venture to farm the saltworks, and he asked for instructions before resorting to proceedings which might disturb the public peace, as had happened on previous occasions. The matter was referred to the Council of Aragon, which advised the king to issue imperative commands that the inquisitors should not obstruct the detection and punishment of frauds, for their cognizance in no way pertained to the Holy Office. The Saragossa tribunal had a still more prolonged and bitter dispute with the city over the bake oven of the Aljaferia. This belonged to the crown, and, at some time prior to 1630, Philip IV made it over to the tribunal which was pleading poverty. Its use of the privilege soon brought it into conflict with the city, but a complicated arrangement respecting it was included in the agreement of December 7, 1631, requiring the baker to purchase at least 70 bushels of wheat per month from the public granary, with certain restrictions as to the places whence he could procure further supplies. In 1649, we chance to learn that the oven was farmed out for 16,000 reales per annum, and, in 1663, a lively conflict arose because the tribunal had granted a lease which was not subject to the restrictions of 1631. Then again, in 1690, the trouble broke out afresh, each side accusing the other of violating the agreement. All the authorities, from the king and viceroy down, were invoked to settle it. There were fears of violence, but May 1st, 1691, the tribunal reported to the Suprema that a compromise had been reached on satisfactory terms. The independent spirit of Aragon caused it to suffer less from the mercantile enterprises of the Inquisition than the more submissive temper of Castile. In 1623, there was a flagrant case in Toledo arising from a butcher's shop established by the tribunal in violation of the municipal laws. Its violent methods triumphed, and Don Luis de Paredes, an alcalde de corte, sent thither to settle the matter, was disgraced for attempting to restrain it. This called forth an energetic protest from the Council of Castile, which boldly told the king that he should not shut his eyes to the fact that the inquisitors were extending their privileges to matters beyond their competence, with such prejudice to the public weal that they were making themselves superior to the laws, to the government, and to the royal power, trampling on the judges, seizing the original documents, forcing them to revoke their righteous acts, arresting their officials, and treating them as heretics because they discharged their duty. In procuring provisions, whether for consumption or sale, besides the freedom from local imposts, the Inquisition had the further advantage of employing coercive methods on unwilling vendors and of disregarding local regulations and prohibitions. As early as 1533, the Aragonese at the Cortes of Monzon took the alarm and petitioned that the statutes of the towns, when short of breadstuffs and provisions, should be binding on officials of the Inquisition, to which the emperor's reply was the equivocating one customary when evading confirmation. The significance of this is manifested by a Carta Acordada of 1540, authorizing the tribunals to get wheat in the villages for their officials and prisoners and, if the local magistrates interfere, to coerce them with excommunication. The inquisitorial zeal in using this permission sometimes overstepped the bounds, and, in this same year, the Suprema had occasion to rebuke a tribunal, which had issued orders to furnish it with wheat under pain of 100 lashes, for it was told that, in rendering such extrajudicial sentences, it was exceeding its jurisdiction. How bravely the Suprema itself overcame all such scruples was manifest when laws of maximum prices and the heavy discount on the legal tender spurious vellon coinage rendered holders of goods unwilling to part with them at the legal rates. It issued, February 14, 1626, to its alcalde Pedro de Salazar, an order to go to any places in the vicinage and embargo sheep and whatever else he deemed necessary, sufficient for the maintenance of the households of the Inquisitor General and of the members and officials, paying therefore at the rates fixed by law, to effect which he was empowered to call for aid on all royal justices, who were required to furnish all necessary aid under penalty of major excommunication and 500 ducats. So again, on April 11th, 1630, Salazar was ordered to go anywhere in the kingdom and seize 6 bushels of wheat in baked bread for some households, paying for it at the established price, and all officials, secular, ecclesiastical, and inquisitorial, were required to assist him under the same penalties. This was an organized raid on all the bakeries of Madrid, and Salazar was more scrupulous than the average official of the time, if he did not turn an honest penny by taking bread on his own account at the legal rate and selling it at the current one. The Tribunal of Valencia enjoyed another privilege in the important matter of salt, the royal monopoly of which rendered it so costly to the ordinary customer. Every year the tribunal issued an order to the farmers of the salt works, commanding them, under pain of excommunication and 50 ducats, to deliver to the receiver of confiscations 12 cajices, or about 42 bushels, of refined salt, at the price of 8 reales the cajis, and the custom house officials were summoned, under the same penalties, to let it pass without detention or trouble for the service of God. The salt was duly apportioned among the officials at this trivial price, each inquisitor getting 4 bushels, down to the messengers who received 2/3 of a bushel, and even jubilado officials had their portion. When or how this originated is unknown. In 1644 it seems established as of old date, and it continued until 1710, when the new dynasty brought it to a sudden conclusion. The House of Hacienda reported it to the king, as though it were a novelty just discovered, pointing out that the 8 reales were less than the cost of transport from the works to the magazines, that the manufacture was a monopoly of the regalias, and the price charged was in no respect a tax or impost, but was regulated by the necessities of the national defense. That no other tribunal in Spain, secular or ecclesiastic, made such a demand, while the publication of censures against royal officials was dangerous in those calamitous times. This aroused Philip, who ordered a prompt remedy. The Suprema no longer ventured an opposition or remonstrance, but wrote immediately to Valencia, expressing its surprise. The demand must be withdrawn at once. If any censures had been published, they must be revoked, and no such demonstration should have been made without previous consultation. It would be superfluous to adduce further examples of the manner in which the tribunals abused their power for unlawful gains and benefits, and we can readily conceive the exasperation thus excited, even among those most zealous in the extermination of heresy. End of Book 2, Chapter 3, Part 2. Book 2, Chapter 3, Part 3 of History of the Inquisition of Spain, Volume 1. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. History of the Inquisition of Spain, Volume 1, by Henry Charles Lea. Book 2, Chapter 3, Privileges and Exemptions. Part 3. Few of the privileges claimed by the Inquisition gave rise to more bickering and contention than its demand that all connected with it should be exempt from all the billeting of troops and the furnishing of bagages, or beasts of burden, for transportation. The subject is one of minor importance, but it furnishes so typical an illustration of inquisitorial methods that it is worthy of examination somewhat in detail. Under the old monarchy, the yantar, or droit de gîte, or right to free quarters, was an insufferable burden. Almost every Cortes of Leon and Castile from the 12th century complained of it energetically, for it was exercised not only by the royal court in its incessant peregrinations, but by nobles and others who could enforce it, and it was accompanied by spoliation of every kind, while the impressment of beasts of burden was an associated abuse, and even the lands of the Church were not exempt. The more independent Aragonese were unwilling to submit to it, and a fuero of the Cortes of Alcañiz in 1436 provided that the courtiers and followers of the king should pay all Christians in whose houses they lodged. When the Inquisition was founded, and was to a great extent peripatetic, the officials apparently claimed free quarters, for a clause in the instructions of 1498 provides that where a tribunal was set up, they should pay for their accommodations and provide their own beds and necessaries. When traveling, a decree of Ferdinand, October 21, 1500, repeated in 1507, 1516, 1518, 1532, and 1561, provided that they should have gratuitous lodging and beds, with food at moderate prices. The frequent repetition of this indicates that it aroused opposition, and, in 1601, when the Inquisitor of Valencia was ordered to go at once on a visitation of Tortosa, he was told not to oppress the city by demanding free quarters, but to lodge decently in a monastery or in the house of some official. Furnishing free quarters, however, was different from enjoying them. The old abuses gradually disappeared with the settled habitations for kings and tribunals. But the changes in military organization, with standing armies, gave rise to others which, if more occasional, were also more oppressive: the billeting of troops. When Louis XIV resorted to the dragonades, the quartering of dragoons on Huguenot families, as an effective coercion to conversion, it shows how severe was the infliction. The rebellion of Catalonia in 1640 had for its proximate cause the outrages committed by troops quartered for the winter in places insufficient for their support, culminating in their burning the churches of Riu de Arenas and Montreal. The massacre in Saragossa, December 28, 1705, of the French troops in the service of Philip V had the same origin. As the pay of Spanish armies was habitually in arrears and the commissariat system imperfect, it can be realized how valuable was the privilege of exemption from entertaining these uninvited guests and providing them with transportation when they departed. In the war with Portugal in 1666, Galicia suffered so seriously that we are told a company of cavalry was worth to its captain 2,000 ducats in ransoms from outrage. That the Inquisition should claim such exemption was to be expected, for it was one of the privileges of hidalgos, but the earliest allusion to it that I have met occurs in 1548, when Inquisitor General Valdez ordered that no billets must be given on houses occupied by inquisitors or officials, even though not their own or during their absence, for their clothes were in them. What authority he had to issue such a command it might be difficult to say, but it indicates that the exemption was an innovation, and, as it refers only to salaried officials, it infers that the numerous unsalaried ones were not entitled to the privilege, which is further proved by the fact that, in the Castilian Concordia of 1553, regulating the exemptions of familiars, there is no allusion to billeting. The action of Valdez, however, settled the matter as far as the salaried officials were concerned, and even the Aragonese Cortes of 1646, which greatly limited the claims of the Inquisition, admitted that they had the same privileges as hidalgos. The determination with which this was enforced is seen in a case in 1695, when Inquisitor Sanz y Muñoz of Barcelona threatened with excommunication and a fine of 200 libras the town councillors of Manlleu if they should assign quarters in a country house belonging to the portero of the Inquisition, although it was occupied by a peasant who worked on the land. The councillors appealed for protection to the Audiencia, or royal court, which invited the inquisitor to settle the matter amicably in the prescribed form of the competencia. But he treated the overture with such contempt that he promptly issued a second mandate, under the same penalties, and summoned the councillors to appear before him as having incurred them. The Audiencia made another attempt at pacification, to which he replied that he proposed at once to declare the councillors as publicly excommunicated. The Diputados of Catalonia thereupon protested vigorously to the king that, while all the rest of the people were patriotically united in aiding the war, and the gentry had voluntarily foregone their privilege of exemption, the officials and familiars of the Inquisition were exciting tumults and riots in their efforts to extend exemptions to those who had no claim. The chief trouble arose with the unsalaried officials, especially the multitudinous familiars, who had no claim to exemption. The Barcelona tribunal seems to have started it, for one of the complaints made to de Soto Salazar on his visitation of 1567 was that the inquisitors forbade the quartering of soldiers in the houses of familiars. In his report, he suggested that it should be done when necessary, and the Aragonese Concordia of 1568 followed this idea by prohibiting inquisitors to support familiars in refusing to receive men assigned to them when there were no other houses to receive them. There was virtually no recognized exemption, but a steady effort to establish one, while the familiars complained that the hatred felt for them led to their being oppressed with billets when others went free. To remedy this, Philip II, in a cedula of February 21, 1576, ordered that no discrimination should be made against them, but that they should be placed on an equality with justicias and regidores, who were not called upon to furnish quarters until all other houses were occupied. Complaints continued, and he advanced a step, February 22, 1579, by decreeing that for 3 years the towns of upwards of 500 hearths, familiars should be exempt from billeting and furnishing transportation. In smaller towns, 1/2 should be exempted, and where there was but one, he should be exempt. This was renewed frequently for 3 years at a time, and as frequently was overlooked. But this made little difference, for we are told by an experienced inquisitor that it was always assumed to be in force, and, when a familiar complained of a billet, the tribunal would issue a mandate, ordering his relief within 3 hours under a penalty of 100,000 maravedis. If the exemption was in force, a copy of the cedula was included in the mandate. If it was not, it still was quoted as existing in the archives of the tribunal. There were few questions which gave rise to more embroilment than this. Both sides were unscrupulous. The privilege excited ill will. It was evaded by the authorities wherever possible, and the tribunals were kept busy in defending their familiars with customary violence. At length, in 1634, the necessities of the state were pleaded by Philip IV as his reason for withdrawing all exemptions, a measure which he was obliged to repeat more than once. It is somewhat remarkable, therefore, that, when the Cortes of Aragon, in 1646, succeeded in greatly abridging the privileges of familiars, they were included with the salaried officials in the exemption from billets. This did not avail them much, for we are told that, in the changes effected by the Cortes, the terror felt for the Inquisition was so greatly diminished that there was scant ceremony in imposing on its officials, that the familiars were singled out to have 2 or 3 soldiers quartered on them, and when they complained, the tribunal ventured no more than to instruct its commissioner to use persuasion. Catalonia was not so fortunate, and strife continued with its usual bitterness. As a frontier province, in wartime it was occupied with troops, and there were abundant opportunities for friction. In 1695, the Diputados complained that, as the only mode of escaping billets was to become a familiar, many had themselves appointed, although there was already an innumerable multitude, and that even when the local magistrates were compelled to receive soldiers, the familiars refused, in contempt of the royal orders. The War of Succession brought fresh necessities, and the change of dynasty was unfavorable to the Inquisition, in this as in so much else. A royal decree of February 11th, 1706, abolished all exemptions, but, as a favor to the Inquisition, 4 of its officials were accepted in towns and 20 in cities that were seats of tribunals. The Suprema accepted this cheerfully, but when a decree of January 19, 1712, revoked all exemptions, it remonstrated and was told that, while the king recognized the claims of the Inquisition to all the privileges granted by his predecessors, the existing urgency required the withdrawal of all exemptions and, as the law was absolute, he could make no exceptions. Although this covered the salaried officials, it seems to have been the familiars who complained the loudest. Possibly now that the tribunals could no longer protect them, they were exposed to special discrimination. It was a question of money, however, rather than of hardship, for a system of composition had been developed under which, by paying the cuartel, or utensilio, an assessment proportioned to the wealth of the individual, the billet was escaped. When the urgency of immediate peril was past, these decrees were either withdrawn or became obsolete. The claim of exemption revived, and with it the active efforts of the tribunals to protect those whose exemptions were disregarded, and to punish the officials who disregarded them. In 1728, Philip V made a well-intentioned attempt to relieve the oppression of the poor arising from the numerous classes of officials who claimed exemption from the common burdens, including the billeting of troops. As for the familiars, he says, who all claim exemptions and give rise to disturbances, attacks on the local magistrates, with excommunications and other penalties, and perpetual competencias, all this must cease. Yet he admits their exemption, and only insists that it must be confirmed to the number allowed by the Concordia of 1553. That limitation had never been observed, and the inquisitors had appointed large numbers in excess of it, in spite of perpetual remonstrance, and Philip now ordered that tribunals should not issue certificates to more than the legal number, and should not take proceedings against the local magistrates. As usual, the royal orders were disregarded. The Tribunal of Valencia threatened with excommunication and fine the magistrates of Játiva and San Mateo, to the instance of some familiars on whom soldiers had been quartered, and, on learning this, Philip addressed the Suprema in 1729, stating that the records showed that familiars were entitled to no exemption. Even if they were, the tribunal had exceeded its powers in employing obstreperous methods in defiance of the royal decrees. There must be no competencia. The Valencia tribunal must be notified not to exceed its jurisdiction, and the Suprema itself must observe the royal orders. After the delay of a month, the Suprema forwarded the royal letter to the Valencia, sullenly telling the tribunal to report what could be done and not to act further without orders. For 2 centuries, the Inquisition had been accustomed to obey or to disregard the royal decrees at its pleasure and to tyrannize over the local authorities. The habit was not easily broken, and it was hard to conform itself to the new order of things. A formulary of about 1740 contains a letter to be sent to magistrates granting billets on familiars, couched in the old, arrogant, and peremptory terms, and threatening excommunication and a fine of 200 ducats. Familiars, it says, are not to furnish quarters and beasts of burden, except in extreme urgency, when no exemptions are permitted, and this assumes to be in accordance with the royal decrees, including the latest one of November 3, 1737. I can find no trace of a decree of 1737, and we may assume that it was this obstinacy of the Inquisition that induced Philip in 1743 to reissue his decree of 1728, with an expression of regret at its inobservance and the disastrous results which had ensued. He added that, when the houses of the non-exempt were insufficient for quartering troops, they could be billeted on hidalgos and nobles. The Inquisition still adhered to its claims, but Carlos III taught it to abandon its comminatory style. When, in 1781, the authorities of Castellón de la Plana billeted troops on familiars, the Valencia Tribunal adopted the more judicious method of persuading the Captain General that they were to be classed with hidalgos, and he issued orders to that effect. This did not please Carlos III, who brushed aside the claim to exemption by a peremptory order that all familiars of Castellón de la Plana should subject themselves to the local government in the matters of billets, and that there should be no charge until he should issue further commands. This would seem in principle to abrogate all claims of exemption, but Spanish tenacity still held fast to what it had claimed, and, in 1800, when José Porris, a familiar of Alcira, complained that the governor had quartered on him an officer of the regiment of Sagunto, the Valencia Tribunal took measures for his relief. The times were adverse to privilege, however, and in 1805 the Captain General of Catalonia sent a circular to all the towns stating that familiars were not exempt. The magistrates accordingly compelled them to furnish quarters and beasts of burden, and, when the tribunal complained to the Captain General and adduced proofs in support of its claims, he responded with the decrees of 1729 and 1743, which he assumed to have abrogated the exemption, and he continued to coerce the familiars. The same process was going on in Valencia, and, when that tribunal applied to Barcelona for information and learned the result, it ordered its familiars to submit under protest. Then followed a royal cedula of August 20th, 1807, limiting strictly what exemptions were still allowed. The Napoleonic invasion supervened, and under the Restoration I have met with no trace of their survival. Another privilege which occasioned endless debate and contention was the right of officials and familiars to bear arms, especially prohibited ones. This was a subject which, during the Middle Ages, had taxed to the utmost the civilizing efforts of legislators, while the power assumed by inquisitors to issue licenses to carry arms, in contravention of municipal statutes, was the source of no little trouble, especially in Italian cities. The necessity of restriction, for the sake of public peace, was peculiarly felt in Spain, where the popular temper and the sensitiveness as to the pundonor were especially provocative of deadly strife. It would be impossible to enumerate the endless series of decrees which succeeded each other with confusing rapidity, and the repetition of which, in every variety of form, shows conclusively how little they were regarded and how little they affected. Particular energy was directed against armas alevosas, treacherous weapons, which could be concealed about the person. In the Catalan Cortes of 1585, Philip II denounced harquebuses, firelocks, and more especially the small ones known as pistols, as unworthy the name of arms, as treacherous weapons, useless in war and provocative of murder, which had caused great damage in Catalonia and had been prohibited in his other kingdoms. They were therefore forbidden, not only to be carried, but even to be possessed at home and in secret, and against this no privilege should avail, whether of the military class, or official, or familiar of the Inquisition, or by license of the king or captain general, under penalty for those of gentle blood of 2 years' exile, for plebeians of 2 years' galley service, and for Frenchmen or Gascons of death, without power of commutation by any authority. 3 palms, or 27 inches of barrel, was the minimum length allowed for firearms in Catalonia, and 4 palms in Castile. Philip IV, in 1663, even prohibited the manufacture of pistols, and deprived of exemptions and fuero those who carried them, while as for poniards and daggers, Philip V, in 1721, threatened those who bore them with 6 years of presidio for nobles and 6 years of galleys for commoners. These specimens of multitudinous legislation, directed against arms of all kinds, enable us to appreciate how highly prized was the privilege of carrying them. In an age of violence, it was indispensable for defense, and was equally desired as affording opportunities for offense. That the Inquisition should claim it for those in its service was inevitable, and it had the excuse, at least during the earlier periods, that there was danger in the arrest and transportation of prisoners, and in the enmities which it provoked, although this latter danger was much less than it habitually claimed. The old rules, moreover, were well known, under which no local laws were allowed to interfere with such privilege, and the Inquisition had scarce been established in Valencia when the question arose through the refusal of the local authorities to allow its ministers to carry arms. Ferdinand promptly decided the matter in its favor by an order, March 22, 1486, that licenses should be issued to all whom the inquisitors might name, for the time had not yet come in which the inquisitors themselves issued licenses. Probably complaints arose as to the abuse of the privilege for the instructions of 1498, which were principally measures of reform, provided that, in cities where bearing arms was forbidden, no official should carry them, except when accompanying an inquisitor or alguazil. As indicated by this, policy on the subject was unsettled, and it so remained for a while. November 14, 1509, Ferdinand ordered that the ministers of the Sicilian Inquisition should not be deprived of their arms. June 2, 1510, he thanked the Valencia Tribunal for providing that its officials should go unarmed, for, by the grace of God, there is no one now who impedes or resists the Inquisition, and, if there were, the royal officials or he in person will provide for it. Then, in about 3 months, on October 28th, he wrote to the governor of Valencia that the salaried officials of the tribunal, with their servants and 40 familiars, should enjoy all the prerogatives of the Holy Office, and were not to be deprived of their arms. We see in all this the traces of general popular opposition to exempting inquisitorial officials from the laws forbidding arms-bearing. This was stimulated by the difficulty of preventing the exemptions from being claimed by unauthorized persons without limit, leading Catalonia, in the Concordia of 1512, to provide that officials bearing arms could be disarmed, like other citizens, unless they could show a certificate from the tribunal, and further, that the number of familiars for the whole principality should be reduced to 30, except in cases of necessity. Although this Concordia was not observed, Inquisitor General Mercader, in his instructions of August 28, 1514, admitted the necessity of such regulations by prohibiting the issue of licenses to bear arms, by reducing the overgrown number of familiars to 25 in Barcelona, and 10 each in Perpignan and other towns, by permitting the disarmament of those who could not exhibit certificates, and by endeavoring to check the fraud of lending these certificates, by requiring them to swear not to do so, and keeping lists whereby they could be identified. The right of arming its familiars, thus assumed by the Inquisition, was by no means uncontested. We have seen how the Empress Isabella, when in Valencia in 1524, ordered the arms taken from them and broken, leading to a protest from Inquisitor General Manrique, who asserted this to be a privilege enjoyed since the introduction of the Inquisition. In spite of this, Charles V, by a cedula of August 2, 1539, ordered inquisitors to prohibit the use of arms by familiars. The matter remained a subject of contest for some years more. In 1553, there were quarrels concerning it between the Valencia Tribunal and the local authorities, but the Concordia of 1554 admitted the right unreservedly. By this time, in fact, it was generally recognized, but this, in place of removing a cause of discord, only intensified and multiplied it. The right to bear arms could scarce be held to include weapons which were prohibited to all by general regulations, yet the authorities had no jurisdiction over familiars to enforce them. Thus, when flintlock harquebuses were prohibited, and the Viceroy of Valencia included familiars in a proclamation on the subject in 1562, Philip II called him to account, telling him that the order must come from the inquisitors, and, in 1575, he repeated this to the Viceroy of Catalonia. The Suprema might decide that familiars were included in prohibitory decrees, and that inquisitors must issue the necessary orders, as it did in 1596, with regard to one respecting daggers, and, in 1598, to one forbidding firelocks and pistols at night. But the tribunals had no police to enforce these orders, and, when the secular authorities undertook to do so, inquisitors were prompt to resent it, in their customary fashion, as a violation of the immunities of the Holy Office. End of Book 2, Chapter 3, Part 3. Book 2, Chapter 3, Part 4 of History of the Inquisition of Spain, Volume 1. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. History of the Inquisition of Spain, Volume 1, by Henry Charles Lea. Book 2, Chapter 3, Privileges and Exemptions, Part 4. Even more fruitful of trouble was the fact that it was impossible to make the inquisitors respect the limitations imposed by the Concordias on the number of familiars, and consequently to obey the rule of furnishing lists of them to the authorities so that they might be known. Appointments were lavished greatly in excess of all possible needs and without informing the magistrates, often, indeed, without keeping records in the archives. The familiar might or might not carry with him the evidence of his official character, but, whether he did so or not, his arrest or disarmament was violently resented, and the ordinary citizen, when caught offending, was apt to claim that he was a familiar in hopes of being released. How exasperating to the civil authorities was the situation may be gathered from a case occurring in Barcelona in 1568. The veguer, on his nightly rounds, arrested Franco Foix, whom he found armed with a coat of mail, sword, buckler, and dagger. The culprit claimed to be a familiar, and the veguer obediently handed him over to the tribunal. He proved not to be one, but instead of returning him, the inquisitors fined him in 44 reales for their own benefit, presumably as a penalty for personating an official, and restored him his forfeited arms. When the laws were thus openly set at defiance, conditions were eminently favorable for quarrels, even without the violent and mutual animosity everywhere existing between the tribunals and the civil authorities. Collisions were correspondingly frequent, and were fought to the bitter end. It would be wearisome to multiply cases illustrating the various phases of these quarrels which occupied the attention of the king and his councils in their settlement. A single one will suffice to show the spirit in which they were conducted on both sides. In 1620, by order of the Tribunal of Valencia, acting in its secular capacity and not in a matter of faith, the commissioner at Jativa arrested a man and sent him to Valencia under the customary guard of relays of familiars. One of these, named Juan Lopez, armed with a prohibited flintlock, was conveying him on February 23rd, when, at Cartaroja, about a league from the city, some armed alguaziles, in the service of Dr. Pedro Juan Rejuale, a judge on the criminal side of the audiencia, arrested him, taking away his weapon and carrying him to Dr. Rejuale's house. Disregarding his documents, Rejuale told him that he could not be released without giving bail to present himself to the viceroy, and, as he was unable to furnish it, he was handed as a prisoner to the local magistrates. On learning the event, the inquisitors applied to the regent of the audiencia, who ordered the release of Lopez, which was effected, and Rejuale visited the tribunal, admitted that he had been in error, and promised in future to observe all necessary respect. In spite of this, the inquisitors proceeded to try him for impeding the Inquisition, ordered him to keep his house as a prison under pain of 300 ducats, and threw into the secret prison, as though they were heretics, the 4 alguaziles who had made the arrest. When notice of this was served on Rejuale, he protested that the inquisitors were not his judges and that he would appeal, whereupon the additional indignity was inflicted upon him of posting 2 guards in his house with orders to keep him in sight. This produced a crisis. The viceroy assembled in his palace all 3 salas, or branches of the audiencia, where the matter was fully discussed, and it was resolved to release Rejuale and hold the 2 guards as hostages for the imprisoned alguaziles. At 2 a.m., Dr. Morla went with halberdiers, furnished by the viceroy, seized and handcuffed the guards, and brought Rejuale to his brother judges. At the same time, a scrivener of the court had been sent to the inquisitor Salazar, with a message from the viceroy to the effect that, as the offense had not been in a matter of faith, Rejuale was justiciable only by the king. If the Inquisition held otherwise, a competencia could be formed. The audiencia had decided that Rejuale and the alguaziles must be released, and the guards be held until this was done. The scrivener also presented a petition of appeal to the Pope, or to whomever was judge, and demanded apostolos, or letters to that effect. To this, Salazar replied in writing that the arrests had been made for matters incident to and dependent upon matters of faith, in which the Inquisition had exclusive jurisdiction, and could admit no competencia. He could say no more as to the cause of the arrests without violating the secrecy of the Inquisition, and incurring excommunication, and he begged the viceroy not to interfere in a matter concerning so greatly the service of God and the king. At 4 a.m., the scrivener returned with this reply, to where the viceroy and judges were waiting. At the magic word faith, however fraudulently employed, all opposition vanished. By 6 o'clock, Dr. Morla had taken Rejuale back to his house and had replaced the guards, and, at the same time, the scrivener bore to the inquisitors a note from the viceroy saying that, as they had certified that it was a matter of faith, the audiencia had restored everything to its previous condition, and he offered not only not to impede the Inquisition, but to show it all aid and favor. The case was thus transferred to the court, where the Suprema on one side, and the Council of Aragon on the other, struggled for a favorable decision from Philip III. The former evidently felt the weakness of the claim that the faith was involved, but it argued that impeding the Inquisition in any way conferred jurisdiction on it, and Aliaga, in his double capacity of Inquisitor General and Royal Confessor, added a bitter complaint as to the manner in which the Inquisition was abused and maltreated. To this, the king replied that he wished the affair treated with the customary moderation and mercy of the Holy Office, especially as it was not directly a matter of faith, and whatever sentence the Suprema resolved upon for Rejuale and the other inculpated parties must be submitted to him before publication. Besides, he ordered a junta of 2 members each of the Suprema and the Council of Aragon to be formed, and to devise a plan for the avoidance of future contention. This assumed Rejuale's guilt, and awarded the victory to the Suprema, but it was not satisfied, and presented a consulta representing the perilous condition of the Valencia tribunal, which necessitated the punishment of the delinquents as a warning, but Philip merely repeated his former decision. What was Rejuale's fate we have no means of knowing, but his career was evidently blasted, whatever may have been the so-called mercy exhibited. As for the perilous position of the tribunal insisted on by the Suprema, it seems to be set forth in a petition of the syndic of the College of Familiars, February 25, 1616, complaining of arrests and ill treatment, and asking the tribunal to take evidence on the subject. It accordingly did so, but while the testimony was ample as to the existence of ill feeling towards the familiars, in substance it amounted only to their being deprived at night of daggers and bucklers, which were prohibited weapons, and it does not appear that any action was taken in consequence. Complaints continued, and another petition of October 30th, 1626, asked that an envoy be sent to the Suprema, for which the familiars would defray the cost, for unless some relief was had, they would resign in a body, as their position only exposed them to wrong and insult, and their privileges were set at naught. The difficulty of enforcing the laws on the people was intensified by the privileges claimed by the familiars. They were by no means peaceable folk, and the unprivileged class naturally regarded it as a hardship to be restricted to the use of swords when these gentry were so much more efficiently armed. The Suprema, as a rule, supported its satellites. For 10 years, from 1574, it resisted, in Aragon, the enforcement on familiars of a royal decree against carrying prohibited weapons at night, although the Concordia of Aragon in 1568 provided that familiars should obey the laws respecting arms, and that inquisitors should not protect them in violations. Members of all royal councils were involved in the discussion, as though it were the weightiest affair of state, and it was not until 1584 that the Suprema was induced to issue the necessary orders, which it was obliged to repeat in 1592. Another illustration of its attitude occurs with respect to the Pragmatica of great severity against the use of firearms, issued by Philip III, March 14, 1613, pronouncing the mere discharge of a weapon to be a capital offense, whether death ensued or not. It abrogated all privileges and exemptions, and conferred on the royal courts full jurisdiction in such cases, and all this was accepted and its observance enjoined by the Suprema. This met with such scant obedience that the Council of Aragon, in a consulta of July 31, 1632, called the king's attention to the evils existing from the exemption of familiars, and suggested that they should not be permitted to decline the jurisdiction of the courts for crimes committed with firearms. It was doubtless in consequence of opposition by the Suprema that it was not until September 30, 1633, that Philip IV, in a cedula addressed to the Viceroy of Valencia, ordered that, with the assent of the councils of Aragon and of the Inquisition, the Pragmatica of 1613 must be strictly observed, by which all exemptions were disallowed, and all offenders were triable and punishable by the royal courts. The Inquisition must withdraw from all pending competencias, and the cases be carried to conclusion by the Audiencia. The Suprema must have consented unwillingly to this, for it labored with the wavering monarch, and, on November the 8th, he wrote, withdrawing the cedula, and ordering the suspension of all cases before the audiencia. A few weeks later, he yielded to other influences, and annulled the last letter, but added that his orders of September 30th must be executed impartially, for the Inquisition complained that it was enforced only against its officials, and in such cases he would give it a free hand again. December 27th, the Suprema sent this to the Valencia Tribunal with formal instructions to obey it, but added a confidential letter saying that efforts would not be relaxed to persuade the king to remit all such cases back to them. Meanwhile, an agreement had been obtained from the Council of Aragon that all sentences by the audiencia should be referred to it before execution, and the tribunal must watch them closely and send such reports as would enable the Suprema to obtain favorable action on them. For this endless strife, for the habitual disregard of the laws by familiars, the Suprema was primarily responsible. It was perfectly acquainted with the innumerable edicts specifying prohibited weapons and forbidding the carrying of them after nightfall. It acquiesced, ostensibly at least, in the subjection of these offences to the royal courts, and yet it encouraged familiars in the belief that it had power to override all laws and could confer license to violate them. The formula of commission which it caused to be issued to familiars contained a clause granting them full liberty to carry arms, offensive and defensive, publicly and secretly, by day or by night, and ordering all secular officials to abstain from interference with them, in virtue of holy obedience, and under penalty of excommunication and of 50,000 marviedis, applicable to the expenses of the Holy Office. It could not be fuller or more explicit. There are no exceptions as to the character of arms, or allusion to the jurisdiction in these cases granted by the king to the royal courts. When one branch of government thus resolutely placed itself in opposition to the sovereign, and encouraged its subordinates to resist the laws and the constituted authorities, peace was impossible, and conflicts were inevitable. Yet the illegality of all this was admitted when, in 1634, the familiars of Valencia held a meeting to assess themselves for a donation to be offered to the king in return for a privilege to bear arms, and the Suprema instructed the tribunal to aid the movement, and again when, in 1638, a fruitless offer was made by them of 12,000 ducats for the revocation of legislation on the subject. To crown all this, the Suprema, in 1657, reached the audacity of arguing that the right of familiars to bear arms was imprescriptible and could not be abrogated by any prince, for it would impede the Inquisition in the free exercise of its functions. Wherefore, it denied that any competencia could be formed in such cases. The secular authorities had no jurisdiction, and there could not even be a discussion about their claim to interfere. Philip IV had the weakness to submit to these extravagant claims in 1658, and to decide that the Suprema alone had cognizance in such matters. The case in which this occurred was that of Jaime Espejo, alcaide of the penitential prison of Valencia, arrested for carrying pistols, and it has interest for us, because in it the inquisitor Don Antonio de Ayala Verganza argues away all the royal decrees and pragmaticas, as not meaning what they had said, and proves it by citing a vast number of cases in which, when carried up to the king, he overruled his own legislation, invariably deciding in favor of the Inquisition and against his own jurisdiction. He could sometimes be brought to issue wholesome general regulations, but, when it came to their execution, the ever-present dread of interfering with the service of God overwhelmed him. Yet, Philip promptly reversed himself, for, in a despairing effort to put an end to these interminable quarrels, he was induced to issue a royal letter, December 23, 1659, declaring that the cognizance of infractions of the laws respecting prohibited arms lay with the royal jurisdiction, and that no competencias should be formed in these cases. When this letter was alleged by the royal court, in the case then pending of Joseph Navarro, a familiar arrested for carrying a pistol, the Inquisition, in reply, airily cast aside the Pragmatica of 1613, and its confirmation of 1633, by asserting that both before and after those laws it had always exercised jurisdiction over these cases, as was notorious to every one, which was all doubtless true. As for the recent letter of 1659, it had not been issued with the assent of the Suprema. Being thus irregularly issued, it should not be regarded as valid until the king should be supplicated to modify it, and until this was done, the accused should be surrendered to it, or he could be released under bail to both jurisdictions. The vacillating monarch probably yielded again. Whether he did so or not mattered little to the Holy Office, which regarded his decrees so lightly. The miserable business of quarreling over the multiplication of the laws went on, and, in 1691, Carlos II found it necessary again to prohibit the carrying of pistols and armas cortas, and to deprive offenders of their claims to jurisdiction, even if they were familiars or salaried officials of the Inquisition. Several cases in the earlier years of Philip V seem to indicate that this matter was an exception to the general limitation of the privileges of the Holy Office, and that there was a tendency to admit its claims. Their final extinction, however, was not far off. In 1748, Ferdinand VI prohibited all officials of tribunals, including the Inquisition, from carrying cut and thrust weapons of any kind. Exclusive jurisdiction in the enforcement of this was reserved for the secular courts, and all claims to fuero were abolished. He confirmed and extended this by proclamations of 1749, 1751, and 1754, with penalties of 6 years in the mines for commoners and 6 years' service in presidio for nobles. In another of 1757, he regretted the non-observance of these laws, and ordered their irremissible enforcement without privilege of fuero. This legislation was supplemented by Carlos III in 1761, who included in the prohibition all firearms of less than 4 palms length of barrel, although he conceded to gentlemen the use of holster pistols when on horseback, but not when on muleback. Yet the Inquisition continued to issue the old form of commissions granting unlimited license, until the magistrates of Seville and Alcalá la Real refused to recognize them, when, in 1777, it admitted its altered position by a modification which granted the right to carry non-prohibited weapons, but only when on duty for the Holy Office, and contented itself with exhorting the secular authorities not to interfere with this. In somewhat ludicrous contrast with the belligerent spirit, indicated by the earnest desire to carry arms, was the claim that all connected with the Inquisition were exempt from military service. In its relations with the state, the Holy Office recognized no duties of citizenship, it only claimed privileges. That the salaried officials regularly employed in the tribunals should enjoy such exemptions was merely in accordance with old custom, for a law of Juan II in 1432 specifically released from the obligation of service nearly all officials, including even physicians, surgeons, and schoolmasters. That this should apply to the Inquisition seems to have been assumed as a matter of course in its early days, but in 1560 the corregidor of Cordova summoned the officials and familiars to appear in the musters. They all claimed exemption when the Inquisitor General upheld the appeal of the officials, but denied that of the familiars. Similar questions arose in Murcia in 1563 and 1575, in which a similar distinction was drawn. In Valencia, the familiars had probably been more successful, for an article in the Concordia of 1568 provides that they must serve their terms in guarding the coasts, and that inquisitors shall not defend them in seeking exemptions under pretext of their office. The same question arose in Majorca, and was settled by a law providing that familiars refusing to perform guard duty on their appointed days could be compelled by the royal officials. Thus, by common consent at this time, salaried officials were exempted, while the claims of familiars were rejected. In the troubles of the 17th century, when the very existence of Spain was threatened, the question as to officials as well as familiars came up again, and the Suprema sought to protect both classes. In 1636 and 1638, the corregidors of various cities refused to accept the officials when making up the lists for conscription, but Philip IV decided that they were exempt. As the danger increased, in 1640, with the rebellions of Catalonia and Portugal, and the resources of the kingdom were strained to their utmost, all claims were disregarded. By a cedula of September 7, 1641, Philip declared this to be a religious war, as the rebels were allied with nations infected with heresy. Inquisitor General Sotomayor was required to summon all officials and familiars to organize and serve, and was clothed with power to enforce it. No protest was made against this, for it was a financial rather than a military move. Arrangements were made to commute service for cash, and the Suprema was thus aided in meeting the royal demands for contributions. This was only a temporary truce. Philip, in a letter of February 22, 1644, to Inquisitor General Arci y Reynoso, reported that the attitude of the officials had excited much dissatisfaction in Galicia. He therefore ordered that no exemptions be admitted and no excuses be received. To this, the Suprema responded with bitter complaints that in Saragossa the lot had fallen on a messenger of the Tribunal and the widow of a notary, who were told that they must furnish substitutes, all of which was in violation of the privileges of the Inquisition, crippling it in its pious labors so essential to the faith, and reducing it in popular esteem to a level with other institutions. Unstable as usual where the Holy Office was concerned, Philip abandoned his position and admitted that salaried officials were not liable to serve or furnish substitutes, which the Suprema promptly conveyed to the tribunals, cautioning them not to employ excommunication in collisions with the royal officials until after obtaining its permission. Even in this hour of supreme need, the liability of familiars was contested. Philip endeavored to placate the Suprema by assigning them to garrison duty, but it remonstrated, asserting that the Inquisition could not perform its functions if wholly deprived of them, and the cause of religion was higher than any other. It therefore asked that no place should be left without one. In small towns there should be 2, and in larger places 4. To this Philip assented, on condition that those exempted should contribute to those who served. But the Suprema demurred. Everyone could avoid service who could pay the assessment, so this would be giving the familiars no special privileges. There could be no question that favors shown to the Inquisition would contribute to success in the war, for experience had demonstrated that the more sovereigns had fostered it, the more fortunate they had been. However just was the argument, it was fruitless. Philip adhered to his decision, but when the corresponding decrees were issued, the Council of Castile remonstrated in its turn, and the distracted monarch was involved in a fresh discussion between the two. The Suprema carried its point that those exempted should not contribute to those conscripted, and the arrangement remained in force. It was repeated in a Carta Acordada of January 14, 1668, and when, in 1681, a question arose in Tembleque, the Suprema cautioned the Toledo Tribunal not to issue more letters of exemption than the settlement permitted, in order to avoid competencias, which only served to render the Holy Office hateful and to imperil its other privileges. Carlos III seems to have been more liberal when, in 1767, he included, in an elaborate list of those exempt from military service, the ministers and dependents of the Inquisition who were relieved from billets under the decree of May 26, 1728, which, it will be remembered, granted the privilege to the number of familiars allowed under the old Concordias. Carlos IV was more exacting, for, in 1800, when regulating the conscription in minute detail, he granted exemption only to the titular officials, and took special care to exclude familiars and other dependents. This continued to the end. September 14, 1818, the Suprema communicated to the tribunals a decision of the king that, in order to secure exemption from conscription, it was not necessary to exhibit a royal commission, but one from the Inquisitor General or Suprema sufficed. Evidently, the local tribunals were no longer allowed to issue certificates of exemptions. End of Book 2, Chapter 3, Part 4. Book 2, Chapter 3, Part 5 of History of the Inquisition of Spain, Volume 1. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. History of the Inquisition of Spain, Volume 1, by Henry Charles Lea. Book 2, Chapter 3, Privileges and Exemptions. Part 5. The right of officials and familiars to hold secular offices raised questions that caused no little debate. It was evidently of advantage to the Inquisition that those who were bound to it and enjoyed its exemptions should be in positions of influence where they could guard its privileges and promote their extension. On the other hand, for these very reasons, the people were jealous of office-holding by its ministers and dreaded to have their local authorities relieved of responsibility through their claim on the fuero, or jurisdiction, of the Inquisition. Had these local positions been elective, popular good sense could have averted the danger, but they were awarded by lot, the names of those deemed eligible being placed in a bolsa, or bag, a process known as insaculación, and drawn forth. The earliest instance I have met of a refusal to include officials of the Inquisition among the eligibles occurs in 1503, when Ferdinand wrote to his lieutenant general of Majorca that he was astonished to learn that the names of Pere Prat, his son Pere Prat, Carmen Litra, and Hieronymo Serma had not been insaculated because they held office in the Inquisition. It should rather be a recommendation. They must not be thus dishonored, and their names must at once be put in the bolsa. Doubtless, Ferdinand's watchfulness preserved this privilege for officials during his life, but subsequently popular feeling must have manifested itself by their exclusion, for, in 1523, Charles V forbade it in an edict, and he followed this by a special pragmatica, May 30th, 1524, asserting their eligibility to public office in all his dominions and for all future time, under pain of the royal wrath and of 2,000 florins. But he provided that they should not be entitled to the jurisdiction of the Inquisition for official maleficence. Notwithstanding this, Philip II was obliged to issue special instructions on the subject to Sardinia in 1552 and to Navarre in 1558. In this, as in so much else, the Catalans were especially intractable. Cortes of the three kingdoms of Aragon were held in 1553, in which Catalonia alone took up the matter and adopted a law, confirmed by Prince Philip, prescribing that no bail or his lieutenant or judge or scrivener could be a familiar, nor could he accept office after his term of service had expired. This received scant obedience, nor did the Inquisition pay attention to the clause of the Pragmatica of 1524, depriving it of cognizance of official maleficence. One of the complaints of the Royal Audiencia to de Soto Salazar, in his visitation of the Barcelona Tribunal of 1566, was that it assumed jurisdiction in all such cases. Salazar recommended that this should be forbidden, for it impeded the proper administration of the towns, and officials could not be punished for violating local ordinances about bread, vineyards, meadows, breaking irrigating canals to water their lands, and multitudinous other derelictions. Catalonia refused to accept the Concordia of 1568, and, in 1585, the Cortes reenacted the provisions of 1553 in an enlarged form, including almost all offices, and subjecting violation to a penalty of 200 ducats, which was confirmed by Philip II. This seems to have been enforced, for, in 1586, a memorial from the Bishop of Segovia says that in Catalonia the names of all officials of the Inquisition were removed from the lists of eligibles, that commissioners and familiars were resigning, and that every day withdrawals were received from applicants, so that the tribunal would be crippled, and the Cortes could have contrived nothing more damaging. The Catalans held good, despite the earnest efforts of the Holy Office, which declared long afterwards that this was the severest blow that it had ever received. In the Cortes of 1599, the battle was renewed after elaborate preparations by the inquisitors. On July 30th, the king presented a series of articles in response to those submitted to him by the Cortes, and among them was one declaring officials and familiars eligible to all offices. But the Catalans would have none of it. In the elaborate memorial presented to Clement VIII by the Suprema against the work of the Cortes, it complained bitterly of the laws of 1553 and 1585, as diminishing notably the authority of the Inquisition and causing great lack of officials, so many having ignominiously resigned, while others could not be found to replace them. Again, when the Cortes were about to assemble in 1626, the Barcelona Tribunal implored the Suprema to use its utmost exertions for the repeal of the law of 1585, for no person of consideration would accept office, and it was obliged to appoint those of low condition, which was fatal to its authority. The Cortes yielded in so far as to adopt an article throwing open the offices, provided incumbents were justiciable by the civil courts for a long series of offences, but the whole legislation of the Cortes came to naught through lack of the royal confirmation. When the question was coming up again in the Cortes of 1632, earnest appeals were made to the Suprema to have the obnoxious law of 1585 repealed. The condition of the Inquisition in Catalonia was represented as most deplorable by reason of it. In a memorial to the king, it was stated that in Barcelona there were but 4 or 5 familiars, and they were mechanics, ineligible to public office, but there was not a single advocate of the accused, nor an ecclesiastical consultor. So greedy was every one for public office. Throughout the principality there was the same dearth, familiars only in miserable villages, destitute of tempting positions, and those were of base condition, for in fact the barons would endure none other in their lands. The Suprema was urged to bring the matter before the Rota, and it submitted the question to its fiscal, but he wisely reported that, although a favorable result was to be anticipated, yet it was not expedient to set the example of recourse to Rome, which might result in other matters being carried thither with damage to the jurisdiction of the Holy Office. Thus Catalan pertinacity triumphed, when, in 1667, Pedro Montparler, familiar at Alsoner, asked permission to resign, in order to accept the office of bail, and his request was referred to the Suprema. It replied that it should be denied on account of the evil influence of his example, but it added that if he should renounce his familiarship before the royal justice for the term of his office, the inquisitors should pretend ignorance. In Majorca, frequent alterations of the law show that it was subject to active debate, and that preponderance shifted from one side to the other. In 1667, it was decided that none of those connected with the Inquisition could hold public office. Then, in 1643, they were allowed to do so, in positions where they had not to vote or to give counsel. Again, in 1660, the prohibition was made absolute. Then, in 1662, royal letters of January 11th and March 4th removed the prohibition, provided they would previously renounce all claim to the jurisdiction of the Inquisition. These letters afford a remarkable illustration of the vacillation of the monarch, and of the extent to which bureaucracy had crippled his autocracy. Only this time it was the Council of Aragon which imitated the methods of the Suprema. The latter body was dissatisfied with the arrangement, and addressed to the king a consulta, April 5, 1663, asking its permission, and that a junta of the two councils should be called to consider the subject. Philip promptly acceded, and, on April 10th, ordered the Council of Aragon to write to that effect to the viceroy. The command was not obeyed, and, on September 19th, the Suprema asked him to remedy the omission, whereupon he asked the council to state its reasons, and, on its doing so, he again ordered it, October 3rd, to execute his decree of April 10th. It was still recalcitrant, and on March 19th, 1664, the Suprema represented the delay to the king, who the next day called upon the council to render an exact account of what it had done. It replied that in conformity with his commands, it had written on October 3rd, 1663, copy of which it enclosed. This proved to be merely copies of the letters of 1662, which had given rise to the debate, showing that it had deliberately nullified his orders. In view of all this, the Suprema, July 24, 1664, asked the king to insist on literal compliance, and that a copy of the dispatch of the Council of Aragon to the viceroy should be furnished to it. This proved to be merely a duplicate of that of October 13, 1663, with the date altered to April 6, 1664. When the Suprema again asked the king peremptorily to order exact obedience, and he replied that he had done so. Meanwhile, the viceroy and the inquisitor of Majorca had been playing at cross purposes in consequence of the contradictory dispatches received by each. Such a method of carrying on an organized government seems incredible, and, trivial as was the question at issue, a case such as this throws light on one of the causes of Spanish decadence. The question itself, after all this trouble, apparently remained unsettled, for, in 1673, there was a competencia over Gabriel Berga, a knight of Santiago, and a familiar, when the tribunal contended that he could not renounce its jurisdiction. It would be superfluous to follow out in detail the vicissitudes of this matter in the other provinces of Spain, where it gave abundant occasion for quarrels conducted with customary vehemence. It seems to have settled itself into the rule that officials and familiars were eligible to public office, but that, during their terms of service, they were not entitled to the jurisdiction of the Inquisition. Such, we are told in 1632, was the practice of Castile, Aragon, and Valencia. Yet, still there were disputes, for, about the middle of the 17th century, a formula is given for use when a familiar is prevented from taking office. This sets forth at much length that, if familiars are refused office, no one will take the position, which will inflict great detriment on the faith. It cites the royal cedulas. It sets aside opposing arguments by showing that for all maleficence in office, the familiar will be subject to the royal jurisdiction, and finally it orders his immediate induction in his post under penalty of excommunication and of 500 ducats. No further notice will be given, and all further action will be published in the halls of the Inquisition, which will be full legal notice to all parties concerned. I have met with no further legislation on the subject, and presumably some arrangement of this kind was enforced to the end. It was highly inconsistent, but, at the same time, thoroughly in keeping with the spirit of the Inquisition in its dealings with the public, that while it vindicated so energetically the right of its officials to hold honorable and lucrative posts, it claimed for them the privilege to refuse to serve in those which were onerous. In the municipalities, there were a certain number of these latter, entailing unremunerative labor and responsibility, which no one could refuse to accept when his name was drawn from the bolsa. The officials claimed to be insaculated for the desirable positions, but not for the undesirable ones. That such a claim could be made and sustained is a forcible illustration to the power of the Inquisition. There is no allusion to this in the earlier Concordias, and no specific grant that I have been able to find. It seems to have been merely a gratuitous assumption on the part of the Inquisition, asserted with its customary persistence. A noteworthy case growing out of it occurred in 1622 in the town of Lorca, where a familiar refused to serve in the office of collector of the Alcalvala. The inquisitors of Murcia demanded his liberation and excommunicated the alcalde mayor for refusing to obey. This failing, they prepared to arrest him, and called upon the corregidor of Murcia, Pedro de Porres, for assistance. On his refusal, they excommunicated him, and then laid an interdict on the city of Murcia. The citizens appealed to their bishop, Fray Antonio Trejo, who remonstrated with the tribunal, and, finding this unavailing, issued an edict declaring the interdict invalid. Bishops were not subject to inquisitorial jurisdiction, even for heresy, without the special papal faculties. But the Inquisitor General, Andres Pacheco, was the most audacious and inexorable assetor of inquisitorial omnipotence, and he did not hesitate to condemn the episcopal edict, to publish the condemnation in all the churches, to fine the bishop in 8,000 ducats, and to summon him, under pain of 4,000 more, to appear within 20 days and answer to the action brought against him by the fiscal as an impeder of the Inquisition. The bishop and chapter sent the dean and a canon to represent them, but, without a hearing, they were thrown incommunicado into the secret prison, excommunicated, and the censure published in all the churches. The inquisitors imprisoned the parish priest of Santa Catalina for disregarding the interdict, and the whole ecclesiastical body of Murcia became involved. Finally, through the intervention of the king and the pope, the bishop was absolved, but the Inquisition reaped a rich harvest of fines. Those of the bishop, dean, and some of the canons were kept by the Suprema, while the local tribunal, in addition to inflicting terms of exile of from 1 to 8 years, secured from José Lucas, the episcopal secretary, 1,000 ducats, from Alonso Pedriñan, the fiscal, 800, and from 13 other priests and dignitaries of the church, sums raising from 50 to 150, in all an aggregate of 3,272 ducats. A claim enforced so relentlessly was dangerous to dispute, and even the Aragonese Concordia of 1646, which registered a triumph over the Holy Office, admitted the right of salaried officials and familiars to decline onerous offices. In time, however, there seems to have come a slight modification of the claim. About 1750, we have the formula of a mandate, issued at the instance of a familiar, forbidding, under pain of excommunication and of 200 ducats, the authorities of a town from including him among those liable to serve in any of the minor offices, nor in any of the more important ones, until every other inhabitant has served his term. It is not difficult to understand the origin of the claim that the buildings of the Inquisition and the houses of its officials were sanctuaries into which the officers of justice could not penetrate without special permission. The asylum afforded to criminals in churches was an old established practice throughout Europe, to which Spain was no exception. Even as late as 1737, the papal sanction was deemed necessary to except from this certain crimes such as murder, highway robbery, and high treason. Asylum was also afforded by the feudal rights, which debarred royal officers of justice from intruding on lands of nobles, and the withdrawal of this right in Granada is cited as one of the causes of the agitation leading to the rebellion of 1568. In Aragon, this was developed so far that a law of Jaime I in the Cortes of Huesca in 1247, which still continued in force, gave to the houses of gentlemen the same right of asylum as that possessed by churches. It is therefore somewhat remarkable that the claim of affording asylum was not made at the outset by the Inquisition, especially in view of the importance attached to the secrecy which shrouded all its operations. Yet, until the middle of the 16th century, such claims, when made, were authoritatively repudiated. Inquisitor General Tavera writes, September 3, 1540, a sharp letter to the inquisitors of Seville, saying that he is informed that recently certain murderers have been received and protected in the castle of Triana, occupied by the Tribunal, and that the officers of the royal justice had not been allowed to search for them. The punishment of delinquents should be in no way impeded, and no occasion be given for complaint. The gates of the castle must be kept shut so that criminals cannot take refuge there. So, in 1546, among instructions from the Suprema to the Tribunal of Granada, is an order that no criminals or debtors shall find refuge in the Inquisition, nor be allowed to sleep there, nor between the gates. The janitor must eject them, and, if they will not go, report it to the inquisitors for proper action. This shows that the abuse was commencing, but that it was disapproved, and the same is seen in the Valencia Concordia of 1554, which says that, as the Inquisition has no privileges as an asylum, it cannot protect those who take refuge there. Evidently, the local tribunals were claiming a right which the central authority disallowed. They were moreover claiming it not only for the building of the Inquisition, but for the houses of officials and familiars. Among the malfeasances of the Barcelona tribunal, reported in 1567 by de Soto Salazar, were cases of this kind.
When the bail of Perpignari sought to arrest some culprits, they were sheltered by Pedro de Roca, a familiar, in his house, and he resisted the bail who came with a posse to arrest them. Roca accused the bail and his men for this. They were imprisoned for a long while by the Barcelona inquisitors, and were condemned to fines and exile. So when the bail of Sens, with a posse, broke into the house of Vicente Valele, who was merely a temporary commissioner, to arrest some culprits who had taken refuge there, he accused them, and they were all imprisoned. The rapidity with which the abuse developed in Valencia is manifested by a comparison of the Concordias of 1554 and 1568. The former, as we have seen, admits that the Inquisition could offer no asylum, while the latter is obliged to forbid the lower officials and familiars from putting the arms of the Inquisition on their houses. All such must be removed, and their houses shall not have immunity from the officers of justice. Evidently, the officials found profit in harboring thieves and murderers, and the Tribunal supported them. In Barcelona, a sort of compromise was reached, by which, on application to the Tribunal, one of its ministers was sent with the officers of justice to enter houses of officials where criminals had taken refuge. But the Cortes of 1599 complained that this delay afforded time for escape, and, in the abortive Concordia enacted there, a clause provided that this should not be necessary, and that, in case of resistance, houses could be entered. It shows how slow was the Suprema to assert a right of asylum that, in its protest to Clement VIII, it accepts this article on the ground that the Inquisition never has impeded the pursuit and arrest of malefactors. In time, however, it overcame these scruples, and in 1632 it issued repeated orders that the officers of justice should not be allowed to enter the houses of officials. Philip IV countermanded this, but the Suprema presented a consulta, saying that there was no objection when the pursuit was flagrante delicto. Prisoners, however, were frequently confined in the houses of officials, and an unlimited right of entry might be abused to obtain communication with them in violation of the all-important secrecy of the Holy Office. As usual, the vacillating monarch yielded, and, in 1634, issued a decree restricting the right of search to cases of hot pursuit. It is remarkable that the Aragonese Concordia of 1646, imposed by the Cortes on Philip, which in so many ways restricted the privileges of the Inquisition, recognized this doubtful one in the fullest manner. As the ministers, it says, of so holy an office should enjoy certain honors and preeminence, it orders that they, including familiars, shall have as to their houses the same privileges as caballeros and hijosdalgo, which, as we have seen, included the right of asylum. As regards the building of the Inquisition itself, a scandalous case occurring in 1638 shows how far it had traveled since Tavera rebuked the Tribunal of Seville. In Majorca, the Count of Ayamano, at the head of a band of assassins, committed the sacrilege of escalating the walls of a convent for the purpose of murdering his wife who had sought refuge there. Philip ordered every effort made to arrest him and his accomplices, but he escaped to Barcelona with 8 of them, and all found asylum in the Inquisition, in the apartments of his uncle, the Inquisitor Cotaner. It affords a curious insight into the conditions of the period to see that this created a situation impenetrable to the highest authorities of the land. Philip called a junta of 2 members each of the Suprema and Council of Aragon to devise how the criminals could be captured without scandal or quarrel with the Inquisition. The result of their deliberations seems to be a letter from the Suprema to Cotoner telling him that, if he wanted to help his nephew, it should be outside and not inside of the Inquisition, in order to avoid the troubles ensuing on an attempt of the royal officers to remove him. The imperturbable Cotoner was not to be scared by this gentle warning, and a fortnight later the Suprema enclosed to him a royal decree telling him that he would see the untoward results of sheltering his nephew. As complete satisfaction was demanded, he was ordered to report in full all details, including his motives in harboring one who was put to the ban, especially when the latter was not a familiar. Unfortunately, we do not know how the affair ended, but when the Suprema, in place of dismissing Cotoner, inquired as to his motives, we may assume that the asylum offered by the Inquisition saved the forfeit life of the criminal by some compromise. The immunity of the houses of officials became generally recognized, with the proviso that permission of search would be granted by inquisitors if special application was made to them, when they preserved their jurisdiction by sending one of their people to accompany the officers of justice. An exception which proved the rule, however, was made in favor of the administrators of the tax on tobacco, to whom general letters were given empowering them to search the houses of officials for contraband tobacco. Even this was argued away by the Suprema in 1728, when it asserted that semi-proof in advance was necessary to justify search and full proof to give jurisdiction. It is evident from the above that the Holy Office, with its claims for special privileges and exemptions, and its methods for enforcing their recognition, was a very disturbing factor in the body politic. Yet, the greatest source of conflict lay in the exclusive jurisdiction which it sought to establish over all who were connected with it, not only between themselves, but between them and the rest of the community. This engrossed so large a portion of its activity, and was the cause of such perpetually recurring trouble, that its consideration requires a chapter to itself. End of Book 2, Chapter 3, Part 5.
Book 2, Chapter 4, Part 1 of History of the Inquisition of Spain, Volume 1. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. History of the Inquisition of Spain, Volume 1, by Henry Charles Lea. Book 2, Chapter 4, Conflicting Jurisdictions, Part 1. The principal source of strife between the Inquisition and the other authorities arose from its claim to exclusive competence in all cases involving those connected with it and their dependents. This gave rise to perpetual conflicts conducted with the utmost tenacity, which filled the land with confusion and, in many cases, rendered the administration of justice a mockery. For 2 centuries, the monarchs vainly endeavored to keep the peace by repeated efforts to define the boundaries between the rival jurisdictions and the methods of settling their differences. The tireless efforts on the one side of the Holy Office to extend its authority and increase its emoluments caused it constantly to violate compacts, while the jealousy of the civil magistracy on the other and its natural desire to repel intrusion rendered it prompt to use whatever means lay in its power. The struggle was unequal against the superior weapons furnished by papal faculties and against the royal favor which was with the Inquisition, but the conflict was maintained with marvelous constancy, supported by popular sympathy, and the time of the king and his advisers was frittered away in deciding a continuous stream of petty quarrels growing out of trivial incidents, but assuming portentous proportions through the violent methods which had aggravated them. To understand the claim of the Inquisition to exclusive cognizance of the cases of its subordinates, it is necessary to bear in mind the benefit of clergy, through which, from the early Middle Ages, all clerics were exempted from the jurisdiction of the laity and were subjected wholly to the spiritual courts. This amounted virtually to immunity for crime, both because those courts were debarred from rendering judgments of blood and because of the inevitable favoritism manifested to those of their own cloth. As civilization advanced, the disorders caused by a class thus emboldened in wrongdoing by impunity were the source of constant solicitude to rulers and were deplored by right-thinking churchmen. In this, Spain was no exception. In a project of instructions drawn up by a Spanish bishop for the delegates to the Lateran Council in 1512, the crimes and scandals perpetrated by married clerks and those in the lower orders, through the expectation of immunity, are dwelt upon as reasons for a change. There were daily conflicts between the spiritual and secular courts, leading to interdicts cast on cities, and some universal legislation by the Church was desirable. No such remedy was adopted, and when the Council of Trent gave promise of reform, the Spanish prelates, in contrast with the Inquisition, which made every effort to extend its jurisdiction over offenders, proposed in 1562 to the Council that married clerks wearing secular habits should not enjoy protection from secular justice. In 1544, Ferdinand de Aragon, when Viceroy of Valencia, declared that his principal trouble lay with the Church, of which the chief object was to protect evildoers and liberate them from his justice, an opinion in which he was heartily seconded by the saintly Tomas de Villanova, then recently appointed archbishop. Yet the marked aversion in Spain to ecclesiastical encroachment led to repeated enactments restraining spiritual jurisdiction within strict limits. In a series of laws dating from the 14th to the 16th century, Henry II, Juan II, Henry IV, Ferdinand and Isabella, and Charles V endeavored by the severest penalties to repress its inevitable tendency to extend itself, whether by seizure of the persons or property of the laity or by entertaining cases between laymen. Ferdinand and Isabella, in 1493, even threatened half-confiscation and perpetual exile from Spain for all who, under any pretext, aided ecclesiastical judges in taking prisoners from secular officials or who assisted them in any way. In addition to this was the recurso de fuerza, through which appeal lay to the royal courts or to the Sala de Gobierno, whenever the spiritual courts refused an appeal or heard secular cases or those in which laymen were concerned. It is necessary to bear in mind this tendency and these restrictions on ecclesiastical jurisdiction to estimate properly the latitude obtained by the Inquisition in purely secular affairs. Whether at its inception the Inquisition enjoyed the prerogative of exclusive cognizance of cases involving its officials, it would be impossible now to say. They were mostly laymen and as such were subject to the secular courts, while in the popular opposition elicited by their proceedings, especially in the Aragonese kingdoms, there might be anticipated danger that they would be terrorized or prosecuted unless protected by being reserved for judgment by their own tribunals. The earliest mandate to this effect that I have met is a cedula of Ferdinand, March 26, 1488, addressed to all the officers of justice in Catalonia, ordering them, under penalty of 2,000 florins and the royal wrath, to take no cognizance of anything concerning the ministers and familiars of the Inquisition. All their acts in such cases are declared invalid, and anyone whom they may have arrested is at once to be transferred to the tribunal, showing that at least in Catalonia no such exemption from secular justice had previously been recognized. Yet in this unlimited decree, Ferdinand had overlooked details which necessarily presented themselves in practice. Was this exemption from secular jurisdiction confined to the titulados y asalariados, or did it extend to the unsalaried commissioners and familiars, receiving no pay, pursuing their customary avocations, and only called upon for occasional service? There was also a question about the servants of officials, for an abuse of the spiritual courts had included those of clerics. Then it might be asked whether the protection accorded to the person of the official extended to his property in civil suits, with a wide avenue thus open to abuses of many kinds. There was, moreover, a well-settled principle of law that the accuser of plaintiff must seek the court of the defendant if, in violation of this, the official could enjoy what was known as the active fuero as well as the passive, that is, if he as plaintiff could bring suit or prosecution before his own tribunal. His power of offense would be vastly increased, together with his opportunities for tyrannizing over all around him. These were questions which had to be decided. It would seem that the inquisitors construed their powers in the most liberal fashion, giving rise to abuses which called for repression and the limitation of their jurisdiction. The reformatory instructions of 1498, accordingly, ordered them not to defend officials and their servants in civil cases and only officials in criminal actions, a rule repeated in a Carta Acordada of May 4th of the same year. This excluded servants wholly and deprived officials of the fuero in civil matters, but it was soon modified by Ferdinand in a letter of January 12, 1500, to the Catalonia Tribunal, ordering it not to interfere with the royal court in a certain suit, and expressing the rule that the plaintiff must seek the court of the defendant. It was impossible, however, to restrain inquisitors from exceeding their jurisdiction, and he was obliged, August 20, 1502, to repeat his injunctions to the same tribunal in consequence of complaints from the diputados. The inquisitors were roundly taken to task for lending themselves to the schemes of the receiver in buying up debts and claims and then collecting them through the tribunal. They were told that they must defend none but salaried officials actually in service. If they are plaintiffs in civil suits, they must apply to the court of the defendants, while if they are defendants, the plaintiffs must seek the tribunal. To evoke other cases, he says, causes great scandal and will lead to troubles which must be prevented. A fortnight later he emphasized this about a civil case which they had evoked from the royal court. They must remit it back and not have to be written to again, as he would not tolerate such proceedings. Thus familiars and servants were not entitled to the fuero or inquisitorial jurisdiction, while salaried officials enjoyed it, active and passive, in criminal actions and only passive in civil suits. Unduly favorable as was this to the Inquisition, the tribunals paid no attention to its limitations. They welcomed all who sought their judgment seat, and the desire for it of those who had no claim on it shows that they had a reputation of selling justice. One or two cases will exemplify this and show how good were the grounds of complaint by the people. There was a certain Juan de Sant Feliu of Murviedro, whose father and mother-in-law had been condemned for heresy, and to whom Ferdinand had kindly granted their confiscations, including the dowry of his wife. In 1505, the town of Murviedro farmed out to him and his wife the impost on meat for 11,100 sueldos a year. He died, and, in the settlement of his account, he was found to owe the town 150 libras, which it proceeded to collect from his sons in the court of the governor. Under pretext that his property had been confiscated and restored, they appealed in 1511 to the Tribunal of Valencia, which promptly evoked the case and inhibited the court from further action, whereupon the town complained to Ferdinand, who ordered the case remitted to the governor. Unabashed by this, in 1513, Sant Feliu's heirs, on the same pretext, obtained the intervention of the tribunal in another case, in which Doña Violante de Borja had sued them for 7,500 sueldos, which she had entrusted to him to invest in a censo of the town of Murviedro. The censo had been paid off, and he had concealed the fact, and kept the money. Judgment was given against them, when the inquisitors interposed and prohibited the royal court from further action. Ferdinand expressed much indignation at their interference with justice in a matter wholly foreign to their jurisdiction, and ordered the prohibition to be withdrawn. Even more arbitrary was the action in 1511 of the Majorca Tribunal, when Pedro Tornamirandez sued the heirs of Francisco Ballester for some cattle and obtained judgment in the court of the royal lieutenant, whereupon the heirs appealed to the inquisitor, who evoked the case and forbade further proceedings in the secular court. None of the parties had any connection with the Inquisition, and there was not even the pretext of confiscation. It was a mere wanton interference with the course of justice, only explicable by some illicit gain, and when Ferdinand's attention was called to it, he ordered the inquisitor to revoke his action. If, under Ferdinand's incessant vigilance, the Inquisition thus boldly prostituted its powers, we can appreciate how well-founded under his careless successors were the complaints of those who suffered under wrongs perpetrated under the pretense of serving God. In the Catalan Concordia of 1512, there was an attempt to do away with some of these abuses, and the bull Pastoralis Officii of Leo X, confirming the Concordia, marks another stage in the development of the fuero. No one, he said, could be cited save in his own ordinary court at the instance of an official or familiar. If it were attempted, all acts concerning it were invalid, and the inquisitors must condemn the plaintiff in double the expenses and damage. If any official bought property in suit, or in which a suit was expected, he could be cited before a court not his own, and if he claimed property under seizure by a secular judge, the latter could disregard all inhibitions issued by inquisitors. Moreover, inquisitors should have no cognizance in matters concerning the private property of officials. While thus striking at some of the more flagrant abuses of the fuero, Leo opened the door to worse ones by admitting familiars and the commensals or servants of officials to participation in the immunities of the Inquisition. The bull, in fact, is in accordance with the instructions of 1514 as issued by Inquisitor General Mercader, and we shall see how completely the restrictive clauses were ignored while those admitting familiars and servants were developed. The question as to familiars and servants was not absolutely settled for some years. It is true that in 1515 at Logroño, when the corregidor arrested Martin de Viana, a servant of the Secretary Lezana, and refused to surrender him to the tribunal, he and his deputy and alguazil were excommunicated, and the Suprema on appeal subjected them all to fines and humiliating penance. On the other hand, in 1516 at Valladolid, when Alonso de Torres, servant of Inquisitor Frias, was thrown into the royal prison, the inquisitor did not reclaim him, but procured the interposition of the Suprema, which ordered him to be released on bail, and then, after 9 months had passed without a charge being brought against him, he procured a royal cedula for the release of his bondsmen. Whatever doubts may have existed on the subject were removed in 1518 by a cedula of Charles V, reciting that in Jaén the secular courts assumed cognizance of criminal cases concerning officials and familiars and their servants, which was contrary to the privileges of the Holy Office, wherefore he forbade it strictly for the future. After this, the Inquisition had no hesitation in insisting on its rights. When, in 1532, the corregidor and officials of Toledo were excommunicated for punishing the servant of an inquisitor, and the Empress Regent Isabella wrote to the tribunal to absolve them, the Suprema instructed it not to obey her. She learned the lesson, and, in 1535, when ordering some servants of inquisitors and familiars to be remitted to the Inquisition, she said it was accustomed to have their cases, both civil and criminal, and it was her pleasure that these should be observed. The civil authorities were somewhat dilatory in recognizing the immunity of servants, and cases continued to occur in which the tribunals vindicated their jurisdiction energetically. About 1565, 2 officers of the Royal Justice in Barcelona arrested the servant of Inquisitor Mexia in a brothel where he was quarreling with a woman, for which they were thrown into the secret prison as though they were heretics, and were banished for 3 months, while the judge of the Royal Criminal Court who had something to do with the matter was compelled to appear in the audience chamber and undergo a reprimand in the presence of the assembled officials of the tribunal. The virtual immunity for offenders resulting from the privilege is illustrated by the case, in the same tribunal, of Pedro Juncar, servant of the receiver, who murdered the janitor of the governor of Catalonia. The governor arrested him but was forced to surrender him to the tribunal, which discharged him with a sentence of exile for a year or 2 and costs. The influence and social order of conferring immunity on such a class can readily be conceived. The privilege of the fuero was not confined to servants, but was extended in whatever direction the ingenuity and perseverance of the tribunal could enforce it. Penitents who were fulfilling their terms of penance were claimed, and the claim was confirmed in 1547 by Prince Philip. In Valencia and Barcelona, the workmen employed on the buildings of the Inquisition were given nominal appointments under which they claimed immunity. In Lima, the tribunal complained to the viceroy of the arrest of a bricklayer who was working for it, but it got no satisfaction. In Barcelona, the tribunal granted inhibition with censures on the civil court, in which the brother of a familiar was suing a merchant on a protested bill of exchange. We have seen the limitations imposed by Ferdinand in the bull Pastoralis Officii, and the reiteration of the principle that the plaintiff must seek justice in the court of the defendant. As far as regards Castile, Charles V had overthrown this in criminal matters for both officials and familiars. Civil cases remained in a somewhat undetermined state, especially concerning familiars, the inquisitors endeavoring to grasp as far as they could both the active and passive fuero. When, in 1551, complaints came from Valencia that the tribunal was collecting debts for familiars, Inquisitor General Valdez wrote that he did not know how this had come to pass, and called for precise information as to when it had commenced and generally as to the method observed in the civil cases, active and passive, of familiars, so that he could answer Prince Philip. There was a good deal of uncertainty about the whole subject. The courts were restive and the situation was becoming strained. In the endeavor to settle it, Charles, in 1542, reissued his edict of 1518 with a sobrecarta emphatically commanding its strict observance and forbidding the secular courts from any cognizance of the criminal cases of officials or familiars. This did not mend matters. The courts persisted in exercising jurisdiction over familiars. The recurso de fuerza was freely invoked and competencias multiplied. Both sides appealed to Charles, who was in Germany, and this time the opponents of the Inquisition gained the advantage. Prince Philip, as regent, issued a cedula, May 15, 1545, in which he described how laymen, subject to the secular courts, obtained immunity for their crimes on pretext of being familiars, how the tribunals in defending them cast excommunications on the officers of justice, through which scandals and disquiet were daily increasing, and the course of justice was impeded. The familiars were in no way entitled to immunity from the secular courts, as they were not officials, although a different custom existed in Aragon, and the inquisitors pretended to it in Castile, under the cedula of 1518 and the sobrecedula of 1542, but these were both irregular, not having been dispatched by the Council and Secretariat of Castile as is customary and necessary. Therefore, in order that delinquent familiars may not remain unpunished and be induced to commit crimes by the prospect of immunity, the emperor ordered the matter to be thoroughly discussed, and meanwhile the cedulas of 1518 and 1542 to be suspended, in conformity with which they are declared to be suspended. Inquisitors are ordered no longer to take cognizance of the cases of familiars, and the secular courts are instructed to prosecute them in accordance with the laws. The Inquisition did not acquiesce tamely in this defeat, which was aggravated by the secular courts interpreting it as giving them jurisdiction over officials as well as familiars. It protested and resisted and showed so little obedience that the Cortes of Valladolid in 1548 asked that it should be compelled to confine itself to its proper functions in matters of faith. Quarrels and recursos de fuerza continued, and finally the whole question was referred to a junta consisting of 2 members, each from the Suprema and Council of Castile. The representatives of the Inquisition conceded that it had been in fault in appointing too many familiars and in claiming for them all the exemptions of salaried officials. Those of the council admitted that the courts had erred in interfering with civil and criminal cases properly appertaining to the Holy Office. Mutual concessions were made, resulting in what was known as the Concordia of Castile, March 10, 1553, an agreement which the Inquisition admitted a century later that neither side had observed. The Concordia was silent as to the salaried officials, thus leaving them in possession of the active and passive fuero in both civil and criminal cases. It devoted itself wholly to the familiars who, in this as in so much else, were the leading source of trouble. After regulating, as we shall see hereafter, their number and character, it defined that in civil cases they should be subject wholly to the secular courts. For the greater crimes, moreover, cognizance was also reserved exclusively to the courts, the list comprising treason, unnatural crime, sedition, violating royal safe conducts, disobedience to royal mandates, treachery, rape, carrying off women, highway robbery, arson, housebreaking, and crimes of greater magnitude than this, as well as resistance or formal disrespect to the royal courts. Those who held office were also amenable to the courts for official malfeasance. This left only petty offences subject to inquisitorial jurisdiction, and for these familiars were liable to arrest by secular magistrates, subject to being immediately transferred to the Inquisition. For doubtful cases, it was provided that, when the lay judge and inquisitor could not agree, there should be no contention, but the evidence was to be sent to the court of the king, where 2 members each of the Suprema and Council of Castile should decide as to the jurisdiction. For this a majority was required, and, in case of equal division of votes, the matter went to the king for final decision. No appeal from this was allowed, and meanwhile the accused was retained in the prison to which he had been consigned at arrest. This process of adjudicating disputes became known as competencia, the details of which will be considered hereafter. End of Book 2, Chapter 4, Part 1. Recording by Shena Sayre, Fresno, California. Book 2, Chapter 4, Part 2 of History of the Inquisition of Spain, Volume 1. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. History of the Inquisition of Spain, Volume 1, by Henry Charles Lea, Book 2, Chapter 4, Conflicting Jurisdictions, Part 2. Whatever concession the Inquisition made in thus surrendering a portion of its jurisdiction over familiars was more than compensated by what was evidently part of the agreement, the issue on the same day of Philip's cedula, addressed to all judicial bodies, forbidding them to entertain appeals of any kind from the acts of the Holy Office. It thus secured complete autonomy. It was rendered self-judging, responsible to the king alone, and the populations were surrendered wholly to its discretion. As far as regards Castile, the Concordia of 1553 was final. It is true that the royal cedula of Aranjuez, April 28, 1583, extended its principles to the salaried officials, but there is no trace of the observance of this. Another point was subjected to a temporary modification. The absolute denial of justice in allowing inquisitors to have their civil suits decided by their own tribunals attracted attention after nearly a century, and the Suprema, February 18, 1641, ordered that these cases should be referred to it, when, if it deemed proper, it would commission the tribunal to hear them, but this slender restriction seems to have elicited so active an opposition that it was withdrawn within 3 months by a counter-order of May 14th, restoring to the inquisitors the power of sitting in judgment on their own cases. It is easy to conceive the amount of oppression and wrong which they could thus inflict. With these trivial exceptions, the Concordia remained the law in Castile. In 1568, Philip II issued a cedula stating that it had not been observed, wherefore he ordered strict compliance with it, and as late as 1775, Carlos III treats it as being still in force and to be respected by all parties. If Philip, however, expected peace between the rival and jealous jurisdictions as the result of the Concordia, he deceived himself. Both were eager for quarrel, and opportunities to gratify combative instincts were not lacking. The secular courts resented the intrusion of the Inquisition, which was careful to keep antagonism active by the insulting arrogance of its methods whenever a question arose between them. There was ample field for contention, for not only were the accepted crimes loosely defined, giving rise to many nice questions, but the Inquisition acutely argued that before the royal courts could assume possession of a case, the crime must be fully proved. For the familiar was entitled to the fuero until his guilt was ascertained, thus keeping in its own hands all the vital parts of the process and excluding the secular justices. Then the circle of accepted cases was enlarged, not only for familiars but for salaried officials, by various edicts from time to time, as we have seen with regard to pistols and discharging firearms. Another instance was a cedula of Philip II in 1566, including among exceptions the violation of royal pragmaticas, which was put to the test in 1594, when the Chancellery of Granada prosecuted a notary of the tribunal for wearing a larger ruff than was allowed by a sumptuary pragmatica. The tribunal excommunicated the judges, but when the case was carried up to the Suprema and Council of Castile, the Chancellery was justified. In the frenzied efforts to maintain the value of the worthless vellon coinage, Philip IV, by repeated edicts between 1631 and 1660, deprived familiars and salaried officials of the fuero in cases of demanding more than the legal premium for the precious metals or of counterfeiting or importing base money. Frauds on the revenue from tobacco also deprived all offenders of exemptions by a pragmatica of 1719, but it was difficult to enforce and had to be repeated in 1743, after which at last Inquisitor General Prado y Cuesta in 1747 ordered the tribunals to obey it. Although Navarre was under the crown of Castile, the Concordia of 1553 was not extended to it until 1665 by a royal cedula of May 9th. The questions which agitated the rest of Spain seem to have rarely presented themselves there, for we hear little of them in that quarter. Although in 1564 the Tribunal of Logroño complained of the intrusion of the secular courts on its jurisdiction, and there were, as we shall see hereafter, occasional collisions on the subject of witchcraft, which was mixti fori. The kingdoms of the Crown of Aragon were the scenes of much greater trouble than those of Castile, in delimiting the boundaries of the rival jurisdictions, for they still had institutions which could remonstrate against abuses and struggle for their removal. We have seen how recalcitrant they were when the Inquisition was introduced, and how vigorously they struggled against the abuses which followed. In the Concordias of 1512 and 1520, they secured certain paper guarantees, but these were brushed aside by the Inquisition with customary ill faith. Irritation and hostility became chronic, with the result that they were denied some of the slender alleviations vouchsafed to Castile, on the ground that the character of the population and the neighborhood of the heretics of France rendered it necessary that the Holy Office should be fortified with greater privileges than in the rest of Spain. Of the three kingdoms, Valencia was the one which gave the least trouble in this matter. Yet a case occurring in 1540 is highly significant of the terrorism under which the royal judges discharged their duties. Dr. Ferrer of Tortosa, one of the judges, appealed to Inquisitor General Tavera, representing that in the previous year he had condemned to death a murderer who had fully deserved it. Now that the Inquisitor had come, his enemies represent that the culprit was a familiar, although he had never claimed to be one, and it is currently reported that the Inquisitor is about to prosecute him. If he is in fault in the matter, he will cheerfully submit to punishment, but he begs not to be subjected to the infamy of a trial. To this appeal the Suprema responded by ordering the Inquisitor to send it such evidence as he may gather, and to await a reply before taking action. It is evident that all criminal judges lived in an atmosphere of dread lest at any moment the honest discharge of their functions might precipitate them into a disastrous conflict with the Tribunal. It justifies the complaints of the Cortes of 1547 and 1553, the latter of which declared that the inquisitors exceeded their jurisdiction, intervening in many affairs, both civil and criminal, that had no connection with heresy. This caused great disturbance of justice and contentions between the jurisdictions, in which the tribunal assumed to be supreme and to define the limits of its own power. Great as were these evils, they were daily increasing and were becoming intolerable. Wherefore the Cortes prayed that the subject be investigated and a clear definition be made between the royal jurisdiction and that of the Inquisition. This resulted in a junta of the members of the Suprema and of the Council of Aragon, who agreed upon a Concordia published by Prince Philip, May 11, 1554. In this he recited that, in consequence of the great numbers of familiars and their endeavoring to have all their cases, civil and criminal, tried by the tribunal, which sought to protect them in this against the claims of the royal judges, there had arisen many contentions in which the whole of the audiencia had been excommunicated. To put an end to this unseemly strife, he had caused the junta to be held, with the result of the following articles, which he ordered both sides to observe, the royal officials under pain of 1,000 florins, and the inquisitors as they desired to please him and the emperor. In this, the first point was the reduction of the excessive number of familiars. In the city of Valencia, they were not to exceed 180. In towns of more than 1,000 hearths, there might be 8. In those of over 500, 6. In smaller places, 4, except that in the coast towns there might be 2 more. Lists of all appointees were to be furnished to the magistrates, both to check excess and to identify individuals. In civil suits they were to enjoy the passive fuero, but not the active. If in contracts they renounced this privilege, the condition held good, while if the other party agreed to accept the jurisdiction of the Inquisition, he could not be cited before it. In criminal cases, the Inquisition had sole cognizance with respect to officials, their servants and families, and to familiars but not to their wives, children, and servants. When contests arose with secular courts, mild measures were to be used and excommunication be avoided as far as possible. When a familiar entered into a treaty of peace and truce, it was to be executed before an inquisitor, and if it contained a condition of death for violation, the inquisitor, in case of such violation, was to relax the culprit to the secular arm to be put to death. Familiars who were in trade were not to enjoy the fuero for frauds or violations of municipal laws, and officials holding public office were liable to the secular courts for malfeasance therein. This would appear to grant to the Inquisition all that it had any excuse for asking, but it was impossible to bind the inquisitors to any compact or to observe any rules. A letter to them from the Suprema in September 1560 reminds them that it had already ordered them, in the case of Juan Sanchez, to deprive him of his familiarship, to withdraw their inhibitions and censures, and to remit the affair to the secular judge, in spite of which they had gone forward and rendered sentence. Now, as Sanchez is not a familiar, they must positively send the case back to the ordinary courts. When such persistence in injustice existed, it is not surprising that, at the Cortes of Monzon in 1564, the deputies of Valencia, like those of Aragon and Catalonia, presented a series of complaints bearing chiefly on abuses of jurisdiction. We happen to have a view of the situation by an impartial observer, the Venetian envoy, Giovanni Soranzo, in his relation of 1565, which is worth repeating. Although we must bear in mind that it was impossible for a Venetian statesman to give Philip II credit for the honest fanaticism which underlay his character. After alluding to the privileges of the Aragonese kingdoms, he proceeds, "The king uses every opportunity to deprive them of these great privileges, and knowing that there is no easier or more certain method than through the Inquisition, he is continually increasing his authority." In his last Cortes, the Aragonese prayed that the Inquisition should take cognizance of no cases save those of religion, and said that they grieved greatly that it embraced infinite things as distant as possible from its jurisdiction, and they presented many cases not pertaining in any way to its duties. In truth, at present, the Inquisition interposes in everything, without respect to any one of whatever rank or position, and we may say positively that this tribunal is the real master which rules and dominates all Spain. The king replied that the Inquisition was not to be discussed in the Cortes, when they all arose and threatened to depart without finishing any other business, if the king did not wish them to discuss a matter of so much importance to them. The king quieted them by promising that, when he returned to Castile, he would listen to their complaints and would not fail to grant the appropriate relief. But undoubtedly he did this so that the Cortes should end without a revolt, his intention being to increase rather than to diminish the importance of the Inquisition, clearly recognizing it as the means of maintaining his reputation and of keeping the people in obedience and terror. Soranzo's account of the Cortes is not wholly complete. When Philip promised relief after his return to Castile, the deputies replied that they did not choose to be convoked in Castile, and that they would go no further with the subsidio which he wanted until they were satisfied. The sessions were prolonged. The patience of the deputies outwore his own, and he promised that he would have a visitation made of the tribunals of the three kingdoms, and then, in concert with their diputados, issue a new series of regulations. The promise was kept. Francisco de Soto Salazar, a member of the Suprema, was sent in 1566 with full powers and instructions to investigate all abuses, but especially those connected with jurisdiction in matters not of faith. In Valencia, his attention was particularly called to a practice of appointing deputy inquisitors and officials and investing them with the privilege of the fuero, as well as mechanics employed on the palace of the Inquisition and houses of the officials, and also to the overgrown number of familiars and their character. In Catalonia, especially, he found much to criticize, as we shall have occasion to see hereafter, for he performed his mission thoroughly and conscientiously. He listened to all complaints, investigated them, and bore back to the Suprema full reports which bore hardly on the methods of all the tribunals. Prolonged debates ensued between the Suprema, the Council of Aragon, and the Diputados, and finally, in 1568, a new Concordia was issued. It is significant that it no longer was a royal decree, but bore the shape of instructions from Inquisitor General Espinosa and the Suprema to the tribunals, and the king only appeared in it as communicating it to his representatives and ordering its observance under pain of 1,000 florins. coupled with commands to favor and reverence the Inquisition and its officials, to give them all necessary aid and to protect and defend their privileges. The Concordia thus granted to Valencia confirmed that of 1554 and ordered its observance, adding a number of special provisions, highly suggestive of the abuses which had flourished. As affording a view in some detail of the causes of popular irritation and of the remedies sought, I subjoin an abstract of the articles bearing on the subject. Outside of the city, the local magistrates are to have cognizance of civil cases of familiars involving less than 12 libras. Familiars of other districts settling in Valencia lose the fuero, but retain it if the residence is temporary. The number of familiars is to be reduced to that provided in 1554, weeding out the least desirable. They must present themselves with their commissions to the local magistrates in order to be entered on the lists, without which they forfeit their exemption. The provision depriving those in trade of the fuero for frauds and offenses committed in their business which has not been observed is to be enforced. Crimes committed prior to appointment are not entitled to the fuero. No cleric or religious or powerful noble or baron is to be appointed. Consultors are not to be considered as officials, but only persons holding commissions from the Inquisitor General, to whom may be added a steward of the prison and 2 advocates of prisoners. In future, the servants of officials must really be servants living with them and receiving regular wages in order to be protected by the inquisitors. Inquisitors are not to interfere, at the petition of an official or familiar, with the regulations of the College of Surgeons. Any familiar who is a carpenter and who brings lumber from the Sierra of Cuenca shall not be protected by the inquisitors, but shall be left for judgment to the secular court. Outside of cases of heresy, inquisitors must not interfere with the execution of justice by the royal judges under pretexts that culprits have committed offenses pertaining to them, but in such cases the judges shall be notified and allowed to execute justice, after which the inquisitors can inflict punishment. In case of heresy, however, a prisoner can be demanded to be returned after trial, provided he is not sentenced to relaxation. Familiars are not to be protected in the violation of municipal regulations, nor during pestilence, in the refusal to observe the regulations for the avoidance of contagion. They must submit for inspection the goods which they bring in, and the royal judges shall not be prevented from imposing the penalties provided in the royal pragmatica. Commissioners shall not form competencias with secular or ecclesiastical judges, nor shall their assistants enjoy greater privileges than familiars. Persons temporarily employed to make arrests or to read the edicts, or as procurators, etc., shall not be defended by the inquisitors. As the inquisitorial district of Valencia comprehends Teruel in Aragon and Tortosa in Catalonia, those places are not to be exempted from the Concordia under the pretext that the Concordia of 1554 spoke of the Kingdom of Valencia. The widows of officials, while remaining unmarried, enjoy both civil and criminal fuero, but not their children and families, as has been the case, but widows of familiars are deprived of it and are not to be defended by the inquisitors. The judge employed by the inquisitors to hear the cases of officials and familiars is to be dismissed. Such cases are to be heard by the inquisitors outside of the regular hours of service, and for these they are to charge no fees. Servants and families of salaried officials are only to have the passive fuero in civil cases, like familiars. Inquisitors are no longer to defend familiars in matters of the apportionment of irrigating waters, injuries to harvests, vineyards, pastures, forests, furnishing of lights, licenses for building, street cleaning, road mending, and furnishing provisions. Inquisitors are not to publish edicts with excommunication for the discovery of debts, thefts, or other hidden offenses committed against officials and familiars, nor such edicts against any delinquent save in cases of heresy. Persons arrested, except for heresy, are not to be confined in the secret prison but in the public one, where they can confer with their council and procurators, and they are to be allowed to hear Mass and receive the sacraments. Familiars holding office are not to be defended for official frauds or malfeasance, but the secular authorities are to be freely allowed to administer justice. Inquisitors shall not give safe conducts to persons outlawed or banished by the royal judges, except in cases of faith, and then only for the time necessary to appear before them. When any official or familiar, in criminal or civil cases not of faith, has consented tacitly or explicitly to the secular jurisdiction, or has pleaded clergy, the inquisitors shall not protect him nor inhibit the secular judges, and if any official or familiar inherits property in litigation, the case shall remain in the court where it is pending. As familiars in civil cases have only the passive and not the active fuero, there shall no longer, as heretofore, be artifices employed, such as pretended criminal prosecutions and interdicts, to obtain cognizance of such cases, but they shall be conducted in the court of the defendant. When a suit between outsiders has been decided, if any official or familiar intervenes to prevent the execution of the decision, on the pretext that he is in possession of the property at issue or a part of it, the inquisitors shall not support him in it. If an outsider commits a crime while in company with an official or familiar, or is an accomplice in a crime committed by an official or familiar, the inquisitor shall not have cognizance of his case, but only of that of the official or familiar. When a grave crime has been committed by or against the familiar, the inquisitor shall not send the judge to take testimony or punish with salary by the day, but shall avoid expense by making a commissioner gather the evidence. Inquisitors shall no longer enforce contracts of peace and truce unless they have been entered into before them or by their order. Inquisitors shall not have cognizance of contracts between outsiders because of a clause submitting them to the fuero, nor of cases of donations or cession to officials or familiars. Inquisitors shall not protect widows of officials and familiars in refusing to pay imposts and contributions. When inquisitors have to summon secular judges before them, it must be only in cases where it is unavoidable, and then only with great consideration. If a bankrupt is a familiar, the inquisitors have cognizance, but not in the case of an outsider under pretext that an official or familiar is a creditor. Familiars shall not make arrests or other execution of justice without orders from inquisitors. Inquisitors shall not proceed against the priors and officials of guilds and confraternities who levy upon a familiar who is a member, for dues under the rules of the association, or when a familiar has had the administration of a church or hermitage or hospital and is sued for debts or contributions due. End of Book 2, Chapter 4, Part 2. Recording by Shena Sear, Fresno, California. Book 2, Chapter 4, Part 3 of History of the Inquisition of Spain, Volume 1. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. History of the Inquisition of Spain, Volume 1, by Henry Charles Lea, Book 2, Chapter 4, Conflicting Jurisdictions, Part 3. The other prayers and demands of the Cortes were rejected, but those which were granted sufficiently indicate the abusive manner in which the Tribunal had extended its jurisdiction. How that jurisdiction was admittedly used to protect officials and familiars in violations of law, and how intolerable was the influence on municipal and commercial life of letting loose on the community a class who were beyond the reach of justice. We can readily understand the eagerness of the lawless and unscrupulous to obtain positions which secured for them such privileges, and why it was impossible to restrain inquisitors within the prescribed limits of their appointing power. After protracted effort, the Valencians had thus obtained promise of substantial relief. But as usual, it was a promise only made to be broken. How little intention there was of enforcing the reform was promptly revealed, for when the authorities naturally ordered the new Concordia to be printed, so that the courts and rural magistrates could be guided by it in their dealings with the officials and familiars, the inquisitors at once ordered the printers to suspend work and appealed to the king, who commanded that all copies should be surrendered. Although the settlement was permanent and remained in force until the end, it apparently never was published for general information. At the moment, it was regarded as greatly limiting the secular jurisdiction of the tribunal, and the worthy Valencian inquisitor, Juan de Rojas, says that he is ashamed to allude to its depressed and weakened condition, which has worked great injury to the faith. His grief was superfluous. The tribunal was not accustomed to be bound by law, and its methods of enforcing its assumed prerogatives were difficult to resist. In 1585, the Cortes had a fresh accumulation of grievances, which by order of the king, the Suprema sent to the inquisitors, with orders to report the method of meeting them most advantageous to the Holy Office. If space permitted, abundant cases could be cited to show the justice of these complaints. In fact, the correspondence between the Suprema and the Tribunal during the last 15 years of the 16th century is largely devoted to cases of competencias arising from crimes of all descriptions committed by familiars, and to the punishments inflicted by the Tribunal, the heaviest of which is the galleys, in 2 or 3 cases. Sometimes the charges are dismissed, and as a whole, the criminals seem to have escaped so lightly that prosecution only served to encourage their lawlessness. There was no improvement as time went on, and a case occurring in 1632 is worth alluding to, as illustrating the results of the fuero and the spirit in which it was administered by the tribunal. Don Martin Santis was murdered by pistol shots while returning with some Dominican frailes in a coach from the Grao of Valencia to the city. 4 notorious familiars, Pedro Revert, Juan Ciurana, Jaime Blau, and Calixto Tafalla, were suspected and were arrested by the Audiencia. The tribunal claimed them, a competencia was formed, and the case came up before the Suprema and the Council of Aragon. The Marquess of Los Vélez, the viceroy, took advantage of it to represent to Philip IV the disorders and scandals caused by the criminal familiars who were protected by the Inquisition. This paper was referred to the Council of Aragon, which, on July 21st, presented a consulta on the subject. There is, it says, no peace or safety to be hoped, for in Valencia, unless there is reform in the selection of familiars, for there is no crime committed therein which they are not principals or accomplices, in the confidence of escape through the intervention of the tribunal, since there is no one, however guilty he may be of atrocious crime, who is not speedily seen walking the streets in freedom. In all disturbances, familiars are recognized as ringleaders, and their object in gaining appointment is only to enjoy immunity for their crimes. In Valencia, Pedro Revert, Juan Ciurana, and Sebastian Adel, all familiars, are the chief disturbers of the peace. So in Villarreal, a place notorious for murders, Jaime Blau has been the moving spirit. In Benignamin, where there are constant outbreaks, the leaders of the factions are Gracian España, Martin Barcela, and others, likewise familiars. It is the same in Orihuela, with Juan Garcia de Espejo and others. Scarce anywhere is there trouble in which familiars are not concerned, and they daily become more insolent through impunity, for the inquisitors never punish with the requisite severity. One result is that it is almost impossible to procure evidence against these malefactors, in consequence of witnesses knowing that they will shortly be released and will avenge themselves. justice cannot be administered, and still greater evils are to be anticipated if the king does not provide a remedy. If it is difficult to revise the Concordia and introduce the necessary provisions, at least the king can order that these familiars be dismissed and greater care be exercised in new appointments. All the viceroys have recognized these impediments to justice, for these people only seek exemption from the secular courts in order to be free to commit crimes. We might imagine much of this to be exaggeration, were not its truth tacitly admitted by the Suprema, when transmitting it to Valencia with instructions for information on which to base a reply. There is no rebuke or exhortation to amendment, but the inquisitors are told to act with the utmost caution and secrecy, to report the number of familiars in Valencia and how many are unmarried, to give details as to the cases cited by the Council of Aragon and what punishments were inflicted. What was the record of those inculpated in the murder of Don Martin Santis? Covertly to obtain statistics of crime in Valencia for the last 10 years, committed by those not exempt, the punishments inflicted by the royal court, and whether these were subsequently remitted, whether, when the familiars were tried by the tribunal, accomplices were prosecuted in the royal courts, and if so, what sentences were pronounced. Also to make secret investigation as to promises made to familiars by the judges to let them off easily if they would not claim the fuero, and finally to furnish a list of cases in which the tribunal has punished its officials for trifling offenses. Altogether, the effort was evidently much less to offer a justification than to make a tout coquet rejoinder. Apparently, the statistics asked of the tribunal were unsatisfactory, for there was no use made of them in the answer presented October 6th, in which, after seeking to explain away the assertions of the Viceroy and Council of Aragon, the Suprema accused the secular courts and their officials of perpetual prosecution of familiars, who were arrested on the slightest suspicion, assumed to be guilty, and then forced by cruel treatment to renounce the fuero. The suggestions for reform were airily brushed aside. To dismiss delinquent familiars would be almost impossible, in view of its effect upon their families and kindred. To inquire of the royal officials as to the character of aspirants for appointment was inadmissible, as it would admit them to participation in a matter with which they had nothing to do. The true cure for the troubles would be to secure the Inquisition in its rights by forbidding the secular courts from assuming any jurisdiction over familiars. In short, it was a passionate outburst, precluding all hope of amendment, to which the king replied by telling the Suprema to see that the tribunal did not employ violent measures against the royal officials, but report to him any excess for his action. Evidently, nothing was to be hoped for from him, and indeed he had written on August 6th to the Viceroy that the case must take its regular course as a competencia, and the inquisitors must not use inhibitory censures or summon the judges to appear before them. The result was the usual one, that the tribunal obtained cognizance of the case. One, at least, of the accused, Jaime Blau, was found guilty, for we have his insufficient sentence, condemning him to exile and a fine of 300 ducats, a sentence which goes far to explain the eagerness of the inquisitors to extend their jurisdiction, for they rarely inflicted corporal punishments on their delinquent officials, when pecuniary ones were so much more profitable. The same spirit was shown when, in 1649, disturbances between armed bands led Philip IV to order the Suprema to instruct the inquisitors that familiars and officials participating in these brawls or lending aid to peacebreakers should not enjoy the fuero, and that the tribunal should not defend them or interfere with the course of justice. Instead of obeying, the Suprema replied that it suspended the order until the king should be better informed. It then proceeded with a long argument to show that the faith would be imperiled by such abridgment of the privileges of the Holy Office. Besides, these factional contests had always been customary in Valencia, and it was impossible to avoid favoring one side or the other, for these armed bands demanded whatever they wanted, money or food or clothes, and people were forced to give it at the risk of having their harvests burnt or their throats cut. The consulta ended with the impudent suggestion that in future it would be much better for the king, before issuing such decrees, to communicate to the Suprema the consultas of the other councils on which they were based, so that a junta could be formed and the matter be debated. Evidently, the Suprema held that this semi-savage state of society should be encouraged by favoring the factionists, and, under such conditions, amelioration was impossible. Rivalry of jurisdiction paralyzed the law, and there was perpetual friction over the various trifles, for the tribunal was always on the watch to resist the minutest infraction of its prerogatives or disregard of its dignity. When, in 1702, Jacinto Nadal, a familiar of Onteniente, received a summons to appear before Don Pedro Domenech, a criminal judge of the Audiencia, he at once appealed to the tribunal, which sent word, on May 29th, that he had been under arrest since March 25th, and the papers in any charge against him must be surrendered to it. It turned out that Domenech only wanted him to enter security for his son, and when this was done, the inquisitors complained that Nadal had done wrong in going to the judge after appealing to them, and that Domenech had not treated them with proper respect, so that some months were required to arrange a truce between them. Aragon was a source of greater trouble than Valencia. The popular spirit was more independent. It had resisted the introduction of the Inquisition until the murder of San Pedro Arbues had rendered further opposition impossible. It had been cheated of the fruits of the tenacity of Juan Prat, and it possessed an institution peculiar to itself, designed to limit the encroachments of the sovereign power, and well adapted to restrain the arrogance of anything less formidable than the mingled spiritual and temporal jurisdiction of the Holy Office. The origin of the court of the Justicia of Aragon was fondly attributed by the Aragonese to the legendary times of the kingdom of Sobrarbe, and there is fair probability in the theory of the latest writer on the subject that it was derived by the Christians from the conquered Moors. In the 13th century, the Justicia was already judge between the king and his subjects. Every precaution was taken to render him independent. He was irremovable by the king, and even his resignation was void. He could accept no office from the king. He was not liable to arrest, and in a case of prosecution, the Cortes sat in judgment on him. Every person in the kingdom was required to obey his commands, to respect his decisions, and to aid in their enforcement. His court consisted of his assessors or lieutenants, originally appointed by him, but subsequently by the king. The Cortes of 1528 increased the number to 5, submitting 15 names to Charles V, who selected 5, while the rest were placed in a bolsa and drawn as vacancies occurred. They were virtually the equals of the Justicia, for the assent of a majority was required in all judgments, and all precautions were taken to secure their independence. It is true that, in spite of the inviolability of the Justicia, there were cases on record in which justicias had been made way with, and that, on the suppression of the rising caused by Antonio Perez in 1591, the Justicia, Juan de Lanuza, was beheaded without trial, and in the ensuing Cortes of Tarazona, the appointment of both Justicia and lieutenants was surrendered to the king. Nevertheless, the court of the Justicia was regarded by the Aragonese with the greatest pride and reverence, as the safeguard of their liberties and the highest expression of judicial authority existing in the world. It was the bond that united the state and the foundation of its tranquility. When the Justicia authorized the cry of Contrafuero, "Viva la libertad y ayuda a la libertad," it summoned every citizen to sally forth in arms to defend the liberties of the land. Moreover, he had the power of withholding from execution all papal decrees, and his authority in ecclesiastical matters in general caused him to be popularly termed the married pope. So far as we are concerned, the power of the court was exercised through two processes, the manifestación and the firma. The former was a kind of habeas corpus, under which a person had to be produced before it, either to be liberated on bail or to be confined in the Cárcel de Manifestados, a special prison over which even the king had no jurisdiction. The summons of a manifestación had to be obeyed, even if the subject were on the gallows with a halter around his neck, or if it was addressed to the highest secular or spiritual court of the land. It was a privilege to which every citizen was entitled. When, in 1532, Charles V sent orders that Don Pedro de Luna should be deprived of it, he was not obeyed, and a special envoy was sent to him in Germany, asking the prompt withdrawal of the command, as, until the return of the messenger, the land would be in great suspense. The firma was of various kinds, but in general it was of the nature of an injunction, stopping all proceedings and summoning the parties before the court of the Justicia, where their cases would be determined, and it was especially useful in preventing arbitrary arrests and seizure of property. Failure to obey a firma was promptly followed by seizure of temporalities, and, under a fuero of King Martin, it could be served on the king himself. One was served on Charles V at Valladolid, and again one on the papal nuncio, and, when the latter disregarded it, his temporalities were sequestrated. Such a jurisdiction could not fail to come into collision with the Inquisition, against which its powers were frequently invoked, and the favorite device of the Tribunal, of evading service by closing its doors, was unavailing, for attaching the firma to the gates was held to be legal service. In 1561, the Justicia granted a manifestación to Don Juan Frances del Ariño, in a case not of faith. The tribunal prepared to answer by fulminating excommunications, but the court issued a monitorio against it when a settlement was reached which both parties considered satisfactory. In the same year, when the inquisitors arrested Bartolomé Garate, secretary of the court, it served a monitorio upon them, and in 1563 it did the same for the censures issued against Agustín de Merlanes, of the Criminal Council of the Audiencia. In 1626, when Pedro Banet, secretary of the tribunal, was accused of the murder of Juan Domingo Cerveto, the action of the inquisitors led to the issue against them of a firma and monitorio, under which their temporalities were seized, and this was followed by another firma prohibiting the use of excommunication. Under such institutions, animated by such a spirit, it was inevitable that the extension of the temporal jurisdiction of the Holy Office should provoke a bitter and prolonged conflict. We have seen the early struggles of this, how concessions were wrung from monarch and Inquisition to be disregarded by them as soon as the momentary pressure had passed, and how the remonstrances of the Cortes of 1528 and 1533 were contemptuously brushed aside. The grievances were real, and the Suprema knew them to be such, but the policy was invariable of denying their existence and refusing amendment when asked for by the sufferers. The temper in which complaints were heard was significantly manifested when, in 1533, the Cortes of Monzon adopted certain articles and presented them to Inquisitor General Manrique and the Suprema, with the request that they should be adopted. Thereupon Miguel de Galve, fiscal of the Tribunal of Lerida, addressed to Manrique a formal accusation, naming 4 members of the Cortes who seemed to have been the committee deputed to communicate with the Suprema, asking that they and all who had advocated the articles should be prosecuted as fautors of heretics and impeders and disturbers of the Inquisition, while the articles in question should be publicly torn and burnt as condemned and suspect of heresy, injurious to the honor of God and prejudicial to the Holy Office. Parliamentary discussion had doubtless been warm, and freedom of debate and legislation was contrary to the principles of the Holy Office. Possibly it was the unpleasant experience of the Suprema on this occasion that led it to keep away from the Cortes of Monzon in 1537, and to order the inquisitors to do likewise, or, if their duties called them there, to keep silent. Thus, when the Cortes asked the emperor to make the Inquisition obey the laws, he was able to promise accordingly, and then the Suprema could subsequently argue it away in a consulta. The remedial decree of Prince Philip in 1545 was limited to Castile, and Aragon was coolly told that its customs were different. Abuses continued unchecked, and at the Cortes of Monzon in 1547, a long series of grievances was presented to the Inquisitor General, as though the crown had ceased to be a factor. The bull Pastoralis Officii, by which Leo X had confirmed the Concordia of 1512, had limited the number of familiars to 10 permanent ones in Saragossa, and 10 temporary ones elsewhere as needed, in place of which the number was between 500 and 1,000. The bull had prescribed that they should be married men of good character, in place of which many were bandits and homicides, and of notoriously evil life. The bull had ordered dismissal for officials and familiars who did not pay their debts or who engaged in trade, whereas the fuero was held to cover debts contracted and offenses committed prior to appointment. When they became bankrupt, they took refuge with the tribunal and the creditors were unpaid. If they were creditors of a bankrupt, they seized all the assets and others got nothing. Men procured appointments in order to revenge themselves in safety on their enemies. It was impossible to collect debts of them, and this protection was extended even to women. A woman who claimed that her father had been a familiar was thus defended from her creditors. The brother of a notary of the tribunal, who had committed an offense, caused the aggrieved parties to be arrested, and the inquisitors held them until they were forced to a compromise. How little hope there was of redress for all this is visible in the contemptuous indifference with which Inquisitor General Valeles answered the several articles. As to bandits and homicides being made familiars, he said the Inquisition had need of all kinds of officials for its various functions, and as to the specific complaints, the stereotyped answer was that anyone deeming himself aggrieved could appeal to the Suprema and get justice. End of Book 2, Chapter 4, Part 3. Recording by Shena Sayre, Fresno, California.
Book 2, Chapter 4, Part 4 of History of the Inquisition of Spain, Volume 1. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. History of the Inquisition of Spain, Volume 1 by Henry Charles Lea, Book 2, Chapter 4, Conflicting Jurisdictions, Part 4. The Concordia of 1553 was applicable to Castile alone, and that of 1554 to Valencia. Aragon remained without the slender alleviation provided for in the latter, for the adjustments of 1512 and 1521 were treated as non-existent. At the Cortes of 1563 and 4, the complaints were so vivacious that, as we have seen, Philip promised investigation which resulted in the Concordia of 1568. The formula for Aragon was virtually the same as the combined Valencia Concordias of 1554 and 1568, the evils with which the two kingdoms were afflicted being virtually the same. As usual, familiars were the class that excited the bitterest hostility. Their commissions were all to be called in, and then 60 were to be appointed for Saragossa, while the other towns were assigned from 8 to 1 or 2 according to population. Their character was to be closely scrutinized, and all bandits, homicides, criminals, powerful nobles, frailes and clerics were to be excluded, and no one was to enjoy the fuero whose name was not on lists presented to the magistrates. They were to have, in criminal matters, the active and passive fuero, but in civil suits only the passive. It was the same with servants of officials, while officials themselves had active and passive in both civil and criminal. The utmost caution and moderation was prescribed in the employment of inhibitions and excommunications of the royal judges, and the royal alguacils were not to be arrested save in cases of grave and notorious infraction of inquisitorial rights. The Concordia did not bring concord. In 1571 there arose a bitter dispute between the Tribunal and the Court of the Justicia, in which excommunications were freely used, and, in December, the Diputados appealed to Pius V to evoke the case and remove the censures, but he told them to go to the Inquisitor General. After the death of Pius, the kingdom insisted with Gregory XIII, and in December 1572 obtained from him a brief committing the case to the Suprema, or to Ponce de Leon, the new Inquisitor General. But at the same time he ordered that some remedy be found to prevent the inquisitors from abusing the privileges conceded to them by the canons and the popes. The next year, 1573, formal complaints were made by the kingdom of infractions of the Concordia, and by 1585, aggravation had reached a point that the Cortes asked for a new Concordia. Philip promised to send a person to Saragossa to gather information as to grievances alleged against certain inquisitors and officials, after which arrangements were made for the drafting and acceptance or rejection of a new agreement, but there is no trace of any resultant understanding. Quarreling necessarily continued with little intermission. In 1613, the removal of the name of Juan Porquet, a familiar from Insaculacion, by the royal commissioner of Tamarit, gave rise to a great disturbance which was long remembered, and in 1619 there was a clash between the tribunal and the captain general, which caused much scandal, resulting in the governor being summoned to Madrid, where he was kept for 4 years. Thus it went on until, in 1626, the Cortes were again assembled. It was known that demands for relief would be made, and the Suprema asked Philip to submit to it whatever articles were proposed, in reply to which he assured it that there should be no change to its prejudice, but that he would procure its increase of privilege. The chief business of the Cortes was the questions connected with the Inquisition. Philip was not present, and his representative, the Count of Monterrey, did not feel empowered to grant the demands made. The only absolute action was to adopt as a fuero, or law, the Concordia of 1568, which hitherto had only the authority of the orders of the king and the Inquisitor General. As regards reform, it was left to a commission, consisting on one side of royal appointees and on the other of 4 delegates named by each of the 4 brazos, or estates. The commission framed a series of 14 articles, by no means radical in their character, but Philip procrastinated in confirming or rejecting them. The Suprema in 1627 appealed to Rome to withhold papal sanction, and they were quietly allowed to drop, on the pretext that the Concordia of 1568, now erected into law, would suffice to prevent future grounds of complaint. How futile this was is apparent from a conflict which occurred during the sitting of the new commission. The assessor of the governor, as was his duty, entered the house of the secretary of the tribunal, flagrante delicio, for a most treacherous murder attributed to him. Although his obligation to do this was notorious, arrest of subordinates followed on both sides, and the indignant people were with difficulty restrained from a tumult. The royal officials at once took steps to form a competencia in conformity with the Concordia, which had just been erected into a law. This required all proceedings to be suspended, but the inquisitors excommunicated the assessor, refusing to join in the competencia because, as they asserted, the case was an evident one, thus assuming that they could set aside all law by merely declaring that a case was evident. The Inquisition had never been restrained by the Concordia, and now that it had again baffled the Cortes, it was still less inclined to submit to restraint. Quarrels continued as virulent as before. a single example of which will illustrate its invincible tendency to extend its jurisdiction on all possible pretexts. Berenguer de San Vicente of Huesca, in 1534, had founded in that city the College of Santiago, and when, in 1538, the municipality added an endowment of more than 6,000 ducats, he made the magistrates its patrons. In 1542, he procured from Charles V a cedula confirmed by the Pope, making the inquisitors of Aragon visitors or inspectors of the college during the royal pleasure and so long as they should perform their functions loyally and well. This supervisory function they stretched in course of time to bring the college and all its members under their jurisdiction, though in 1643 it was asserted that the last visitation had been made in 1624. This power they exercised in a most arbitrary fashion. When an attempt was made to burn the college and the town offered a reward for the detection of the incendiary, they interposed with the threat of an interdict and frightened the citizens into submission. In 1643, a pasquinade against some of the inhabitants led to the prosecution of the rector of the college, Dr. Juan Lorenzo Salas, who promptly procured letters from the tribunal inhibiting further proceedings and demanding all the papers. The patience of Huesca was exhausted. It declared its position to be intolerable, for the students appealed to the fuero in all disputes with the townsmen, and the result of the stimulus thus given to that turbulent element was driving away the population, and everyone lived in apprehension of some terrible event. To gain relief, it applied to the Audiencia for a competencia, but it was told that this was impossible, whereupon it obtained from the Court of the Justicia a firma prohibiting the inquisitors from acting. They refused to allow it to be served when it was put on the gate of the Aljaferia, with notice that if answer was not made within 30 days, it would be followed with exile and seizure of temporalities. The Suprema ordered the inquisitors to answer by excommunicating all concerned. Philip was then in Saragossa on his way to Catalonia to put himself at the head of his army, for the disgrace of Olivares had forced him to govern as well as to reign, but he was compelled to distract his thoughts with these miserable squabbles. The Council of Aragon appealed to him to require the inquisitors to show cause why they should not be deprived of the visitation, and to impose silence on all until he should reach a decision. The Audiencia rendered an opinion that the Court of the Justicia could not refuse to issue the firma, and if the complainant insisted on its service, it must be served if the whole power of the kingdom had to be called upon. On the other hand, the Suprema declared that the service of the firma was unexampled, and urged the king to support the Inquisition in a matter on which depended the ruin or the preservation of the monarchy, for it would be better to close the Holy Office than to expose its jurisdiction to such disgrace, while in these calamitous times favor shown to the Inquisition would placate God and ensure the success of his arms. Philip's reply was long and maundering, irresolute between his reverence for the Inquisition and his fear of alienating in his extremity the Aragonese by violating their most cherished privileges. If Huesca would desist from the service of the firma, he would order the tribunal to form a competencia. Huesca, however, was intractable. Its very existence, it asserted, was at stake, and it begged the king not to interfere with the legal remedies to which it had been forced, and, in conveying this reply to the king, the Council of Aragon warned him that it could not prevent Huesca from serving the firma, as this would be a notorious violation of the law on the point regarded by the kingdom as most essential. Yet, after all, the question was evaded by the device of appointing as visitor of the college the Inquisitor Juan Llano de Valdez, who succeeded in reaching an agreement with the city. It would seem that thereafter special visitors were nominated, for, in 1665, we hear of such an appointment issued to Inquisitor Carlos de Loya, and it may be doubted whether Huesca gained much. These disturbances mark the highest point reached by the Inquisition in Aragon as regards its temporal jurisdiction. How little cause of complaint it really had, and how Aragon, in spite of its sturdy independence, had endured greater abuses than those permitted in Castile, is evinced in a suggestion made by the Suprema, February 11, 1643, in response to a demand from the king to devise some new source of raising money for the bankrupt treasury. This was, that if he would grant to the familiars of Castile the same privileges of active and passive fuero enjoyed by those of Aragon, they would cheerfully contribute to a considerable assessment, with the added advantage of diminishing the competencias which caused so much trouble and loss of time. Such a proposal affords the measure of the wrongs inflicted on society by those who profited by their exemption from the secular courts, for even the more limited privileges of the Castilian familiars rendered the position one to be eagerly sought, in spite of the considerable cost of proving the condition precedent of limpieza, or purity of blood. These evils were vastly aggravated by the fact, as we shall see hereafter, that the tribunals never regarded the limitation on numbers prescribed by the Concordias, but filled the land with these privileged persons, who, for the most part, turned to the best account the protection of the Holy Office. That Aragon should be permanently restive under this adverse discrimination was inevitable, and the time had come when it could dictate in place of supplicating. Since the Cortes of 1626, 20 years elapsed before Philip found himself constrained to assemble them again. The situation was desperate. The Catalan rebellion bade fair to end in the permanent alienation of the Principality to France, and it was not wise to impose too severe a strain on the loyalty of Aragon, when the Cortes met September 20th, 1645, for a session of 15 months. In preparation for the struggle, the Suprema presented to the king, September 30th, an elaborately argued memorial in which it told him that the calamities of the war should lead him to greater zeal in fortifying the Inquisition with new graces and privileges, so as to win the favor of God, whose cause they served and from whom alone was relief to be expected. It was therefore asked that whatever demands on the subject should be presented should be reserved for discussion with the Inquisitor General and Suprema. Philip doubtless made the desired promise, but the Aragonese had too often found their hopes frustrated in this matter to submit to it again under existing circumstances. The Cortes lost no time in presenting their petition on the subject, which asked for a radical reform in all the Aragonese kingdoms. The jurisdiction of the Inquisition was to be confined to cases of faith and to civil and criminal actions between its officials. If certain mixed cases, such as bigamy, unnatural crime, sorcery, solicitation, and censorship, it should have jurisdiction cumulative with the appropriate secular and spiritual courts. A number of minor points were added, including a demand that all inquisitors and officials should be natives, and it was significantly stated that the petition was presented thus early in order that it might be granted, so that the Cortes could proceed more heartily with the servicio that was asked for. This paper was submitted to the Suprema, which replied in a long consulta, March 31st, 1646, arguing that the Inquisition had been introduced into Aragon without law and was independent of all law. It proceeded to demonstrate, as we have seen, that its temporal jurisdiction was inalienable and that the Concordias were compacts which could not be modified without its consent. The officials were so abhorred that it would be impossible for them to perform their duties if they were not thus protected. If the Cortes should stubbornly insist, the king was urged, like Charles V in 1518, to remember his soul and his conscience, and to prefer the loss of part of his dominions rather than consent to anything contrary to the honor of God and the authority of the Inquisition. The policy of the Suprema was to carry the war into Africa, and it followed this manifesto with another demanding that the court of the Justicia should be prohibited from issuing firmas and manifestaciones in cases concerning the Inquisition. Both sides asked for more than they expected to get, and when the Cortes answered these papers, June 20th, after numerous citations to disprove the arguments of the Suprema and an exposition of the hardships caused by the existing system, they opened the way to a compromise by pointing out that Castile for nearly 100 years had enjoyed what Aragon had vainly prayed for, and concluded by suggesting that the best settlement would be to confer on Aragon the Concordia of Castile, which had been thoroughly discussed by lawyers, and its practical working determined and understood. Finally, the demands of the Cortes were formulated in a series of 27 articles, which were prudently declared to be law, whether confirmed or not by the Inquisitor General. Of these, the essential ones deprived familiars of the active and passive fuero in civil suits, of the active in criminal cases, and accepted certain specified crimes in the passive. Servants of salaried officials were put on the same footing in criminal matters. The number of both familiars and salaried officials was limited to 450 in the whole kingdom, and those who held office were deprived of the fuero for official malfeasance. In cases not of faith, the use of torture was prohibited, as well as confinement in the secret prison. All cases, whether civil or criminal, were to be concluded within 2 years. Fraudulent alienation of property to officials, so as to place it under the fuero, was declared invalid. All persons or bodies, in case of violation of these provisions, had the right to avail themselves of all remedies known to the laws of the land, while to the Tribunal was reserved the power to employ censures and other legal processes. A concession was made by granting to both officials and familiars the right of asylum in their houses, relief from billeting, exemption from arrest for debt, capacity to hold office and freedom from tolls, ferrages, etc. In return for this, the Cortes were liberal with the servicio, agreeing to keep in the field 2,000 foot and 500 horse for 4 years, paying them 2 reales a day, while the king should find them in food, arms, and horses. In these conditions there was nothing affecting the faith or restricting the persecution of heresy, nothing save a prudent regard for the peace and protection of society from the intolerable burden of gangs of virtual bandits clothed in inviolability. Yet Philip resisted to the last extremity these reasonable concessions, which merely placed Aragon on the same footing as Castile. We are told that he declared that he cherished the Inquisition as the apple of his eye, and that he exhausted every means to preserve its privileges. He offered to concede everything else that was asked. He endeavored to win the Aragonese by bribing them with royal grants and graces, of which 360 were published in a single day, with the names of the recipients, but nothing could overcome the hatred felt for the Holy Office, and the brazos were immovable. In his perplexity, he appealed to his usual counselor, the mystic Sor Maria de Agreda, affirming his determination to uphold the Inquisition, and he must have been surprised when that clear-sighted woman advised him to compromise, for a quarrel with Aragon might turn it to the side of Catalonia and lead to the permanent disruption of the monarchy. Even this failed to move him. He endeavored to depart from Madrid, but deputation after deputation was sent to the convent of Santa Engracia, where he was lodged, insisting on his confirmation of the articles, and detaining him for 2 or 3 days, while his coach stood ready at the gate, until at last he yielded, seeing that there was no alternative. The writer who records this adds that the people rejoiced, and since then in Aragon, where the Inquisition had stood higher than elsewhere, for an inquisitor was regarded with more reverence than an archbishop or a viceroy, it has so fallen in estimation that some say that all is over with it. The officials and familiars feel this every day in the withdrawal of their privileges and exemptions, and it is palpable that in all that does not concern the faith, the ancient powers of the Tribunal of Aragon are prostrated. It was not long before the sullen yielding of the Inquisition to the changed situation was manifested in a case which did not tend to restore it to reverence. Inquisitor La Saeta was involved in an intrigue with a married woman of San Antori, whose husband, a Catalan named Miguel Choved, grew suspicious and pretended to take a journey. La Saeta fell into the trap. October 27, 1647, he went to the house at nightfall, leaving his coach in hiding behind the shambles. The coachman waited for him in vain, for the injured husband had entered by a side door and given him a sword thrust of which he died in the street, while stumbling forward in search of his coach. The woman escaped, and Choved disappeared, but some demonstration was necessary, and the tribunal arrested one Francisco Arnal as an accessory. The court of the Justicia issued a manifestacion in his favor when the inquisitors complained of the interference with their functions of such orders, and that the tribunal could not be maintained if they were to be banished and their temporalities be seized whenever they judged that a case was not comprehended within the fueros. To this the Council of Aragon replied that the court of the Justicia always acted with great caution, and that, in the present case, Arnal had renounced the manifestacion and had been returned to the tribunal, which had found him innocent and had discharged him. The Suprema insisted that it would be better to remove the tribunal from Aragon than to have it subjected to such insults, to which the council rejoined that there was no admission of firmas and manifestaciones except in matters not of faith. If the inquisitors would keep within their just limits, such troubles would be avoided, while if they exceeded them, the kingdom must avail itself of the remedies provided by the laws. Now, in this case, the tribunal was strictly within its rights under the Concordia, and its abstention from excommunication and interdict indicates how thoroughly it was humbled. Another grievance of the Inquisition shows how completely the tables were turned. September 23, 1648, the Suprema represented in a consulta that the tribunal had been notified to reduce the number of its officials and familiars to the prescribed 450, which had not been done under the plea that the number was insufficient, that the Concordia did not order the dismissal of the overplus, and that the incumbents could not be deprived of their rights. Still, there was little doubt that persistent refusal would lead the diputados to obtain a firma compelling a selection, and until this was done, no familiar would be allowed to enjoy their privileges. In fact, a number of towns had already assumed this position, and others were taking steps to obtain firmas. The Suprema endeavored to show the illegality of this on the ground that the Concordia of 1646 was not valid in the absence of confirmation by the Inquisitor General. Philip submitted this to the Council of Aragon and merely transmitted its answer, in non-committal fashion, to the Suprema for its information. This took the ground that only the secular and royal jurisdiction was concerned. The king had confirmed the laws which provided that the acquiescence of the Inquisitor General was unnecessary. If parties were aggrieved, they could apply to the court of the Justicia. Under these conditions, the laws of 1646, by restricting the tribunal to its proper functions, were a severe blow to its predominance, diminishing the terror which it inspired, and affecting in some degree its finances. The continual suits brought before it had afforded a rich harvest of fees for its officials, and the fines imposed had been a resource to its treasury. All this fell off greatly, and in 1649 the Suprema reminded Philip that, in 1646, it had predicted this result, and he had promised indemnification by a fixed income to be paid by Aragon or by the royal treasury, although it did not regard the laws as binding in the absence of confirmation by the Inquisitor General, and had resisted their execution in every way. Still, they were executed, and the officials were suffering keenly from their diminished fees, wherefore it asked the king to grant the 4 notaries and messengers 800 ducats a year out of the fund for the Catalan refugees. This demand, and the impudent assertion of the nullity of the laws which he had approved, provoked Philip into one of his rare assertions of kingship. The Catalan fund, he replied, could not be touched. He would listen to other suggestions for the relief of the incumbents, but not of their successors. He was master of the secular jurisdiction granted to the Inquisition for his service, and could make laws and abrogate them at his pleasure. End of Book 2, Chapter 4, Part 4. Recording by Margaret Espaillat, Orlando, Florida.
Book 2, Chapter 4, Part 5 of the History of the Inquisition of Spain, Volume 1. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Bill McGilvery. History of the Inquisition of Spain, Volume 1, by Henry Charles Lea. Book 2, Chapter 4, Conflicting Jurisdictions, Part 5. Philip had learned a lesson, and the laws of 1646 were duly executed. When, in 1677, there was another convocation of the Cortes of Aragon, the Suprema, in a suppliant tone, contrasting strongly with its former arrogance, begged Carlos II to influence them to condescend to a modification. It gave a most dolorous account of the condition of the Saragossa Tribunal resulting from that legislation. It forbore to discuss whether the officials had given just cause of complaint, but the total destruction of the Inquisition was curing one malady by introducing a worse one, and the Inquisition of Aragon had been destroyed. The number of officials was reduced below that at the time of its foundation, and its poverty was so great that wages were unpaid and the tribunal would probably have to be abandoned. The treasurer was compelled to collect its income and debts through the court of the Justicia, where it was impossible for him to carry on so many suits, so that only those paid whose conscience compelled them. The reduction of the officials impeded its usefulness. Possibly there were fewer culprits, but certainly there were fewer convictions, less in Aragon than in other provinces, and a single one who escaped correction was a matter of greater consequence to God than the enjoyment of the fuero by 500 persons. It was impossible to fill the allotted number of families, for the fuero in criminal matters left to them was rather a disadvantage, for they died in prison owing to the interminable delays in setting the numerous competencias, while other defendants were released on bail. At the same time, the deprivation of the active fuero exposed them to the effects of the general hatred felt for them. It was inconceivable that, in so pious a nation, this hatred could be caused by their functions, but its existence was a matter of experience, and, in the absence of protection, the risk to which it exposed them prevented men from seeking position. The Inquisition did not desire jurisdiction, but it could not exist without revenue and officials, and it therefore prayed the king that proper measures of relief be discussed in the Cortes, or a junta could be formed from both parties, and a new concordia be framed. Even allowing for customary exaggeration, this paper shows how greatly the Inquisition had outgrown the functions for which it had been imposed upon the people. The concessions asked were singularly moderate, that the treasurer should not be required to make collections through the court of the Justicia, that more familiars be allowed, though it had just been said that they could not be had, that they be admitted to bail during competencias, and a timid suggestion respecting the firma and the manifestacion. The time, however, was not propitious even for demands so modest. The youthful Carlos II had just relegated his mother to a convent and her favorite Valenzuela to the Philippines. All power was in the hands of Don Juan of Austria, who held the Inquisitor General Valladares to be his personal enemy. The appeal of the Suprema was received unsympathetically, and it seems to have gained nothing. That the Aragonese were content with the situation appears from the fact that the only complaint made by the Cortes regarded the non-observance of a law of 1646 prescribing the number of natives to be employed by the tribunal, and this arose merely from greed of office, for they suggested that for each foreigner appointed in Aragon, an Aragonese should have a corresponding berth in a tribunal elsewhere. The legislation of 1646 remained a finality. As late as 1741, the Suprema remonstrated against the Audiencia of Saragossa for impeding the jurisdiction of the tribunal by employing the firma, which with customary disingenuousness it characterized as an innovation. Catalonia was as intractable as Aragon, while its more pronounced spirit of independence rendered it particularly troublesome. Although it lacked the institution of the Justicia, it had a somewhat imperfect substitute in the Banch Real, or King's Bench, which was used in the appeals por via de fuerza from the spiritual courts. The Audiencia summoned the ecclesiastical judge before it, and his disregard of the summons was followed by a decree of banishment and seizure of temporalities. The inquisitors denied their liability to this, the Catalans asserted it, and the endeavor to enforce it was a serious cause of quarrel. It was not without influence, for a memorial in 1632 from the inquisitors complains that the Duke of Maqueda, when viceroy in 1592, had employed it against the tribunal, since when the veneration felt for the latter had greatly declined, and a complaint of the Catalan authorities to Carlos II in 1695 describes it as the sole refuge and protection of the people from the oppression of the inquisitors and ecclesiastical judges. We have already seen the Concordia reached in 1512, abolishing most of the then existing abuses, how it was sworn to by king, inquisitor general, and inquisitors, and how a similar oath was to be taken by all future inquisitors, how Leo X obligingly released them all from their oaths, how Ferdinand, just before his death, accepted the conditions in December 1515, and the complacent pontiff, in the bull Pastoralis Officii, confirmed them, and how Barcelona in return bound itself to a yearly subvention of 600 ducats. It is well to recall these facts in view of the bare-faced denials with which subsequently the Catalan complaints of non-observance were persistently met. Even while the papal dispensation from the oath was still in force, the instructions issued by Inquisitor General Mercader in 1514 prescribed rules which, if observed, would have removed the leading cause of complaint. Any official or familiar committing a crime deserving of corporal punishment was to be denounced to him, when he would dismiss the culprit and punish the inquisitor who tolerated it. The civil suits of officials were to be brought in the court of the defendant. If the official was plaintiff, all proceedings before an inquisitor were pronounced invalid, and both official and inquisitor were to be punished. Even when both parties to a contract agreed to accept the forum of the tribunal, inquisitors were forbidden, under pain of punishment, to entertain the case. Secular officials could arrest familiars caught in the act. Officials were forbidden to engage in trade, even though third parties, and were deprived of the fuero for all matters thence arising, and similarly if they purchased claims subject to suits, nor could they employ other officials to collect debts connected with their private estates. Although these instructions were in force for only a year or two, they have interest as manifesting Ferdinand's purpose that the Holy Office should not be distracted from its legitimate functions, or be used to oppress his subjects, or to minister to private greed. He could at the same time believe that it required special privileges, for it did not as yet inspire awe in so turbulent a population. In that same year, 1514, at Lerida, the Inquisitor Canon Antist was besieged in his house, and the assailants were with difficulty beaten off, after which they defiantly walked the streets uttering challenges to his defenders. A further victory was gained by the Catalans at the Cortes of Monzon in 1520, when, on December 28th, Cardinal Adrian, in the most solemn manner, not only swore to observe the Articles of 1512, but presented for attestation a document from Queen Juana and Charles V, promising investigation and redress of charges brought against certain officials, and enacting that, to prevent such abuse for the future, all offences disconnected with the faith committed by officials should be tried by the ordinary courts, thus depriving them of the much prized criminal passive furor. This too Adrian swore to observe when the necessary papal confirmation should be obtained, a confirmation which the Inquisition probably had sufficient influence to prevent, as there appears to be no further trace of it. The Articles of 1512 thus were a compact in which the Catalans, the king, the Inquisition, and the Pope all joined in the most solemn manner, pledging all future inquisitors to swear to them. For a while this latter clause was observed. Fernando Loaiz, who was Inquisitor of Barcelona for 20 years, from about 1533, took the oath, but he was promptly involved in a quarrel with the magistrates in which Juan de Cardona, Bishop-elect of Barcelona, was induced as papal commissioner to prosecute him for perjury, and after that no inquisitor took the oath. In this they were wise, for they emancipated themselves completely from the Concordia. The Cortes of 1547 complained of the inordinate multiplication of familiars, over the 30 allowed by it, and of the neglect to furnish lists or other means for their identification, together with other infractions. But Prince Philip replied that he would consult the Suprema and would reach appropriate conclusions, which of course ended the matter. How completely the provisions of the Concordia were ignored is manifest in 1551, when Catalina Murciana asked relief in the Veguer's court from suits brought against her in the Inquisition by the fiscal, the abbot of Besal, when she was entitled to her own court. On refusal of redress by the inquisitor, Juan Arias, a monitorio was obtained from the Banque Real, whereupon Arias threw the officials of the Vega's court into prison and kept them there. The matter was carried up to the royal councils, with the result that the judges of the Audiencia were ordered to erase all record of the affair from their dockets and appear in person before the inquisitor to report to him that it was duly expunged. Thus supported by the monarch, the tribunal exercised its power at discretion without regard to compacts. The report in 1561 by Inquisitor Gaspar Cervantes of the visitation, which he had just completed, describes the disorders which had long reigned in all departments. The last visitation had been made in 1550, and its recommendations had been wholly ignored. It had ordered a reduction in the number of familiars, and that lists of them to be sent to the Suprema, which had not been done. In fact, the tribunal itself had kept no correct register. It had 108 names recorded for Barcelona, but when they were ordered to present their papers under penalty of being dropped, only 68 of these came forward, while there were 31 who were not registered. The number, he said, should be reduced and more care be exercised in the selection. Many of the laymen were bandits and the clerics were men of bad character, who sought the office to obtain exemption from their prelates. All this resulted in so much secular business that it seemed to be the real duty of the tribunal, and that nothing else was attended to. In fact, there was so little to do in matters of faith that the inquisitors could well be spared from Barcelona and employ themselves in visiting their district. All this is explicable by the exorbitance of the fees charged, about which there was much complaint. There was no authorized fee bill. In civil cases, the inquisitors charged from 2.5% to 10% on the amount at issue, depending on its magnitude, with a maximum of 75 libras. In criminal cases they received nothing, but had the opportunity of inflicting fines. The officials had fees for every act, drawing and copying papers, serving notices, summoning witnesses, levying executions, etc., etc., and there was a standing quarrel between the notaries of the three departments, of the secreto or tribunal of faith, of sequestration, and of the juzgado or court of confiscation, as to which should have the business. That the Cortes of Monzon in 1563-1564 should protest energetically against these abuses was natural. Indeed, a Catalan named Gaspar Mercader carried the protest so far as to say, among other odious things, that the Inquisition had been introduced only for a limited time, which had expired, and that it should be abolished, for which the tribunal arrested, tried, and punished him. In spite of this interference with the freedom of debate, the general disaffection, as we have seen, led to the visitation of de Soto Salazar. In Barcelona he found that not the slightest attention had been paid to the orders of the Suprema, based on the report of Cervantes. Advocates, familiars, and commissioners continued to be appointed in profusion, without investigation as to fitness. When an inquisitor visited his district, he carried with him blank commissions, which he distributed at will. All these, with their families, were protected and defended by the tribunal in civil and criminal cases. Nor was this all, for it would seem that anyone who claimed the fuero, whether he was entitled to it or not, was admitted, and, in the absence of lists filed with the magistrates, the latter had no means of resisting the arrogant and peremptory demand of the tribunal to surrender cases. Instances were given which showed that the tribunal was a court where justice, or rather injustice, was bought and sold, and there had been no reform in the excessive fees which had scandalized Cervantes. That it should be hated was inevitable. In 1566, Govila, Bishop of Elna, defending himself for acts committed when he was Inquisitor of Barcelona, declared that the Inquisition was even more odious in Catalonia than elsewhere. This hatred sometimes expressed itself more forcibly than by complaints. In 1567, the evocation of a case, which the local authorities claimed as their own, led to the fiercest excitement which the Viceroy fruitlessly sought to allay, and appealed to Philip II for his immediate interposition. Disregarding the inviolable secrecy of the Inquisition, the Diputados, with the Vega, forced their way into the palace, penetrated to the audience chamber where the inquisitors were trying a case, and inventoried and sequestered everything, even to the private property of the Inquisitor Padilla in his apartments, apparently a seizure of temporalities under the order of the Banque Real. Even more flagrant was the insult committed when the messenger and the secretary were conveying from Perpignan to Barcelona two government officials accused of impeding the Inquisition, and also a prisoner under a charge of heresy. Near Girona, one of the Diputados, at the head of an armed band, seized the whole party and carried them back to Perpignan, where they were paraded through the streets with blare of trumpets, as though criminals on the way to execution, and were then cast into prison, where they lay until discharged without accusation. This was a most serious assault on the dignity of the Holy Office, and even worse was permitting the escape of the heretic, but it was obligated to submit without vindicating its authority. Such being the temper of the Catalans, and such the provocation to meet lawlessness with lawlessness, it is not surprising that when the Concordia of 1568 was prepared for the three kingdoms, Catalonia would have none of it. When in September it was submitted to the Diputados, they were incensed and proposed to send envoys to the king to remonstrate against it. There was a universal outcry that it was contrary to the constitution and privileges of the land. They would observe it in so far as it was their favor, but as to the rest they were ready to lose life, property, and children, rather than to submit to it. In February 1569 the inquisitors wrote that the people would not be content until they had driven the Inquisition from the land. As for themselves, they proposed to go on as they had previously done until the Concordia should be accepted, to which the Suprema cordially assented. This attitude of mutual defiance was not conducive to peace. In 1570 there arose a quarrel so bitter that the Diputados invoked the protection and interposition of Pius V, and he urged Philip II to come to some understanding with them, in view of possible serious consequences. Philip took the position they were so excited and so obstinate that any concessions would lead only to further demands, but he asked the Pope to dismiss the envoy, referring them to him with recommendation for favorable consideration, so that anything he might yield would be to the Holy See and not to recalcitrant subjects. The situation was critical. The rebellion of Granada was exhausting his resources. There was acute apprehension of attack by a Turkish fleet, and the Catalans were soon afterwards called upon to contribute to the defense of the coast. But if any concessions were enforced on the Inquisition, they have left no traces. In fact, the Venetian envoy, Leonardo Donato, in his relation in 1573, states that after the Catalans had spent 100,000 ducats in these efforts, the Inquisition imprisoned those who had been most active in the matter, and they subsequently refused to leave the prison without a formal declaration that they had not been arrested for heresy. Dissension naturally continued. In 1572 we hear of a demand from the Diputados that the inquisitors should show them their commissions and take an oath to obey the constitution of the Catalonia, because they held rents on the Diputación. The inquisitors acceded to the first of these and were rebuked by the Suprema, because it was a demand that had been persistently refused before, and they must not do it again. Then in 1574 there came a complaint from all the cities that familiars refused obedience to the local laws respecting prices, pasturage, and other matters as required under the Concordia, to which the Suprema superciliously replied by instructing the inquisitor that, as the people had rejected the Concordia, they need not observe it. Then, in 1585, as we have seen, the Cortes obtained an advantage in excluding familiars and officials from public offices. In this spirit of undisguised hostility, both sides were aligned for a decisive struggle in the Cortes of 1599, under the new royalty of the youthful Philip III. As the Catalan efforts failed and the Inquisition was left in possession of its usurped powers, the details of the contest have no interest except as an exhibition of shameless duplicity by which the king tricked his vassals. They hoped to win favor by a subsidio of 1,000,000 libras to the king and 100,000 to his bride, besides shrewdly granting 10,000 to the Marquis of Diana, soon to become Duke of Lerma, and 6,000 to the Vice-Chancellor of Aragon. But they reaped nothing but deceit. Long discussions resulted in a series of articles, divided into two categories, to one of which Philip gave unqualified assent, and to the other his assent as far as concerned himself, with a promise to procure that of the Inquisitor General and Pope. It was proposed to withhold the pension of 600 libras granted in 1520, if the papal confirmation were not procured within a year, but Philip declared that no such guarantee was necessary, for the letters which he had ordered to be written to the Pope were so strong that no influence could counteract them. His dispatches to his ambassador were sent through the Diputados in order to satisfy them, but they assuredly were not allowed to see others, which instructed the ambassador to be circumspect in urging the matter. He also sent word to the Inquisitor General that the delivery of these dispatches had been delayed in order to give him time to express his views. The Suprema, in appealing to Clement VIII to withhold confirmation, did not hesitate to say that Philip had endeavored to escape under cover of the Inquisitor General and Pope, and had finally signed only insofar as concerned himself. Indeed, in a subsequent official paper, it was unblushingly asserted that he had done so only to get rid of the Catalans. Under these influences, it is needless to say that the confirmation never came, and the subsidio was the only practical result of the labors of the Cortes. End of Book 2, Chapter 4, Part 5. Recording by Bill McGilvery of Hingham, Massachusetts.
Book 2, Chapter 4, Part 6 of History of the Inquisition of Spain, Volume 1. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by David Cole. History of the Inquisition of Spain, Volume 1 by Henry Charles Lea. Book 2, Chapter 4, Conflicting Jurisdictions, Part 6. One of the articles required the execution of the Concordia of 1520, which embraced that of 1512, the fulfilment of which the Catalans had never ceased to demand, and the manner in which these solemn compacts were argued away is instructive. In 1566, Govilla, Bishop of Elna, who had been Inquisitor of Barcelona, calmly asserted that the Articles of 1512 had been revoked as prejudicial to the free exercise of the Inquisition. The Suprema, in urging Clement VIII to refuse confirmation of the new Concordia of 1599, argued that the transactions of 1512 and 1520 were invalid through simony, as the Cortes had obtained the assent of Ferdinand in 1516 (Sikh) and of Charles in 1520, by conditioning subsidios on it. Leo's bull of condemnation in 1513 was relied upon, and that of confirmation in 1516 was dismissed as obrepetitious and surreptitious. So Cardinal Adrian's action in 1520 was represented as conditional on confirmation by the Holy See, and as in no way binding on the Inquisition. So, in 1632, the Barcelona Tribunal drew up a statement to be laid before Philip IV by the Suprema, adroitly mixing up the affairs of Aragon and Catalonia, and telling him that the Cortes of 1518 demanded the revival of the Articles of 1512, that Charles refused to swear to them, that Juan Prat interpolated others, for which he was imprisoned, and that the effort failed. In transmitting this, the Suprema added that the fact that the Cortes never ceased to demand the enforcement of the Articles showed that they had never been observed. From first to last it was a history of deception, in which kings conspired with inquisitors to betray their subjects, without even the excuse that the faith was concerned in these details of secular jurisdiction. The Catalan temper was not soothed by the disappointment of 1599, and the refusal of redress prompted resort to forcible measures. There was a contest in 1608 in which the Banch Real uttered a sentence of banishment against the inquisitors. A vessel was made ready for their deportment, but when the day came, they barred their door and hung over it a portiere of black velvet, to which was attached a crucifix. The city showed its piety by placing candles in front of the sacred emblem, and the chapter sent priests to pray before it. No one ventured to disturb it. The Diputados, the chapter and the city authorities interposed, and an accommodation was reached. A more savage quarrel arose in 1611, in consequence of the veguer disarming the coachman of an inquisitor. The city authorities seized the temporalities, laid siege to the palace of the Inquisition, sentenced the inquisitors to banishment, and proclaimed it with trumpets through the streets. This they justified to the king by telling him that the Holy Office had been instituted for a limited term which had expired, so that it should be abolished in Catalonia, and the cognizance of matters of faith be restored to the episcopal courts, all of which, we are told, gave his Majesty much concern. Mutual detestation did not diminish, and, when the Cortes of 1626 were approaching, the inquisitors anxiously urged the Suprema to impress upon the king that the peace and preservation of Catalonia depended upon the maintenance of their temporal jurisdiction. The deputies, they said, were holding daily juntas, and accumulating stores of documents from the archives, asserting that the time had expired for which the Inquisition was instituted, and if they accomplish their intention, they will destroy it wholly. That they were really alarmed is visible in their asking the Suprema to secure some compromise. The Suprema duly represented the danger to Philip IV, who in reply gave assurance that no prejudicial change would be approved, for his unceasing desire was to promote the exaltation of the Inquisition. After the Cortes had assembled, the Tribunal reported, June 27th, that they had drawn up a series of articles effectually disabling the jurisdiction of the Inquisition, and that they declare that they will not vote a subsidio until the king shall have confirmed them. The articles deemed so obnoxious scarce amounted to more than the Concordia of Castile, so long in force, save provisions that the inquisitors should be Catalans and should take an oath to obey the laws, and that disputes of jurisdiction should be settled by a junta consisting of an inquisitor, a judge of the Audiencia, and the Bishop of Barcelona. Moderate as they were, Philip kept his promise and referred them, September 23rd, to Diego de Guzman, Archbishop of Seville, acting head of the Suprema in the vacancy of the Inquisitor Generalship, so that, on the adjournment of the Cortes, the whole matter remained suspended. An attempt at compromise was made in what was known as the Concordia of Cardinal Zapata, arranged December 24, 1630, between him as Inquisitor General and the Council of Aragon. This made no substantial change in the jurisdiction of the Inquisition, but was directed chiefly to restraining the misuse of excommunication on the one side, and the recourse to the Banch Real on the other, by providing that all disputed cases should be settled by competencias, conducted according to the received form of procedure, under penalty for a first offence of 500 ducats on the tribunal refusing, and suspension from office for a second. This left untouched the roots of trouble, and accomplished little, in consequence, it is said, of the delays and evasions of the inquisitors, and frequent recourse continued to the Banch Real, especially by creditors. The Cortes of 1626 had not been dissolved, and they met again in 1632 to conclude their unfinished business. As usual, the Tribunal and the Suprema prepared for the struggle by earnest appeals to Philip, who responded with assurances of special care in all that concerned the Inquisition. The Suprema had the hardihood to tell him that the Concordia of 1512, on which the Catalans based their claims, had never been confirmed, but it was within the truth when it said that it had never been observed. It declared, moreover, that the articles framed by the Cortes would so prostrate the Tribunal that it would have to cease its functions. A memorial by the Secretary of the Tribunal, Miguel Rodriguez, gives a deplorable account of the social condition of Catalonia, where the barons and gentlemen, the cities and church foundations, he says, possessed excessive powers, and where the bishops were also barons. The hostility of the nobles and cities to the familiars was manifested by the daily murders committed on them and their children, and the burning of their houses. But for the protection of the Inquisition they would be exterminated, for its jurisdiction was the only one respected. Fathers enjoyed the murder of their sons, sons that of their fathers, and wives that of their husbands, for fear of greater evils, and, in addition to this, was the turbulent temper of the population. The viceroys had nominal power, but it was exercised only on the common folk and not on the powerful, whom no one dared to accuse or to bear witness against. All this busy preparation was superfluous. The Cortes was dissolved without gaining their object. The Inquisition, as usual, had triumphed, but peace was impossible between the incompatible claims of rival jurisdictions. In 1637 the Suprema complained of the continuous series of troubles and of the disregard of the Concordia of Zapata. This time the offender was the viceroy, the powerful Duke of Cardona, who had imprisoned a familiar for carrying a pistol and refusing to surrender it, and had arrested 2 servants of the receiver, fining one and discharging the other. When the tribunal sent to him a priest bearing a monitorio with excommunication, he shut the priest up, incommunicado, in a room of the palace. Then he invited to dinner the fiscal of the tribunal, and shut him up likewise. He ordered the inquisitor to withdraw the excommunication, and on his refusal he pronounced sentence of banishment, posted 400 men around the Inquisition, and made ready a vessel to carry him to Majorca. The inquisitor assembled 5 bishops, who declared that Cardona had incurred the excommunication of the bull Sede Protogendis, and the inquisitor so declared him, though for the avoidance of scandal he forbore to publish it. Under the intervention of the bishops, the sentences of banishment and excommunication were mutually withdrawn, and the viceroy released the priest and fiscal, boasting that he had carried his point. Thereupon the Suprema asked the king to execute on Cardona the penalties of the Concordia of Zapata, and greater ones, in view of his unprecedented acts, and also that the ipso facto censures of the canon Si quis suadente and the bull Site Protogendis be published in order that he might seek the salvation of his soul. To this the weary king could only reply by deprecating these unseemly quarrels, and ordering that viceroys should not try the cases of familiars. Cardona apparently having undertaken to do this only because there was no other authority that ventured to do so, although the offence was one that forfeited the fuero. Soon after this, in 1639, a still more serious trouble broke out in Tortosa, in which the magistrates were involved, and the people rose against the Inquisition. But while this was in progress, the Catalan rebellion broke out, and prudence counselled abstention from severe measures of repression. Whatever share the Inquisition may have had in stimulating the disaffection that led to the rebellion, the unredressed grievances which so excited the Cortes nowhere appear on the surface. The proximate cause, as has been stated above, was the burning of the churches of Montero and Rio de Arenas by the Neapolitan troops quartered on the people. Some consecrated hosts were found reduced to coals, and the peasants, who had suffered from the outrages of the unpaid soldiery, rose in arms, cut them off in detail, styled themselves the Exercit Christia, and bore on their banners the venerable sacrament, with the legend, Senior Judicao Vostra Causa, and claimed that their object was to protect the people and defend the Catholic faith. In fact, the Inquisition was invited to prosecute the guilty authors of the sacrilege and undertook to do so. But of course the culprits could not be identified, and it was reduced to excommunicating them in bulk. It was against the representatives of the king that the initial riots of June 7 and 8, 1640 were directed, when the judges of the Royal Audiencia and the Viceroy, the Count of Santa Coloma, were murdered. The inquisitors at once proffered their services to the Diputados, and, at the request of the latter, they wrote to the king and Inquisitor General, praising the efforts of the Diputados to preserve peace, not knowing that for months they had been organizing the rebellion in correspondence with France. When, too, in September, a tax was laid to put the land in a state of defence, the assent of the tribunal was asked as to levying it on familiars. There was thus no open hostility towards the Inquisition, but at the same time there was no respect for its inviolability. When the mob rose again on Christmas Day to put to death all Castilians, there was a report that 2,000 of them were concealed in the Inquisition. Led by a coachman of one of the inquisitors, the people broke into the Inquisition, maltreated the officials, hanged some of them, emptied the money chests, and found in the secret prison a solitary Castilian on trial for heresy. Him they carried to the town council, who returned him to the tribunal, and garroted the coachman. When on January 23, 1641, terms of submission to France were concluded, the Inquisition was provided for. Having cut loose from Spain, it was impossible to permit the tribunal to remain subject to the Suprema in Madrid, and the clause respecting it was that all inquisitors and officials should be Catalans, jurisdiction should be predicted to matters of faith, and it should be directly under the Roman Congregation of the Holy Office. Still the inquisitors remained at their posts. For 5 months they had had no word from the Suprema. They expected to be called upon to take the oath of allegiance to King Louis, and they sent their secretary, Juan de Arezzo, to Madrid for instructions, suggesting that they had better move to Tarragona or Tortosa. Philip ordered them to remain, and they resolutely obeyed, but the situation grew constantly worse, and on November 7th they made another appeal, representing their danger, their destitution, their inability to perform their functions, and their expectation that they would be forced to kiss the hands of the Marshal de Brezé, the approaching French governor. This was confirmed by Don Antonio de Aragon, who had just returned from Barcelona. On 2 occasions the mob had set fire to the Inquisition, and heresy was rampant, for many of the French troops were Calvinists, and Calvinism was openly preached. The Suprema characteristically debated the question under 4 heads. Shall the Inquisition be removed to Tarragona or Tortosa? Shall the Inquisitors kiss the hands of the French governor? Does their lack of means to prosecute relieve them from prosecuting native or French heretics? Shall testimony against such heretics be taken in Madrid and action be based on it? After elaborate discussion, the 4th question was decided the affirmative, and the other 3 in the negative. Juan de Man Oscar was appointed to gather testimony in Madrid, and the inquisitors were told to stand their ground and do their duty, using censures and interdict if necessary. If driven from the town, they were to carry with them the records so as to be able to work elsewhere. One of the inquisitors, Dr. Cotona, had left Barcelona for his home in Majorca. The other 2, with most of the officials, stood to their post, and, in August 1643, they were called upon to utter fearful curses on unknown parties, supposed to have committed a sacrilegious theft of consecrated hosts. Towards the end of September, however, they were expelled, to give place to a native tribunal, and it was done with a refinement of cruelty. There were 10 in all, 7 subordinates and the son of one of them, besides the 2 inquisitors, who had stood faithful to their duty. They were put on board a vessel, with orders to land them in Portugal, which, like Catalonia, was in revolt against Spain. Although the crew consisted of Catalans and Frenchmen, they were persuaded to put into Cartagena, with a promise of being allowed to sell their cargo there. The reception of the refugees was most inhospitable. The vessel was seized, and the cargo and effects of passengers and crew were embargoed. Much red tape had to be cut, and it was not until December that the conclusion was reached that the crew had rendered an essential service, exposing them to punishment by the rebels, wherefore the vessel was released, and they were allowed to dispose of the cargo. The refugees were without salaries or resources, and it was not without difficulty and delay that the Suprema, professing its own inability to help them, secured from Philip some moderate ayudas de costa to keep them alive. Then, in March 1644, it ordered them to open a tribunal at Tarragona, at the same time representing to the king that this would cost 4,500 ducats in silver for the first year, and 4,000 annually thereafter, which might be supplied from the 2 millions of maravedis coming from the Tribunal of Cartagena, apparently some recent large confiscation, as otherwise they would die of starvation. They were doubtless thus provided for, and did what they could to restore the old-time dread of the Holy Office. It had sadly diminished in these evil days, for in the same year, 1644, in the neighbouring town of Tortosa, Inquisitor Roig of Valencia complained that on reaching there during his visitation, the magistrates did not come to receive him, they assigned him no lodgings, and they refused to publish his proclamation. Meanwhile, in accordance with the terms arranged with France, the Catalans had organized a national inquisition. Dr. Paulo Ferran and Dr. Joseph Pla were appointed, and application was made for the usual papal faculties. These were granted, and when the briefs were received, September 26, 1643, they were installed and the Castilians were expelled. The new tribunal had not much to do. It did not meddle with the Calvinists in the French armies, but it vindicated its authority by an auto de fe celebrated February 23, 1644, in which one victim was garroted and burnt, and there were 2 penitents. There was another, November 7, 1647, in which there was an execution for unnatural crime, and 6 men and 5 women penitents, mostly for bigamy and sorcery. The only other evidence of activity that I have met is an investigation ordered by Pla, at the request of the parish priest of Pineda, resulting in the trial of Antonio Morel. When the troubles of the Fronde compelled Mazarin to withdraw the French armies, the rebellion collapsed, in spite of the obstinate determination of the Catalans to sever relations with Castile. When Barcelona surrendered, October 11, 1652, Catalonia was left at the mercy of the conqueror, but Philip, with true statesmanship, restored it to its ancient privileges and liberties, save a few exceptions which have no bearing on our subject. Inquisitor Pla had lingered at Gerona, continuing his functions in virtue of his papal brief. He was found there by the Marquis of Olias y Mortara, who only ventured to suspend him and wrote to the king, October 12, 1652, for instructions, adding that the prompt re-establishment of the Inquisition would conduce greatly to the pacification of the land. The Council of Aragon, November 16th, approved of this, and the next day Philip instructed the Inquisitor General to make the appointments and dispatch the inquisitors at once. There were financial difficulties, however. January 18, 1653, the Suprema reported the appointments. The infection of heresy by the French promised much work, but there was not a lack of money. The tribunal would cost 6,000 ducats a year, while its resources were but 2,000. For the separation of Roussillon lost it 1,000, and it had 2,000 more at Barcelona, loans which were uncollectible. There was prospect, however, of large confiscations, for many Catalans had fled to France, who would be prosecuted, and on the strength of this, the king was asked for 4,000 a year. The adjustment of these questions probably required time, for it was not until August 2nd that the new inquisitors took possession of their office, riding in state through the city, with drums and trumpets and the standard of the Holy Office, followed by all the familiars and officials of Barcelona, and making public proclamation in the customary places. The next day, Sunday, the Edict of Faith was read, and on Monday they commenced their functions. Of the Catalan inquisitors, Pla died within a few days, and Ferran was arrested at night, as were many others, some of whom were sent to France, and others were deported to Majorca. Apparently their official acts were not recognized, for familiars of their appointment continued for some years to apply for reinstatement. No sooner was the tribunal re-established than the old troubles recommenced. Abuses must have been flagrant to call forth from Philip, June 2, 1661, a cedula ordering the exact observance of the Concordias, and restraining the excessive use of excommunication. The quarrels which arose were prolonged and complicated by every possible device. On February 15, 1664, Juan Mateu, actual receiver and acting alguazil mayor of the tribunal, was murdered. On most slender suspicion, the next day, it arrested Joseph Guimart and Joseph Mazat. The Audiencia claimed the case, and the tribunal refused to enter into a competencia until the Banch Real threatened the inquisitors with banishment. Then they averted the preliminary conference by questions of etiquette, repeatedly disregarding the orders of the Suprema, until the intervention of the Queen Regent enforced obedience. The conference was at last held, and the papers were transmitted to the Suprema and the Council of Aragon to decide as to the jurisdiction. While this was pending, the inquisitors started another trouble. They had confined the prisoners in the secret prison as though guilty of heresy. This was a grievous hardship, and the Queen ordered them transferred to the common prison. The inquisitors reported that this had been done, and then, on pretext of information as to a plot to escape, brought them back to the secret prison. When the Suprema heard of this, it wrote in a tone of mingled anger and fear, lest it should be discovered by the Council of Aragon. The prisoners must be moved back again. The affair had become too important. The Council of Aragon had made too many efforts, and the Queen imputed it all to the Suprema, as they would see by her enclosed order. Then the competencia was suspended by the escape of the prisoners, March 9, 1666, and the last we hear of the matter is their negotiation for pardon in 1668, on terms of which the Viceroy advised the acceptance in order to avoid decision of the competencia. It was doubtless so settled, for competing jurisdictions had brought the administration of justice into such shape that it was better to let criminal accusations remain untried than to decide between the rival claims. These quarrels were not merely occasional, but were continuous and perpetual. A letter of June 18, 1667, happens to mention that there were then 4 or 5 competencias delayed by the question whether in the conferences the royal judge should bring his own notary. Perverted ingenuity was constantly devising new points over which strife could be created. Prisoners on trial in the royal jails were sometimes borrowed by the tribunal to be prosecuted for blasphemy or other trivial offence against the faith. In 1666 a case of this kind gave rise to a question as to the exact form of receipt to be given for the body of the culprit, when it was pushed to such a point that the Suprema ordered the excommunication of all the judges of the Audiencia, and the Council of Aragon complained to the Queen Regent about the oppressive abuse of censures, and asked her to provide that for the future the mutual obligations of the two tribunals should be equal and reciprocal. When the Inquisition took such pains to make itself detested, one is scarce surprised to learn, from a complaint of the Suprema in 1677, that in Barcelona it had so fallen in public esteem that it was able to procure but one familiar, and that the alguazil mayor had asked to be relieved from carrying his wand of office, for no noble was willing to be seen walking with him when he bore it. This hostility it continued carefully to cultivate. In December 1695, the Diputados and judges arrested Carlos II, a complaint of the multiplied excesses of the Tribunal, which trampled on the laws and liberties of the land, causing such scandals that it could no longer be endured in silence. This had been especially the case since Bartolome Antonio Sanz Imunas had been inquisitor, whose methods can be appreciated by a single example. Captain General Marquis of Gastanara had imprisoned a Frenchman named Jaime Bal on a matter of state, Spain being at the time at war with France, with strict orders to keep him incommunicado. Munoz suddenly demanded an opportunity of taking testimony of him. Gastanara was absent, and no one had authority to violate his instructions, but the regent of the royal chancery and the jailer offered, if Munoz would declare it to be a matter of faith, to endeavour to find some means of compliance. This assurance he refused to give, even verbally, and he threatened the regent with excommunication. The Audiencia invited him to a conference, which he refused, and it then cited him before the Banch Royal, with a customary warning of banishment and seizure of temporalities. Munoz responded December 29th, with a mandate to the regent ordering him, under pain of excommunication, to allow the deposition of the prisoner to be taken, and he followed this within an hour, with an excommunication published in all the pulpits and affixed to all the church doors. The next day this was re-aggravated, and the regent was publicly cursed with the awful anathema formulated for hardened and impenitent sinners. The Audiencia rejoined with the decree of banishment and seizure of temporalities, under the customary term of 15 days. The Tribunal answered this with a threat of interdict on the city. It convoked all the superiors of the religious orders, and arranged with the clergy for a great procession, when it should take its departure. It kept its doors closed, and even refused to receive the messengers of Gastanara, who had hastened back to Barcelona, but he delayed further action until he should communicate with Madrid and receive the royal orders. When they came, on January 11, 1696, he was at Montalegre, a couple of leagues from the city. They were sent to him by a special courier, and he returned the next morning, and made secret arrangements for their execution. At 2 p.m. he sent word to Munoz that he wished to see him on the king's service. At 4:30 p.m. Munoz came, bringing the fiscal with him. A scrivener was introduced, who read to him the king's order, which he said he was ready to obey. Gastanara told him that he must start at once. A coach was at the door, to which he was escorted with all honour. Lackeys with flambeaux were ready, and a guard of 25 musketeers. Gastanara gave him money, and he was provided with all comforts, even to a courteous gentleman as a companion, to enforce all proper respect for him. As he was leaving the palace, his violent temper burst forth in regrets that he had not been allowed time to cast the interdict on the city. He was driven to the embarcadero, placed on board a vessel that had been made ready, and was conveyed to the nearest Valencian port. It is symptomatic of Spanish conditions that in wartime the Captain General was obliged to abandon all other duties and devote a day to kidnapping a troublesome priest, and this is emphasized by the fact that the Inquisitor General rewarded the conduct of Munoz by appointing him to one of the most desirable tribunals of Spain. Possibly this affair may have influenced Carlos II in reissuing, in 1696, his father's injunction of 1661 to observe the Concordias exactly and to be more sparing of excommunications. Philip V was scarce seated on the throne when he found himself confronted with the eternal question of Catalan hostility towards the Tribunal. A consulta of the Suprema, October 16, 1701, warns him that the Inquisitors of Barcelona report that, in the Cortes about to assemble, efforts will be made to limit its usefulness, and he is exhorted to follow the example of his predecessors. Whatever was done was of little consequence for, in the war which broke out soon afterwards, Catalonia enthusiastically acknowledged the Archduke Charles as Carlos III, and became the stronghold of the Austrian party. The situation of the rebellion of 1640 to 1652 was duplicated. The tribunal was withdrawn, but seemed to have been replaced by a local organization, for an article of the Cortes of 1706, duly approved by the Austrian Carlos, regulating the insaculación for public office, recognizes its certificates respecting its officials. Of course, it could exercise no jurisdiction over the heretic English allies. It has left no traces of its activity, and was replaced by a revival of the episcopal cognizance of heresy. As to places beyond the control of the Austrian party, a provision of the Suprema, March 16, 1706, extended the jurisdiction of the Saragossa Tribunal over all that should be recovered from the enemy until such time as the Inquisition of Barcelona should be re-established. The desperate resistance of the Catalans postponed this until 1715, and when the tribunal was reinstated, it found in the secret prison two captives, Juan d'Astillo, a bigamist, and Mariana Costa, accused of sorcery, both of them confined by order of the Vicar General of the diocese. As all the liberties and privileges of Catalonia were abolished by the conquerors, its subsequent relations with the Inquisition offer no special characteristics. End of Book 2, Chapter 4, Part 6. Recording by David Cole, Medway, Massachusetts.
Book 2, Chapter 4, Part 7 of History of the Inquisition of Spain, Volume 1. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. History of the Inquisition of Spain, Volume 1, by Henry Charles Lea, Book 2, Chapter 4, Conflicting Jurisdictions, Part 7. Majorca had no Concordia, and its tribunal was free to claim what extent of jurisdiction it saw fit, limited only by the resistance of the civil authorities, which, as we have seen, was energetically expressed at an early period. As defined by Portocarrero in 1623, in practice it asserted complete jurisdiction, active and passive, in civil and criminal cases, over its salaried and commissioned officials and their families, over familiars in criminal matters, active and passive, in civil, passive only, with exclusion of their families. The occasion of his book was a violent struggle between the Viceroy and the Tribunal, which presents the ordinary features of these contests for supremacy between rival departments of the government. In a search for arms in the house of Juan Zúñez, receiver of confiscations, some were found. The Viceroy at once arrested him, sentenced him to leave the island within 24 hours, and shipped him away. The Inquisitor promptly excommunicated the Viceroy. The royal fiscal appealed. The Viceroy and royal judges summoned the Inquisitor to a conference preparatory to a competencia or to appear in the Bench Real and defend his proceedings. On his refusal, the Bench Real pronounced sentence of banishment and seizure of temporalities, which was published with sound of drum and trumpet. They also issued an edict declaring the censures null and void, and ordering the clergy to disregard them. they refused to consider themselves excommunicated. They attended Mass and apparently had the support of the people and clergy, for no attention was paid to the interdict cast on the city by the inquisitor. What was the final result does not appear, nor does it much matter. The significance in these affairs is the spectacle presented to the people of lawless collisions between the representatives and exponents of the law. In Majorca, the most impressive cases of this kind occurred between the Inquisition and the ecclesiastical courts and will be considered hereafter. It suffices here to say that broils with the secular authorities were constant and contributed their share to occupy and distract the attention of the central government. It would be superfluous to enumerate those of which the details have chanced to reach us. They would merely prove that, considering their small size and scanty population, the Balearic Isles were not behind their continental sisters of Aragon in adding to the perplexities of the monarchy. This somewhat prolonged recital of the struggles of the kingdoms of the Crown of Aragon gives an opportunity of realizing the stubborn resistance to the arrogant pretensions of the Inquisition, of provinces which still retained institutions through which public opinion could assert itself. The people of the kingdoms of Castile had been reduced to submission under the absolutism of the House of Austria, and though they might at times complain, they could make no effective efforts to ameliorate their position. When, in 1579 and again in 1583, the Cortes of Castile complained of the arrest and immurement in the secret prisons of individuals in every quarrel with an official of the Inquisition, to the permanent disgrace of families, Philip II merely replied that he would make inquiry and take such action as was fitting. The only resource was to raise contests in individual cases, and these were frequent enough and violent enough to prove that there was the same spirit of opposition to inquisitorial encroachment and the same pervading discontent with the abuses flourishing so rankly under inquisitorial protection. Instances of this could be cited almost without limit, but one or two will suffice as examples of the multiform aspect of these quarrels and the temper in which they were fought over. It should be borne in mind that, in these struggles as in those of Aragon, there was no question of freedom of conscience and no desire to limit the effectiveness of the Holy Office as the guardian of purity of faith. The Castilian, like the Catalan, looked with exultation on the triumph over heresy in the autos de fe, and he desired only to set bounds to the intrusion of the Inquisition on the field of secular justice. The Chancellery of Granada was the supreme tribunal of New Castile, as that of Valladolid was of Old Castile. The alcaldes of its Sala del Crimen constituted the highest criminal court from which there was no appeal save to God. April 15, 1623, the alcalde mayor, after 5 days' trial, condemned Jeronimo Palomino, a habitual criminal and ruffian, to 200 lashes and 6 years of galleys for various offenses, including sundry blasphemies. On the 24th, the Sala confirmed the sentence and ordered its execution. On the same day, the Inquisition served 2 notices on the alcalde mayor prohibiting his cognizance of the case, as some of the alleged crimes concerned the faith, over which it had exclusive jurisdiction, and it demanded the surrender of the accused and of all the papers under the customary comminations. The alcalde mayor responded by calling for a competencia and offering to deliver Palomino for trial on any charges of heresy, if record were made that he was already a galley slave to be returned to the royal prison. The next day, the tribunal sent to the prison and claimed him, on the pretext that the case had been transferred to it, whereupon the alcalde of the prison surrendered him without orders from the judges. When the latter heard of this, they also learned that the transfer had been effected through the efforts of the prisoner's friends and liberal bribery of the officials of the tribunal, who had been active in getting him out of prison. After satisfying themselves of this by investigation, they ordered the arrest of 4 laymen, a notary, a messenger, and 2 familiars, and they further imprisoned in their houses the alcalde mayor and alcalde of the prison for acting without informing the sala. The tribunal concluded Palomino's trial within 48 hours, sentencing him to hear a mass in the audience chamber, and it appears that it returned him. It further commenced proceedings against the alcaldes, summoning them to liberate the officials within 3 hours under pain of excommunication. The alcaldes protested against this and demanded a competencia, as provided under the Concordia, but the next day they were excommunicated in all the churches, and this was followed by an interdict laid on the city. This forced a compromise by which the prisoners were liberated, subject to rearrest in case the competencia should result in justifying the alcaldes, and the latter were absolved from the censures. The matter seemed to be settled, but all parties had counted without the impetuous and aggressive Inquisitor General Pacheco. Without awaiting further information, and in disregard of the laws prescribing peaceful settlement by competencias, he had evoked the case to himself and acted upon it offhand. 2 days after the absolution, the inquisitors reimposed the excommunication by his command, and notices were served on the alcaldes and the alguazil mayor to appear before him within 15 days to stand trial. Against this they protested, and on their failure to appear, they were not only excommunicated afresh, but anathematized in all the churches. The scandal had thus assumed national proportions. The alcaldes were the direct and highest judicial representatives of the king, but such was Philip's subservience to the Inquisition that he would not permit a competencia following the regular course, but took the affair into his own hands. The president of the Council of Castile, in remitting to the royal favorite Olivares, July 4, 1623, a memorial from the council, declared that the condition to which the Chancellery of Granada was reduced, owing to the methods of the Inquisition, was the most ignominious that had ever been heard of in Spain, especially considering how slight was the cause of all this disquiet, for when everything was settled, it was again enkindled at the mandate of the Inquisitor General. As the matter was in the king's hands, the council could do nothing but appeal to His Majesty, with all the disadvantages under which it labored in combating the Inquisitor General. Had its hands been free, it might already have conquered, to the benefit of the royal jurisdiction and service of the king, for every day brought greater disturbance to the republic. In spite of this appeal, Philip decided in favor of the Inquisition, and the humiliation of the Chancellery was complete. Yet Pacheco was not satisfied with victory, and proceeded to trample on the vanquished. In the course of the quarrel, Gudiel de Peralta, one of the judges, and Matias Gonzalez de Sepulveda, the fiscal of the court, had drawn up legal arguments in its justification. These Pacheco submitted to his censors, who of course discovered latent heresies lurking in them, whereupon he ordered them to be suppressed as heretical and announced his intention of proceeding rigorously against the authors. The council, on October 7th, again appealed to Philip. The accused, it said, had only defended the royal jurisdiction in a perfectly legitimate manner. The Inquisitor General should not have attacked royal officials and inflicted irreparable injury on them and their posterity by denouncing them as heretics without consulting the king. He was begged to intervene and order Pacheco to suspend proceedings, while a junta of the two councils should consider the papers and decide what course should be taken. It is probable that in some such way this indefensible attempt was suppressed, for neither of the inculpated names appeared in the expurgatory index of Zapata in 1632. It would seem difficult to set bounds to the power of an organization which could thus arbitrarily employ the censures of the Church on any department of the government, without being subject to control save to that of a king docile to its exigencies. Yet the Suprema, which always sustained the tribunals in their wanton excesses, adapted their quarrels and fought them unsparingly to the end, was thoroughly conscious of their wrongdoing. While this conflict was in progress, it issued a Carta Acordada, April 23rd, earnestly exhorting the tribunals to maintain friendly relations with the royal officials and not to waste time in dissensions to the neglect of their duties in matters of faith. Competencias were always to be admitted, and no censures were to be employed without consulting the Suprema, unless delay was inadmissible. How nugatory were these counsels of moderation, under the dominance of such a man as Pacheco, was soon afterwards manifested in a still more scandalous outbreak in Seville, under his direction in 1625. The Asistente or Governor, Fernando Ramirez Fariñas, himself a member of the Council of Castile and a man of high consideration, was excommunicated and thus prevented from concluding a negotiation for a donation to the king of 80,000 ducats. His alguazil, an honorable man, was wounded and was shut up in prison to keep him out of the hands of the tribunal, which declared that he was wanted on a matter of faith, thus covering him and his family with infamy. The king and Olivares were besieged by Pacheco on the one hand and the Council of Castile on the other. The king, as usual, sided with the Inquisition, and the president of the council tendered his resignation with the suggestion that his office had better be given to Pacheco, who, by holding both positions, could cover up these scandals, while the royal jurisdiction could scarce be reduced to greater degradation. It is no wonder that Olivares, in a letter to the president, declared himself to be the most unfortunate of men, for he could satisfy nobody. His best course would be to ask the king to let him abandon the management of affairs. When the kingdom was in such straits that he could scarce take time to breathe in devising remedies, his efforts were wasted in competencias, and he concluded with the despairing declaration that he lost his senses in thinking over it without knowing what to say. The statesmen who were guiding the destinies of Spain in those perilous times might well groan under the superfluous burden of deciding these contests over trifles so ferociously waged, but they were not to be spared. Arce y Reynoso was not so violent as Pacheco, but he was equally obstinate and was determined to emancipate the Inquisition wholly by relieving it from royal supervision. There was an instructive case at Cuenca in 1645, where the corregidor, Don Alonso Muñoz de Castilblanque, sent a band of assassins to murder a woman with whom he had illicit relations, together with a priest named Jacinto. The crime created great excitement, but Muñoz was a contador, or accountant of the tribunal, and as such a titular official. He presented himself before the inquisitors who assumed his case and promptly excommunicated the judge who attempted to prosecute him. Philip had the matter investigated, and was told that both the woman and the priest had been killed. He sent to the Suprema a decree ordering the removal of the excommunication and the delivery of the criminal to the Council of Castile to be tried by the judge which it had appointed, for the inquisitors could not properly punish so atrocious a crime without incurring irregularity. This was clear and peremptory enough, but in place of obeying it, Arce y Reynoso replied, May 4, 1645, that this would be a great and unheard-of violation of the rights of the Holy Office. The woman was not dead, but was in Valencia, where the tribunal was busily collecting evidence. To hand Muñoz over to the secular judges for trial and execution would incur the same irregularity as sentencing him. The case would be tried by the Suprema, which had a wide range of suitable penalties that did not infer irregularity. Meanwhile, Muñoz would be safely guarded, and he trusted that the king would not set so pernicious an example. When Philip rejected this appeal and repeated his order, a learned and elaborate argument was prepared to show that he had no power to interfere. It took the ground, to which we have already referred, that the temporal jurisdiction of the Inquisition over its officials was a grant from the papacy. It was exclusive and unlimited, and no secular ruler could deprive the Holy Office of it. The Pope had power to make this grant, and the king had none to remove this or any other case from its cognizance, for he was not supreme over the ecclesiastical and papal jurisdiction, the truth being that the papal commissions to the Inquisitor General conferred power to remove and punish subordinates, but said nothing as to its being exclusive. And equally fallacious was the citation of three authorities whose utterances had no bearing on the question at issue. This audacious reliance on the ignorance of Philip and his secular advisers was successful. Philip made one or two efforts more, but Arce y Reynoso held good. A memorial in 1648 on the general subject from a member of the Council of Castile tells the king that his repeated commands in the case of Muñoz had been disobeyed, and that, although the criminal had so long been in the hands of the inquisitors, he had not yet been sentenced, which he held to be clear proof that their aim was to defend their officials from the royal justice and not to punish them. How liberal was the construction placed on this term of titular official was illustrated when, in 1622, at Toledo, the corregidor arrested the butcher of the Tribunal for intolerable frauds on the public. The inquisitor demanded the prisoner and the papers, published the corregidor in all the churches as excommunicate, seized the alguazil and apparitor who had made the arrest, cast them into the secret prison, tried them as if for heresy, shaved their heads and beards and banished them, and refused to their families any evidence that would preserve their posterity from infamy. There was danger of a rising in Toledo against the Inquisition, but it was averted. The Council of Castile protested, and a junta was held, which adopted measures to prevent a repetition of such outrages, but, as usual, no attention was paid to them. It would be superfluous to multiply examples of the perennial struggle which was distracting the energies of the government and weakening the respect for law in every quarter of Spain. Each tribunal contributed its share, and there was an unending stream of cases pouring into Madrid for settlement. Each side blamed the other for this anomalous condition. In 1632, the Suprema, in defending the Tribunal of Valencia for its protection of criminal familiars, bitterly complained that the object of the Concordias was the relief of the tribunals, the punishment of offenders, the quick dispatch of cases, and the diminished oppression of pleaders, but that this had been converted into perpetual strife, regardless of forms and rules of procedure. For this it was itself primarily to blame, for though there were doubtless faults on both sides, the cases recorded in the reports and the arguments of the Inquisition show that it was the chief offender. Its aggressive powers were too much greater than those of its adversaries, and its methods were too sharp for the secular authorities often to risk the consequences of being in the wrong. There was another direction in which the Holy Office sought to interfere with the administration of justice. So complete is the independence of secular authority claimed by the Church for those in holy orders, that the license from a bishop is held to be necessary before a cleric can obey a summons to appear as a witness in a lay court, even in civil cases. The Inquisition included this among the exemptions of all connected with it, whether lay or clerical, and even extended it to familiars. The privilege seems generally to have been conceded as respects the salaried officials, but as applied to familiars, it was too grotesque not to excite opposition. The Concordia of 1568, as we have seen, provided that familiars should testify before secular judges without requiring license from inquisitors, and that the latter should not prohibit them from so doing, which infers that it was an abuse requiring correction, and also that officials were conceded to enjoy the exemption. The power to summon a witness necessarily includes that of coercing him to testify, and this was exercised by imprisoning recalcitrants, which came to be regarded as an infraction of privilege. In 1649, in the case of Claudio Bolano, a familiar imprisoned for refusing to give evidence, the Tribunal of Valencia formed a competencia, pending which he was released under bail to both jurisdictions. The question was of difficult solution, and the competencia dragged on for 10 years without settlement. Then, in 1659, the same thing occurred and another competencia was formed, in which the most that the Inquisition would concede was that, when the evidence was indispensable, a notary should be sent to the familiar's house to take it in secret, basing this upon the danger to which witnesses were exposed in the violent factions of the time. The question, however, was settled in 1699 in the case of Felipe Bru. At Jativa on August 14, 1698, Don Luis Salcedo, Lord of Pamis, was shot and killed when standing at a window of his house. Don Vicente Montserrat, judge of the Audiencia of Valencia, found Bru, who was a familiar, a contumacious witness. He was first given the town as a prison, then his house, and finally was confined in chains. He appealed to the Tribunal, which ordered his release within 3 days, under pain of excommunication and 500 ducats. A competencia was formed which, in November 1699, was decided in favor of the royal jurisdiction. It was probably in consequence of this discussion that, on July 15th, a royal decree was issued compelling familiars to give evidence in secular courts. Even this did not abate the pretensions of the Inquisition, for when, in 1702, Joseph Perez of Montesa, a familiar, was ordered, under penalty of 1,000 ducats, not to leave that town because a deposition was wanted from him. He appealed to the Tribunal of Valencia, which, with the usual threats, commanded the revocation of the order. On this being refused, Perez went to Valencia and had himself incarcerated in the secret prison, where he was inaccessible. The Audiencia pursued the matter. There was considerable correspondence and preparations for a competencia, but finally the affair was settled by sending Perez to the house of the regent of the Audiencia, where he made his deposition. To the end, however, the tribunal maintained the position that, if any constraint was used, it would resist and protect the familiar, unless a competencia decided to the contrary. End of Book 2, Chapter 4, Part 7. Recording by Shena Sayre, Fresno, California.
Book 2, Chapter 4, Part 8 of History of the Inquisition of Spain, Volume 1. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. History of the Inquisition of Spain, Volume 1, by Henry Charles Lea, Book 2, Chapter 4, Conflicting Jurisdictions, Part 8. It was not the secular courts alone that had these perpetual conflicts with the Inquisition. Like Ishmael, its hand was against every man, and every man's hand was against it. But in fact, this was to a great extent the case between all the different jurisdictions among which the various classes of society were parceled out by their several privileges and exemptions. Next to the royal courts ranked the spiritual courts, in the numbers and complexity of debatable questions with the Inquisition. With these, there were two sources of contention, for they not only claimed by prescriptive right exclusive jurisdiction in all temporal matters over all who wore the tonsure, but there was a broad field for discussion in the somewhat hazy delimitation of spiritual offenses justiciable by one or the other. The latter subject will engage our attention hereafter. At present, we are concerned only with the questions arising from the personnel of the Holy Office. Notoriously lax, as were the episcopal courts, with offenders of the cloth, the Inquisition had the reputation of still greater indulgence with those who were under its protection. Clerics who were also officials therefore preferred its tribunals, giving rise to frequent quarrels in which the inquisitors treated their clerical opponents as remorselessly as they did the secular officials and judges. The episcopal ordinaries, provisors, and vicars generals contended that they had, except in cases of faith, exclusive jurisdiction over all clerics, that the temporal jurisdiction of the Inquisition was a royal grant which could not supersede the canon law, and that the papal commissions only gave faculties for punishing official malfeasance. To this unanswerable argument the inquisitors paid little heed, and the prelates were worse off than the judges, for these at least had the councils of Castile or Aragon to struggle for them, but the councils admitted that they had no standing in ecclesiastical quarrels. The natural recourse of the prelates for protection was to Rome, but this was a subject of intense jealousy, traditional in the Spanish monarchy, and Philip III, in a cedula of January 21, 1611, addressed to all the prelates of his dominions, told them that they must appeal only to the Suprema, and forbade them to carry on any case to the Holy See. There could thus be no competencia. The conflicts between the two jurisdictions were one-sided and were conducted by the tribunals with the same overbearing arrogance as that displayed toward the secular magistrates. The first summons on the provisor or vicar general inhibited him under pain of excommunication and a heavy fine from further action, ordering him within 24 hours to remit the case to the Inquisition and to discharge the prisoner under bail to present himself before the tribunal, while the notary was required to surrender all the papers. If this was not obeyed, it was followed by another, commanding obedience within 6 hours, in default of which all beneficed priests were required, under similar penalties, to publish the provisor and notary as excommunicates and to place their names on the list as such. A circular letter was also addressed to all priests, chaplains, and sacristans of the district, to admonish all persons within 6 hours and under pain of excommunication to avoid the provisor and notary, to make no pleadings before him, to hold no communication with them, and not to furnish them with bread or wine, fish or flesh, while a public edict to the same effect was issued to all the people. In case of continued obduracy, these measures were promptly followed by an edict to all the clergy, ordering them to anathematize the provisor and notary with tolling bells and extinguished candles, proclaiming them accursed of God and his saints. Quote, "Accursed be the bread that they eat, and the bed on which they sleep, and the beasts on which they ride, and may their souls perish in hell like the candles in the water. Let them be comprehended in the sentences of Sodom and Gomorrah, and of Dathan and Abiram, whom the earth swallowed for disobedience, and may all the curses of Psalm Deus laudum meum light on them." Unquote. If this did not suffice within 24 hours, an interdict followed, tolling bells and performing divine service in low tone with locked doors until otherwise ordered. In case this failed, the last step was a cessatio a divinis, or a cessation of church services in the city where the offenders lived, in order to coerce them with popular clamor. It was difficult for either lay or clergy officials to contend with opponents who wielded such weapons as these. The irresponsible exercise of such powers inevitably led to their abuse. In the Concordia of 1568, it is highly suggestive to find a clause forbidding inquisitors to issue, as they have been accustomed, to familiars and officials, general inhibitions protecting them from the ecclesiastical courts. Such inhibitions are to be special and issued only in each case as it may occur. Equally significant is another which says that in no case belonging to the law to the provisor shall the inquisitor intervene against his will. The strained relations resulting between the ecclesiastical body and the Holy Office are alluded to in the project of reform presented to the Suprema in 1623, which says that the clergy commissioners and their notaries bring about many conflicts with the ecclesiastical judges and, as there are no concordias, the inquisitors are wont to arrogate to themselves greater jurisdiction than belongs to them, which causes much murmuring and resentment of the prelates and clergy. The writer piously wishes that this could be avoided, but he evidently has no remedy to propose. A conflict caused by one of these local notaries in 1609 amply justified the murmurs of the prelates. The priest of Cabra, who occupied the almost nominal position of local notary, was a notorious incestuous concubinarian who had not for 8 years celebrated Mass or recited prayers. The provisor of Cordova commenced a prosecution and threw him into the episcopal jail when he claimed the fuero of the Inquisition. The provisor had been on friendly terms with the 3 inquisitors and sought an amicable settlement of the matter when, by a trick, they obtained possession of the papers and inhibited him from further proceedings. He appealed to the Suprema and was excommunicated. 4 times the Suprema ordered the inquisitors to abandon the case and remove the censure, but they persistently disobeyed. All the officials of the episcopal court were ordered to hold no communication with him, which threw the whole business of the diocese into confusion, for the bishop was absent, and the provisor was his representative. The culprit escaped from the episcopal jail and was harbored by the tribunal. Passion was becoming acute. A band of familiars and officials broke into the episcopal palace and endeavored to carry off the provisor, but he was rescued by the canons in a dilapidated condition and took to his bed. Then the inquisitors pronounced the magic word, a matter of faith, which brought to their aid the corregidor and municipal authorities, who came with a troop of soldiers and carried him off to his bed to the sound of drums and trumpets. He was taken to the Inquisition and confined for 2 months in a small cell, tried without opportunity for defense, and sentenced to forfeit his office of provisor, to 4 years of banishment and other penalties, and copies of the sentence were circulated throughout the city. The bishop had sought to come to his rescue by excommunicating the inquisitors. They disregarded the censures, threatened to prosecute him if he did not remove them, and did prosecute some of the canons as conspiring against the Inquisition, because they had been elected by the chapter to aid the bishop in defending the provisor. Such a sentence against a church dignitary of high rank required confirmation by the Suprema, which must have been given, for appeal was made to Philip III. He rendered some satisfaction by dismissing and banishing all secular officials who had been concerned in the arrest and wounding of the provisor by the inquisitors, whose mere tools they had been, were left undisturbed. Yet it was impossible that an affair which had aroused the attention of all Spain should pass without an attempt to prevent the recurrence of such scandals. There had been a threat, and possibly more than a threat, to appeal to Rome in defense of the bishop and clergy of Córdoba, which led to the cedula of January 21, 1611, alluded to above, restricting their recourse to the Suprema. In urging this, the Suprema, in a consulta of November 15, 1610, admitted that these troubles arose from the aggressions of the tribunals and their unnecessary multiplication of nominal officials. It had recently issued 3 cartas acordadas on the subject and had written to all the bishops asking reports of such excess so as to remedy them. Philip, in reply, authorized the Suprema to draft such a cedula as it desired, but ordered it to be so framed as not to encourage the inquisitors, who were every day intervening in matters beyond their competence for the purpose of extending their jurisdiction. It was this that gave rise to these troubles, nor would they cease till the cause was removed. Thus it was admitted on all hands that the fault lay with the tribunals, yet the wrong committed by that of Córdoba remained unredressed and unpunished. Philip permitted himself, in spite of his better judgment, to be persuaded to cut off all recourse to the court of last resort in Rome, and some nominal relief must be offered to the oppressed churches and prelates. The memorial from Córdoba had concluded with a prayer for some law to prevent these discords and to maintain the episcopal jurisdiction over the clergy, as the king had promised in a letter transmitted through the Council of Castile. The promise was kept after a fashion, though not until after a delay, which shows how prolonged was the resistance encouraged. In a carta acordada of November 28, 1612, the tribunals were informed that, in order that the ministers of the Inquisition may not sin through confidence of impunity, and to prevent the conflicts which disturb the peace, the Suprema has resolved that in the cases of unsalaried clerical officials, the episcopal ordinaries shall have exclusive jurisdiction over offences relating to clerical duties and offices, to simony and spiritual matters, while inquisitors shall have cumulative jurisdiction with the ordinaries, depending on priority of action in public and scandalous offences, such as incontinence, usury, gambling, and the like. This remained in force, nominally at least, until the last, but the allusion to the perpetual troubles arising from this source in the project presented to the Suprema in 1623 shows how futile it was in curbing the aggressions of the tribunals. Throughout peninsular Spain, the episcopal jurisdiction was thus left defenseless to the encroachments of the Inquisition, but the Church of Majorca was fortunate in obtaining the protection of Rome, leading to a series of conflicts, waged on less unequal terms, which are worth consideration as revealing a peculiar phase in these affairs. There was a long-standing quarrel between the cathedral canons and the Inquisition. In 1600, one of the former, Père Enseñat, assisted in the escape of a man who had wounded a familiar, whereupon the inquisitor, Francisco de Esquinay, threw him in prison and made him give bail in 300 ducats. In 1605, another canon, Francisco Sanceloni, had a verbal altercation with Bernardo Luis Cotoner, advocate of prisoners, for which Esquinay imprisoned him, tried him and condemned him in the costs with this past incarceration as a punishment. The indignant canons addressed a strong demonstration to the Suprema. They had an old privilege confirmed by the Council of Trent that they could be arrested only by the ordinary sitting in judgment with 2 of their number. In matters of faith they admitted subjection to the Holy Office, but they claimed exemption in civil and criminal cases. The number of familiars and officials, and their petulance arising from the protection of the tribunal, rendered it impossible to be always incurring the expense and dangers of appeals to Rome for the preservation of their privileges. This was ineffective, and, in the course of another outbreak in 1630, there was a correspondence between the Congregation of the Roman Inquisition and the nuncio at Madrid respecting an appeal from the canons. In this, the nuncio reported that he had applied to Inquisitor General Zapata, who promised to instruct the inquisitor not to molest the canons. If he did so, he was disobeyed, as usual, and in 1636, a canon named Domenge was involved in a civil suit before the tribunal, resulting in a judgment against him of 5,000 reales, the execution of which he resisted by force. This brought on him a prosecution, in spite of protests interjected by the bishop and chapter, which was carried on appeal to the Suprema, where he was condemned in 700 reales, which he paid. Meanwhile, notwithstanding the cedula of 1611, the bishop and chapter had appealed to Rome for a brief declaration that the canons were subject to the Inquisition only in matters of faith. The question was exhaustively discussed in the Congregation of the Holy Office, with Luis de los Infantes, the Roman agent of the Inquisition. The conclusion reached was that the Majorca tribunal had no jurisdiction over the canons save in matters of faith, and this was duly embodied in the brief Cum Sicut Dilecti, March 31, 1642, which is preserved in the Bellarium. It names the bishop and dean or treasurer as executors, with power to inflict censures and to invoke, if necessary, the aid of the secular arm. It was received in Majorca with general rejoicing. It was printed and circulated, and a syndicate was formed by the clergy to obtain, without regard to expense, a similar one for the whole ecclesiastical body, an effort which was successful in the following September. The brief was duly served on the inquisitor, who refused to recognize it as not having been transmitted through the Suprema. Besides, he asserted that it was surreptitious and obreptitious as having been granted without a hearing of the other side, and moreover, it was in derogation of the bull Si de Protegendis. In a consulta of December 11th, the Suprema represented energetically to Philip IV the manner in which his predecessors had compelled the surrender of papal letters adverse to the Inquisition. It asked him to have the present one suppressed and to instruct the prelates that all cases of difference must be referred to it, that no recourse he had to Rome under the penalties decreed by Ferdinand, that the Viceroy of Majorca be required to compel the chapter to desist, and that the ambassador to Rome be instructed to obtain the revocation of the obnoxious letters. Unluckily for the Suprema, the times were unpropitious. Majorca was too near to rebellious Catalonia for the imperious methods of the Holy Office to be judicious. Philip replied that the revival of Ferdinand's laws would cause trouble and the remedies sought must be practicable. The Inquisitor of Majorca had been guilty of gross excesses and must be ordered to exercise moderation, and he suggested a junta of members of the Suprema and Council of Aragon to devise a concordia. Whether such compromise was reached does not appear. If it was, subsequent events show that it was not observed by either side, and no reference to it occurs. The papal briefs were maintained, and 10 years later, after the collapse of the Catalan rebellion, instructions of April 23, 1652, to an ambassador departing for Rome, order him to labor for their revocation. Their evil example was contagious. The Knights of St. John in Majorca were seeking to obtain a similar favor through the Maltese ambassador, which must be resisted in every way, for it would be followed by all of the other orders. The Suprema continued to treat the papal briefs as surreptitious, and, in 1658, Arce y Reynoso enjoyed a momentary triumph in a contest by summoning the Vicar General to Madrid and forcing him to come. Under the feebler government of the Queen Regent, his successor Nithard was not so fortunate. In a fierce quarrel which involved the whole island in confusion and embroiled the rival departments of the government. May 9, 1667, on a feast day, in the church of San Francisco, Don Jorge de Meto struck his son-in-law, Don José Vallejo, with a crutch, causing infusion of blood and thus polluting the church. Both gentlemen were familiars. The Inquisitor, before noonday, ordered the arrest of both. In the afternoon, Bishop Manjarre cited de Meto to appear for sacrilege and violation of the church. The rival jurisdictions locked horns and proceeded to extremities. The Viceroy and Audiencia, with the bulk of the community, sided with the bishop. But disturbances were commencing, and they repeatedly urged postponement of action until the government could be heard from, but the Inquisitor refused. The bishop published him as excommunicate, anathematized him, and caused a psalm of malediction to be repeatedly sung against him, but the Inquisitor continued to celebrate Mass, exhibited himself conspicuously in public, forbade the bishop entrance into his own church, and threatened to suspend his sacerdotal functions. On August 29, the bishop assembled a synod, where arrangements were made to send an envoy to Rome to prosecute the case, with a printed statement of all the proceedings, a copy of which was furnished to the Council of Aragon. From Madrid, Nithard imperiously summoned the bishop to appear before him and plead his case. Under the canon law, the Inquisition had no jurisdiction over bishops, without a special delegation of papal faculties, and Manjarre was justified in declaring the summon null and void. Although an ecclesiastical question, the Council of Aragon had no direct competence. Still, as the peace of Majorca was seriously threatened and the Viceroy was involved, it took a hand in the matter, and thus were presented the gravest questions with regard to the relations of the Inquisition with the Episcopate, with the Holy See, and with the secular authorities. Secured in the blind obedience of the Queen, Nithard adopted the most aggressive attitude, and the Queen submissively did whatever he required, for he assured her that the case was the most serious that had arisen since the foundation of the Inquisition, and that, on its rightful decision, depended the preservation or extinction not alone of the Majorca Tribunal, but of all of those under the crown of Aragon. To emphasize this, he summoned the bishop to appear before him, personally or by procurator, within a term designated, in default of which he would be prosecuted in contumacia. To this the Queen, in October, added her commands to the Council of Aragon. As the preservation of the Catholic faith required the maintenance of the authority of the Inquisition, the Council was ordered to write to the bishop to comply with the summons, and to the Viceroy to assist the tribunal if necessary. The bishop must not appeal to Rome, and if he had done so, the letters must be intercepted and placed in her hands. The Council of Aragon did not obey. It held the matter until January 21, 1668, when it presented a consulta warning the Queen of the consequences of her action and pointing out that the Pope was the sole judge of bishops in important cases, as were provincial synods in trivial matters. Nithard, however, was superior to the Council of Trent, and the Suprema commenced a criminal prosecution of Bishop Manjarre, while, on February 5, an answer was prepared for the Council of Aragon, couched in a tone of bitterness and scarcely veiled contempt, which showed how fierce were the passions at work. The Queen was assured that her actions were in accordance with all previous royal provisions, and she was asked to order the Council of Aragon to obey and not to interfere hereafter with ecclesiastical controversies. Before this missive was delivered, however, news came from Majorca that the culprit Demeto had withdrawn his appeal to the tribunal and had applied for absolution to the bishop, who considered the whole matter as settled. This was a staggering blow from which it took Nithard a month to recover. But finally, he sent the consulta of February 5 with a postscript of March 12, arguing that the subject cannot impair his judge's jurisdiction by accepting another, and consequently that the situation was unaltered. The Queen, of course, adopted this view and repeated her orders. But again the council disobeyed her and presented, March 18th, a consulta adjuring her in solemn terms to reflect calmly, for she was making the Inquisitor General a judge of all the bishops in her dominions, not only as to conflicts of jurisdiction but also as to criminal accusations, without his holding faculties from the Pope, while, at the same time, she was forbidding appeals to the Holy See, which was the only proper judge. She was warned that it was impossible to exaggerate the importance of the questions at issue, and she was implored, before making so momentous a decision, to consult the councils of Castile, Italy, and the Indies, for the interest of the whole monarchy were involved, as well as the supreme power of the Pope. To this her reply was merely a repetition of her former orders, and a demand for a duplicate of the letters of the council to the viceroy. For the third time it disobeyed her, and sent none, and there are intimations that it was engaged in arousing the whole Spanish episcopate to a sense of the impending danger. End of Book 2, Chapter 4, Part 8.
Book 2, Chapter 4, Part 9 of History of the Inquisition of Spain, Volume 1. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. History of the Inquisition of Spain, Volume 1, by Henry Charles Lea, Book 2, Chapter 4, Conflicting Jurisdictions, Part 9. Then the affair suddenly assumed another phase. On March 7th, the Queen had written to her ambassador in Rome to procure the abstention of the Pope from the matter, but on that very day the Congregation of the Inquisition, with the approval of the Pope, had pronounced invalid the censures fulminated by the Inquisitor. It was late in May before this was communicated to the Queen by the Nuncio, who said that the Pope had recognized the gravity of the assault by an inquisitor on the episcopal dignity and the magnitude of the ensuing scandal, and had caused the whole subject to be carefully considered by the congregation with the above result. The Pope had felt deeply not only the indignity offered to the episcopal office, but also that the fiscal of the Inquisition had applied to the Queen to summon the bishop before it, solely on the ground of his having appealed to the Holy See. In the name of the Pope, the Nuncio therefore asked the Queen to order inquisitors not to proceed against bishops and to reject the application of the fiscal. Even this did not shake the determination of Nithard to reduce the episcopate to subjection. A long and argumentative consulta was presented to the Queen, proving that the papal decision was surreptitious and therefore invalid, and that anyhow the decrees of the Roman Inquisition had no currency in Spain. The old prohibitions of appeals to Rome were invoked, and the Queen was told that one of the most precious jewels of the Spanish crown was at stake, for unless the regalias were preserved, the Inquisition must disappear, delinquents would be unpunished, religion would suffer, and, with the loss of its unity, there would no longer be obedience to the throne. The Queen was therefore urged to stand firm. The prosecution of the bishop must not be suspended, and the Council of Aragon must be forced to obey the royal commands. Nithard was ready to risk an open breach with the Holy See in his audacious ambition to render the Inquisition supreme in the Spanish Church. How far the Queen would have suffered herself to be carried in the execution of his plans cannot be told, as the documents fail us here. His career, however, was drawing to a close. In February 1669, he was driven from Spain amid universal execration, yet the prosecution of Bishop Manjarre was not abandoned, for the Inquisition was not accustomed openly to admit defeat. It dragged until his death, December 26, 1670, when it was quietly dropped. Practically, the intervention of Rome gave the victory to the Mallorquins, of which they took advantage. In 1671, there arose another quarrel over a fine incurred by a canon who was also a consultor of the Tribunal. Both sides exchanged excommunications, and Inquisitor General Valladares, profiting by his predecessor's experience, showed moderation. On the plea that it was a matter of government rather than of jurisdiction, the Suprema ordered the Tribunal to abandon the case and remove the censures imposed on the canons. But the latter were not content with this, and procured from the Roman Holy Office a decree declaring invalid the censures of the inquisitors and valid those of the executors of the brief. The Council of Aragon communicated this to the Queen, who submissively signed a letter, January 25, 1672, to the chapter, expressing her confidence that in its use they would pay fitting attention to the peace and advantage of the Church. The Inquisition was not accustomed to defeat, and it chafed under this, as was shown when, in 1690, a quarrel arose because a priest of Minorca, named Juan Bruels, used insulting words to the commissioner, Rafael Pons. For this he was prosecuted, and the case threw all the islands into confusion. The viceroy, the audiencia, and the clergy all united against the Inquisition. The Ordinary of Minorca, as executor of the brief of 1642, forcibly released Bruels, forbade the inquisitor to proceed, and, on his disobeying, excommunicated him. About this time, the Mallorquin Tribunal had claims to consideration arising from its vigorous proceedings against Judaizers and the large resultant confiscations. The Suprema espoused its cause with the usual energy, and, in repeated consultas to Carlos III, denounced the papal briefs as surreptitious and invalid, full of defects and nullities. The feeble king issued repeated commands for the prosecution of Bruels and the surrender of the briefs, but no one paid attention to them. The Mallorquin clergy procured from the Congregation of the Inquisition a decree validating the censures pronounced by the Ordinary and annulling those of the Inquisitor. The Pope confirmed this, but subsequently suspended it at the earnest solicitation of the Spanish ambassador, at the same time ordering his nuncio to make the king understand that the congregation had supreme power to decide all questions of jurisdiction. The affair did not result to the satisfaction of the Inquisition, for the last we hear of it is a bitter complaint by the Suprema, March 11, 1693, of the contumacious Mallorquins and the miserable condition to which they had reduced the Inquisition. In Minorca, the clergy and their dependents were so hostile that Pons could not find a church in which to celebrate Mass, while the officials were shunned as excommunicated heretics. Another jurisdiction with which there were occasional quarrels was that of the army, for soldiers were exempt from the secular courts. In such competencias, settlements were made by a junta of 2 members, each of the Suprema and the Council of War, with final reference to the king in case of disagreement. I have happened to meet with but few cases of this, and they seem never to have attained the importance of those with the secular and ecclesiastical courts. One occurred in 1629, arising from disputes with the garrison that had occupied Aljaferia since the troubles of 1591. A somewhat curious case was that of Don Fernando Antonio Herrera Calderon of Santander, who was alguazil and familiar and who resigned in 1641 from his military company, although warned that, by so doing during hostilities, he would be tried by the Council of War. It naturally claimed him, and the Suprema endeavored to protect him. It would seem that, towards the end of the 18th century, the exemption of the military was causing special troubles, for a royal cedula of February 9, 1793 declares that, to put an end to them, in future the military judges shall have exclusive cognizance of all cases, civil and criminal, in which soldiers are defendants, except inheritances, and that no tribunal or judge of any kind shall form a competencia concerning them under any pretext. There was yet another independent jurisdiction with which the Inquisition occasionally came into collision. In Spain, the military orders formed so important a body that, among the state councils, there was one of orders, which had exclusive jurisdiction over their members. It will be recalled that one of Ferdinand's most efficient measures to ensure the peace of the kingdom was to obtain the perpetual administration of those of Santiago, Calatrava, and Alcántara, while the queen assumed that of Montesa. Yet he was not disposed to favor their claims of exemption in temporal matters from the jurisdiction of the Inquisition. A letter of September 15, 1515, to the Tribunal of Jaén says that certain confiscations involve property held by knights of the three orders who may claim exemption and refuse to plead before the judge of confiscations. If so, they are not to be listened to and, if necessary, are to be prosecuted with the full rigor of the law. In civil and criminal matters, the members of the orders asserted exemption from the jurisdiction of the Inquisition, leading to disputes more or less acrimonious. In 1609, at Cordova, Don Diego de Argote, a knight of Santiago, with leveled pistol, prevented the arrest of one of his servants by officials of the Tribunal. A competencia resulted which, when carried up to Philip III, was decided by him in favor of the Council of Orders. To this the Suprema replied in a consulta, foretelling the entire destruction of the Inquisition in case the decision was allowed to stand, and so worked on Philip that he reversed his decree and allowed the Suprema to prosecute the culprit. The complication caused by these class privileges is illustrated in the case alluded to above, occurring in 1648 at Cuenca of Muñoz de Castilblanque for the murder of the priest Jacinto. He was a knight of Calatrava, which led to an additional competencia when the junta could not agree and the king had to decide. In their contests with the orders, the tribunals were apt to exhibit the same unscrupulous spirit as in those with other contestants. In Majorca, Dr. Ramon Sureda, canon, chancellor, and judge of competencias, was likewise conservator of the military orders. In 1657 he complained that, in conflicts of jurisdiction, the inquisitor would not form competencias with him in order that the papers might take the regular course of transmission for settlement by the Suprema and Council of Orders. The king and queen, therefore, as administrators of the orders, instructed him in such case to send to the inquisitor 3 successive messages and report them and their replies to the council. If, in spite of this, the tribunal continued to prosecute the case, he was to proceed against the inquisitor and the viceroy was to render him all proper support. The inquisitor ingeniously evaded this in the case of Gaspar Puigdorfilio, a knight of Santiago, in 1661, by refusing to receive any messages, saying that he received them only from the viceroy. Sureda's report of this was left unnoticed, and the inquisitor adopted the same device in 1662, in the case of Francisco de Vail, a knight of Montesa, prosecuted for wounding a familiar who had drawn a sword upon him. He refused to receive messages and proceeded to sequestrate various property, including his crops and cattle. To save them from destruction, the viceroy interposed and the Council of Orders appealed to the queen, as administrator of the order, to take some action that should enable such questions to be settled peaceably, but apparently without result. As though the exempted classes were not numerous and troublesome enough, there was a project in 1574 of adding another which, if carried into effect, would have altered the destiny of Spain by subjecting it eventually to the Inquisition and reducing the nominal monarch to the position of a roi fainéant under a mayor of the palace. It is a most impressive illustration of the spirit of the age that such a project should have been formulated, that it received enthusiastic support, and that a sovereign so jealous of his prerogative as Philip II should have even allowed it to be debated, much less have let it assume a menacing shape and have given it serious consideration. A military order was to be established under the name of Santa Maria de la Espada Blanca, with a white sword as a symbol, like the red sword of Santiago. At its head was to be the Inquisitor General, to whom all members were to swear allegiance, and whose orders in peace and war all were to obey. To him likewise they were to assign their property, receiving back at his hands what was necessary for their support, and after death their widows were to be pensioned by him. They were to be exempt from all jurisdiction save his, which was to be delegated to priors appointed in all the provinces. The ostensible object was the defense of the faith and of Spain, for which they were at any time liable to be called to the field or to serve in garrison under the orders of the Inquisitor General. Thus the Inquisition was to be furnished with an organized force, sworn to blind obedience and released from all other obligations. The only requisite for membership was limpieza, or purity of blood, free from all taint of Judaic or Moorish contamination, or descent from those who had been sentenced for heresy. At this period, limpieza was becoming a popular mania. The cost of proving it through 4 generations was considerable, and there was strong temptation in the promise that the expenses of all applicants would be defrayed from the common fund. The project may seem to us too wild to merit a thought, but it responded so perfectly to the temper of the time that it was enthusiastically adopted by the provinces of Castile, Leon, Biscay, Navarre, Aragon, Valencia, Catalonia, Asturias, and Galicia. Procurators from these provinces submitted it to Philip for his approval, and were supported by representatives of 48 noble houses and of the archiepiscopal sees of Toledo, Santiago, Seville, Saragossa, Valencia, Tarragona, and Granada. It was debated earnestly and at much length, but the argument of Pedro Vinegas de Cordova decided its fate. He pointed out the troubles which were already arising on the subject of limpieza, causing jealousies, hatreds, and contentions, to be increased enormously if the population was thus to be divided into 2 classes. Also the fact that the royal courts would have left to their jurisdiction only the new Christians, while the old Christians would have their special judges, and, if the comparatively few existing familiars caused such all-pervading troubles, what the effect would be of increasing without limit the number of the exempt. On the one hand, the ambitious and able men among the new Christians being thus cast out, would foment disaffection and disturbance. On the other, if the old military orders had been a source of danger to the monarchy, what would be the effect of creating a new one, united and vastly more numerous, and subject as vassals to an Inquisitor General, whose power was already so great, and who would control the property and have jurisdiction over all members, while in case of rebellion the frontiers and strongholds would be in his hands? This reasoning was unanswerable. Philip ordered all papers connected with the project to be surrendered. He imposed perpetual silence on its advocates, and wrote to the ecclesiastical and secular bodies to abandon it, for justice and protection would never be lacking. We shall probably do no injustice to the Inquisition in attributing to the profits accruing from the exercise of its temporal jurisdiction the ruthless vigor with which the tribunals sought to vindicate and extend it. The remarks of the visitor Cervantes with regard to Barcelona, in 1561 indicate how lucrative it could be made and how welcome was the addition of fees and fines to the somewhat meager salaries of the officials. This explains the reckless violence which became habitual in the conduct of quarrels, because this not only was an assurance to the parties concerned as to the vigor with which they were defended, but it also served to discourage the secular authorities from resisting encroachments. It also explains the multiplication of the unsalaried officials such as familiars, commissioners and their notaries, assessors, deputies, etc., which no laws or concordias or regulations could restrain, for each one was a possible source of profit to the tribunal and a probable cause of disturbance in his vicinage through the comfortable assurance of immunity from the law. The natural result of this was that unprofitable business was neglected for profitable, and the suppression of heresy was postponed to the trial of civil and criminal cases which yielded fees. We have seen how Cervantes reported that in Barcelona this seemed to be the real duty of the tribunal, and that there was nothing else to be attended to. His animadversions produced no amendment, and in 1567 de Soto Salazar repeated the complaint. This continued unchecked. The project of reform presented to the Suprema in 1623 expresses the wish that other tribunals would follow the example of Saragossa, where one of the inquisitors was delegated every 4 months to conduct this business, so that prisoners on trial for heresy could have their cases dispatched and not be kept languishing interminably in prison, which, as we shall see, was one of the sorest abuses inflicted on them. This pious wish was fruitless, and the records of the Inquisition for the following century show how large a portion of its activity was devoted to these cases and to the competencias incessantly springing from them. One feature which aggravated the oppression in these matters, especially in civil suits, was not only the favoritism which inevitably inclined the tribunal to the side of its own people, but the fact that the inquisitors were usually strangers, unfamiliar with the local laws and customs peculiar to each province, which they presumed to interpret and enforce. This justified the frequent demands that inquisitors should be natives, demands which received no attention, for the appointing power thought only of their qualifications as judges of the faith, while, to the mass of the population, their duties in this respect were of small account in comparison with their activity in their temporal jurisdiction. Another well-grounded source of complaint was that the inquisitorial habits of secrecy could not be wholly overcome. The parties and their counsel were not allowed to be present, as in the royal courts. Witnesses were examined by the inquisitor on lists of interrogatories furnished to him, and there was no cross-examination. Written arguments were presented to him which he handed to the other side for reply, and the procedure in both civil and criminal cases was assimilated as nearly as might be to the secret trials for heresy, which was the inquisitorial ideal of the dispensation of justice. The cases were decided by the inquisitors in session together on a majority vote. In the 16th century there was no appeal to the Suprema, even when the vote was not unanimous, but in 1645 a writer assumes that either side could appeal. We have seen how tenaciously the kingdoms of Aragon struggled against the evils of the system. Castile felt them equally, but it had not the same institutions and could only remonstrate. The Cortes of Madrid in 1607-1608 represented that those of 1579 and 1586 had petitioned for the reform of the abuses arising from the temporal jurisdiction of the Inquisition to the great injury of the kingdom, that Philip II had promised relief but had died without granting it, and therefore the request was now repeated in view of the increasing evils. Especially was attention called to the cruelty of imprisoning ordinary offenders, for the people could not distinguish and imagined all prisoners to be heretics, thus entailing infamy upon them and disqualifying them for marriage, wherefore it was asked that they be confined in the public jails. Philip III promised to do what was proper, and of course did nothing. The Cortes of 1611 repeated the petition, with similar lack of result. The Council of Castile, the highest tribunal in the land, in a consulta of 1631, represented forcibly the existing evils, especially the prodigal use of censures under which corregidores and other magistrates lay under excommunication for months together, while individuals were impoverished by the long delays in settling competencias. It urged the remedy of permitting appeals to the council por via de fuerza in cases not of faith, and this it repeated in 1634, 1669, and 1682. More outspoken was a memorial presented in 1648 to Philip by a member of the council on the abuses of the criminal jurisdiction, those in civil cases being treated in a separate paper. The writer alludes to having repeatedly made the same representations orally and in writing. He dwells upon the interminable delays and other obstacles which impede justice and discourage sufferers from seeking it. The resultant immunity creates audacious criminals. The number of familiars and of soldiers who never serve in the field has increased so greatly that nothing is seen but crimes, and the offenders are unpunished. Everywhere men of the most dissolute type and the largest fortunes seek appointments so as to enjoy immunity. The royal revenues are defrauded and prohibited goods are imported, while no corregidor or alcalde dares to curb them, for they are at once excommunicated by the inquisitors, even to casting interdicts over whole communities. Those who suffer remain without redress, so that those who are able are led to take it into their own hands, for they can get it nowhere else. Justice is trampled underfoot. There is no alguazil who dares to make an arrest, or scrivener to draw up papers, so many have been slain or wounded for so doing, and the death of an alguazil is held at naught, as though the officers of justice were common enemies. If the king would re-establish the jurisdiction of the royal courts, there would be an end to the excommunications with which the inquisitors defend their delinquents, as though they were vessels of the temple. The time of the councils and of the king would not be consumed by these perpetual competencias, and the plagues would cease, wherewith God afflicts these kingdoms for the injustice, the violence, and the dissolute life of the people. These warnings and remonstrances fell on deaf ears. The Suprema was skilled to work upon the piety of the king, and to promise him relief from perils if he would placate God by increasing the privileges of the Inquisition, the very existence of which depended upon its ability to protect its familiars from the law, and from the universal hatred in which they were held. End of Book 2, Chapter 4, Part 9. Recording by Shena Sayre, Fresno, California.
Book 2, Chapter 4, Part 10 of History of the Inquisition of Spain, Volume 1. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Algie Pug, Perth, Western Australia. History of the Inquisition of Spain, Volume 1, by Henry Charles Lea. Book 2, Chapter 4, Conflicting Jurisdictions, Part 10. After the fall of Inquisitor General Nithard, there was a bustling attempt to check the enormous evils admitted to exist. In 1677, Carlos II deprecated the abuses common both in excessive charges and in forcing his pious subjects to submit by censures which deprived them of the consolations of religion. He declared excommunication to be illegal in matters connected exclusively with laymen and temporal possessions, and forbade its employment, a command which he addressed to the Suprema in 1678 with directions to enforce it, and which he repeated in 1691, but without effect. Then a more comprehensive effort was made to effect a radical reform. In 1696, Carlos was induced to assemble what was known as the Junta Magna, consisting of 2 members each of the Councils of State, of Aragon, of Castile, of Italy, of Indies, and of Orders. The decree creating it recites the disturbance and the interference with justice the continual collisions and competencias between the Inquisition and the courts over question of jurisdiction and privileges, and the necessity of establishing some fixed principles and rules to avert these troubles for the future, and to preserve the Holy Office in the love and reverence of the people, without its interfering in matters foreign to its venerable purpose. The junta was to meet at least once a week, and it was furnished with materials from the records of all the councils, through which it obtained a thorough insight into the evils to be remedied. These labours resulted in a memorial known as the Consulta Magna, drawn up by Dr. Joseph de Ledesma of the Council of Castile. It constituted a terrible indictment of the abuse, by the Inquisition, of the temporal jurisdiction bestowed on it by the sovereigns, with ample proof of flagrant cases and incidents. Then followed a consideration of possible remedies, of which the most indispensable was declared to be the prohibition of censures, which was so formidable that no one could resist them. Persons arrested for offences not of faith should be confined in the royal prisons to save them from the indelible disgrace of the secret prison. The recurso de fuerza should be admitted when excommunication was used in temporal cases. The fuero should be withdrawn from the servants and commensals of officials whose insolence gave occasion to arrests and censures causing dissensions that scandalized the whole kingdom. It was admitted that familiars now gave little trouble, save in Majorca, where there was no concordia, but the salaried officials were the source of infinite contention, and they should be put on the footing of familiars. A grievance of the greatest magnitude was the interminable delay in the settlement of competencias, during which prisoners languished in confinement and excommunicates could not obtain absolution. This could be averted if the concordias and royal orders were enforced. As all attempts to curb the Inquisition had proved useless, and in spite of them it had continually increased its abuses, the ultimate remedy of depriving it wholly of the royal jurisdiction might be found necessary. But meanwhile these milder measures might be tried in hope of relief. These proposed remedies, it will be seen, were moderate enough, and in no way limited the Inquisition in its ostensible functions as a preserver of the faith. This was the most formidable assault that the Inquisition had experienced, coming as it did from the combined forces of all the other organizations of the state, under the auspices of the king, but it was easily averted. Llorente tells us that Inquisitor General Rocaberti, working through the royal confessor Froilan Diaz, who was ex officio a member of the Suprema, and also Rocaberti's subject in the Dominican order, succeeded in inducing Carlos to consign the consulta to the limbo in which reposed so many previous memorials. The manner in which this was effected was simple enough. In 1726, Don Santiago Agustin Riol drew up for Philip V a report on the creation and organization of the state councils, in which he states that the consulta was submitted to the Council of Castile for its action. This was delayed by the illness of the governor of the council. When he returned to duty, the matter was forgotten, and the consulta disappeared so completely that when Philip V called for it in 1701, no copy could be found in the archives, as appeared from a certificate furnished by the archivist. This narrow escape did not teach moderation. In 1702, the Valencia Tribunal refused even to join in a competencia over a case in which it entertained a suit brought to collect the interest on a censo by the widow of an alguazil mayor as guardian of her children. It was in vain that the regent of the Audiencia pointed out that under the Concordia of 1568 the widow of an official only enjoyed the fuero as defendant and not as plaintiff, and that the children had no claim whatever, and cited precedents that had been so decided. The tribunal was stubborn, and would not even admit that the question could be carried up to the Suprema and Council of Aragon for decision. It was not long after this, however, that the Suprema was obliged to admit that reforms in the methods of the Holy Office were essential. In its Carta Acordata of June 27, 1705, is embodied a rebuke of the recklessness with which the tribunals undertook the defence of their officials, resulting in the universal complaints of the abuse of its jurisdiction, so that it was popularly said that everything was made a caso de inquisición, to the disrepute of its officials and their families. Therefore, unless the jurisdiction was indisputable, the Suprema must be consulted before assuming the defence. Amicable adjustments must also always be sought, and friendly relations be maintained with the royal officials, thus avoiding competencias which ordinarily arose from passionate conflicts over trifles. These were wise admonitions, to which, as usual, scant attention was paid, but in time the tribunals were made to recognise the change that had come in with the Bourbons. There was a highly illustrative case in 1720 at Toledo, where Don Pedro Panagua, contador or auditor of the tribunal, received in October 20 sacks of cocoa from Cadiz. In the intricate details of the Spanish system of internal imposts, it will be impossible now to say whether he had observed the formalities requisite in the transmission of merchandise, but the local authorities assumed that there was a violation of law, and also an infraction of quarantine, imposed in August, owing to an epidemic in Marseille. The corregidor was prompt. At 2 a.m. of the day following the arrival of the cocoa, he searched Panigua's country house, and at 9 a.m. his town house, and sequestrated the cocoa. The inquisitors responded by imprisoning the civic guards who had been employed. A fortnight later, another visit paid to Panigua's house showed that 5 sacks of the sequestrated article had been removed, whereupon he was confined in the royal prison. Then the inquisitors proceeded against the corregidor and alcalde-mayor with censures, and aggravated them so energetically that in 24 hours they had an interdict and a cessatio a divinis in 4 parishes of the city. These active demonstrations, however suited to the 17th century, were out of place in the 18th. As soon as news of them reached Madrid, hurried orders were dispatched by the Suprema to remove the interdict, absolve the officials and release the guards, and when the formal report came from the tribunal, the orders were repeated, with the addition that the senior inquisitor should start for Madrid within 24 hours. Prior to receiving this, the inquisitors had written to Inquisitor General Camargo, lamenting his abandonment of them and the dishonour inflicted on the tribunal. They blushed to be accomplices in this ruin, and they tendered their resignations. The answer to this was sending the senior inquisitor of Madrid to take charge of the tribunal, with orders to the 2 remaining inquisitors to remain in Madrid, but on learning that they had obeyed the first orders, they were allowed to remain in Toledo. How strong had been the pressure exerted on the Suprema to produce this action may be inferred from a protest in which, a month later, it poured forth to Philip V its bitterness of soul. The corregidor had violated the privileges and immunities of the Inquisition. The inquisitors had been perfectly justified in their action, although too speedy in aggravating the censures. They had been humiliated, while the corregidor and his underlings were boasting of their triumph over the Inquisition and of depriving it of the rights granted by the popes and the kings of Spain. The Suprema therefore asked that the senior inquisitor be allowed to return to Toledo, that Panagua be released by the hands of the inquisitors, that his cocoa be restored, and that the corregidor and alcalde-mayor be duly punished. This accomplished nothing, and 2 months later it again appealed to the king for the release of Panagua and the restoration of the senior inquisitor, but this time it professed its zeal to see that in future the tribunals should practice more moderation. The lesson was a hard one, but it had a still harder one in 1734, when Philip decided that a salaried official should be tried by the ordinary courts. Step by step, the old-time privileges were being curtailed. Soon after the accession of Ferdinand VI, some trouble rose at Llerena over the taxation of familiars. It seems to have been aggravated in the usual manner, and when it reached the king, it was of a character that induced him to issue a decree, October 5, 1747, by which the Council of Castile was given jurisdiction over the officials of the Inquisition. This called forth a heated remonstrance, dated November 1, which must have proceeded from the Inquisitor General Prado y Cuesta, for no other subject would have dared thus to address his sovereign. The writer tells him that the decree is unworthy of his name and his faith, nor is it well that the world should see him, in the first year of his reign, discharge such a thunderbolt against the Holy Office, such as it had never received since its foundation, leaving it prostrated by the shock. He affirms before God, and would wish to write it with his blood, that the service of Jesus Christ and the prosperity of the King and his kingdoms required that the decree be returned to the royal hands without a copy being allowed to remain. Although this decree was not effective as to the salaried officials, the Inquisition was falling upon evil days. It no longer inspired the old-time awe. It was no longer striving to extend its prerogatives, but was fighting a losing battle to maintain them. A writer of about this period deplores its decadence. Its commissioners and familiars serve without pay, and the only reward for their labours and the cost of making their proofs of limpiezza is the exemptions of pure honour granted by the kings. But now scarce one of these is observed, and no fit persons seek the positions, although they are much needed, for there are not a 10th part of those allowed by the Concordias. There is probably some truth in this, for Inquisitor General Prado y Cuesta, in appointing, at the request of the Tribunal of Valencia, Fray Vicente Latorre as calificador or censor, asks why, when there are so many learned canons and professors in Valencia who formerly were eager in seeking the position, it had now fallen so greatly in estimation. It was difficult for the Inquisition to reconcile itself to the tendencies of the age, and several cases about this time, in which the Tribunal of Valencia refused even to admit competencias, asserting that its combined ecclesiastical arid royal jurisdictions rendered it the sole judge of all that concerned its officials, show that the old spirit still lingered and found expression whenever it dared. Carlos III, however, was even more assertive of the royal prerogative than his brother Fernando. We have seen his orders of 1763 concerning municipal and police regulations, which include the prohibitions of carrying concealed weapons and exporting money, in all of which familiars were wholly removed from the jurisdiction of the Inquisition, and in 1775 a competencia in Cordova caused him emphatically to order the inviolable observance of this decree. All this led to the change in the commissions of familiars as regards carrying arms, which was brought about in 1777 by the authorities of Alcalá la Real and Seville refusing to register commissions issued by the tribunals of Toledo and Seville because they were not in accordance with the new regulations. In place, as of old, of blustering and coercing the magistrates, the Suprema collected from all the tribunals the formulas employed by them and framed a new one, phrased in a very different spirit and in accordance with the royal edicts. That the endless quarrels which we have been considering ought to be settled in an amicable manner was so self-evident that, from an early period, persistent efforts had been made to accomplish it, resulting in the competencia so frequently alluded to above. Originally it would seem that there was no established procedure, and that the Inquisition settled for itself all questions arising with the magistrates. After the first opposition had been broken down, these were not numerous, until the attribution of fuero to the officials, and the enormous multiplication of familiars and other unsalaried officers gave occasion for collisions with the courts. The earliest attempt that I have met to prove a method of settlement is a cedula issued about 1535 by the Empress Regent in the absence of Charles V, ordering that when there was a dispute about jurisdiction, the President and judges of the Royal Court should meet the inquisitors and arrange matters harmoniously, so that it should not be known that there had been a difference between them. It was in conformity with this that, in 1542, when Joaquin de Tuenes was tried in Barcelona for the murder of Juan Bayel, a familiar, the Inquisitor Miguel Puig held a conference with the Regent and judges of the Royal Chancellery prior to the arrest, and the custody of the accused was settled without difficulty. It was impossible, however, to preserve peace between classes mutually jealous, and we have seen the troubles which Prince Philip endeavoured to settle by the cedula of May 15th, 1545. This favoured the royal jurisdiction, and produced complaints from the Suprema, as when, in 1548, it represented to Charles V that in Granada the judges had made the cedula a pretext to intervene in the business of the tribunal whenever one made a complaint, requiring the inquisitors to interrupt their work and come to the audiencia, where they were ordered not to proceed, and if this were disobeyed, the judges raised a great disturbance. All this would cease if the old rule were restored, that any one feeling aggrieved must appeal to the Suprema where he would get justice. Prince Philip's cedula of 1553 settled this as far as concerned matters of faith, but neither it nor the Castilian Concordia of the same year could prevent disputes over the immunities of the officials and familiars which the Inquisition was persistently endeavouring to extend. The Concordia, however, endeavoured to provide for the settlement of these by the process described above, which became technically known as competencia. It is remarkable that, in the Valencia Concordia of 1554, there is no such provision, but in that of 1568, for the Aragonese kingdoms, it appears in a slightly different form, that the regent of the Audiencia and the senior inquisitor should consult and endeavour to come to some agreement. If they could not do so, the regent was to send his side of the case to the Council of Aragon, and the inquisitor his to the Suprema, when the king would arrange how the matter should be decided. The two formulas were combined in practice and remained the established method of settling conflicts of jurisdiction. This should have produced peace, but we have seen that it only gave occasion for fresh subjects of discord. The inquisitors were restive under any restraint on their arbitrary methods, and already in 1560 a Carta Accordata of November 14th warns them that they are not to proceed with censures against the judges when the latter offer competencias, but are to send the papers to the Suprema and await the result, under a penalty of 20 ducats for every infraction of the rule. The inquisitors, however, avoided competencias as far as they could, and when obliged to concede them, the opportunity was taken of humiliating the royal judges and make them feel their inferiority in a manner most galling to men so tenacious of the respect due to position and so insistent on courtesy. When de Soto Salazar reports to the inquisitors of Barcelona that, when they had occasion to notify the lieutenant of the king or regent of the Audiencia, they sent a message to summon him, and then kept him waiting in the antechamber, and that sometimes they called the judges before them and scolded them without cause, we can readily appreciate the intensity of their hatred thus excited. So, when the Inquisition established its formula for competencias, they were sedulously framed to be as arrogantly insulting as possible. The first mandate inhibits peremptorily the judge from action and orders him to remit the case to the tribunal within 24 hours. If an arrest had been made, the prisoner is to be discharged on bail to present himself before the inquisitors, and any property seized or sequestrated is to be released. If the secular judge has any reason to allege to the contrary, he is to present himself in person or by procurator to the tribunal, which will render justice, and all this is under holy obedience and the threat of major excommunication and a heavy fine. If there are any papers in the case, the scrivener is ordered to surrender them, and the accuser or plaintiff is to appear within a time specified and receive justice, in default of which the case will be heard without him and without further notice. Then, if a reply is made to this alleging reasons for not obeying, a second mandate is issued pronouncing them insufficient and ordering the first one to be obeyed within a specified time under the above penalties. If the judge then proposes the competencia, a mandate is sent to him reciting the previous ones and saying that to avoid troubling the higher powers, he is ordered to surrender all papers and suspend all action, or the excommunication and fine will be enforced on his person and property. The next mandate accepts the competencia, states that the tribunal is ready to forward its papers and orders the judges to send their side within 12 days, adding a threat of excommunication and fine if any additional testimony be taken in the case. All this is phrased in the most mandatory fashion as of a superior addressing a subordinate, and all these missives are ordered to be returned to the tribunal. If, after a competencia was formed, the familiar or official accepted the jurisdiction of the secular court, he was deprived of his commission. As we have frequently seen, there was no hesitation at any stage of the proceedings to excommunicate the judges, to anathematize them, and to lay an interdict on the city, followed by cessatio a divinis. In addition to the gratification of thus humiliating the magistrates, there was also in this truculence the object of rendering the process so offensive as to make them shrink from resisting the encroachments of the Inquisition. When this failed, the tribunal had abundant sources of annoyance in raising interminable questions of precedents and formalities, which were sometimes fought so bitterly and long as to virtually to supersede the original case. The points that could be raised were endless. In 1602, the Count of Benavente, then Viceroy of Valencia, issued letters ordering a conference over the arrest of Geronimo Falcon. The tribunal surrendered him, admitting that the case did not pertain to it, but demanded that the Viceroy and Chancellery should cancel the letters on their records, and on refusal it excommunicated the regent. The matter was carried up to the Suprema and Council of Aragon, when the king decided that the letters must be expunged, and it was done in the presence of the Secretary of the Inquisition. The same humiliation had been inflicted on the Count's father, when he was Viceroy, and also on the Duke of Segorbe. This arrogance continued until Carlos III, in his decree of 1775, informed the Inquisition that the royal jurisdiction which it exercised was on precisely the same level as that of his judges and magistrates. There must be entire equality between them. All threats of communication and fines must be abandoned. There must be free interchange of papers, mutual courtesy, and no assumption of superiority. It was difficult for the tribunals to abandon the formulas which flattered their vanity, and a second command was necessary, issued in 1783 on the occasion of a prolonged conflict of the Valencia tribunal with the alcalde of Constantina. This finally produced obedience, and the Suprema transmitted the royal order to Valencia with instructions for its observance. End of Book 2, Chapter 4, Part 10. Recording by Algie Pug.
Book 2, Chapter 4, Part 11 of History of the Inquisition of Spain, Volume 1. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. History of the Inquisition of Spain, Volume 1 by Henry Charles Lea. Book 2, Chapter 4, Conflicting Jurisdictions, Part 11. While this doubtless diminished the exasperation of these conflicts, it did not check their frequency. They continued to be a constant source of trouble, and it was from a desire to diminish this as well to extend its authority that the Suprema in 1806 forbade the tribunals from instituting them without submitting the case to it and receiving its approval. When, under the Restoration, the Inquisition was revived in 1814, the officials naturally claimed the fuero, active and passive, civil and criminal, and Ferdinand VII, in the decision of a case carried up to him from Seville, announced February 15, 1815, in no uncertain tones, that they should be protected in its enjoyment, but the cases appear to be rare, and the aggressive spirit had disappeared. When in Seville the creditors of Francisco de Paula Esquivol complained of him to the tribunal, in place of defending him it promptly dismissed him, June 27, 1815, an action which was confirmed by the Suprema. Even more significant was a case in 1816 when in Seville Lorenzo Ayllon abused a priest while celebrating Mass and endeavored to seize the sacrament, and the secular authorities arrested and proceeded to try him. In such a case there could be no question as to the jurisdiction of the Inquisition, but there was no disturbance, and when the tribunal claimed his transfer to the secret prison, the Suprema interposed and ordered that he should be allowed to remain in the public jail, a detainer being lodged to prevent his discharge during his trial, a concession to the royal jurisdiction which would have petrified Pacheco or Arce y Reynoso. There was the same disposition to avoid coming to extremes with the spiritual courts. In 1816 the provisor of the see of Tuy prosecuted Joseph Metzger for impious, execrable, and sacrilegious blasphemies. The Tribunal of Santiago applied, in a courteous note, to the provisor for the papers, and received a reply without signature. This the Suprema directed it to return and explain that there was no desire to invade the episcopal jurisdiction, but as the blasphemous propositions and acts of Metzger might be heretical, of which the Inquisition had exclusive cognizance, it must insist on seeing the evidence to extract what appertained to it, after which the papers would be returned. It seems to have obtained the evidence, for on October 15, 1817, it voted to imprison Metzger as soon as his trial by the provisor should be ended, but the Suprema instructed it not to wait for this, as the jurisdiction of the Inquisition was privileged. There was one peculiarly irritating feature in the position of the Inquisition in these quarrels, which exacerbated them greatly, and often neutralized all efforts to maintain harmony: the power which it arrogated to itself of refusing to form competencias on the ground that its rights were too clear to admit of debate. Thus it held that the salaried and titular officers, with their families and servants, were so wholly beyond all secular jurisdiction that it refused to entertain any proceedings in contest of their claims. It was in vain that Philip III, by a royal letter of 1615, declared that if inquisitors refused a conference, on the ground that the matter was too clear to justify it, the regent of the chancellery should form a competencia and forward the papers as usual. It was equally useless for Philip IV to decree in 1630 that when a contention was started by either party, the other must entertain it, no matter how clear it might be, under pain, for a first offence, of 500 ducats, and for a second, of suspension during the royal pleasure. To ensure the imposition of the fine, each council was to give the other faculties for its collection from offenders, but when the Suprema forwarded this decree to the tribunals, with orders for its strict observance, it added significantly that it did not apply to cases of salaried and titular officials, though no such exception was made in the decree. It knew that Philip would never summon courage to enforce his law, and it was right. When, in 1633, the Council of Aragon endeavored to collect such a fine, the Suprema interposed, asserting that it could only be done by consent of both councils, which was, in effect, to invalidate the law, and Philip himself violated it in 1634, when Agustin Vidal, messenger of the Tribunal of Valencia, was arrested by the royal court for the murder of Juan Alonso Martinez, a knight of Santiago and baile of Alicante. The tribunal demanded him and refused a competencia, when Philip weakly ordered him to be surrendered, for this time and without prejudice to my royal jurisdiction. The Inquisition carried its point. Philip, by decisions of 1645 and 1658, admitted that there could be no competencias in the case of salaried officials, and the Suprema enforced these decisions by a Carta Acordada of August 7, 1662, pointing out that they must not be entertained where such officials were concerned. At the same time, the tribunals were warned to exercise moderation and not to employ censures without consulting it, unless delay was inadmissible. Even Philip, however, had to intervene against the consequences of his own acts in 1664, when the portero of the Tribunal of Logroño killed in his house a priest, apparently through jealousy. The alcalde-mayor prosecuted the murderer and arrested his wife. The tribunal excommunicated the alcalde and cast an interdict on the town. The Council of Aragon formed a competencia and claimed that during it the censures should be raised according to custom, but the Suprema refused on the ground that there could be no competencia. Philip was appealed to and ordered the censures raised for the unanswerable reason that as judges under excommunication could not hold their courts, if it were allowed thus to paralyze all judicial business, it would have arbitrary control over all cases and frustrate all legal remedies. This decision was disregarded. It seems extraordinary that any community would endure for centuries the indefinite stoppage of the administration of justice, constantly occurring through the reckless abuse of the power of excommunication, as when, in 1672, we find the Queen Regent applying to the Inquisitor General to know how she is to answer the complaints of the town of Logroño at the prolonged suspension of the powers of the corregidor who lay under excommunication, seeing that there is no conclusion of the competencia which has been so long pending. The Inquisition evidently aggravated as far as it could the public distress as a means of establishing its claims. In an effort to limit the abuse of refusing competencias, there was a junta formed in 1679 from the Suprema and Council of State with the assistance of some theologians. This admitted that there could be no competencia in the cases of salaried officials, except when they held public office and were prosecuted for malfeasance, but it laid down the rule that, when the Suprema refused a competencia, the Council of State could appeal to the king, who could appoint a junta to decide this secondary question. Unlimited time was allowed to the Suprema to state its reasons for refusal, and during a competencia the accused was to be liberated on bail, and all censures were to be raised. This removed some of the hardships, but the Suprema seems to have sought to evade it by sullenly refusing to form the juntas with the royal councils, for another decree of Carlos II ordered it to attend when summoned so that these affairs might be settled. It was in vain that, in 1730, the Council of Castile urged that competencias be admitted in all cases, for Philip V decided that the agreement of 1679 should stand. Probably not much was gained in the latest attempt to settle these perennial quarrels by Carlos IV in 1804, who ordered that when a conflict arose between a royal court and a tribunal, in a matter not of faith concerning an official, the court should refer the case to the governor of the royal council, and the tribunal to the Suprema. These should then select an examiner who was to report to the Secretaria de Gracia y Justicia for the royal decision. The evils of the system were admitted on all hands, but it was so vicious in principle that remedies were impossible. The customary juntas of 2 members each from the Suprema and the Council of Castile or of Aragon was at best a clumsy device, onerous on the councils and usually leading only to procrastination. To systematize it, in 1625, a permanent Junta Grande de Competencias was formed, of 2 members from each council, whose duty it should be to dispatch all cases, and rules for it were framed in April 1626, but it was short-lived. In 1634, Philip IV ordered the formation of a junta of 2 members each of the Suprema and Council of Castile to formulate a plan of relief, but on June 9th of that year, the Suprema reported that it had never been able to accomplish a meeting of the junta. Then, in 1657, the Junta Grande was resuscitated, and we meet with an allusion to it in 1659, but it appears to have been abandoned soon afterwards. Ingenuity was at fault to alleviate the evils inseparable from the permanent antagonism between the rival jurisdictions. Of these evils, the one most keenly felt was the interminable delay in the settlement of cases. The councils from which the members were drawn were crowded with their more legitimate business. There was rarely accord in the junta. The matter would be argued without exception of agreement. Each side would be obstinate. Perhaps the case would be referred to the king, or years would pass before a settlement would be reached. Perhaps, indeed, it would be silently dropped without a decision, especially when a decision might be undesirable because one or both sides feared a troublesome precedent. Meanwhile, the case remained petrified in the condition existing at the time the competencia was formed. Until the so-called Concordia of 1679 permitted the release of prisoners on bail, if anyone had been arrested, he remained in prison, perhaps to die there, as sometimes occurred. In 1638 the Inquisition complained of this when its officers happened to be the prisoners, for competencias were always slow of settlement, and the work of the tribunals was crippled for lack of their ministers, while their poverty precluded their giving adequate salaries to substitutes. It was not until 1721 that a remedy for this procrastination was sought by Philip V in a decree reciting the long delays and frequency of cases remaining undecided by reason of a deadlock in the junta. Wherefore, in future, when a junta was formed, he was to be notified in order that he might appoint a 5th member, thus assuring a majority. It does not seem, however, that this accomplished its purpose, and when Carlos III consolidated the cumbrous framework of government by instituting the Junta de Estado, composed of the ministers of the several departments, Florida Blanca enumerates, among the benefits accruing, the expediting of cases of competencia and avoiding the interminable delays caused by the etiquette of the tribunals and the intrigues of the parties concerned. I have dwelt thus in detail on this subject, not only because it absorbed so large a portion of the activity of the Inquisition, but because of its importance and relations between the Holy Office and the other institutions of Spain, and in explaining the detestation which the Inquisition excited. If the people regarded it as a whole with awe and veneration, as the bulwark of the Catholic faith, their hatred was none the less for its members, and the perpetual struggle against the tremendous odds of its power, supported by the unflinching favor of the Habsburgs, bears equal testimony to the tenacity of the Spanish character and to the magnitude of the evils with which the Inquisition afflicted the nation. End of Book 2, Chapter 4, Part 11. Recording by Margaret Espaillat, Orlando, Florida. Book 2, Chapter 5, Part 1 of History of the Inquisition of Spain, Volume 1. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. History of the Inquisition of Spain, Volume 1 by Henry Charles Lea, Book 2, Chapter 5, C, Part 1. The preceding chapters illustrate some of the causes that provoked popular hatred of the Inquisition, but these were by no means all. It enjoyed, as we have said, enthusiastic support in the exercise of its appropriate functions in defending the faith, but apart from this it had infinite ways of exciting hostility. This was the inevitable result of entrusting irresponsible power to men, for the most part overbearing and arrogant, who owed obedience only to the Suprema and who early learned that, while it might disapprove of their acts, it always supported them against complaints, and, while it might administer rebuke in secret, it hesitated long before it would compromise the asserted infallibility of the Holy Office by dismissal or any other public demonstration. There was no other power to call them to account, and they could rely upon its indulgence. This indulgence they extended to their subordinates, over whom, indeed, they had not the power of removal, and the consequence was that the whole body thoroughly earned the detestation of the people by the abuse of their privileges, creating irritation which was none the less exasperating because its causes might be trivial. The situation finds expression in a Carta Acordada of October 12, 1561, in which the Suprema begs the tribunals, for the love of God, to inflict no wrong or oppression for, since they are accused when they do right, what is to be expected when they give just grounds of complaint. Whether just or not, grounds of complaint were never lacking. The power of the inquisitor had practically scarce any bounds but his own discretion, and the temptation to its abuse was irresistible to the kind of men who mostly filled the position. In the memorial of Llerena to Philip and Juana in 1506, complaint is made that the officials seized all the houses that they wanted, and in one case, when some young orphan girls did not vacate as quickly as ordered, they fastened up the street door and the occupants were obliged to make an opening in order to leave it. The same spirit was shown to parties not quite so defenseless in 1642, when its exhibition in Cordova nearly provoked a disastrous tumult. There was a vacant house which Juan de Ribera, one of the inquisitors, talked of renting, but he went to Murcia without taking it. On his return he found it had been leased to a son of Don Pedro de Cardenas, one of the veinticuatros, or town councillors. He sent for Cardenas and asked whether he knew that he had engaged the house. Cardenas professed ignorance, adding that if he had not moved his family into it, he would abandon it. Ribera ordered him to leave it, and on his refusal, the tribunal took up the quarrel by serving on him a notice to quit. As he did not obey, it cited him to appear and forced him to give security. His kinsmen and friends rallied round him and promised to sustain him by force. The matter became town talk, and the tribunal felt its honor engaged to sustain its commands by violence. It assembled the 2 companies of soldiers which it kept in the Alcazar, while the caballeros armed themselves and guarded the house. The corregidor appealed to the tribunal not to drench the city in blood by posing the poor civic militia to the swords of the gentlemen, and it consented to carry the matter to the king. The Council of Castile ordered that the tenant be maintained in possession, while the Suprema instructed the tribunal not to yield a jot, but to eject him by whatever means it could. What was the outcome does not appear, but the case illustrates the extent to which the Inquisition magnified its powers and the determination with which it employed them. It was impossible to prevent these lawless abuses. The Suprema might scold and threaten, but as it rarely punished and always protected the offenders, its restraining efforts amounted to little. The visitadores, or inspectors, duly reported disorders, and instructions would be issued to reform them, but to these the inquisitors paid little respect. There is no reason to suppose that the Barcelona tribunal was worse than any other, and a series of reports of visitations there gives us an insight into the evils inflicted on the people. In 1544, Dr. Alonso Perez sent in a report in consequence of which the Suprema roundly rebuked all the subordinates, except the judge of confiscations. All but 2 were defamed for improper relations with women, all accepted presents, all made extra and illegal charges, all neglected their duties, and most of them quarreled with each other. The fiscal was especially objectionable for his improper conduct of prosecutions and for appropriating articles belonging to the tribunal. He refused to pay his debts. He arrested a candlemaker for not furnishing candles as promptly as he demanded. When a certain party bought some sheep from a peasant and was dissatisfied with his bargain, the fiscal cited the peasant, asserted that the purchase money was his, and forced the peasant to take back the sheep and return the money. Yet the Suprema was too tender of the honor of the Holy Office to dismiss a single one of the peccant officials. It ordered them to be severely reprimanded, a few debts to be paid, and presents to be returned, and uttered some vague threats of what it would do if they continued in their evil courses. The natural result of this indulgence appears in the next visitation by the Licenciado Vaca in 1549. The same abuses were flourishing, with the addition that the inquisitor, Diego de Sarmiento, had accepted the position of the commissioner of the Cruzada indulgence and had appointed as its preachers and collectors the commissioners and familiars of the tribunal, to the great oppression and vexation of the people, whose dread of the Holy Office prevented complaints. Sarmiento was dismissed in 1550, but in 1552 he was reappointed to Barcelona. The fiscal and notary, who were specially inculpated, were suspended for 6 months, and the jailer, for ill treatment of prisoners, was mulcted in 1 month's wages. In 1561 another visitation was made by Inquisitor Gaspar Cervantes, whose report was exceedingly severe on the disorders of the tribunal and drew from the Suprema an energetic demand for their reform. This produced no amendment. The tribunal went on undisturbed until the complaints of the Cortes of 1564 led to another and more searching investigation by de Soto Salazar in 1566. There were not only abuses of all kinds in the trials of heresy, but numerous cases in which, as the Suprema told them, they had no jurisdiction. Apparently, they were ready to put their unlimited powers at the disposal of all comers, and imprisoned, fined, and punished in the most arbitrary manner gathering fees, commissions, and doubtless bribes, and selling injustice to all who wanted it, while the dread of their censures prevented opposition or remonstrance. In these cases, which were not of faith, the accused were often seized in the churches, where they had sought asylum, and the repeated instances in which the Suprema orders their names stricken from the records points to one of the most cruel results of this reckless abuse of jurisdiction, for it inflicted on the sufferer, his kindred and posterity, an infamy unendurable to the Spaniard of the period. The long and detailed missive which the Suprema addressed to the tribunal as the result of Salazar's report gives a most vivid inside view of the abuses naturally springing from unrestrained autocracy, which, by the absolute and impenetrable secrecy of its operations, was relieved from all responsibility to its victims or to public opinion. The Suprema takes every official in turn, from inquisitors down to messengers, specifies their misdeeds and scores them mercilessly, showing that the whole organization was solely intent on making dishonest gains, on magnifying its privileges, and on tyrannizing over the community, while the defense of the faith was the baldest pretext for the gratification of greed and evil passions. Yet all this was practically regarded as quite compatible with the duties of the Inquisition. The three inquisitors, Padilla, Zurita, and Mejia, were suspended for 3 years and were then sent to repeat their misdeeds elsewhere, and the 2 former were in addition fined 10 ducats apiece. That an institution possessing these powers and exercising them in such fashion should be regarded with terror and detestation was inevitable. We shall see hereafter how it shrouded all its acts in inviolable secrecy, and how it rightly regarded this as one of the most important factors of its influence, and we can understand the mysterious dread which this inspired, while at the same time it released the inquisitor and his subordinates from the wholesome restraint of publicity. The smothered hostility thus excited was always ready for an explosion when opportunity offered to gratify it. In the desire to stimulate the breeding of horses, a royal pragmatica in 1628 prohibited the use of mules for coaches. The inquisitors of Logroño, in the full confidence that no one would venture to interfere with them, persisted in driving with mules, and when the corregidor, Don Francisco Bazan, remonstrated and threatened to seize a coach, they told him it would be his ruin. He did not venture, but in 1633 he procured from the Council of Castile an order that no coaches should be used in Logroño, under pretext that they damaged certain shops projecting on the principal street. The fiscal of the tribunal undertook to meet this by asserting that it had a special privilege from the king concerning coaches, but when Bazan promised to obey, it was not forthcoming. The Suprema took up the quarrel and represented to Philip IV the hardship inflicted on the inquisitors, too old and feeble for the saddle. The compassionate king endorsed on the consulta the customary formula of approval, "I have so ordered." The Suprema then applied to the Council of Castile for a corresponding order, and several communications passed without result. Another consulta was presented to the king, who endorsed it, "I have so ordered" again, but the Council of Castile was still evasive. Then the Logroño authorities offered to the Bishop of Calahorra permission to use coaches, and intimated to the inquisitors that, if they would apply for a license, it would be given. The Suprema forbade them thus to recognize the local magistracy, as they had royal authority, whereupon they resumed the use of their coaches. The alguacil of the corregidor arrested one of their coachmen, and they excommunicated the corregidor. The king, December 9th, 1633, ordered him to be absolved, to which, on December 30th, the Suprema replied that he would be absolved if he made application. The Council of Castile presented to the king a consulta, arguing that ecclesiastics and inquisitors alike owed obedience to the laws, and that the corregidor had acted with great moderation. February 5th, 1634, the king enquired what had been done with the corregidor, but it was not until December 16th that the Suprema condescended to reply, complaining bitterly of the slight put upon the Inquisition, when the whole safety of the monarchy depended upon its labors. Finally, on February 15, 1635, the Council of Castile sent to the Suprema a license for the use of coaches in Logroño, at the same time intimating that its tax of media añata had not been paid. In the course of the quarrel, the council presented a very forcible consulta to the king, which exhibits the light in which the Inquisition was regarded by the highest authorities of the state. It represented that everywhere the inquisitors and their officials, under color of privileges that they did not possess, were causing grave disorders. They were vexing and molesting the corregidors and other ministers of the king, oppressing them with violent methods, and frightening them with threats of punishment in order to deter them from defending the royal jurisdiction. Thus, crimes remained unpunished, justice became a mockery, and the king's vassals were afflicted with what they were made to suffer in their honor, their lives, their fortunes, and their consciences. Trivial quarrels such as this, developed until they distracted the attention of the king and his advisers, were constantly breaking out and bear testimony to the antagonistic spirit which was all-pervading. A long-standing cause of dissension in Logroño may be taken as a type of what was occurring in many other places. Local officials there, as elsewhere, had a perquisite in the public carniceria, or shambles, of dividing among themselves the vientres or menudos, the chitlins of the beasts slaughtered. It was not unnatural that the inquisitors and their subordinates should seek to share in this, but the claim was grudgingly admitted, as it diminished the portions of the town officers, and it led to bickerings. In 1572, Logroño complained to the Suprema that, while it was willing to give each inquisitor the menudo of a sheep every week, the inferior officials down to the messengers claimed the same, and when there was not enough to go round, they caused the slaughter of additional sheep in order to get their perquisite. As the population was poor, living mostly on cow beef, and meat would not keep in hot weather, this caused much waste. Wherefore the town begged that during the 4 hot months the inferior officials should be content with what the town officers received, and during the other 8 months it would endeavor to give them more. To this the Suprema graciously assented, but in 1577 there was another outbreak, to quiet which the Suprema ordered the enforcement of the agreement. In 1584 trouble arose again, and still more in 1593, and in 1601 it reached a point at which the tribunal summoned all the staff of the carniceria and scolded them roundly, giving rise to great excitement. Then, in 1620, there was a worse outbreak than ever, owing to the refusal of the regidor to give one of the inquisitors 2 pairs of sheep stones asked for on the plea that he had guests to breakfast. The angry inquisitor, thus deprived of his breakfast relish, induced the tribunal to summon the regidor before it and severely reprimand him, thus not only inflicting a grave stigma on him, but insulting the town, of which it complained loudly to the Suprema. It is easy to understand how trifles of the kind kept up a perpetual irritation, of which only the exacerbations appear in the records. The privileges of the markets, in fact, were a source of endless troubles. It was recognized that both secular and ecclesiastical officials were entitled to the first choice and to be served first. Those of the Inquisition claimed the same privilege, not only in cities where there was a tribunal, but also where the scattered commissioners and notaries resided. That this was frequently resisted is shown by the formula of mandate to be used in such cases, addressed to the corregidor or alcaldes, setting forth that the rights in this respect of the aggrieved party had not been respected, and that in future he should have the first and best, after the secular and ecclesiastical officials had been served, of all provisions that he required at current prices, and this under penalty of 20,000 maravedis, besides punishment to the full rigor of the law. It does not appear that there really was any legislation entitling the Inquisition to this privilege, but in the frequent troubles arising from its assertion, the inquisitors acted with their customary truculence. A writer in 1609, who deprecates these quarrels, suggests as a cure that the king issue a decree that the representatives of the Inquisition shall have preference in purchasing, and, at the same time, he tells of a case in Toledo where a regidor, who told the steward of the tribunal to take as many eggs as he wanted, but no more, was arrested and prosecuted, and of another in Cordova, where an hidalgo, who had bought a shad and refused to give it up to an acquaintance of a servant of an inquisitor, was punished with 200 lashes and sent to the galleys. In 1608, the Suprema issued an injunction that purveyors of inquisitors should take nothing by force, the significance of which lies rather in the indication of existing abuses than in its promise of their removal. The claim of preference was pushed so far that in Seville in 1705 there arose a serious trouble because the servant of an inquisitor detained boatloads of fish coming to market in order to make his selection, and it required a royal cedula of March 26, 1705, forbidding inquisitors to detain fish or other provisions on the way, or to designate by banderillas the pieces selected for themselves. When we consider the character of the slaves and servants thus clothed with authority to insult and browbeat whomsoever they chose, in the exercise of such functions, we can conceive the wrath and indignation stored up against their masters in the thousands of cases where fear prevented an explosion. It is true that the Suprema issued instructions that all purveyors should behave themselves modestly and give no ground of offense, and that no one should be summoned or imprisoned for matters arising out of provisions, but as usual these orders were disregarded. Insolence would naturally elicit a hasty rejoinder, which, as reported by the servant to his master, would imply disrespect towards the Holy Office, and severe punishment would be justified on that account. End of Book 2, Chapter 5, Part 1. Recording by Margaret Espaillat, Orlando, Florida.